Often when a person is in danger, he turns to God, and it does not matter which one, as is the case now in the counting of votes in the Light of God's case. And while his fate is being decided, he thinks only of the one he worships, praying only for his salvation. But what about when the accused is a hero who is God and who is in need of help himself? As Li Changxiang continues to ponder this, he suddenly finds himself lying on the grass. That means the jury's votes have been counted, and the appropriate decision for his divine punishment has already been made. Still lying on the grass, Li Changxiang ponders his whereabouts, confidently believing that he was destroyed by accepting death in another universe system, since he can't get back in due to system failure and malfunction. And since that's the case, his divine powers and status have been revoked. But in that case, why does Li Changxiang remain conscious of his memory? Suddenly, on the horizon, the hero sees a raft approaching with people sitting in it. At that moment, a man with a huge scroll behind his back appears before him and starts reading out information that pertains to him, including his parents' names, place, and date of birth. The hero silently continues to listen to what the scroll says, and the stranger continues how getting to Arcadia and reaching the heights of Li Changxiang took the lives of many gods, for which he was caught and sentenced to punishment. Yes, the stranger was not mistaken about Li Changxiang. At this time, Li Changxiang thinks of nothing better to do than to decide to attack the stranger who knows so much about him. Reaching out his hand, Li Changxiang swiftly tries to grab the stranger, but just barely missing touching his face, Li Changxiang's hand misses and grabs the air. Stranger manages to bounce back to avoid the takedown at this time. Our hero sees the stranger appear above him, in parallel drawing his sword. Li Changxiang's sober assessment of the situation doesn't stop him from trying to reach for it after all. Our hero is determined to keep fighting the stranger. Suddenly, Li Changxiang swings around to strike the stranger. Li Changxiang's blow hits the stranger's sword and is so strong that it knocks the scroll out of his hand. The confrontation between the two sides causes a strong surge of water that throws the opposing sides off. As a consequence, the stranger is confused about what is happening. Our hero is also as surprised by what happened as his opponent, but the fight continues nonetheless, and Li Changxiang is the next to strike, a result not expected by the man who arrived on the raft. The impact throws them off in different directions, forming a wall of water between him and our hero. In a flurry of struggle, the stranger manages to hang on by landing on the edge of the raft. Thinking that Li Changxiang is finished, the stranger is extremely surprised by what he sees in front of him. Through the water wall, Li Changxiang comes out to meet the stranger. On the face of the protagonist reads anger and rage towards his enemy. He is determined to continue the resulting clash to clarify the situation. Suddenly, Li Changxiang sees the shackles that restrained him at the jury deliberations when the verdict was handed down. And despite all the art of the deity, they are able to turn man into a primitive creature, which is how the hero feels. And so, being in a desperate situation, decides to find out the identity of the stranger who arrived. As it turns out, he is facing the Reaper of the Underworld, Yahello, and the place where they are is the afterlife where the river Styx flows. The protagonist, who previously believed that after the divine judgment he would be inevitably destroyed, is confused that he has passed into the afterlife. Also from Yahello, Li Changxiang learns what was originally under their control, so the Reaper offers the hero to follow him, to meet the one who redirected him to the afterlife and give all explanation. The information Li Changxiang has received is questionable, more questions than answers. However, having decided to go with Yahello, the hero learns that Arcadia, to which he was mistakenly redirected, is significantly different from his home planet. On it, people live the amount of time they have been given, and their fate is written in a book called the Book of Life and Death, and that this book can only have validity where it was written. But Li Changxiang again can't understand how all of this affects him. Yahello further explains that his record disappeared, and because Li Changxiang went to Arcadia, he was hard to find. What's more, Li Changxiang became a god there and managed to make a serious mess. They had to lose a lot of things to find him. From what was said, Li Changxiang still remains incomprehensible, and he begins to remember how walking down the street, he saw the fiery gates that diverged in different directions. At that moment, fear and terror gripped him, and it is clearly readable in his eyes. But after coming to his senses, Li Changxiang still tries to find out why they didn't let him disappear on Arcadia. As the conversation continues, Li Changxiang doesn't get an answer to his question, because Yahello is just the executor of someone else's instruction, and that lord is none other than Mr. Thanatos himself. He is the current lord of the underworld and head of Tartarus and Erebus. At the end of the story, Li Changxiang and his companions find themselves in front of the castle entrance staircase, where there is a line of people. To shorten the journey, Yahello offers Li Changxiang his escort, and they begin to be transported past the entrance and all those people they saw in the beginning. Along the way, Yule tells our hero what lies beneath them, and the first is a fire pit with people in the hell of the fire pit. Next comes a pit covered in ice where human silhouettes are frozen. This pit is called Glacial Hell. Next, non-humans shrouded in blocks of stone appear in front of them. From what Li Changxiang saw, he's surprised that they're not like the others. Who were they? To which he receives a remark from Yule about his line of work before he became a criminal. The protagonist is interested from what he has heard and what the Reaper is leading up to. As Li Changsung learns, these are the fallen gods that Thanatos sealed as evil gods. It's worth admitting that Li Changxiang didn't know about this before. However, as Yule pointed out, Li Changsung would not have spread the word, knowing that it would affect his heavenly reputation. And Yule continues his story that those people who are less sinful are subject to hard labor. Bypassing all the circles, Li Changsung and Yule are transported to their final destination and stand before the gates of entrance where their lord awaits them. And the Reaper presents the king with the one he had to leave for. It is the light of the gods. Just as Yule finished his report, a gate opens in front of them, and a voice from within calls out to them, inviting them to come to him. But Li Changsung feels constrained by the oppressive environment around him, because there are two eyes looking at him without any outline. The protagonist is utterly bewildered by what he sees and hears. It's probably going to be a lot of fun flashed through Li Changxiang's mind. When the darkness cleared, Li Changsung saw a man sitting on a throne in front of him. This phenomenon did not make Li Changxiang very excited. It's probably the opposite. Suddenly, whoever was sitting on the throne didn't start addressing him. And before continuing, the Lord decided to ask the hero a question that concerned him directly. What awaits our hero after death? But Li Changsung wasn't ready to give an answer right now because he had never thought about it. The Lord didn't take long to give Li Changsung his specific answer, hell. This answer did not please Li Changxiang and required clarification, upon which the Lord began to recount the chronology of events that began on June 21st, 2024. And it all starts with Li Changsung going off on his partner and driving him into tears, from which followed a question to the Reaper as to what punishment should be inflicted on our hero for such treatment. Naturally, Li Changsung goes to hell, where he is deprived of his tongue for 15 days. The following situation concerns Li Changsung being busy playing the game and not helping a friend who needs him. The punishment is being sent to the Mountain of Knives. For a crushed ant, the hero goes to poisonous snake hell for 4 days, and for a dog, 10 days without a tongue. And for never once taking a girl's hand for 6 days of twilight. Finally, Li Changsung can't stand it anymore and starts yelling to find out who they are and what right they have to insult him like that. In response, Li Changsung only gets a dismissive look without any explanation. And as it turns out, Li Changsung finds out that he's just a joke and nothing more. At this time, the Lord takes the scroll that Yule had and begins to go over it. Based on what he has written, he gives his verdict on Li Changxiang's ruthlessness. And since that's the case, Li Changxiang has a fair question about the meaning of his rescue. And then, as if in response to him, Thanatos offers Li Changsung a deal for a favor the hero can do. Because there are some gods who break their vows to come to Earth, and Li Changsung needs to find them by going to the human world. But doesn't that mean Li Changxiang will be reborn as an ordinary person? Forgetting that its original location is Earth, and therefore it will simply go where it is supposed to be. And with a wave of his hand, Thanatos presents Li Changsung with a parade of planets, which appear before our hero in all their splendor and power. The protagonist is surprised and quite amazed at what he sees before him, but only one planet evokes those unique emotions in him like no other. And this is planet Earth, the place he was originally destined to be. Forgetting that he is not alone, Li Changsung hears the sarcastic ridicule of his sentimentality. Li Changsung is not confused and explains the reason for his behavior by saying that Earth is his home, and therefore his feelings should be understood. But continuing his mockery, Thanatos says that there's something else for Li Changsung to be amazed about. In anticipation, Li Changsung waits to see what else the Lord has in store for him. And then he sees his planet in front of him at a larger size than it was a little while ago. The scale on the plan begins to zoom in to describe the outline of the mainland, which, as they get closer, begin to loom into some sort of city, gradually transitioning to a street lit by streetlights with the tops of houses on either side. Li Changsung is walking down this street with a bottle in his hand and his head down. And then something unknown catches his attention, causing him to be distracted from his thoughts. What he sees in front of him causes him to fear and not understand what is happening. But it can't be these memories. How can it be possible Li Changsung is actually still in the castle of the Lord of the Underworld? Answering his question, Thanatos decides to send our hero to Earth. where Li Changsung's mission is to find the gods who broke their vows. But Li Changsung still can't understand why this job is assigned to him as his sentence, to which the Lord explains that Li Changxiang is the one who can handle such a task. And he has to find the many gods of Arcadia, including Ahura Daeva and Chen, because they cause the integrity of the entrance to the underworld to be compromised, and that's exactly what the hero saw walking down the street on Earth. The protagonist begins to guess that having broken the oath, the gods are trying to get to Earth through the gap formed. The Lord confirms the hero's words. However, Li Changsung wonders why the underworld is doing nothing to stop them, to which he receives Thanatos' reply about the omniscience of what the oath says. However, it is only human beings who can go to the other world, and the oath contains no mention of such restrictions for the gods. And then Li Changsun begins to realize that he is just a pawn for the underworld, which will be gotten rid of when the job is over. But Thanatos dispels his assumptions by promising that Li Changsung will be given a new life after completing his correctional labor. But whether it's really true or not, Li Changxiang can't believe what he's hearing. And Thanatos, without losing the thread of conversation, begins to bring our hero to the conclusion of the deal. He's trying to interest Li Changxiang by giving him some powers. The protagonist, having heard what was said, tries to find out in more detail what he is promised and what his power will be. And without waiting for an answer, Thanatos offers Li Changsun the power of power. The protagonist is under the impression of what and I'm not entirely sure that's possible without violating the rules prescribed for the underworld. Thanatos replies that this is within his authority and that it's some kind of gift he's giving Li Changsun in the event of a deal. Hearing this, Li Changsung is very happy that he will have such abilities, and thus there is no reason to delay the deal. So in such a case, the deal is considered concluded and the contract signed. Here, the Lord of the Underworld proclaims the beginning of Li Changsung's reincarnation, and Li Changxiang is preparing to enter the gate called the Gate of Rebirth. However, upon entering the Gate of Rebirth, Li Changsung will lose all of his deity and turn into a regular person who has to start over without any power. Listening to Yol, Li Changsung assures him that he will mean what he says. However, he can no longer tolerate what Yul is saying, trying to give him the latest clarification regarding his powers. Having finished his instructions, Yul escorts our hero to the gate where his sentence begins. Still sitting in the boat, Li Changxiang finally sees them in front of him. Without much thought, he jumps to the gate to begin his rebirth sooner rather than later. Once in front of them on the cliff, Li Changsung sees their doors open. But before stepping into them, Li Changsung still decides to say goodbye. In turn, the Reaper tries to give his final parting words, but Li Changsung doesn't listen to him and flies to the place where his sentence begins as an ordinary man. And Yul is standing at the door, looking after Li Changxiang. He is now a Reaper of the Underworld to whom the Lord has granted power. And Li Changsun is still continuing his flight, leaving the Reaper and the entire Underworld behind him. Finally, he hears that the Rebirth Gate has been successfully passed, and there is a system update that tries to connect to the new server. Through the flight, Li Changsung hears that he has been assigned the title of Administrator. Suddenly, he lands on the grass, which means he's already made it to his destination. Lying on the grass, Li Changsun sees people gathered around him who are confused by what they have just seen. Our hero continuing to lie there notes to himself that all the memories of his past life have been restored to the smallest detail. And around him, the anxious cries of passers-by still echoed. Through the screaming and panic, Li Changsun hears the girl speaking in his native language. Finally, he's home. Finally, he's back, Li Changxiang thinks. Opening his eyes, Li Changsung tries to assess the situation around him. Rising to his feet, he sees the people in front of him in fear and equally confused. And he's one of the few people who ended up in an unknown place out of choice, in a place that is located in the center of an impenetrable forest and bounded by a blue border. At this moment, Li Changsung recalls the words that were previously spoken by Thanatos during our hero's stay in the underworld. When Li Changsung passes through the gate, he will enter a place that is both earth and not, for the reason that you can't enter another world unnoticed. And it's only fair that Li Changsung question where he's going to end up. And this place will be chosen when Li Changxiang passes through a random rift. And while Li Changsung is remembering this, people around him start to panic from the realization that they are in a foreign place where there is no connection. And that place is the Rosewood Garden, and the total number of participants is 431. However, there was an error in counting, and together with our hero, their number increased to 432. Finally, The trials begin, in which participants will be categorized into difficulty levels based on their individual ability. The first mission is to defeat the monsters hiding in the forest, divided into 5 sections using different methods. The outcome is to be on top of the mountain. All participants can use their status skills and have access to inventory. But before you start, you should familiarize yourself with the rules. Not wanting to waste time, Lee Chang-sung runs to the first section, not even hearing what the contestants left behind are trying to shout to him. After breaking away from them, Lee Chang-sung rushes to fulfill his mission. Is it possible he's a player, as it all looks very familiar from the outside? And if he is, then isn't he the character with the nickname Tyrant? While still running, Lee Chang-sung starts to worry that his stamina isn't that good since he's running so low, he's already panting. But before proceeding, you should refer to the system window to check your status. However, the system window has not yet been updated to provide access to all of the hero's information. This confirms his hunch. But where is the promised power? But after a bit of waiting, he learns that he has the power to suck out souls using the Executioner's sword, while having the right to use the flames of purgatory. And the best part is that after defeating the monster, Lee Chang-sung can take his experience by taking his soul. And his abilities will help him avoid exhaustion and heal from his injuries, while the Executioner's sword will help him harness the power of the gods to punish criminals. That is purely theoretical. Lee Chang-sung will become omnipotent and omniscient if he wins, which means Thanatos didn't cheat him out of his power. Probably because Thanatos doesn't like the gods of other worlds. And on reflection, Lee Chang-sung is sure that the Executioner's sword is probably not that easy to use. Of course, the sword is much better than the soul-sucking skill. But in order for it to be used, you need the opponent to be someone who completely breaks the oath. And there's a chance that in the confrontation, Lee Chang-sung will be seriously injured while defeating the criminal. What comes next on this reflection, Lee Chang-sung sees his enemy. His first opponent is a huge black snake called the Black Mamba. With its huge mouth open, it launches an attack on Lee Chang-sung. But anticipating a quick victory, Lee Chang-sung pulls out a rusty dagger and launches an attack. Striking a sharp blow with his rusty dagger, he slashes the serpent in one fell swoop. The serpent has been struck, and Lee Chang-sung has the victory in his hand. With victory, Lee Chang-sung raises his skill to the rusty dagger technique, arousing the interest of the deity called hunting season. Our hero is pleased with himself and the outcome of the battle that ended in his favor. He will surely be better than all the others, and they will be afraid of him. After all, it is fear that can provide the opportunity to start a new life. The same goes for the gods and stars, who, upon completion of a dungeon mission, have the right to choose a cleric to spread their teaching, because they are the ones who elect the preachers who carry their will to the people. So huge crowds descend into the dungeon to try their luck and get the power that the gods and stars give. But only a few are lucky enough to get the divine attention, and the rest die without receiving, because to the gods, beings condemned to death are of no interest, and only those who meet the requirements are so honored. Or if only they can show that they have a special gift, like our hero, who after the successful completion of the fight became interested in the deity called Hunting Season. This deity is a war goddess called Pablisag, who skillfully uses different types of ammunition for the pleasure of the hunt. But the cherry on the cake is that her mother is Tiamat, the primordial dragon of evil. And it's very surprising that such a person would be interested in Lee Chang-sung so soon, but what would she say after seeing the rusty dagger technique in action? And Lee Chang-sung is not failing. The technique that Lee Chang-sung is going to shine is really interesting, and he'll do his best not to fall flat on his face. But his musings are interrupted by an odor that begins to spread through the forest. Our hero concludes that it's the poison that soaked half the forest, which means that many monsters have already been poisoned by it. And if that's the case, it's time for the next plan. But his thoughts are interrupted by an attack from behind by 2 black mambas. Without thinking long, Lee Chang-sung uses the snake hunter's jump, which is perfect for this purpose. And as Lee Chang-sung sprints, he leaps to deliver a devastating blow to the snakes. For successfully completing the task, Lee Chang-sung receives additional experience points. These experience points raise Lee Chang-sung's level by an order of magnitude. And the rusty dagger technique has success against Black Mamba, as Lee Chang-sung has no trouble getting rid of the snakes that infest the rosewood forest. In due time, his skill improves, and the feel of the battle becomes more accurate. And it's all thanks to the enemies who revive and contribute to Lee Chang-sung's improved concentration in the confrontation. Having notched a string of victories and killed a single Black Mamba, our hero succeeds in instilling fear in them and is their blood enemy. This is exactly what Lee Chang-sung was going for, by successfully completing tasks and instilling fear in the snake-like monster. For defeating 100 Black Mambas, Lee Chan-sung is promoted higher to the level of Black Mamba Fighter. Our hero is happy with the result he got and the feeling he gets from fighting Snake, because he enjoys what he does, whether it's Arcadia or Rosewood, and that's why Lee Chang-seong was in the dock. But is it really true, or maybe it's just an unfounded excuse? Maybe the deity is just scared that a mere mortal can stand up to them. In that case, Lee Chang-seong will give them what they fear so much. He will do so despite the initial lack of such intention. The hero gains a number of victories over Black Mambas by improving his existing technique and acquiring the skill of a regular dagger, which delights the deity. Not wanting to stop at what he has accomplished, the hero learns that he needs a break to regain his strength and stamina, and he activates the gifted power to suck the souls out of defeated monsters. To do so, Lee Chang-sung uses the Flames of Purgatory and takes possession of Black Mamba ashes. As a result, his stamina increases to 5%. Strength is finally restored to continue the fight against the snake-like monster. Lee Chang-sung's zeal and good fortune has hunting season confused because it doesn't know what type of hero's abilities should be categorized as. And another hero's victory over the Black Mambas further certifies deity in his doubt. And only Lee Chan-sung knows that it's all due to the approval received from Thanatos, and not what the rookies have at the beginning of the mission, as deity thinks. But even if it had guessed, it would not have intervened to avoid violating the principle of causation to find out the newcomer's data. In such musings, Lee Chang-sung tries to catch his breath after gaining victory, and preparing for the next fight, he confidently believes that he does not care if the data about him becomes known. Because Lee Chang-seong is under the protection of the underworld, otherwise everything would have been revealed by now. Finally defeating the last Mamba, the hero opens the system window and sees that his power stats have increased and he can use skills. And his abilities are increasing Lee Chang-seong's interest in Publisag, which is a good sign. Now, we have to earn his favor with our achievement. And to do that, Lee Chang-sung needs to fight a red and bloody Mamba. And since Lee Chang-seong has a resistance to poison, even if it's not strong, the victory should be quick. But it's worth bearing in mind that the Blood Mamba stands at the head of all available Mamba, and is a danger to even high-level beginners. However, that doesn't scare Lee Chang-song, and he wants to try to defeat her single-handedly. Because it is a good attempt to get the attention of the gods, but also, it is not that important. The poisonous fang of the Blood Mamba is especially valuable, as Lee Chang-sung gets full resistance to poison once he gets it. Because it was the lack of resistance to poison, and of course the numerical superiority of the gods that once struck Lee Chang-sung and affected the outcome. No matter what, Lee Chang-sung must get that fang. Thinking about it, Lee Chang-sung notices that the condition of his first weapon, a rusty dagger, is deteriorating significantly. Of course, this is not surprising since he was defeated by a total of 444 Mambas. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sung notices a flash in the sky. The object that appears catches his attention, which is a different kind of weapon than a rusty dagger weapon for beginners. This weapon is worthy of more attention and detailed consideration. Lee Chang-sung noticed that the weapon contains dragon scales. Such weapons are characteristic of Tiamat. There must be a catch, and the hero is right. Gifts like this don't just happen. The deity wants to make a bet with him, and if he fails, he'll be sent to the next world. It's as if Lee Chang-sung is just a toy they're willing to get rid of just for wasting their time. This attitude always makes Lee Chang-sung hate everything divine. But now is the time to seize the moment, because if Lee Chang-sung wins, he will have a big advantage. That means that once Lee Chang-seong gets his hands on the weapon, he'll gain incredible strength. So this time too, is worth making a deal and finding out what Lee Chang-sung has to do to get his hunter's license. Meanwhile, the rest of the mission is summoned by a certain man, which causes resentment and incomprehension among the people left in the Rosewood clearing. The man shows the assembled people an unopened ID card, according to which he is a junior lieutenant and is subject to military defense. He is also a C-rank player, and therefore he must be obeyed. All his instructions must be carried out. The player's status causes some relief among those gathered in Rosewood. However, they are concerned about the fate of Lee Chang-seong, who ran away without waiting for anyone when the mission began, and most likely for the sole purpose of making a fortune. To make so much money, the amount of which will exceed the fortune of all those gathered. As it turns out, among the gathered newcomers, there is a person who knows him, and knows that Lee Chan-sung is the leader of EST, and a player under the nickname Tyrant, which by its appearance attracts the interest of advertisers and has general publicity. However, having finished his playing activities, began to drink and disappeared from the poster. Or maybe his disappearance is because he decided to go into the next world. But this statement by someone who knows Lee Chang-sung so well does not enthuse the audience. Suddenly, In the system window that appears, those present will learn that all the snake-like monsters of the dungeon have been destroyed. The information received is perplexing to those gathered. After all, if all the participants of the mission are in a safe zone, who then massacres the monster? And all the snake-like monsters, white worm and blue ravens, are sent to the next world with incredible speed. And Lee Chan-sung is furious at the epicenter of all events. And not just him, because what happened is unbelievable and raises more questions than answers, especially for a player who knows Lee Chan-sung so well. Meanwhile, Lee Chan-sung completes the mission with the subsequent winning of the bet. Upon completion, he receives a hunter's license in a category called Casual Mission. For this, the deity sees the hero as a candidate for the title of priest, and also because all the worthy beings are occupied, and it remains to look out for newcomers. But to get it, you have to defeat a bloody mamba in 24 hours. In case of defeat, death victory fang of the evil dragon and the title. Is this something urgent not related to the recent conflict between Tiamat and Bel Marduk, the strongest sign of the zodiac and mother of the hunting season? And if that's the case, then Lee Chang-sung will have a lot to gain from the controversy. Besides, there is a point to fight because the evil dragon fang, obtained at such a high price, has its own characteristic. And the more difficult the task, the better for Lee Chang-sung. So Lee Chang-sung decides to offer the deity different terms of the game, thereby throwing him into confusion. And Lee Chan-sung reduces the fight time from 24 hours to 30 minutes. So the new time for Lee Chang-sung to defeat the Bloody Mamba is only 30 minutes. Such self-confidence delights the deity, and it accepts our hero's proposal. But Lee Chang-sung should keep in mind that if he loses, he will face a painful death. And just at that time, a flash of light appears in Lee Chang-sung's path, from which emerges a huge worm-like, snake-like monster. The monster's power shakes the ground around it, forming giant chasm. Without thinking long, Lee Chang-sung jumps on the monster's back to strike. And this strike should do as much damage as possible to weaken the monster's power. Our hero makes a swift poke with his dagger into the giant's flesh, and hooking onto the hilt of his weapon strips the monster's body, and then swings again for the final blow. Finally, by cutting off the monster's head, Lee Chang-sung wins an absolute victory, for which he raises his level and adds points to his strength. Before Lee Chang-sung can finish one thing, he notices another flying monster attacking from behind. Without thinking long, Lee Chang-sung defeats him and increases his stamina points. Such luck and ability does not go unnoticed by the other deity, which in turn does not go unnoticed by our hero. The Bloody Mamba, who shows interest in Lee Chang-sung, is no exception. In turn, this strikes the deity of hunting season, compelled to warn all who are interested in our hero. And Lee Chan-sung, in turn, satisfied with the work done, is eager to go to a worthy opponent. Finally reaching the 10th level, Lee Chang-sung is awarded the secret class as a rookie who has surpassed himself in the speed of completing tasks. So it makes more sense to reach new heights than to be a spearman from a previous life, and that requires a worthy adversary. And for this role is Perfect Berserk, who in spite of a strong blow loses his mind. But knowing this and taking extra measures, it can be defeated to finish the deal sooner, despite the fact that defeating this monster can be difficult for players of even the 20th level. And being in anticipation, Lee Chang-sung looks through the system window to select the proposed class. Out of the entire list, Lee Chang-sung is interested in those who are in secret status. Finally, Lee Chang-sung scrolls to the end of the list of suggested classes expecting to see Berserk. But Lee Chang-sung realizes that he is not among those listed, and yet the time left to decide is 6 minutes. Meanwhile, the Bloody Mamba still continues to follow our hero, and tracking him down among the trees where Lee Chang-sung is forced to hide while deciding on his class choice. But Lee Chang-sung still doesn't understand why Berserk isn't listed as listed. Meanwhile, the class selection is coming to an end, and Lee Chang-sung needs to decide on a class in time to be watched. And without making the deity wait any longer, Lee Chang-sung chooses to become a rune keeper, hoping to increase his fighting ability. And so there is a change of class. The new class is Rune Keeper. Along with the change of class, Lee Chang-sung's dexterity and magic power increases by 5 and adds intelligence and willpower. This choice brings amazement to the deity and ridicule to the other gods. But nevertheless, skill class, creating runes for beginners. Rune engraving, for beginners, created. That's just what we need to finish the job in the remaining 4 minutes. And Lee Chan-sung adds another 30 additional units to the intelligence statistic and 25 additional units to the will stat. But suddenly, something happens that Lee Chang-sung isn't ready for yet. He is attacked by a bloody mamba snake-like monster who has been following our hero for a long time. Lee Chang-sung quickly pulls himself together and tries to escape from her in order to save himself, and with little time to dodge the attack by jumping away from where the blow is coming from. Finally, there is the activation of the skill-creating runes for beginners, with the probability of increasing success directly proportional to statistics. And pinning his hopes on his battle weapon, Li Changsung prepares to strike, which thanks to Li Changxiang's actions, turns out to be successful. Our hero's battle weapon wounds the snake-like monster, and Li Changsung is remembering a skill his elders taught him in order to put it into practice. And by applying finger marks on the martial weapon, Li Changsung activates the skill rune engraving for beginners. The result of this activation is an engraving on the weapon, which is called the Rune of Explosion. But the predictability of Li Changsung's future actions only makes deity laugh. However, it is interested in how Li Changsung knows about runes, having managed to create and engrave them all, thereby increasing his skill level. But inadvertently, Li Changsung uses up all his magic power and reaches a state of decadence. Meanwhile, Li Changsung is once again attacked by a snake-like monster, and the amount of time left is already down to 3 minutes. From the thick of the rosewood forest comes an explosion that signals a clash in progress. The resulting noise and outburst causes the people in the clearing to take notice again. Although similar sounds have come from the forest before, this explosion is not like all the others. It is much more powerful. And it makes sense that the visible smoke is causing fear and bewilderment among the people left in their seats. That's when they find out that Li Changsung is engaging in a boss battle. And that boss is none other than the Bloody Mamba himself. But there's no way that Li Changsung has already started the battle with the boss. That's exactly what the remaining players think. And it's likely that Li Changsung has the intention to ruin them all, because he does what he wants in games too, without regard for the opinions of other players. Eventually, something must be done to stop this lawlessness before it's too late, or the ultimate outcome for all will be the inevitable departure to another world. However, despite the panic of a man who knows our hero well, the sheriff has a different opinion. Staying where he is and doing nothing is not part of his plan. But what's happening in the sky right now gives some hope to. It's more likely that the flashes in the sky are indicative of a critical strike, with the number of outbreaks increasing exponentially. It's possible that the remaining players don't appreciate Li Changsung's abilities, which inspires hope for their salvation. But what the sheriff sees so far doesn't give him a sure explanation. Meanwhile, the number of flashes in the sky continues to increase, and at this minute, the resistance continues with the monster and Li Changsung delivering blow after blow. He seems obsessed and addicted to the ongoing confrontation, which causes a huge flare-up to form between the two proboards. This resistance forms an explosion, signaling the end of the battle. And that's how Li Changsung successfully defeats the first boss, Bloody Mamba. And players witness the passage of the first section called Mission Dungeon Mastering, where the belt rating will be summarized. In due time, Li Changsung receives awards to be given out according to achievements and position in the rankings where he is ranked first. And perhaps Li Changsung will witness the birth of one of the 10 kings. Meanwhile, a bloody mamba is shown among the trees to the remaining players in the clearing. Of course, no one expects that because judging by the flashbacks, she should be finished. But opening its jaws, the bloody mamba tries to make its throw. And judging by the current situation, that's the last thing the remaining players see. But something starts to go wrong. Someone stops her. And it's none other than Li Changsung, who doesn't hesitate to deliver a devastating blow to her. And this act cannot go unnoticed by the players. This makes Li Changsung very tense, and he doesn't expect such a reaction. So, to lighten the mood, he asks them what they are. From the lieutenant's words, he finally figures out that there are players in front of him, and to waste no time orders them to take care of the weaker gods, while he decides to take on bigger fish. But he doesn't expect to hear that he wants to be taken care of. However, knowing that he is not welcome here, he decides to leave with his prey, leaving the players to ponder whether he's really a tyrant or a demon. But if he was a demon, he'd be gone by now. This kind of thinking and talking at length about Li Changsung angers a player who knows him so well. Meanwhile, Li Changsung, after hearing the last words about him, reflects on what was said. After all, he wasn't used to hearing such treatment for himself. And having settled down with his prey, he decides to take a break using the time allotted to him before the opening of the second section. And at the same time, we need to engrave another rune, the Rune of Obstruction. After performing all the manipulations, Li Changsung receives information about increasing his skill level. At this point, the beginner rune creation skill reaches its maximum, and the continuing rune creation skill becomes available. But first, the rewards have to be sorted out. However, Li Changsung decides to stay with the Dragon Fang for now. Therefore, the choice is quite predictable, and the number of achievement points becomes 15,000. Since we should not forget that in the world of men and gods, all decide money, and therefore you need to prepare for the opening of the game store. The next step is to select the status by accessing the system window. And satisfied with what he sees in front of him, Lee Chang-sung once again makes sure that the fight with the Bloody Mamba has done its job in his favor. Now the Dragon Fang is his identity, and Lee Chang-seung's persona is already being openly sought after by other gods, which only plays into Lee Chang-sun's hands, as in order to keep his deity, hunting season offers him a second gift to choose from. Looking at what is hidden in the dragon treasury, Lee Chang-sung can't make up his mind, as all the treasures are very rare. But in time, Lee Chang-sung decides to keep his intentions to himself, which displeases deity hunting season and sows some doubts about Lee Chang-sung's plotting. However, Lee Chang-sung wishes to further properly utilize his savings that have multiplied after the transfer of the reward. Then, hunting season offers Lee Chang-sung to become a candidate for the priesthood, to which he receives a refusal, and the reward is exchanged for points again. Looking at the tidy sum of 2,015,000 achievement points, Lee Chang-sung was satisfied with the work done, even if it was thanks to the gods, which in turn angers the deity of hunting season because Lee Chang-sung dares him to make fun of him. But this fact does not knock Lee Chang-sung out of the rut. He believes in himself and his strength. Such self-confidence and persistence contributes to the interest of Lee Chang-sung even more gods who are anticipating a fascinating spectacle. And if the conflict between Bel Marduk and Tiamat is confirmed, the latter will need more prominent personality. At this time, the deity of hunting season, having changed his mind about Lee Chang-seung, turns his gaze back to him. So, Lee Chang-sung is on the right track as everything is working out as he plans, and it's time to move on to the next step. And without thinking long, Lee Chang-sung is already preparing for the next step. It's time to take full advantage of the monster's loot, and Lee Chang-sung takes the Bloody Mamba's blood tendon, 5 pieces and 2 eyes. And while the other players are chilling in the clearing, the number of gods who are interested in Lee Chang-seung increases by leaps and bounds, especially after the rejection. But not all players are happy with Lee Chang-sung's status and success. Someone who knows Lee Chang-sung well thinks he could probably replicate his accomplishments too. But you have to be a current player to do that, and by all means. After all, if Lee Chang-sung, who has a reputation as a drunkard, can do it, why can't he? All he has to do is try, and if he unleashes his talents, he can shine. And God's message will be able to prove to everyone and show what he can do. As soon as Changchun Jae said this, deity owl-piercing dim light began to show interest in him. Immediately, a huge flash of spreading light appears in the sky. This flash indicates that an administrator has entered, and it's a run of such force that it throws off the people who are in the area of impact. And now, amidst the smoke and ashes, the outline of that very same administrator appears, who is none other than the Herald Bunny posing as a CR channel administrator. And before he could introduce himself to the surprised players who hadn't met him before, the KR channel administrator starts scrolling through his huge pocket watch. This performance further begins to baffle the players, and the Herald Rabbit, as if mocking them, still keeps referring to his watch. He explains that his coming to the humans is due to an event. Suddenly, the lieutenant starts remembering something he's seen before. And the Herald Rabbit continues that his arrival is due to non-interference rules that are spelled out in administrative office policy. But in view of the fact that there is a disruption due to a big jump in the rankings, it is angering the management, and so the Herald Rabbit needs intervention to adjust the difficulty of completing the mission. The incoming information is making a huge impression on the players. But without paying any attention to the humans, the Herald Rabbit takes the safe zone out of the clearing where the players are, which means that along with the destruction of the safe zone, the aggressiveness of the monsters will also be increased. But it wasn't supposed to happen. Not one member of the mission was prepared for that. No one but a lieutenant who once had such a selection process. He witnessed this selection and saw everything with his own eyes. When a huge number of people are sent to the other side of the world without being selected, and only the lieutenant survived among a bunch of players who didn't make it. Yes, history repeats itself now as it did then. Players have to pass the selection process so that the gods can see if there are any capable players among the newcomers, and the lieutenant may once again witness people falling prey to the amusement of the gods. But do the gods really believe in his potential to put him to such a test? And over all these thoughts and events, Lee Chang-sung appears in the clearing. So according to the rules, players can team up to fend off hungry predators and collect crystals. The countdown is on. At this time, the Rabbit Herald turns to Lieutenant Park Hae-sung. However, the lieutenant is in utter amazement that the Herald knows him. And immediately with the answer, he receives an explanation that the Administrative Bureau is interested in him because last time he stayed alive in the Dragon's Lair. If that's the case, may Park Hae-sung be lucky this time. The countdown ended, and the disappearance of the Herald signaled the start of the game. More precisely, It was the evidence of the beginning of the second stage, which is marked by the appearance of three-headed bipedal monsters beginning their assault on players. This suddenness catches the players off guard, each making chaotic action. In turn, Youngjun Jae decides to turn the situation in his favor, because this is his chance to take a chance and start to prove himself. And the owl deity piercing the dim light promotes his good fortune, thus showing favor to Jongchun Jae. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung is extracting the Black Mamba's poisonous fang. It is the fang that will help Lee Chang-sung gain resistance to the poison. During all this activity, Lee Chang-sung lets the second stage begin, and the gods begin to argue about Lee Chang-sung. Yes, the start has been made, and selection amongst the players is beginning. But Lee Chang-sung is sure he has plenty of time, and his cutback may be due to the dispute he won with Publisag. And it is likely that this situation will again play into the hands of Lee Chang-sung, as his further actions cause interest and controversy among the gods. But what Lee Chang-sung gets from the system window is not what he expects, because his stamina is lowered due to the lack of time to rest. In the meantime, a fire lizard begins to accompany him. But what he used in the first stage doesn't work in the second stage against this monster, because the first stage uses poison against living organisms and the fire lizard in front of it. And since that's the case, the type of poison will change from ice and metal and eventually get to corporeal. And since that's the case, Lee Chang-sung must win against the fire lizard. And without a moment's hesitation, Lee Chang-sung strikes with his dagger. The fire flash indicates that victory is on Lee Chang-sung's side, and the fire energy will be extracted. The hero continues to strike the fire lizard, releasing clusters of energy. Time after time, Lee Chang-sung continues to strip the fire beast, who, despite the beatings, continues to resist. And the fire energy released is so strong that it throws Lee Chang-sung off. But the fire lizard is fighting harder and harder for its life, spewing out streams of fire. However, Lee Chang-sung in turn continues to strip with his dagger. Final strikes to the body of the fire lizard. And in the end, in this fight, the fire monster is defeated. The fiery beast lost its head and went to the other world in puffs of fire. And Lee Chang-sung, standing on the defeated enemy, celebrates another victory. But you gotta hand it to the fire lizard. Its stamina is far greater than that of the Black Mamba, which means it would be harder to defeat any of them. But it's necessary to finally finish the case that Lee Chang-sung started. And penetrating the flesh of the fire beast, Lee Chang-sung retrieves the fireball. And to utilize the energy to its fullest, Lee Chang-sung swallows a fireball. And the system window starts to notify that Lee Chang-sung is getting weak, but resistance to fire, and 20,000 units of fire energy. And in trying it out, Lee Chang-sung spews flames of fire. But it's not enough to get poison resistance to get more fireballs. And that's nothing less than 8 trigrams of thermal energy. And in order to get it, Lee Chang-sung throws himself at whole clusters of fire lizard. Because it is the resistance to poison that is the unique ability of Antari's longtime enemy Lee Chang-sung. And its uniqueness is that it allows you to be immune to all poison, and in addition, creates its own poison to infect the blood. And yes, Lee Chang-sung had every chance to defeat his worst enemy Antari, if it wasn't for the curse of Gaia that led to Lee Chang-sung's defeat and the destruction of his divine status. But instead of going to the other side of the world, Lee Chang-sung manages to get to Thanatos, the ruler of the underworld, through which he learns everything he can about a secret art called Fallen Stars. It is this knowledge that he needs to challenge nearly all 12 constellations, who in turn have many enemies among the Fallen Stars condemned and sent to the underworld. And the Fallen Stars, aka the 12 Elders, are happy to share their knowledge with Lee Chang-sung, which Lee Chang-sung skillfully uses in confronting the monster. It is precisely the shortcut to obtaining resistance to poison that becomes the first knowledge put into practice. And all of this is because Antares caused one fallen star to lose her child, her daughter. And since she was the first to share her knowledge, she holds the title of First Elder. And Lee Chang-sung, once again defeating the monsters, continues to absorb the fireballs of energy, deciding through the eruption of flames to check the level of energy earned. However, it's not enough for Lee Chang-sung to light the trigram. To do so, you must defeat the stronger and more stubborn monster. Meanwhile, Jongchun Jae continues to assert himself and reveals himself as a player puffing with rage, the one who can defeat a giant fire lizard and emerge victorious. If that's the case, then Youngjun Jae has all the chances to surpass Lee Chang-sung and show his skill in battle. But looking at the system window, Jungchun Jae sees that being in second place to Park Hae-sung, he is far behind Lee Chang-sung. This fact perplexes Jungchun Jae, and Lee Chang-sung takes the shortened path. And to catch up with his enemy, Jongchun Jae asks the patron for more strength and a clue for a shortcut. to which he receives an affirmative answer from the deity while the other players try to recover from the battle. Most likely, this world belongs only to special people. Weak people have nothing to do here. Most likely, the fatigue of fighting monsters that lasts 3 days contributes to the envy of other players who have achieved incredible success, and there are 2. And just at that time, Youngchun-jae is notified that he's getting a new player skill, which will help not only him, but the other players survive. Just as suddenly, the next monster appears with a fiery dog head with horn. And since it's the Mother Queen of the Mountain, at this rate, all the monsters can go to the other side, including her, who is overtaken by Li Changsun with his dagger. But if that's the case, is Li Changsheng even human? And once again delivering his deadly blow, Li Changsung defeats the mate of the Queen of the Mountain. And the bloody sun indicates that luck is once again favoring Li Changxiang. And Li Changsun gets another fireball to add to his collection. Having absorbed him, Li Changsung decides to continue his journey to complete the mission. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a sound coming from behind him. This sound is made by a huge brown bear chasing one of the players. This player is the youngest participant available. Before she can recover, she notices a huge dagger striking a brown bear, and her savior is none other than Li Changsung, who happened to be in the neighborhood. Still unable to regain consciousness and unable to see anything around her, the girl continues to scream so that Li Changsun can't calm her down, and is bewildered that she is alone in the middle of the woods. But the reason is more than obvious, because the other players went to the other world without surviving the ordeal. In their gullibility, they follow Youngchun-jae, who later dumps them. At this time, the girl shows on her arm a tattoo of an owl, which guarantees the presence of divine power. But in fact, such a tattoo carries a different meaning. It's the mark of a demon. It says that the one who has such a tattoo that sells his soul to the demon, and the sign of the owl piercing the dim light, looks quite different. And he who bears such a brand after he goes to the next world gives his soul to the demon and life force of his assistant, which means that Youngchun-jae is getting very strong now, and having that stigma is a very serious thing, no matter how much you want to think otherwise. If it is true, and it is a demon, it is very majestic and in its power ranked above even the Demon King. However, the realization of this fact does not frighten Li Changxiang at all, unlike the girl. And so she starts to ask for help and seeks Li Changsung's protection. But what choice does Li Changxiang have since she's just a child? And not only did he protect her from a fire bear, but she's asking him to help her. But she's not backing down. She's willing to help out in everyday matters as long as Li Changsung can help her become stronger. What else is left for Li Changsung when the call for help comes from a child willing to do anything for power? Surely she wants revenge for the friends who irrevocably abandoned her. And with nothing better to do, she shares the last piece of chocolate she has with Li Changsung. But after refusing the offer and before Li Changsung starts, he finds out from the girl about her ability. And you need to check her tag and work on it first. Meanwhile, Youngchun-jae continues to replenish his vitality through the passing of the next players. He grows stronger each time, and his patron rejoices as his power grows. At this moment, Youngchun-jae is called out by one of the players who is following him. Annoyed at being distracted, Youngchun-jae tries to keep his cool. But seeing his attitude and fiery gaze, the player tries to soften the situation. The player is very upset about the tattoo on her arm. It affects him in ways the player doesn't expect at all. This tattoo, no even tag, is starting to limit his action, but his speculation is interrupted by Youngchun-jae's shout. Youngchun-jae doesn't want to tolerate his lethargy any longer. And eventually someone found what Youngchun-jae asked me to find. However, the player does come to realize that this mark turns them into slaves to Cho Chun-jae, forcing them to run errands. At this time, Jang Chun-jae orders the players to get up as an attack on the boss's plan. And the feeling of hatred overwhelms him for Li Changxiang. He will avenge all his suffering. The rage consumes him. Meanwhile, something is happening to the girl who joined Li Changxiang. She has an ability she never had before, and that piques the interest of the gods who watch over the rapidly evolving players. The girl activates a skill called Storm Run. This skill works well against zombies by distraction, which means that the Rune of Captivity is very useful against zombies, and successfully acts against them, which are easily destroyed. At least while the girl using the Storm Run skill distracts them. Li Chansung wields his dagger, sending zombies to the other side. So the girl is very good at applying this skill, and it's running away beautifully, which has its positives. And since that's the case, why not apply a captivity rune to her so that the monsters only follow her? The rest is taken care of by Li Chansung. The girl should only run around distracting the zombie. That's her main function. She can't think of anything else. Zombie Li Chansung is taking over. After all, Lee Chan-sung easily sends them one by one to the other side of the world, and he needs to make sure they're all done. At least the girl is responsible for that. And besides, her job is to collect all the monsters in a 300-meter radius, which she's good at. But that will be enough, as she will not defeat those monsters that will appear, and therefore she needs to run as far away from here as possible. And full of trust in Lee Chang-seung, the girl agrees to his proposal. After seeing the girl off and being left alone, Lee Chang-sun begins to think about what to do next. But his musings are interrupted by a splash of black slurry indicating the monster's approach. And that black slurry splashing around so much turns out to be nothing but poison. The next main boss monster appears in the arena is the rotting plague spider. His strength and power begins to tear blocks of stone to shreds. So much so that it attracts the attention of a girl who was already far away from the place where she last met Lee Chang-seung. The size of the rotting plague spider is very impressive and terrifies the girl off her. It is this monster that Lee Chan-sung will have to confront. From the effect created by either the movement or the energy generated, Lee Chan-sung covers his face with his hand, and at that moment, his gaze changes to a bright light, a sign of his supernatural power. And the eyes change into eyes with snake-like pupils. But in addition to the plague spider, he is accompanied by a huge number of zombies. And if you look closely, there's an unimaginable crowd of them, and they're attached to something. And that something is the front paw of the plague monster from beginning to end, studded with zombies. The plague spider begins to make movements in preparation for an attack. Once again, the jet of air almost blows Lee Chang-seung away as he tries to stay on his feet. And then, very timely, a certain deity snake, coiling the world, gives Lee Chang-sung the skill of snake eyes that will help him oriented thinking over the action. If that's the case, then Lee Chang-seung should show what he can do. He has to prove to the deity who he is and who he really is. And it is necessary to act immediately without wasting a minute. Therefore, Lee Chang-sung activates the weak poison resistance skill. And since the skill weak resistance to poison is improved, the poison caught in the body is destroyed by the accumulated fire energy. The achievement obtained is now 666 fireballs, plus 5 to stamina and fire characteristic enhancement. With this advantage, Lee Chang-sung rushes towards the rotting plague spider. And as he leaps, he's about to strike at the paw that the zombies burrowed into. Swinging his dagger around, Lee Chang-seung slashes the claw of the huge monster. The first blow of pain to the rotting plague spider is struck. But in order to be able to ignite the flames of the 8 trigrams, Lee Chang-seung would need a binding fuel. And for these purposes, the ideal solution will be a poison whose action will have the best effect. But in order not to miss with the choice of poison, it must be the best. And perhaps the best solution is the venom found in the venom glands of the plague spider. These glands on the spider's body are numerous, but you have to choose the right place to strike. And that place is right next to the heart. Without thinking long, Lee Chang-sun makes a leap onto the monster's back and strikes with a dagger to reach his intended target. But you have to remember that the bite of a rotting plague spider is very strong, so you may not get a second chance. And Lee Chang-sun starts to notice that the zombies' heads start spewing green orbs, which then turns to liquid and starts gushing in all directions. It's a small matter of not hitting Lee Chang-seung, who manages to jump back. As it turns out, the glands contain not poison, but acid, and what Lee Chang-seung achieved in 3 days is not enough. Therefore, it is necessary to find a way out of the current situation. And the first step is to be able to escape from the spider monster. And Lee Chang-seung is leaving the confrontation field. Meanwhile, Jung Jun-jae continues his search for the big boss, and together with his players accompanying him, gets into a clearing full of zombies. But to his deep disappointment, they have already been sent to the other side of the world. It's impossible, and it just can't be Lee Chan-sung again. And turning to the system window again, Jung Jun-jae notices that his rating has slightly increased compared to Lee Chang-sung. And the deity that protects him begins to warn Jung Jun-jae of trouble if he doesn't live up to his trust. And this is the last chance the deity will give Jung Jun-jae. Therefore, one should make every effort to get the deity interested again, no matter what paths one's opponent takes. Jung Jun-jae finds out that Lee Chang-sung is currently confronting a plague spider. This is already becoming the last straw in Jung Jun-jae's patience. He can't let it go this time, so he has to hurry up. Meanwhile, Lee Chan-sung comes up with an idea to trap the spider. Naturally, his enemy is irritated and in an unstable state. And then Lee Chang-sung remembers the last goodbye to the girl who happily reports the job done, and her happy trusting face eager for the next orders. But you have to run to realize the plan Lee Chang-seung is coming up with. And the rotting plague spider unsuspecting Lee Chang-sung continues to stalk Lee Chang-sung, and finally falls into the trap so skillfully designed and disguised by Li Changsun. Everything turns out exactly as Li Changxiang planned. His trap succeeded. The next step is activating the explosion ring, which works as intended. A huge column of fire blasts outward from where the spider hit. Yes, it works, and the rotting plague spider is perfectly amenable to fire. Finally, a rune of penetration is activated that pierces through the monster's flesh. It looks funny, and the deity snake coiling the world is pretty much how the spider got trapped. And Li Changsung once again adds to his bank of achievements by getting the mouse in the trap, new skill weak trap, and +5 intelligence as a reward. And that's just the beginning. He's not going to stop there. He's going to keep going. But Li Changsung was wrong when he thought he was done with the spider. The rotting plague spider is diligently grasping for life, and he's not the only one still trying to get to his enemy. Following Li Changsung with one of his many eyes but having a certain significance, and the hero has nothing left to do but go back and finish what he started. Most likely that the plague-rotting spider is the final boss since you can't just do away with it. And Li Changsung has no choice but to cut the rope he uses to escape, and jump down to the monster to deliver his decisive blow, which just happens to fall into one of the leading holes. Realizing his defeat, the bleeding, rotting plague spider tries to turn to flee. Having figured him out, Li Chansung decides to thwart his plan by catching up with a weakened, plague-ridden, rotting fart, and swinging from above, delivers a series of decisive blows to him with his dagger. The blows follow one after another, and finally finish off the weakened spider. The spider will finally be finished soon, and he's going to the other side of the world to his buddies. At this time, Young Chun-jae and his entourage of servants arrive at the scene of Li Changsung's fight with the plague-rotting spider. Young Jun-jae is horrified to see this outcome, and he doesn't expect to be late to the event once again. He loses again, and succumbs to his blood enemy Li Changsung. Looking from the side, Jung Chun-jae sees the scarred carcass of a huge spider on its deathbed. But if they come forward now and reveal themselves, there's a chance they won't survive. It's better to leave this dirty business to Li Chang-san, and wait until the two warring parties are completely exhausted. We'll just have to bide our time. It'll all be over soon, then we can show ourselves. And it's better if Young Jun-jae acts stealthily, but for that, we need a plan of action. And without thinking long, Jung Chun-jae comes up with the perfect idea to strike Li Chang-sung while distracting him from him. If he targets Li Chang-xiang with players who are willing to do anything for him because of the mark, then Jung Chun-jae's chances will increase. And considering that Li Chang-sung does not want and avoids casualties among ordinary people, the task at hand will be easy. But there are risks involved, so Jung Jun-jae needs a hostage to manipulate Li Chang-xiang. And for this role, the girl running away below is perfect. But Young Jun-jae thinks she's long gone. A Juicy, that's her name, she's a good counterpart. And it's the perfect opportunity for luck to finally be on Jung Jun-jae's side, and he needs to use it right. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Li Chan-sung continues to throw a series of punches. He skillfully and accurately dagger slashes the huge body of the plague, rotting spider, destroying zombie. Time after time, avoiding their bites and reaching the cherished eye, soon it would be over. And Li Chang-sung, after a successful series of blows, finally stabs his dagger, which becomes critical, and the last for the spider. Finally, the plague of the decomposing spider is over once and for all. The hero successfully completes the mission and brings the monster's condition to a critical state, eventually sending the monster to the other side of the world with no right to return. And having gotten to what Li Chang-shung has been striving for so long, he finally has it in his hands. He is a true winner who deserves the award of giving Li Chang-sung more opportunity, and without wasting any time, Li Chang-shung absorbs it to gain new power. After taking a sip of it, Li Chang-shung starts to feel a change, which indicates he's moving to a new 20th level of play. Which means Li Chang-shung is finishing the 5th and final stage that is needed for the dungeon recovery task. His abilities cause many gods to take an interest in Li Chang-sung that worries the snake that coils around the world that first showed interest in him. Just at this moment, thinking that Li Chang-shung is weakened, Jung Jun-jae decides to take action. It's likely that after losing his strength against the monster, Li Chang-shung is so exhausted that he can't stand up. Which means that right now, Jung Jun-jae is directing his players to turn on Li Chang-sung. And while the players are attacking Li Chang-sung, Jung Chun-jae will hide among them to strike. But what Young Chun-jae sees when he looks at Li Chang-sung is perplexing. It's even more likely to wonder why Li Chang-sung's mouth is spreading into a smile. In fact, Li Chang-sung is not even smiling, but already laughing. What's even going on, and what can make Li Chang-sung laugh so hard? There's sure to be an upcoming fun event that makes Li Chang-xian laugh so hard. because Young Chun-jae and his entire entourage of subjects are trapped in a trap without ever reaching Lee Chang-sung. This realization strikes fear into Young Chun-jae, who doesn't even know what it all means, and Lee Chang-sung, who is still excited about what's going on, continues to mock. Because Young Chun-jae and everyone else with him got it wrong without noticing. He messed up somewhere and made a mistake. But Young Chun-jae doesn't give up his attempt to attack Lee Chang-sung and sends the player escorts to deal with him. Naturally, Lee Chang-sung is ready for this and accepts this challenge. Even though he's facing ordinary people, they've been ordered to destroy him. And with the ease of his dagger, Lee Chang-sung sends his abusers to the other side, who are under Young Chun-jae's command and continue to try to restrain Lee Chang-sung. So now Lee Chang-sung has to go on a quest called Escape from the Trap, and it's more than interesting. The challenge is accepted, time to act, and Lee Chang-sung clears a path of human bodies to get to his enemy. There's not much left, and Lee Chang-sung's goal will be accomplished. Finally, he gets to Young Chun-jae for a strike, and the confrontation between the two sides begins as their blades converge at the same point. But what happens next is not what Young Chun-jae expects, and he's not quite ready. Once again, luck is on Lee Chang-sung's side. Young Chun-jae is weaker than him, and this weakness causes him to be wounded in his right hand holding the dagger. Yes, it means that fortune is once again favoring Lee Chang-sung, who defeated his enemy by taking away his working limb. Naturally, Young Chun-jae must do something to avoid losing his life. And after avoiding another blow from Lee Chang-sung, Young Chun-jae, while hiding behind the backs of his fellow players, they are ordered to stop Lee Chang-sung. But for Lee Chang-sung, it's just a warm-up, and Oh will stop at nothing even for the common people. Lee Chang-sung is strong enough, and to defeat him, Young Chun-jae will need more strength. In order to do that, he needs to send more victims to the other side. Meanwhile, the lieutenant is standing on a rock watching a picture that is painfully familiar to him. He's been down this path before, and now the gods have chosen Lee Chang-sung. And Young Chun-jae plays a minor role in this game, who is only needed to train Lee Chang-sung. It was like that last time, and the terrible events begin to resurface in the lieutenant's memory. And Young Chun-jae keeps sending players to the other world to get their life force to become stronger. But what happens when the mark on your arm stops working? Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung is about to strike Young Chun-jae after overcoming obstacles. He's close enough for Young Chun-jae to react. And yes, Lee Chang-sung is quite strong. Unlike Young Chun-jae, he is far superior in strength and ability. Unable to cope with the pressure and the fact that his working arm is damaged, Young Chun-jae gets hit on his healthy arm. There is no doubt that Lee Chang-sung is once again the winner, and he will reach the end without getting proper resistance. And with a swing, Lee Chang-sung strikes again, taking away Young Chun-jae's left arm. Now Young Chun-jae has both his arms immobilized and one of them is missing. In the meantime, the vitality from the defeated players is draining away. But they're not going to Young Chun-jae like before. They're going past him. It's his only source of extra strength. To Young Chun-jae's surprise, they pass to his enemy Lee Chang-sung for reasons unknown. This causes Young Chun-jae to be perplexed and afraid, because he doesn't understand why this is happening. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung is starting to remember where he heard that name before, Young Chun-jae. An insight finally starts to come to Lee Chang-sung. He tries to remember where he's encountered him before. And Young Chun-jae is sure that Lee Chang-sung remembers him, because Young Chun-jae knows so much about him. But unfortunately, no matter how hard Lee Chang-sung tries, he can't think of anything. This realization, and the fact that Lee Chang-sung doesn't remember Young Chun-jae, makes the latter cringe. How can Lee Chang-sung not remember him? Because he got Young Chun-jae kicked out of the BP Cyber Sports Club. Finally, it's clues like this that make Lee Chang-sung come to mind. He finally remembered what their last meeting was like. Young Chun-jae is humiliating himself in front of Lee Chang-sung, and in tears, she's grasping at the last-ditch effort to keep him at the club. If that guy is Young Chun-jae, he's just as disgusted with Chang-sung as he was before. And just like then, Lee Chang-sung has no pity, only disgust. But being in a bad position, Young Chun-jae is the last thing he wants to hear. And using his last strength, he aims his blade at Lee Chang-sung to strike. But this picture is no longer of any interest to Lee Chang-sung, nor is the deity who patronized Young Chun-jae. No longer can Young Chun-jae wait for help from his patron. His last hour has come. He begins to realize that he is playing the role of an extra, and only that all that was before is self-deception. He loses again to none other than his worst enemy, Lee Chang-sung. And Young Chun-jae knows what's next for him, and it's something that makes him even more afraid. And in the meantime, moments of memories of his past life of shame and humiliation that he endured begin to flicker through his brain. Here is the winner of the competition, Lee Chang-sung, surrounded by fans, while Young Chun-jae has to stand in the shadows and just watch. Lee Chang-seung is on the podium and he's raising the winner's trophy, and Jung Joon-jae is just envious. And if envy and the desire for revenge hadn't exceeded him, then perhaps Jung Joon-jae wouldn't have gotten stuck in the gate following the offender. And what happened to where Jung Joon-jae is now, and what's happening to him, is one man's fault. And that person is Lee Chang-seung, and now Jung Joon-jae is going to be punished for it. He failed to live up to the deity's expectations, and now he's going to the next world. Jung Joon-jae's story ends. And since that's the case, according to the seal contract, Chang-jae's life energy will be transferred to the owner. And as if by the wave of a wand, energy began to erupt from Jung Joon-jae's body. But there's so much of it that the energy reserves are becoming overflowing. And it will take some time for Lee Chang-seung as the new owner to fully absorb it. But what was the surprise of the surviving players when they saw Lee Chang-seung had absorbed her? And a new rune appears on Lee Chang-seung's neck, through which the power is transferred to him. But realizing that he's in danger, Lee Chang-seung modifies the owl brand that is on the hand of the girl who found his patron. These changes are that a new mark appears next to the owl, indicating that it is owned as Jung Joon-jae. Fearing that the girl may not be able to withstand the energy Lee Chang-seung puts on her hand, the rune of transition, thanks to which all the power will be transferred to him. But such an act disturbs the deity patronizing Lee Chang-seung because the incoming energy is different from his energy, which means you have to be very careful with it, as greed will not lead to anything good. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seung still continues to absorb energy without paying attention to the warning. Yes, he guesses that he's being tested, and this test is very amused by a certain constellation that has not yet revealed itself to Lee Chang-seung and wants to gift him. Suddenly, something unthinkable begins to happen. Life energy begins to emanate from the hands of the remaining players. The life energy sends them to the other world, and that is the gift the constellation speaks of. And that's probably not what Lee Chang-seung wants as a gift from Constellation. Now, Lee Chang-seung is faced with the choice of continuing to grow stronger or stopping this madness. Yes, that's exactly what happened last time, and the lieutenant remembers a similar picture as clearly as what he sees now. And if Lee Chang-seung didn't live up to their expectations, they would have all been sent to the other side by now. And that look is a familiar look that means nothing. And those lifeless eyes, he will surely take the life out of all the players. Of course, Lee Chang-seung will not refuse the gift that God has given. As Lee Chang-seung's hand suddenly waits on the no button in the system window, he makes his choice to interrupt the countdown and stop the bullying, which in turn perplexes the deity. But Lee Chang-seung doesn't try to trust those who are hiding upstairs without even revealing their name. And not thinking long before he didn't know his name was unknown, he decides to reveal his name. It's Mephistopheles, the demon stalking the abyss. But to his disappointment, Lee Chang-seung doesn't know this deity. He was only attracted by the word demon in the sacred name. However, Mephistopheles is a deity who is superior in status to Tiamat and is one of the most terrifying creatures who prefers solitude. And this deity is eager to know the reason why Lee Chang-seung is making this decision. But Constellation Blessed hunting season, in turn, demands that demons stop pressuring Lee Chang-seung, who is his property. This clash between Publius Egg and Mephistopheles could play a significant role in Lee Chang-seung's favor. As it suddenly becomes known that the dungeon is about to close, the countdown is on. But there is still his familiar girl in him who has found his protection and patronage. However, the captivity rune that Lee Chang-seung had placed on the girl's arm played in the right direction and attracted the target's attention. And the girl is trying her best to get to Lee Chang-seung to find out how she can find him. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seung stands in front of the dungeon and throws her a knife as a farewell. Not thinking long, the girl easily catches it, but that's not all. She can get rid of the seal completely if she arrives at the address on the hilt of this knife, because Lee Chang-seung doesn't have that kind of power and competence, and it's time to say goodbye. Leaving the girl behind, Lee Chang-seung leaves the dungeon without her. And the dungeon closes its doors. All players have accomplished their mission. A flash of light and voices all around bring the girl to her senses. Now she is not in a dungeon, but in the city on the street with reporters' cameras pointed at her among her kind. She's fine, and the dungeon she was in has been cleaned up with just one person's help. Suddenly, among the crowd, the girl sees her own mom and dad running towards her. Yes, she survived, and now she can hug them. She's one of the few who made it out of the dungeon. But then what happened to Ajosi, where he is now probably among the crowd? And the student tries to find him among the crowd of people looking for him among the rescue. But to her regret, among the vast number of faces, she does not see him, that familiar face who has done so much for her. Their meeting from the exit to the dungeon was their last, and all that was left of him was a knife with his address stamped on the handle. Meanwhile, Li Changxiang, sitting on the bridge, is finally calm and he's back home. He doesn't even care that Mephistopheles keeps waiting for an answer from him while the serpent that coils around the world teases him. Even so, and Li Changxiang doesn't live up to his expectations, watching the night sky is much more enjoyable. At last he's finally home, he's back where he belongs. However, the deity of hunting time isn't happy with Li Changxiang interacting with other deities, but this fact is very amusing to the serpent deity who coils around the world. The deity Great Devil, who chases the abyss, ignoring hostility, waits for Li Changxiang's response while he strolls through the city. And the deity of hunting time is in turn trying to win Li Changxiang over to his side. Whereas the deity Great Devil, who chases the abyss, will continue to wait for Li Changxiang to respond. It's because Li Changxiang has succeeded in his training that many divine entities are now interested in him. And now Li Changxiang has to make a choice in favor of one divine being who will stay with him until the end. And first to offer the role of the first arrow is the divine being of hunting time, if Li Changxiang chooses her. In turn, the snake deity wrapped around the world gives him the role of wise enlightened one, as Li Changxiang is cunning and power-hungry. And the great devil who chases the abyss while continuing to wait for an answer promises Li Changxiang the role of the last watcher. But after careful consideration, Li Changxiang thinks that the most useful for him would be Publisag Jormungand and Mephistopheles, because the other deities are not comparable to these three and are quite useless. Although after some reflection, Li Changxiang comes to one thought that there is another deity playing a significant role. And just as the divine being Owl-Piercing Twilight showed interest in Li Changxiang's personality, yes, and that deity is Minerva, the one who truly possesses the seal that Mephisto supposedly possessed. Minerva is a god who constantly stands on the side of justice, showing interest in Li Changxiang. It was most likely when Li Changxiang overcame the temptation of the seal to save the remaining players by balancing the scales. Meanwhile, the 9 gods are waiting for Li Changxiang's answer. Choosing a patron god is necessary to be on par with players of that level. But for all the thinking, Li Changxiang doesn't have time to make his choice because time is up. And currently, Li Changxiang doesn't have a deity to protect him. For this, Li Changxiang gets a new achievement called the Charming Man, who refused all of the gods' offers. This fact angers the divine entities who had previously shown interest in him, and Li Changxiang in no way expects it to be more difficult than in Donjon. At this time, a certain association WPCFF, which stands for World Council of Players for Freedom, starts searching for Li Changxiang. This association was created to manage the dungeons and gates that have appeared and altered the Earth's ecosystem. It is under the security of the United Nations. And here in this association with transnational status and investigative powers, I can't understand what's going on at all. Why can't they figure out this baffling dungeon breach situation? Most likely it's all a media stunt that has repeatedly screwed them over, and this time is no exception. And at the end of the day, how tired of it all, the employee responsible on the spot? Because it's been 5 whole days. And in that time, she managed to evacuate residents and create a line of defense, finished preparing other countries in case of emergency. And what she came to. What does she get in return looking at an article that says about the man in the veil, L? And how could such information even get out to the press? And she lit her cigarette in annoyance. But getting reprimanded about it makes him even angrier, really losing his temper. After all, she had repeatedly given the task of blocking all outside contacts, knowing full well that it was not easy to do so. But luckily, no one in the press paid attention to L, so who would believe that a rookie closed the dungeon alone and disappeared? And he looks like a civilian. Maybe he's a demon. So we need to find him before the clans do, even though they didn't pick him up on all the security cameras. And then out of the blue, they say they found him. And if that's true, then where is he now? And how strange it was to hear back that the newcomer they'd been chasing for so long was at home. Still continuing to disbelieve what they hear, they try to realize what is real. And at the same time, Li Changxiang crosses the threshold of his house and is greeted by a dog. There's food cooking on the stove as if it's been waiting for him, and he hasn't disappeared anywhere. And the woman is still standing at the stove, wondering if Li Changxiang is hungry. There's nothing like the smell of kimchi jjigae soup, and Li Changxiang continues to stand at the entrance of the house and inhale that fragrance, ignoring the remarks on his appearance. This soup flavor is great, considering Li Changxiang hated it before. At this time, the dog that greeted him happily tries to get Li Changxiang's attention. Ekosune is the dog's name, and out of joy, he continues to lick Li Changxiang while greeting him. And the woman interrupts their meeting to invite them to the table because the soup is ready. But before sitting down at the table, Li Changxiang needs to clean himself up and take a bath. After all these years, Li Changsong is finally home. The table is set and waiting for the whole household to gather around it. But despite the abundance of food and the gathered company at the table, for some reason, everyone is silent. Rather, this is the reason why Li Changsong previously avoided sticking to it. And the scene of a man and a woman saying goodbye begins to flash before my eyes. They are about to leave the house. Actually, Li Changsung doesn't come from a simple family. His father has his own big hospital, and his mother's family is either lawyers or diplomats. Li Changsung's older brother went into the medical field like their father, and his younger sister succeeded in the music field. Therefore, she often stayed late at work as she gave many concerts. While Li Chansung has always been obsessed with games and striving to win, so it's not surprising that the relatives aren't thrilled with his absence. And that's the main reason why Li Changsung doesn't feel anything in his ancestral home. But his silence associated with such long thoughts and memories is interrupted by a voice. The question that was asked brings Li Changsung out of the stupor he's in while eating soup. After all, he was asked a perfectly fair question to which he wants a coherent answer. After all, Li Changxiang doesn't realize that when the Jamsil gate opened and Li Changxiang disappeared, his mother fainted. Because of him, his older brother called all the hospitals in Seoul to find Li Changxiang, and his younger sister didn't go abroad because she was searching for him. And now, Li Changsung is coming home and eating his mother's food as if nothing has happened. This is the kind of reception Li Changxiang expected when he returned home. And his father keeps telling him off for not being fair to his relatives, and in case this situation happens again, he better not come back. It's likely that Li Changsung's behavior is because he's ashamed of what happened, but not wanting to hear any more of Li Changsung's excuses, his father abruptly storms off to work. He doesn't want to be in that situation anymore, so he doesn't say anything unnecessary. And Li Changxiang still continues to remain silent and walks him to the door. My father is probably saying all this because he's very angry, and at times like this, he's not in control. And knowing his father, Li Changshan has no choice but to agree with his mother. And at that moment, Li Changsung really starts to look at his mother. How had he never noticed she had so many wrinkles before? And why was Li Changsung so unfair and careless to her? He kept waiting for his family to accept him, but at the same time, he did nothing for himself. To lighten the mood, his mother suggests that Li Changxiang rest in his room, but Li Changxiang asks his mother for forgiveness. In turn, the mother in no way expects to hear such words from her son. The hero assures his mom that he will be careful from now on and won't let her worry. When Li Changsung enters his room, it's a mess. How he'd never noticed what a pigsty he was living in before. It must have been disturbing. Suddenly, a noise arose and distracted Li Changxiang from his sad thoughts. But it turns out it's just a puppy running into his master's room. But nevertheless, it is necessary to take control of yourself and begin to unravel the tangle that is formed. And not to be put off, it's time to start cleaning. At the same time, a yellow car was speeding along the busy highway of the city, one of only 100 in the city and the country. The vehicle was driven by a WPCFF employee with her assistant, and their path was heading towards the endpoint, which is the rookie L, who unsuspectingly, after a long cleaning session, was able to lie down on his bed. And the divine entities never fail to release their comments to him, as if even his recreation is of interest to them. Without paying any attention to them, Li Changsung once again scrolls through the moments of meeting and fighting with his family members. We need to do something to change their opinion of Li Changshan. They need to prove that Li Changsung has changed from being an alcoholic who hangs around other people's necks to an independent adult. There's a way out of this situation. Li Changxiang needs to become a player to be accepted by his family. Having made this decision, Li Changsung prepares to realize the second plan much earlier than expected. It's likely that the ruler of the abyss won't be slowing down in this place. Immediately, Li Changsung's mind goes back to one of his conversations with Thanatos, where he wonders who he should get even with first. And that being is a certain ruler who lives in Li Changxiang's world. Naturally, Li Changxiang has a question about who this ruler is. As it turns out, Li Changsung knows him even intimate. A tiger trapped in a trap of hardship says something to Jiang Shang. Of course, Li Changxiang didn't realize it himself. This is Li Changxiang's nemesis, who was sure to be present at his divine judgment. And Li Changxiang still remembers how pleased he was with the verdict Li Changxiang was given as he laughed heartily. However, to get to him will not be so easy because he has many subordinates and he is very cunning and clever. Suddenly, Li Changsung's cell phone receives a message about clan recruitment. According to the announcement, in a month, we'll be recruiting new players to the White Tiger clan. It is known that the formation of clans contributed to the opening of the gate through which the gods and stars began to appear on Earth and give their blessing. And the White Tiger clan is no exception, but he didn't bother with the name, and so his followers are the White Tiger. This clan is quite huge and ranks first among the other clans prevalent in Korea. Lee Chang-sung decides to take Lee Chang-sung up on this idea and offer, since he doesn't have the strength for war at the moment, which means we should try to finish all the preparations in a month without anyone noticing. After saying goodbye to his mom for a while, Lee Chang-sung goes to a park near the Han River, which is far enough away to drive there again. And after letting the cab go, Lee Chang-sung considers his next course of action. You should try to choose a suitable place, which is just a forest. And without a second thought, Lee Chang-sung starts his journey into the thick of the forest. By all means, you should do a good job of making sure no one and nothing distracts him while he's doing. But there's something wrong with his stomach, so he has to take a bathroom break. It's because Lee Chang-sung ate too much kimchi jjigae at lunch due to a bout of hunger and is now feeling uncomfortable. To remedy the situation, Lee Chang-sung tries to use the skills he used in the dungeon, but to his disappointment, he can't succeed, even though he tries. So Lee Chang-sung resorts to the old way, but his body will be shocked as Lee Chang-sung hasn't used the toilet for quite a long time. It's even likely that this process is causing him some difficulty, and having successfully accomplished the task, Lee Chang-sung decides to continue. But we need to get as far away from prying eyes as possible even if you have to hide in the mountains where no one will interfere. After finally reaching the right place, Lee Chang-sung decides to settle here. And to begin with, you need to let some of your blood flow with a dagger. The resulting blood splashes onto tree trunks, drawing runes. This means that Lee Chang-sung will activate the stealth rune to form a protective shield. Lee Chang-sung is now protected from the outside world by an invisible barrier. In order to continue his work, Lee Chang-sung needs to undress, which he successfully does. Further revealing the system windows in front of him, Lee Chang-sung looks at their contents to select an inventory. From the selection presented, there is a bone spear made from the ribs of a Bengal ibex, a small shield made from the skull of a fire salamander, also the poisonous fang of the blood mamba, the clenched claws of the Bengal tiger, and the ice poisonous beak of the ice kite, the sting of the subterranean scorpion. Finally, Lee Chang-sung finds just the right poison glands of a plague spider that he devours. By using them, Lee Chang-sung makes the right choice for himself, because poison is the perfect tool to start a bigger fire. After all, the energy stored in Lee Chang-sung's body is the fire that is known for repelling poison and destroying evil. That is the fire of purification. It's to incinerate things that can harm Lee Chang-sung's body, and the stronger the substance, the hotter the fire. And only in this case, if all conditions are met, the fire can become the fire of the urn of the 8 trigrams. After all, the fire of the urn of the 8 trigrams is beautiful because it is the best means of cleansing the body of foreign substances and accumulated waste. And to test it, you have to try, and Lee Chang-sung starts with his heart by sticking a poisonous blood mamba fang into it. But in reality, it turns out that Lee Chang-sung lacks resistance to poison, and so needs to get rid of the fang as soon as possible and begin detoxification. However, Lee Chang-sung fully absorbs the venom and acquires the snake venom gene while still in critical condition. And the hero, ignoring this, continues to affect the liver and intestines by choosing the clenched claws of a Bengal tiger. This performance stirred up the divine entities who had previously shown interest in Lee Chang-sung. Meanwhile, he continues to stab his spleen with the sting of the subterranean scorpion. This time, he is on the verge of passing away. And it seemed to be the end, but Lee Chang-sung absorbs the poison glands of the plague spider that penetrate the lungs to reveal the hidden part. Now, all 5 organs where the poison has entered are completely filled with it, and conflict between the different poisons begins. Due to the conflict of poisons affecting his body, Lee Chang-sung's poisoning begins to intensify. But unfortunately, as much as Lee Chang-sung would like to, resistance to poisons is ineffective. He fails in his experiment. And if Lee Chang-sung doesn't take action and detoxify, he's going to die. But for now, his body is paralyzed by the resulting effects of the poison, and Lee Chang-sung continues to wait while the fire inside him is still dormant. Finally, his body begins to spew a fountain of fire. The fire within Lee Chang-sung begins to awaken, coming out of his passive state. And now he's not just throwing out streams of fire, he's going on a rampage. It means that Lee Chang-sung was able to discover the hidden part that makes the fire grow stronger. Lee Chang-sung finally succeeds in lighting the legendary ancient sacred fire of the 8 trigram urn. His body is restored and purified. The character gains the magical power of the roaster and masters the attribute of fire, which means the achievement is complete and Li Changxiang gains immunity to 10 poison. In order to check what Li Changxiang ends up getting, he opens the system window. Satisfied with the result he sees, Li Changxiang takes on the task of choosing a weapon. Meanwhile, WPCF officials came to his apartment to catch Li Changxiang. And having been invited to come in, WPCFF staffers go inside. But what a surprise when they walk into the apartment and find someone else besides them. And this person is throwing barbs at the association and knows Agent Cha Ye-won. And that someone is none other than Wu Un-gun, the head of the Sword of Wisdom clan, and Seo Jong-kwan, the second leader of the White Tiger Saber Tiger. At this time, Cha Ye-won analyzes the situation and admits that she acted extremely carelessly. But somewhere around Sungsu, in a cobbler's alley, Li Changxiang is walking home in a hurry, simultaneously taking a bite out of the sausage and batter from which the cheese is pulling so appetizingly. Undoubtedly, the magical power is not even close to that which fills Li Changxiang's body from eating the food. Again, the memories of his conversation with the king of the underworld popped into his mind. It's about choosing weapons, which means Li Chang's son will need a blacksmith who can fulfill his needs. But in fact, does such a person really exist, or is it fiction? However, the Lord of the Underworld confirms the existence of such a blacksmith, and in his musings, Li Changxiang reaches the planned location. But it turns out the ones he needs have been closed for over 5 years. I mean, it's been 5 whole years since they were shut down. However, something is wrong here that makes Li Changxiang not leave this place. And if you look hard enough, there's something going on here, and it's just a screen. From behind the closed door comes the smell of holy fire, which means there's a not-so-bad roasting going on in there. And indeed, Li Changxiang's hunch is confirmed by the deity of hunting time, who also smells good steel, which means we need to cut the chains that lock the doors to the inside. Having successfully pulled it off, Li Changxiang lifts the door and sees the weapons depots. The room is just full of it, and it's made of good metal. Isn't this the heaven on earth, at least? That's what the deity of hunting time thinks. The gun is actually made of good metal, which speaks to the high quality of the product. But Li Changxiang's attention is drawn to another in appearance resembling metal decayed from corrosion, which leads to the amazement of hunt time. However, Li Changxiang's gaze is fixed on this particular strange item, despite the fact that there are plenty of other worthy inventory around him. Yes, this time-exposed weapon is just the thing that merits interest and attention. Just as Li Changxiang was thinking, someone called out to him. A man appears in the room with a hyena-like dog. This really surprises and alarms Li Changxiang at the same time. It's more likely that he was confronted by a man who was partially or completely blind. That's the encounter. Meanwhile, at Li Changxiang's apartment, the unexpected guests are taking treats while waiting for the newcomer. Li Changxiang's mother shows hospitality and offers to eat fruit while they wait. Her appearance elicited admiration and a kind of adoration among the arrival. It's likely that the number of recruits is now worth its weight in gold to the clan. But is there a point of growth from squad leaders to department heads? Interesting that the clan leaders are pretending to be someone they're not considering. It's about a super rookie, and that's on the same day. For example, White Tiger clan leader and raid squad leader Seo Jun-kwan wears a false mustache because he thinks all strong warriors do. Or Wu Un-gun, the head of human resources in the 5-star sword clan, part-time uncle of Wu Hye-bin, who survived the gate this time. It's strange that a group like that would come together for some super rookie. There must be something about Li Changxiang, but it's just one person. And if others can't recruit Li Changxiang, others won't try. Then why not try to talk the White Tiger clan head out of his idea? In fact, they were the ones who started stealing their secrets from the association. There is no doubt that a conflict is brewing between two representatives, namely a WPCFF employee and the leader of the White Tiger clan. And just to be clear, Li Changxiang's mother is trying to clarify if it's true that they want to recruit him, to which he receives an affirmative answer from both representatives. So the three clans want Li Changxiang for their company. And after listening to each of the representatives' explanations, Li Changxiang's mother accepts the answer. However, Li Changxiang feels that she has no right to be responsible for. This is not the answer that representatives of each organization expect to hear. Wanting to know the details of what happened to Li Changxiang in the Jamsil dungeon, his mother tries to find out some of the circumstance. Meanwhile, the action unfolds behind the walls of the store, which is supposedly closed for about 5 years. The hero wants a blind stranger to make a weapon for him. Even disregarding the condition the blind man is in right now, Li Changxiang completely trusts him. At the same time, the opinions of the deity are divided. Hunting Time believes that the weapon is not made blind, but the snake that coils the world asks it not to interfere. But the blind stranger takes Li Changxiang's offer as a mockery of him and leaves, accompanied by his dog. However, In trying to stop the blind stranger, Li Changsun notices that it is now the friar that is running. And those calluses that Li Changxiang sees on the blind stranger's hands say otherwise. But these remarks are beginning to piss off the blind stranger. But Li Changsun doesn't try to stop and notices that the dog who became the blind stranger's eyes is very thin, which means there are financial difficulties. This remark worked on the blind stranger and even interested him. After all, Li Changsun is offering him a round sum not only for each request, but also for the final work regardless of the result, plus bonuses. And to finally assure the blind stranger that his request is serious, Li Changsun asks for the account number for the deposit. Without delay, Li Changsun makes a down payment of 10 million won. And in case it's not enough, Li Changsun is willing to add to the deposit. But to his shame, a blind stranger, it's not enough, need more money, which is something Li Changxian doesn't expect to hear. However, the blind stranger explains that he needs another 5 million to pay off his rent. And Li Changsun honors his request by adding another 5 million won to the stranger's account. After receiving the stated amount of money, the blind stranger asks what Li Changsun wants from him. However, the blind stranger in no way expects to hear what is demanded of him. That's the promise he has to make to Li Changxian. This promise is that if a blind stranger takes money from Li Changsun, he should only work for him and call him boss. Now, getting down to business, the blind stranger specifies what must be done. In addition to the whip, spear, axe, sword, and shield, you need a bow and arrow. And when the blind stranger hears what they want from him, he decides he can't do it. But if he refuses, he must pay 3 times as much. The blind stranger realizes he's trapped, plus another 100 million won is thrown in by Li Changxiang for material. But the insults that Li Changsun hears about himself are not the least bit embarrassing, and he often hears this from people. Li Changsun doesn't stop Li Changsun from trusting the blind stranger for the first time. More like yes than no, considering Li Changsun is a man with the disadvantage of blindness. But such issues should not arise between the person who pays and the person who takes orders. It's called a good contract. Having received quite clear explanations, the blind man takes up the order, but in view of the long absence of work with iron, he will need more time. But that's not all, as there is a bigger problem, and it's far more important than anything else. The already annoying Li Changsun is still curious about the nature of the problem. The problem is that a blind man needs a special hammer to work, which he doesn't have at the moment. But where it could have gone, probably someone took it. And indeed, the hammer had been stolen by the blind man's older brother, who had joined a large clan after their father's death. This fact makes Li Changxiang tense. What other clan did the blind stranger's older brother join? As it turns out, this clan is the current Hayoff clan. The name of this clan is unfamiliar to Li Changxiang, and this is the first time he's heard it, not even taking into account that Hayoff is currently one of the top 10 clans. Nevertheless, Li Changsun assures the blind stranger that he will retrieve the sword just to find out where the place is. But the blind stranger tries to dissuade Li Changsun by saying that the place in question is extremely dangerous. However, it doesn't matter, Li Changxiang is only required to leave no evidence behind. After hearing these words, the blind stranger is delighted to admit that he is still attracted to Li Changsun. And not even knowing how Li Changsun or the boss is going to do it, but he's going to. This place is located in Seoul's Jungryang-gu tomb, where Manhwa is. So the next location for Li Changsun is Manhwa Jungryang-gu Seoul, where he arrives. And there's only one explanation why they recruited Jin Dae-hwan, the older brother of the blind man in Hayoff. And this explanation is that the clan wants to open the tomb to clean out the dungeon set up for the tomb. And Hayoff recruited Jin Dae-hwan because he was the first to spot the place they couldn't find. This room is probably shaped like a castle, which means if this room is so hard to find, maybe it's harboring interesting items. But looking at the moon, Li Changsun notices that it's about 29 in the evening, which means we have to warn Mom he's running late and have dinner on the way home. Satisfied with his ingenuity and invented excuse, Li Changsun sends a message to the addressee. Since the phone's out, it wouldn't hurt to find out more about the Hayoff clan. According to an internet source, the Hayoff clan has been linked to drug-drinking drunkenness, human trafficking, kidnapping, and even taking murder orders. So if something goes wrong and Li Changxiang sends them all to the other side, it won't surprise anyone since the clan is no more valuable than trash. For his decision, Li Changsun receives the special bonus of unbending spirit and approval from the owl piercing the dim light. However, Since the divine essences are granting him a bonus, it had better be recognizing eyes or goddess blade and dagger. And anticipating an interesting battle with the Hayoff clan, Lee Chang-sung starts by hiding his identity. For this purpose, Lee Chan-sung uses Heiho's laughing mask as an obstacle from recognition. Wearing a laughing ha-ho mask, Lee Chan-sung pulls out daggers made of ice kite feathers, though he doesn't aim to quickly massacre the clan. And gathering the daggers from the ice kite feathers into a pile, he sends them off the cluster of people at the entrance to the cave. Naturally, no one expects them to be assassinated, especially with daggers. Therefore, the first dagger strikes the first member of the clan. The next dagger hits the other man's head exactly on target. And so, one by one, the remaining members of the clan guarding the entrance to the cave fall under the effect of the dagger. Now they're immobilized, and Lee Chang-sung can finish them off without a problem. And in this he will be assisted by his eternal companion in attorney matters, the dagger. And without a second thought, he chops up the ice sculptures, sending the prisoners to the other side of the world. And satisfied with his result, Lee Chang-sung emerges victorious. However, Lee Chang-sung thinks that it's not enough for trash like them, and thus they need to suffer more. And armed with a dagger, Lee Chang-sung bleeds from his hand. And by activating the poisonous blood skill, Lee Chang-sung touches his enemy in ice imprisonment with his hand. Finally, the poison that Lee Chang-sung's body produces reaches the victim along with the ice kite feather daggers, intensifying the effect. That achieves unbearable torment in those people who were touched by Lee Chang-sung, skillfully using the additional skill he had obtained. And you have to keep in mind that it's not just poison, but ice poison that is enhanced with poison blood, which means that its effects are much stronger. Leaving his enemies to go to the other side in agony, Lee Chang-sung clears the path to the cave, and the two deities are happy with what is happening. Finally, Lee Chang-sung reaches the entrance to the dungeon and opens the gate. And the first room Lee Chang-sung enters is called Bestla's Grave. While in pitch darkness, Lee Chang-sung discovers that his laughing ha-ho mask has a see-through function. That's the answer to why Wu Yezi decided to lend it to Lee Chang-xian. The answer to why the friar is in front of the boss's room is so he can check the keys. Lee Chang-xian needs to keep that in mind. Announces the start of the mission Loot the Tomb by defeating the guards and stealing all the treasures in the room where the Tomb Master rests. But Lee Chang-sung senses that someone is following him, thus confusing the deity of hunting time. Confident Lee Chang-sung returns to ignore deity Hunt Time's remark, but the stalker is still unwilling to show himself to Lee Chang-xiang. In that case, Lee Chang-sung has no choice but to report him to the administrator at the first opportunity. However, this warning did not last long. From behind the turn shows the same rabbit that descended to the mission participants in the dungeon. It's time for Lee Chang-sung to meet Harold, the dungeon administrator. Hunt Time is at a loss as to what Harold wants here, but the rabbit parries and admits that everyone already knows he's here. And this is true, even if Hunting Time exhibits exasperation towards him. However, the Herald's meaningless conversation is interrupted by Lee Chang-sung's impatience. He guesses that the real reason the Herald is after Lee Chang-sung is the report the rabbit is supposed to write. This statement catches the Herald by surprise, and he doesn't expect to hear that Lee Chang-sung knows anything about the report. But Lee Chang-sung still wonders why the report is needed since the training has long since ended. However, the Herald explains that the report is needed to provide the gods with all the little things they want to know to give an estimate and how the newcomer knows it. And that should be reflected in the report because Lee Chang-xiang knows more than the ranchers. And the Herald Rabbit begins typing for his report, while Lee Chang-sung continues to wait for what the report will say. More specifically, Lee Chang-sung is the one everyone is talking about, and he's too good and quite attentive to detail. And having already written half of the report on Lee Chang-sung, the Herald suddenly wonders what happens if another administrator has writing privilege. Then what's left for the Rabbit Herald to do who hopes no one notices? And then the Herald comes up with a great idea, because he can give the rights to the record to Lee Chang-sung. To which the Herald gets an affirmative answer from Lee Chang-sung, and this pleases him immensely. However, not everything is so simple. If Lee Chang-sung gets the recording rights from the Herald, then the latter, in turn, must do Lee Chang-sung a favor. Thinking he'll get rid of Lee Chang-sung quickly, the rabbit parries the fact that he's only competent in security concern. And with no answer from Lee Chang-sung, the Herald begins to feel like he's getting into something. But Lee Chang-sung assures the Herald that the favor won't be a big deal, and he voices it before he leaves the dungeon. However, the Herald once again says that the favor will not be done if it is beyond his power. But that doesn't bother Lee Chang-xiang one bit, and since that's the case, it's a done deal. Thus, Lee Chan-sung and the administrator Harold make a pact called the Mana Pact. Crazy Lee Chan-sung even knows about Mana's contract, so in front of the Herald, he is not a rookie. If nothing else, he is a veteran. And leaving the Herald alone with his thoughts, Lee Chan-sung continues on his chosen path. The concluded treaty makes the snake of the world enthralled, for at last there is one who is much more cunning than the deity himself. Meanwhile, someone's been trying to find the key for some time now. But like his previous attempts, this one fails. And turning to Lee Jae-seung, the head of Hayoff's raid division, this person wonders how long it will take him to do his job. Otherwise, they will be punished again, and this one may be sacrificed. So we need to take additional measures, so Jin Dae-hwan's intervention is required, who, begging for mercy, is brought by force to the designated place. Yes, this time like the previous times, Jin Dae-hwan fails in his endeavors. And this is the same Jin Dae-hwan who stole the hammer from his brother Oh Yeji. And this is the same man who is now begging for mercy, begging for more blood to finally make it all work. But instead takes a leg kick that lands right in the face. Apparently, this is not the first time Jin Dae-hwan has been hit, and it makes him feel a sense of fear and adoration. Indeed, Jin Dae-hwan was given everything he asked for by the people of the Sacred Fire offerings, but he was unable to fulfill what he was entrusted with. So why should Jin Dae-hwan be kept alive if someone's life hangs in the balance, even considering the Sacred Fire was used otherwise? But is the fact that the Sacred Fire was being used in a new brazier something that should worry a certain someone? Realizing where this is going, Jin Dae-hwan tries to tilt the situation in his favor by asking for another chance and blood. And blood is just what he needs to open the lock. After all, Jin Dae-hwan had already opened 2 of the 3 stages of the castle, but the lack of blood deprived him of his power. This argument gives him another chance. But if Jin Dae-hwan screws up again, it's not just him, but his whole family that will suffer. And this someone who can't stand the wait wonders why there are no materials he needs yet. But then he is distracted by an alert that pops up in the system window. According to the data, another new player, Lee Chan-sung, appears among the leading participants in the dungeon ranking. Meanwhile, the Rabbit Herald continues to type up its report on Lee Chang-sung, praising him. Its content is such that Lee Chang-sung is the very unique player that a large number of gods are interested in including hunting time. In addition, Lee Chang-sung's actions are fast enough that even the Herald can hardly keep up with him. After all, in less than 30 minutes, Lee Chang-sung was able to strip each of the 2 sections while cutting the metal ball in half, and also hitting arrows that move from all directions, suggests that Lee Chang-sung knows the location of all the traps. It was most likely that Lee Chang-sung would be able to clear the CR 921 dungeon, considering that no one had managed to do so for 4 years. And Harold knows this as well as anyone, since he has been an administrator for a long time. Also, Lee Chang-sung is talented with developed sense and feature, and the Herald is already in anticipation of the battle that will erupt for Lee Chang-sung between the gods and the constellations. So to summarize, Lee Chan-sung is one of those players who has outstanding ability, and these abilities are so outstanding that they were able to interest 12 constellations and 28 temples. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung removes another obstacle in front of him, blowing the stone wall to ashes. There's no doubt that Lee Jang-seong reminds the Herald of someone, and noting this in his report, the Herald thinks it will make a certain pair of gods tense up. For it is the light of the gods that we are talking about, the light that ridicules a great number of constellations and gods with its light. But as anyone and everyone knows, the light of the gods is fallen. The light of the gods was in due time brought before the divine judgment, and it was attended by his worst enemy. The light of the gods saw and felt his presence. This worst enemy is none other than the ruler of the abyss. Everything about the abyss ruler angered the light gods, in particular one thing, namely, what right does the ruler of the abyss have to mock the light of the gods when he is in no favorable position at all? But it's just a memory while Lee Chang-sung continues to successfully clear his path. And after removing another fence, Lee Chang-sung finds himself in a corridor leading to a room. However, the air that fills the space has an unpleasant odor that also marks the deity of hunting time. And that smell is reminiscent of the smell of blood. There's definitely a reason for this. An owl piercing the dim light senses the source of evil. Indeed, at the end in the room, Lee Chan-sung discovers breathless mutilated bodies. An owl piercing the dim light demands justice. It is likely that these unfortunates were victimized because of the key that must be made for the boss's room. And then Lee Chang-sung hears voices coming from around the corner telling people to hurry up. In fact, they are the leaders of those who must be sacrificed to obtain the blood used to produce the key, and need to speed up and find another person so no one from the Hayoff clan is sacrificed, besides whining is very annoying. But then something happens that no one expected to happen. Suddenly, ice jets from somewhere cover and constrict the movement of the Hayoff clan members. And in the midst of all this, the remaining clan member who is not trapped in the ice sees a masked man coming at him with a dagger in his hand, who, with his dagger, one by one, sends the members of the Hayoff clan to the other side of the world. No one has any idea who the masked man is or what he wants in the dungeon. However, without wasting any time in explaining, Lee Chang-sung strikes with a dagger that slices through his opponent's face, and then, with the dexterity of his dagger, delivers a decisive blow to the chest. And how dare he attack the Hayoff clan? But looking closely at Lee Chang-sung's face, something else catches my eye. And that other is Lee Chang-sung's eyes emitting a glow, and completely different from human eyes. And the enemy, knowing that his outcome is near, tries to beg Lee Chang-sung for mercy. Clearly, he wants to stay alive. And if that's the case, the clan member should tell Lee Chang-sung everything he knows about Hayoff. So the clan is said to number about 30 people. All these 30 people are preparing the ritual, but the most dangerous among them is Lee Jae-seung. This is what the clan representative knows. And now he's reminding Lee Chang-sung that he promised to keep him alive. But Lee Chang-sung pulls out a dagger from the sharp claw of a Bengal tiger as if to mock him, and strikes because Lee Chang-sung only asked if he wanted to live, but didn't promise anything in return. After carrying out the massacre, Lee Chang-sung raises his level by delighting the snake of the world with his joke. In turn, the great demon chasing the abyss is also happy with what happened, and Lee Chang-seon starts the activation of the soul sucker. And the soul from the defeated enemy leaves his body to go to a new owner. What's happening in front of the captives, who are terrified of what they're seeing? The hero is on the podium, he has successfully completed retribution, and Lee Chang-seong sees that he's making an impression on other people. The transition of Lee Chang-seong's soul into Lee Chang-seong's body is something no one expects to see. And Lee Chang-seong decides to leave the scene of the clash, leaving the captured people behind. Lee Chang-sung's movement with the pink plume and what those around him see leads them to be very impressed. They can't get a clear picture of Lee Chang-sung. It's more likely that what they're looking at is not a man, but a ghost in human form. In the meantime, Lee Chang-sung himself is being hunted, and those who need to find him know that Lee Chang-sung is a famous pro player. Although there is a possibility that at this point Lee Chang-sung is not capable of anything, it could be a completely different person with the same name. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung is hot on the heels of his pursuers. As can be expected, there is a clash with a higher probability of defeat for members of the Hayoff, since at this point their leader is already freaking out from the long wait. Just as suddenly a new dungeon ranking update starts happening. The dungeon rankings are updated with great frequency, and Lee Chang-sung moves from 11th position to 6th position. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sung's position moves to a row higher than Lee Jae-seung's, causing the latter to genuinely panic. Another update, and Lee Jae-seung is already at number 2. Everyone Lee Jae-seung expects to see is already gone. Suddenly, Lee Jae-seung is called out by someone asking for help. And it's not just anyone, it's Sung, the assistant manager of the clan. But Seon needs to pull himself together and come to his senses instead of asking Lee Jae-seung for help. This makes Lee Jae-seung incredibly angry and scared at the same time. However, it was already too late for the ghost to come after Song getting closer and closer to Lee Jae-seung. The impact and Sun's body is struck by a beam of light sending him to his buddies, while simultaneously throwing Lee Jae-seung aside with a ricochet. As a result, Lee Jae-seung is badly burned, which is aggravated by corpse poisoning. This is also joined by acid poisoning, which requires urgent detoxification to increase stamina. If Lee Jae-seung doesn't take immediate action, his life will be numbered. But what happens is Lee Jae-seung sees another burst of fire, the fear reflected in his eyes of what Lee Jae-seung expects from him. Meanwhile, through the flames with dagger in hand, Lee Jae-seung is approached by his executioner Lee Chang-seong. He prepares to strike his opponent to finish the job he started. But what happens next is not what Lee Jae-seong had in mind. Lee Jae-seung blocks Lee Jae-seong's punch. Yes, Lee Jae-seung is still able to resist the poison. Even in such a bad state, Lee Jae-seung is still trying to threaten Lee Jae-seong, because the poison that Lee Jae-seung is afflicted with impairs his eyesight, which means he can't see properly. Lee Jae-seung probably relies only on his feelings, and he's also a good fighter. However, Lee Jae-seung's strength is running low and he needs urgent detoxification. In turn, Lee Jae-seung's strength and endurance surprises Lee Jae-seong, who must be using some kind of doping. And it is also surprising that in such a civilized country, there is a place for sacrifices and very dangerous. Here is clearly something wrong. This fact piques the interest of Li Changsung, who is now eager to uncover these secrets in addition to Yeezy. But enough time had passed for reinforcements to arrive from headquarters. And if that's the case, it's time to move on to the victims without delay. In parallel, the captured people are trying to find a way out of the dungeon. Eventually, they reach some place leading into the room. As long as it's the same place the masked guy was talking about, just as long as they don't make the mistake of getting the route right. That's what Li Changxiang said when he appeared before the prisoners as a ghost. Determined to save these poor people, Li Changsung turns around and heads toward them. He advises them to hide behind an open door in the alley and not to open it under any circumstance. This will be their hiding place from which, under no circumstances, can they get out. If, of course, the prisoners want to stay alive. These were words of encouragement to the captives. And confident that everything has been explained quite clearly, Li Changxiang hopes the victims will do well. In the meantime, it's time to use extra points on strength and agility, improving their performance. While on the case, Li Changsun notices that Li Jaesun is looking for an antidote and doesn't hesitate to provide it. In turn, Li Jaeseung enjoys this generosity from Li Changsung. But in reality, it turns out the antidote bottle is completely empty. Is Li Jaeseung stupid enough to fall for Li Jiangxiang's trick? This kind of bullying from Li Changxiang pisses Li Jaeseung off. And Li Jiangxiang strikes another blow to Li Jaeseung, and the punch reaches its target, damaging Li Jaeseung. However, the confrontation continues. Li Chanchan makes an outburst towards his opponent. This time he throws a punch that turns the tide of the confrontation. This brings a sense of pleasure to the deity of hunting time, and the snake deity of the world praises Li Changsung for his cunning and playfulness. And Li Changsung, continuing to parry with his dagger, improves his ordinary dagger technique to the highest. Yes, Li Changsun is very good at wielding his weapon in unity with it, which means the next strike will be decisive for the enemy's weapon as well. And with an effort, Li Jiangxiang shreds the weapon of Li Jaeseung, who thinks it's impossible. But without wasting any time, Li Changsung switches to his opponent. And with the deftness of his dagger, Li Jiangxiang is spearing Li Jaeseung. The last seconds of Li Jaeseung's life are coming. His existence in this world is numbered. This time, like all the previous times, Li Changsung comes out the winner. And it's very strange to hear Li Jaeseung ask Li Jiangxiang about his targeting of Li Jiangxiang. But it's only logical that sooner or later there will be retribution, and Li Chansung begins to activate the soul-sucking process, thereby activating the flames of purgatory and increasing his stamina by 6%. An owl, piercing the dim light, marvels at how righteous Li Chansung is, which makes the latter laugh. And for this, Li Changsung receives from her the gift of inner calm that makes him unshakable in the face of chaos and makes him proud of his courage and wisdom. But even with all these compliments, it's hard for Li Changsong to imagine himself as an apostle. It's ridiculous that Li Changxiang would ever be characterized by his indomitable spirit and inner calm. Li Changsung is usually associated with hard-heartedness and viciousness. After all, it's not for nothing that he was nicknamed the God of Evil in his past life. And even for all his virtues, no one takes into account that the God of War is pretty sloppy. Meanwhile, the deity of the hunt time is doing its best to overwhelm the gifts of the owl piercing the dim light. A system upgrade is underway. Finally, Li Chansung starts to approach the boss's room. But to open it requires a hidden key, and Li Changsun takes a bone spear carved from the rib of a Bengal ibex. But Li Changsung takes the spear for the sole purpose of throwing it to the side, just where the recruited man who stole the hammer from his brother is hiding. A bone spear carved from the rib of a Bengal ibex successfully achieves its goal of striking the thief. Naturally, given that the thief is scurrying around like a rat and carrying a hammer, and what's interesting is that a hammer made of meteorite obeys no one but its owner. But Li Changsung is interested in the material used to make the unknown hammer. But first, Li Changxiang must try to open the boss door that the Hayoff clan has been unable to open for years. Of course, if Li Changxiang had Yeezy by his side, it would make the job easier, but you have to use a simpler method. And Li Changsun doesn't hesitate to turn to the Rabbit Herald, who follows him around. This call takes the Herald Administrator by surprise. He absolutely doesn't understand the purpose of Li Chansung calling him at a time like this. But it's time to fulfill the terms of the contract, and the favor the Herald must perform is to open the door. However, Herald begins to twist to avoid the fulfillment of the contract, justifying it by the fact that the Administrator does not interfere in the affairs of the dungeon. But it's not really what the rabbit came up with to get out of it. And Li Changxiang knows that the Herald can make exceptions to any rule. And to make sure the rabbit doesn't get away, Li Changxiang once again reminds us that the report has a positive effect, and the herald, assessing all the risks, proceeds to fulfill his part of the agreement for which the deities mock the rabbit's situation. It worked. The receptionist opens the stone door leading to the boss's room. Li Changsung finally succeeded in opening the door that the Hayoff clan members couldn't open for a long time. However, from the word of the Herald Administrator, he should hurry up. These words made Li Changxiang stiffen and think. Still, he didn't linger and followed inside, leaving the Rabbit Herald behind. However, this fact apparently amuses the Herald Administrator a great deal. In the meantime, Li Changsung gets into the boss's room, where he's been striving so hard to get to. But what he sees in front of him is probably not what she expects. Staring at him is a multi-eyed, disembodied creature emitting a pink glow. In particular, you have to give credit to the eye that watches the guest so intently. And this is not for nothing, because the eye has a hypnotizing effect, and the one who looks into it will be under the influence of a curse. In addition, the boss is trying not only to subdue his mind, but also his body, and to avoid this, you need to break the gold box on the altar. But one must try to avoid hypnosis, to avoid giving the body to the dungeon master. At this time, the dungeon master accuses Li Changsung of disturbing his peace, and that he must give up his flesh to do so. And outside the door of the room, the herald is bursting out laughing. Of course he knows what's going on in there. He had no idea that completing the mission in the boss room would be so easy. You just need to protect your mind from the influence of the dead dungeon master, as there is nothing but your thoughts. However, if you remember what the herald has seen before, the boss is not so simple. It's not just a dead tomb master, it's the monstrous Bestly, which means that Li Changsung, as an ordinary rookie, is unlikely to pass this test. And what right does Li Changxiang have to do that to Herald, the dungeon administrator? And because of that, Li Changsung deserves one, and it's time to say goodbye to him forever. But at this time, Li Changsung begins to activate his indomitable spirit and inner calm that protects his mind. That's exactly what the Herald Bunny who decided he'll never see Li Changxiang again. To his surprise, the dungeon ranking is updated showing the final result, and in it, Li Changsung is in the lead. But that can't be possible at all. It's impossible, at least the Herald Rabbit was quite sure of it. And so, according to the results will be given, and awards, and now begins the countdown to close the dungeon. Yes, it turns out it's all true, and the Herald Rabbit is not wrong now or then. Of course, it was the Keeper of the Runes, just as the Herald had assumed, and it was true. Meanwhile, Li Changsung is standing on the pedestal holding a key. But the countdown ends, and the mission comes to a close. The dungeon begins to close thanks to all participants for a job well done. At this time, somewhere else in another part of the city, and under different circumstances. Specifically, in Cobbler's Alley in Sansudan, someone is handing someone something. And that someone is the blind blacksmith who gets his hands on a hammer from Li Changsung. And it is Li Changsung who is the new boss of this hammer. But if the hammer is in the blacksmith's hands, then we must get to work. However, the job may not take a month to complete as the blacksmith hasn't held a hammer in his hands for a long time, and plus the roaster needs to be taken care of. But such a deadline does not suit Li Changsung at all, and he reduces the required time to a week. However, this is very disturbing to the blacksmith as the work is very large. Just one whip takes more than 2 weeks to complete. Well, in that case, Li Changxiang is willing to pay 3 times as much if the blacksmith makes the whip and spear in a month, and if there's no objection, then it's an agreement. But Li Changsung's attention is drawn to a rusty sword. If it's for sale, then Li Changxiang might buy it. However, the blacksmith is strongly against it, as this item in his family has been passed down from generation to generation and has no price. But then the blacksmith's account drops 100 million won, probably enough for a sword that is used as a poker. Yeah, there's probably something wrong with Li Changxiang that's on the blacksmith's mind. To which he receives an affirmative confirmation from his 4-legged friend. Yes, Smith and Dog understand and complement each other perfectly. But it's business as usual, and it's time to get to work. Let there be heat in the fryer, as work will be boiling. Here and there is no need to go back to the past. And even though the blacksmith doesn't quite know what's going on, he needs to do a good job for Li Changsung. Meanwhile, leaving the blacksmith, Li Changsung is tasked with finding Oiyezi, who disappeared after completing the Divine Goat artifact. So Oiyezi is a man, not a god like Li Changxiang thinks. Yes, his words are confirmed by Thanatos. Oiyezi is a man of rather advanced age. And if that's the case, and the facts are in, then what should Li Changxiang do? And Thanatos explains that Oiyezi is a man's name passed on to his successors, and Capricorn didn't know that, and after receiving the artifact, killed him. And the reason why the Ouyezi family is weakened is because of Li Chang-sung. Because of him, the family lost its many secret skills. The same goes for whoever bears the legacy of the Ouyezi family, and he's the one who creates the most valuable weapon in the world, and Li Jiangshun will be responsible for the prosperity of the Ouyezi family. But what will Li Chang-sung have of Pedro's key that he got in the dungeon? And assuming that Bestla's tomb is a dungeon, in that case, why exactly is Pedro's key a great treasure? But these musings should be left for later and hurry home since Li Chang-sung's mom is probably worried. And somewhere in another part of town, someone's looking for the guy who closed the dungeon. But after receiving a negative answer from his subordinates, he starts to lose his temper. And it's someone named Go Seung-won, the head of Hayoff's raid division, who found out that Peter's key was stolen. And if the White Tiger clan, as the real owners of the Gate of Banghua Mountain, find out about it, it will be the end of everyone. After all, Hayoff had made a secret agreement with the White Tiger clan to make human sacrifices to obtain Peter's key, which means we need to saddle up the iron horses and head straight for Mont Banhua. It's mind-boggling because not only is the dungeon locked, but the key was stolen. And if the White Tiger clan finds out about it, everyone's heads will be flying, including Go Seung-won. But if Seo Jung-kwan finds out about this, then Go Seung-won's family will also be affected, so we have to find the thief first. Meanwhile, Seo Jung-kwan is at Li Chang-sung's apartment and receives some news from his man. Seo Jung-kwan is furious at the making him mad. If nothing else, the news had a dynamite effect on him. He can no longer hold his temper. The anger of a raging tiger begins to come out of him, and it's in front of Li Chang-sung's mom. However, a representative of the association sees this action and starts calling Seo Jung-kwan. It's not an acceptable expression of emotion in front of not just a woman, but Li Chang-seong's mom as well. So does the other clan member who is shocked at what Seo Jung-kwan is doing. The benefit of these shouts and the woman's frightened face begins to bring Seo Jung-kwan to his senses, and he pulls himself together and begins to dispel the spirit of the tiger that was caused by his sudden anger. Seo Jung-kwan doesn't have the right to do that, especially in front of ordinary people. Li Chang-seon's mom, So Jung-kwan, couldn't have been thinking of Li Chang-seon's mom at that moment. After all, she is witnessing this emotional explosion of someone who came to her house with the purpose of recruiting her son. And she doesn't like it very much, to say the least, and it's starting to piss her off. And So Jung-kwan is in a hurry to leave the house where Li Chang-sung is supposed to return. But the representative of the association, seeing the condition of the woman, is interested in her condition. However, he receives in response that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. Since Li Chang-sung's mom is aware that those who have awakened live in a different dimension than the civilians. After hearing her words, the association representative is once again convinced that what she knows about Li Chang-seong is true. And as much as mom wants Li Chang-seong to be untouched, it's probably just a dream. In that case, they have nothing more to talk about, and she asks the uninvited guests to leave. It's all because of the stupid prank of Seo Jung-kwan, the leader of the White Tiger clan. But can the new arrivals just leave without even looking at the newcomer? And then the representative of the other clan recalls the words of his niece asking him to bring Li Chang-seong a juicy to her. And if Miss Cha and Mr. Jin plan to stay to wait for Li Chang-song, they can have coffee. And with no particular modesty, Mr. Jean orders a hot caramel macchiato, for which Ms. Che immediately gives her a sharp kick in the chin, who justified it by saying that they still have work to do, so the meeting with Li Chang-sung will be rescheduled for another time. But Mr. Jin doesn't seem to get Ms. Cha's hint, for which he gets another pun. And since that's the case, the company meeting has been rescheduled. However, Mr. Jin and Ms. Cha need to be very careful when they return, which means Mr. Jin can't fall behind his boss by following her around. But then, something catches Mr. Jin's attention looking at Ms. Cha. He becomes alarmed by the expression on his boss's face as it is too serious. And then Mr. Jean sees a text message come through on his phone. According to information received, people have been found in Cheongnam-gu area, where Mount Banghua is being sacrificed. Help is needed. That's something Mr. Jean doesn't expect to see on his phone, but has to hurry to keep up with his boss as he really doesn't want to stay in this place. Meanwhile, on the way to his house, Li Chang-sun looks at the rusty sword he brought with him with interest. And answering the question of the deity of hunting time, he is sure that what is used as a poker in the mythical brazier is hiding something about himself. And it's barbaric to use such a divine artifact called the Yu Chang sword. If used properly, it will play a good role. This sword, known as the Yu Chang sword, is one of the 9 blades that the first Ouyezi forged, but without fulfilling the requirements, its abilities are hidden. These swords are of great value, for example, for the sword of Zhanlu in Arcadia. A bloodbath broke out. Back then, 2 empires and 6 kingdoms were wiped out, and now Yu Chang's sword was being used as a poker. It is known that in the beginning, the sword of Yu Chan was wielded by Assassini because he spilled a lot of blood. It is considered the sword of evil, but not much is known about its form. Also, legend has it that Uyezi was named the divine artisan because he could not tolerate blood. However, whoever the first Uyezi or his successor was, all the patterns on the sword have been erased, and it is now just a myth. But then Li Chang's son begins to wonder about a question that clearly interests him. So he decides to turn to the system window to satisfy his interest, which can't help but please the divine entity. In fact, if Li Chang's son gets the chance, he'll use it to collect all 9 famous swords. And in his musings, Li Chang's son pulls out a bone spear from the rib of a Bengal ibex. He starts to get the feeling that there is someone else beside Li Chang's Xiang. And most likely this time, as in the past, Li Chang's son's premonition will not fail. So he decides to speak first and launches his attack by throwing a bone spear made from the rib of a Bengal ibex. However, the spear stabs into the tree without hitting the target, but just at the spot where Li Chang's son's opponent's head was. Even though the previously known clan representative was skillfully hiding, Li Chang's son managed to suddenly attack him. Meanwhile, Li Chang's son continues to pound away at his opponent. Once again, Li Chang's son's eyes lit up with a light that distinguished him from an ordinary person. Of course, this can't go unnoticed by the clan representative. He sees Li Changxiang's eyes light up with an unearthly light. While Li Changxiang is already obsessed with the clash, is already preparing to strike. And already, Li Changxiang's dagger is already cleaving the air in close proximity to the clan representative. Suddenly, he meets resistance. Li Changxiang's opponent is the one who deflects the blow with his dagger. The clan representative realizes he's not the newcomer everyone thinks he is. For a newcomer, there is no such power of strike and the skill with which Li Changxiang holds his dagger. But the clash continues, where the clan representative only manages to fend off Li Changxiang's blows. Dai Li Chansung has his own type of attack, quite rough and unlike others. Li Chansung seems to be acting coherently without any unnecessary movement. It's likely that Li Changxiang has experience in real confrontations, and his blade is only designed to take a life. That's not typical of a novice. It's as if Li Chansung is a first-generation player who has gone through every imaginable and unthinkable challenge. After all, the clan representative's goal was only to test Li Changxiang, but you have to be extremely careful not to make a single mistake, because I don't think the niece of the clan representative will thank him for it. But in order not to disgrace himself, he must resist Li Changxiang. And for this purpose, as many as 10,000 notes were bent into arrows. It seems that Li Chansung is ready for this turn of confrontation, and with renewed vigor begins to lash out at the clan representative, causing the opponent's blade to smash into the ground, leaving him no choice but to admit defeat. No longer daring to clash with Li Changsun, he raises his hands in a gesture of retreat. This confuses Li Changxiang, who doesn't understand what the clan representative is after. However, the answer doesn't take long to come, as it turns out Li Changsung was being tested to evaluate his skills. The information received further stumped Li Changsung. In turn, Li Changsung's opponent apologizes for getting carried away with the game and causing misunderstanding with his action. The deity of hunting time is furious at this treatment and demands that the offender be punished. But first, Li Changsun needs to find out his name. But such informal treatment pisses off the clan representative, while the latter addresses Li Changsun with respect. And not wanting to hide the unknown any longer, Li Changshang holds out his business. It's written in black and white that he's the head of the 5-Star Swords HR department, Wu Ungun. And the main reason Wu Yungun was looking for Li Changsong was to invite him into his clan. So if you recall, their patron is the God Apuan, the god of wealth, who guards warehouses and household assets. But such a ridiculous encounter doesn't make Li Changsong happy. But more importantly, how Wu Yungun knows him. However, Wu Ungun's clan isn't the only one that wants to win Li Changsong over to their side. Yeah, apparently Li Changshang shouldn't underestimate the clans just because they're players. However, Wu Ungun doesn't have much time, and he's already done too much, so he needs to reschedule the meeting. And Li Changsong can contact Wu Ungun if necessary. However, Hunting Time is not happy with this outcome. Therefore, between the deities of Hunting Time and the snake that coils around the world, there is an altercation, and someone is going to get hurt today. But Li Changshang doesn't pay any attention to them and tries to remember where he could see Wu Ungun. Only one thought that flashed by was able to distract Li Changsong from his musing. If Wu Ungun is prowling around here, it's likely that they came to his house. For sure, Mom will be worried. And soon after coming home, Li Changsung catches his mom on her feet, but without asking too many questions, she invites him to the table. However, Realizing that she interrupted her son, Mom wants to know what Lee Chang-sun had to say. And Lee Chang-seong decides it's time to tell Mom the secret. He has an obligation to share with her and tell her what's really going on. Meanwhile, somewhere in another dimension, other things are happening. We're talking about a man who, despite his age, is already beginning to show his intention. However, these words spoken by an elderly person do not suit his interlocutor at all. Nevertheless, the continuing elderly man continuing his speech should put a stop to it if he doesn't want to get hurt. However, the conversation won't be over, but first you need to hone your punches. At the same time, but in a different place, Lee Chang-sun wakes up in his apartment bed with his four-legged friend. And just at that moment, he receives a notification on his phone that Lee Chang-sung is scheduled to be interviewed by the White Tiger Clan today. But it's been a month since Lee Chang-sung received a job notice from the White Tiger Clan. However, it's time to take action. Near the building where the White Tiger Clan was located, there were a large number of people waiting for their turn. And it is not just that here is the reception of newcomers to the ranks of the White Tiger Clan, as evidenced by the numerous announcements, and each of the applicants tries to show off the skills they can boast of. But the main criterion is the level of magical power, which is measured by a device specialized in this. And to measure the level, you have to put your hand on the instrument. That's what Lee Chang-seong, who is a newcomer, does. But what happens next leaves everyone present confused. As soon as Lee Chang-seong touched the device, it immediately exploded, causing thick smoke. Since Lee Chang-seong's magic power level can't be measured, the device simply malfunctioned. Therefore, a gauge that is higher level than the previous one is required. And it once again makes everyone present shudder with the shock they receive. Also, among those interested in Lee Chang-seong's identity is a certain person, a person whose face is completely hidden by a mask except for one eye. At this time, another device is brought in, and Lee Chang-sun, whose number is 1031, is asked to take the strength test again. And as soon as the tester says his name, among the crowd runs that many people know the name or at least have heard of it. But some people even recognize him under a different name, which can't be. Lee Chang-sun, aka Tyrant, wore these clothes on purpose to be less conspicuous. Yeah, it's probably that Tyrant who quit cybersport and drank himself to death. At least that's what they say. And in general, Tyrant looks like a player, not a real man. And what are his goals in coming to the selection since he resigned? However, the device that determines magic power is unable to determine Lee Chang-seong's magic power. And this time, the result is startling to those present, including the man with one eye watching Lee Chang-seong. Meanwhile, the device shows Lee Chang-seong's rank, which can't be 25, and his magic power still can't be determined. This causes confusion for the man leading the measurement of magical power. But this time, he doesn't know what to do. Need the intervention of the head of the department, who is in his office reading the news about the Hayoff clan. And he doesn't like what he sees on the tablet at all. Since the Hayoff clan was exposed, and the head of the raid department, Go Seung-won, was sent to the grave. And this incident of the sacrifice of 21 persons for 7 years so long concealed demands an explanation from the association. Without fail, according to Cha Ye-young, a member of the association, the Hayoff clan will face punishment. Also, the White Tiger Clan begins investigating the crimes of the Hayoff clan, which can also be viewed, which means we can avoid the White Tiger's problems with the Hayoff cult. There are even those who are grateful to the man in the mask of Haeho, but no one knows who is hiding under it, and it's pretty obvious that this character is the one who stole Peter's key, which means the White Tiger Clan needs to find him no matter what. Just then, a man standing at the rookie reception appears, disturbing the head of the department with a report of a super rookie. However, his appearance has little effect on the head of the White Tiger Clan, who is immersed in his own thoughts regarding Hayoff. But it's still worth wondering what the purpose of a super rookie showing up at the White Tiger Clan selection is. And that super rookie is Lee Chang-sung, who the head of the White Tiger Division, along with Black Shamshir and the Steel Witch, are after. Lee Chang-sung is the one who came out of Jamsel's Gate and the one the clan head wanted to recruit. However, he didn't complete his plan because he was distracted at the time by the incident with the Hayoff clan. And what was his surprise to find out that Lee Chang-sung had personally come to them and was also showing maximum results. So they need to intercept Lee Chang-seong first before the other organizations get ahead of them. But still, Lee Chang-seong needs to prove himself by passing the Zone C exam. Immediately, the news of Lee Chang-sung's revival under the nickname Tyrant spread all over the public. It is Lee Chang-sung who is the rising star of the first SSS rank that Korea has met in the past 15 years. But still, not everyone believes that the Tyrant stands before them, despite the facial expression unique to him. He is just incredibly lucky, since besides being born with a silver spoon in his mouth, so his rank is awakened. However, not everyone likes it. as someone comes to the selection for the first time and now they will be compared. But such remarks are to the liking of deity Hunt Time, as she is proud to be the first to choose Li Changxiang. As suddenly, two strangers in robes appear among the spectators present on the platform. It can't escape Li Changxiang's eyes, attracting his attention. And then a golden glow appears, revealing the essence of those arriving at the examination ring. This deity is the deity tiger trapped in a labor trap, who is surprised to see Li Changxiang and watches him with interest. It's probably because he's thinking about Li Changxiang, according to Snake-Wrapped World. However, there are only seconds left before the exam test begins, and Li Changxiang needs to do a monster hunting task with giving a choice of monsters to the test subject. But after hearing what Li Changxiang has to offer, he chooses the strongest monster, Drake. And of course, this choice already causes surprise and fear among those who came to the selection. But the choice is made, and the monster appears in the arena before Li Changxiang, who appears to the tyrant in the form of a huge black animal with horn. In addition, the monster has no time to appear and is preparing to make attacks on his opponent. However, despite the monster's impressive size, Li Changxiang remains undeterred. In turn, the trapped tiger pursues his goal of evaluating Li Changxiang. Naturally, the others arriving for the trial are impressed by the monster, and the deity tiger, trapped in the difficulty of continuing to look at Li Changxiang, is in doubt from where he stands. And from that, he decides that Li Changxiang will probably go to the other side. However, that's not the case at all, because Li Changxiang thinks. More specifically, he recalls how he appears bound in divine judgment. And at that moment, his gaze slid toward his taunter, who's grinning and enjoying the spectacle, and it's none other than Huju. How dare he treat Li Changxiang like that? Who is he to mock Li Changxiang, who is in such a disadvantaged position? And since that's the case, Li Changxiang will do anything to remove that insolent smirk from his assailant's face. Then it's time to act to show what Li Changxiang is really worth. And the confrontation begins as the monster makes a dash toward his opponent Li Changxiang. However, Li Changxiang was still in a calm state of mind as he resorted to his tube. He tosses it up to get the content. Earlier, the tube did not appear to Li Changxiang by accident, and it was brought by someone. It's worth noting that this someone looks pretty tired, which doesn't escape Li Changxiang's gaze, and that someone is a blind blacksmith, and his condition is partly Li Changxiang's fault. He brought a tube to Li Changxiang with some item the tyrant had asked for, but Li Changxiang will only be able to verify the quality when he looks at it himself. And unscrewing the lid of the tube, Li Changxiang sees the bracelet and the handles of the combat equipment. After trying on the bracelet and taking out the battle equipment, Li Changxiang enthralls the deities who rarely ever encounter such splendor. The tyrant is faced with a nameless double-edged spear that has an attachment effect, meaning that its properties are lost to the other owner. When Li Changxiang picks it up, he shows off his excellent spear skills, much to the delight of the deity of hunting time. Even more so, the deity of hunting time doesn't even believe that such a thing can be created by a person with vision loss. And in turn, the blind master has a lot of thoughts about the spear wielding that Li Changxiang shows. But Li Changxiang continues to build up his hand by customizing his fighting equipment. Doesn't this mean that Li Changxiang, aka the boss, was once a spearman? And so Li Changxiang, while in the arena, tosses the tube with its content. And everyone here is terrified of what's happening in the exam arena. But at that very time, a giant monster makes a dash to where Li Changxiang is. But the spear hits the monster, striking its eyes. Of course, this kind of thing amazes those present, and they can't believe their eyes as Li Changxiang does. The same feeling arises from the deity tiger trapped in difficulty, because according to park leader Li Changxiang's words, he has amazing agility, which is impossible even for a level 25. So if Li Changxiang had only a bow, he would have been a top performer in terms of accuracy. That means Leader Park will make every effort to lure Li Changxiang to his side. Meanwhile, Li Changxiang uses his spear to turn to the bracelet, which is a whip. And the name of this whip is the Nameless Cat of Nine Tails, which also refers to the type of tethered. It was commissioned by Guyaja's successor. It turns out that using not only the spear, but also the whip, Li Changxiang is preparing to surprise. This time, Li Changxiang frees the spear by pulling it out of the monster's eye socket, and the Nameless Cat of Nine Tails takes up the whip, which he swings at the monster Drake, immobilizing him. While holding the whip firmly in his hand, Li Changxiang prepares to strike next. This time, the spear previously pulled from Drake's body comes into play, and Li Changxiang leaps and decides to strike the monster, thereby getting behind the monster and aiming the spear at its head. Finally, the spear reaches its intended target and wounds Drake, As a result, Drake gets hit from where he doesn't expect, and it starts to make him furious. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung once again makes a leap to deliver another spear strike. And being under the impression of the participants, cannot understand where Lee Chang-sung has a combat equipment because what he does is simply impossible. The speed at which Lee Chang-sung acts at level 25, considering that all effects are only gold without exception. In general, the people are facing a real person or they are a monster themselves. And at this very moment, Lee Chang-sung activates the poisonous blood skill, thereby spreading a paralyzing poison through Drake's body, poisoning him. Now, not only is the monster paralyzed, but there's a good chance Drake won't be from the heavy bleeding. But in order not to continue tormenting the monster and end the case, Lee Chang-sung strikes the decisive blow. Now Drake is finally defeated, Lee Chang-sung was able to defeat him, thereby increasing the beginner's spear handling skill level, simultaneously accepting congratulations from the deity of hunting time, increasing his strength by 5 points. Certainly, this performance makes Tiger trapped in hardship deeply respectful and eager to own the new Fang. Well, Leader Park starts to get even more eager to get Lee Chang-sung, so he instructs him to bring him to him. However, at that moment, something begins to catch the attention of Park's leader. It's likely that he's guessing what's going on and will be disappointed if his thoughts are confirmed. The same thing is happening to Lee Chang-sung. Something is making him tense up. He begins to anticipate what will happen next, which keeps him focused. And just at that moment, a flash of fiery light appears in front of him. Bearing his sword, the leader of the White Tiger clan appears before Lee Chang-sung. However, Lee Chang-sung manages to block the tiger's danger by withstanding its aura. But this performance is disliked by Lee Chang-sung, who recalls the ruler of the abyss. And the leader of the White Tiger seemed amused by this comparison, and so he invites Lee Chang-sung to join his clan, promising to make him a first-class warrior. And in order to confirm his intentions about his plans for Lee Chang-sung, the clan leader decides to show it all in action. Now, Lee Chang-sung has a choice. If he responds to the clan leader's lunge, he will attract the attention of the abyss ruler, but it can be delayed. In the midst of Lee Chang-sung's clash with the leader of the White Tiger clan, someone starts to yell at them. Now a flash of red rays of light is shown amongst everything. It's Leader Park who decides to intervene in the action taking place, naturally drawing the ire of the White Tiger clan leader with his appearance. And in turn, the Leader Park is extremely indignant that the leader of the clan White Tiger does not want to consider the opinion of those who are senior in rank, especially if they want to take what rightfully belongs to Park leader Lee Chang-sung. And the squabble between the two leaders is starting to pique the interest of the public who don't understand what's going on at all. But then two more leaders of the fourth squad, Dinophelis Yu Hyun-jin, and the leader of the third squad, Homotherium Kang Sung-woo, show up just in the midst of the showdown. They also want to lay claim to Lee Chang-sung, which makes him resentful, since Lee Chang-sung knows that not all leaders are equal. It is likely that there will soon be a scuffle among the leaders in the exam arena because of Lee Chang-sung. In fact, every clan leader is claiming Lee Chang-sung as his own, trying to win him over to their side. And it starts to go over the edge as threats and insults come into play. However, Lee Chang-sung decides that those who received Huju's patronage must be eliminated. And just at that moment, in the midst of the quarrel between the leaders, there is a flash of light indicating the appearance of someone else. The resulting outbreak is such a force that the leaders can barely stand on their feet, and it calms their fervor a bit, including those who are fighting so hard for their rights to Lee Chang-sung. But it's clear that everyone is shocked to see who's in front of them, and this is the one who hides his face and starts approaching members of his clan. And in the end, it becomes clear that in front of those present is Oshi Hwan, the executive director of the White Tiger clan. And of course, Lee Chang-sung recognizes the person in front of him as the person who appeared in the examination arena. This person is not only the executive director of the White Tiger clan, but also the deputy director of the White Tiger clan. Lee Chang-sung's nose bleeds when he appears, which surprises the deity of hunting time because of his great strength. But Lee Chang-sung realizes that all these effects are due to the fact that Oshi Hwan is a high-ranking man, and that says it all. And then Oshi Hwan begins to condemn those who organize such a shameful spectacle, especially Sang-ho, who as the eldest should reconcile everyone. And when Sang-ho hears this, he gets excited because Oshi Hwan is kind of on his side, and it's funny to see the park leader's reaction. So we should take this chance and send everyone to take Lee Chang-sung to the White Tiger clan. However, Oshi Hwan decides to look at the child who caused the altercation differently and takes him away so as not to offend anyone, thereby cleverly beating everyone and leaving them with nothing. Meanwhile, In Executive Director Oshi Huan's office, Li Changxian is given new clothes because the old ones are stained with blood. And looking at Li Changxiang's naked body, a tiger trapped in a trap of hardship drools, while hunting time tells everyone to turn away. Oshi Huan notes the same thing while looking at Li Changsung's body, which indicates that it's designed for battle after passing many tests. The question of what kind of life Li Changsung had is raised, because Oshi Huan had never seen anything like it when he looked at him. But it's worth getting straight to the point about Li Changxiang. Knowing that the patron god of the White Tiger is very interested in Li Changxiang, then it is better to ask directly about what he is seeking. It's safe to assume that the young man's goal is to save money. However, this goal is not at all interesting to Li Changsung since he is already very rich, and his main desire is that Li Changsung wants to become a member of the strategy department. And Li Changsung knows that Oshi Huan has direct control over this department, and maybe he wants to find a connection with the authorities. But this news catches Oshi Huan by surprise. Apparently, he didn't expect to hear such a response. To be more specific, the news he received didn't just amuse Oshi Huan, it made him laugh out loud. Or to be more accurate, he's just laughing his ass off at what he just heard. And it's starting to annoy Li Changsung, who's already getting teary-eyed from Oshi Huan's laughter. However, Oshi Huan realizes what Li Changsung is up to, and notes that ambition like Li Changsung's is worthy of the White Tiger clan. But Li Changsung should know that the strategy department is not only the head, but also the backbone of the White Tiger clan. And in order to become a member, Li Changsung has to show everything he can do, and Oshi Huan is very curious how he's going to do. And without a second thought, Li Changsung proposes to set a new record on a black and red mountain range. The hero is aware that all rookie trainees are tested on the voiced ridge, but he wants to set a new record. More specifically, jumping over the training where he could prove himself to go straight to the dungeon ranking. And what Oshi Huan said earlier is immediately confirmed by Li Changsung. In that case, since Li Changxiang is so confident, it's likely that he's strong enough to question, but it doesn't seem to be an affirmative answer that Oshi Huan is voicing. And it makes Li Changshan think, because it's possible that Oshi Huan is waiting for something else. Of course, Oshi Huan wants to hear something else, and Li Changsung gets a hunch. Perhaps Li Changxiang can still offer to clean up the dungeon. And as he suggests, Oshi Huan is happy with the offer, even though the dungeon is not a good place for training. So there's something in the black-red ridge that will help put pressure on Oshi Huan. So Li Changsung has to clean it up himself without attracting attention. In that case, having accepted Li Changxiang's terms, Oshi Huan is now willing to dialogue with him. But that's not all, because Li Changsung still intends to make a request to Oshi Huan. And the request is to be able to use the library that belongs to the White Tiger clan. This is also admired by Oshi Huan, who appreciates the pursuit of knowledge, especially in young people. The clan library is considered the best in the world. Since that's the case, Li Changxiang can use it before entering the dungeon raid. Meanwhile, all the headlines are abuzz, with news of the resurrected tyrant's victories and polls of those who know him personally. And one of the people who's ever had contact with him is Ms. Plume, who he rescued from a jam. Also not left out is Lieutenant Park Hae-sung, who gave him a thumbs up when talking to him and told Li Changsung cool. Meanwhile, there is a hysterical shriek in Executive Director Oshi Huan's office. This is Sang-ho crying for Oshi Huan to give him Li Changsun, promising to give him an expressway instead of a life. However, Oshi Huan reminds Sang-ho of the chain of command he must adhere to in order not to fall off the meta leader of the squad. But Sang-ho still doesn't understand why Oshi Huan keeps refusing his request. And the reason is that Li Changsung is included in the strategic squad, and now it's up to him to think about who he'll be paired with for the mission. And then Sang-ho starts to realize what Oshi Huan is up to, but still wonders where Li Changsun is. But anticipating that this question would come from Sang-ho, Oshi Huan made sure to send the hero to a place Sang-ho doesn't like. And a few days later, Li Changsung takes on a training session arranged by the White Tiger clan. And once in the dungeon, the Black-Red Mountain Range realizes that he has to mop up the entire enormous mountain before him. At that moment, however, his attention is drawn to what is beginning to happen on the mountain. The top of the highest peak of the mountain splits open, and a crimson stream of light spews out. If that's what Li Changsung is thinking when he's watching the eruption. Meanwhile, hidden in the bushes is someone who keeps watching Li Changxiang, but the bright crimson light continues to eject from the top of the mountain with even more force. Eventually, the ejection ends with the appearance of a bright glow in the sky. And this emergence is so strong that it picks up a wind that tears and swirls the leaves. and also swaying with force the branches of trees and shrubs, staining them crimson. But is what Li Changxiang sees true, and his theory is correct? Some entity flies out of the mountain, having created such a representation, which is Li Changxiang's target, because it is the cause of the loss of the ridge's original appearance and must be destroyed. After all, according to the tales, the black-red mountain range used to be huge, and the color matched the name. And Li Changxiang has a hunch that he's encountered this place in Arcadia before. But then Li Changxiang starts to notice something that makes him distracted from his thoughts, and turning around, he sees that there is none, and his pursuer is hiding behind the trees. It's weak wind following Li Changxiang, and he's angry at being exposed. Li Changxiang realizes that he was being watched while he was in the library. I wonder what executive director Oh Shi-hwan is trying to accomplish with this. Earlier, a few days ago, in the library building belonging to the White Tiger clan. Standing in it, Li Changxiang realizes that the library is of impressive size, just as Dungeon Master Thanatos said. And isn't Huju the cause of all the controversy that happens in heaven? And since this is the case, the question arises as to what features his supporters who have received the blessing of Huju will be endowed with. It is more likely that his supporters, as well as their patron, will sow discord everywhere. But Thanatos adds that it's the least they can do, and extortion and exploitation with displaying the corpses of their enemies are trophies for them. And to understand what they represent, Li Changxiang needs to consult the White Tiger Library, and Thanatos can help by giving a list of usefulness. However, Li Changxiang refuses the offer because he is sure he can find them himself. But Thanatos keeps insisting on his help, promising not to disappoint Li Changxiang. Having received consent, Thanatos talks about the Sagittarius Zodiac Movement technique, which is called the Rook of Sagittarius. These are the 6 martial techniques that represent his sacred power. Seeing Li Changxiang's surprise, Thanatos begins to list them. However, Li Changxiang doubts that Huju has any of them because there was no war between them, and it may be false information. But Thanatos pulls him back and suggests he rack his brain to figure out how Thanatos knows this. It didn't take long for Li Changxiang to realize that Thanatos could only tell Fallen Star, which means being in the library of the White Tiger clan, Li Changxiang just needs to find the offensive steps. As we know, it was the offensive steps that transformed Sagittarius from an ancient distant star called God from a machine into a zodiac sign. If Li Changxiang succeeds in getting the steps, there's no stopping him when his divinity awakens again. But there's one thing. Meanwhile, the tiger deity, who is trapped in hardship, continues to watch Li Changxiang's every move, who once in the library has the right to use it for 24 hours, except for the first and second level from the Forbidden Sector. In addition, Li Changxiang must remember that he is not allowed to take books outside the library. And taking advantage of Li Changxiang's moments of grief from disliking Li Changxiang, the library employee asks Li Changxiang for an autograph for his girlfriend. But Li Changxiang ignores the request as he is completely immersed in his thoughts regarding caution, and concurrently remembering Thanatos' words about wanting to have a library as dedicated to Huju and the One-Horn tribe. But in order to resist temptation, Li Changxiang activates his unshakable spirit. Finally, the calmness of spirit begins to finally activate, and Li Changxiang dives into books to find out what he needs to know. Without noticing how many days have passed, Li Changxiang continues to be in the library. And this surprises the library employee, as he can't believe that Li Changxiang is reading everything. At the same time, not even choosing any specific books, but only some on spear or sword wielding. Books on divine laws or breathing techniques or myths of the gods also make this list. And it doesn't produce the results Oh Shi-hwan expects, because he has to report to the director. What will he tell him that Li Changxiang is playing to the public, or that he's not too lazy to learn new things? But being in Li Changxiang's library also hurts the librarian, who is assigned to watch him and report back to him. Who knew this venture would be so depressing? And only Li Changxiang, being in a state of complete concentration, absorbs knowledge and memorizes everything he reads. If nothing else, Li Changxiang is already in a state of insanity due to too much information absorption. And as a consequence, Li Changxiang gets a new achievement called Book-Crazed Maniac. However, not all deities like such persistence. Some of them are getting tired of it. But the tiger deity, trapped in hardship, still continues to look at Li Changxiang with interest. And at some point, Li Changxiang starts to realize that everything he's doing is stupid. After all, Li Changxiang isn't as interested in getting offensive steps as he is in the entire skill tree of Huju. As we know, the library was originally created by the clan to show the greatness of Huju 1, and to this day, it is a sanctuary for the clan. And if Li Changxiang manages to gather all the information about Huju, then he will know the weaknesses of the people behind him. Eventually, with the help of the knowledge that Li Changxiang gained, a new skill is formed, which goes by the name of Huju Destruction Martial Technique. Finally, Li Changxiang realizes that he's had enough for now. The rest lies in the forbidden section, opening which you can get a skill for the achievement. But it's starting to dawn on him that they weren't among the allowed books. After all, Li Changxiang has already watched the offensive steps 3 times, so they're in the forbidden sector. And since Li Changxiang has 3 more hours, we can check again, including the 7th level of the library. From this, Li Changxiang's willpower became stronger, shaking his steadfastness and calmness of mind. And Li Changxiang revisits the books, looking through the spines. Suddenly, his hand comes across something he's been looking for so long. It's finally something that Li Changxiang is interested in and has been looking for quite some time. Surprisingly, the book is titled 100 Dishes You Can Make with Monster Meat. I'm sure it contains something valuable, and this can be verified if Li Changxiang reads it upside down and in a special way. However, he was in for a disappointment as the book does not spell out the steps of the offense. And there's a place or something connected to that place. And that something lies in the deep resentment of someone who is fenced in with chains and spears. And this certain someone was once betrayed by a brother in blood, and the name of this traitor was Munsun. It seems that this name is familiar to Li Changxiang, but just how? And then Li Changxiang has an epiphany. Of course he knows who he's talking about. And that someone is none other than the famous Gum Chunho, aka Apostle Huju, who, together with Director O, founded the White Tiger clan and is recognized as one of the 9 greatest black tigers in the world. There is no way that the author of the book and Gum Chunho are related in any way, at least it seems that way. After all, it is known that Gum Chunho was a famous player who created his own martial art and became an apostle of Hujdu, but in the book everything is different. And the man who holds a grudge is named Hanyu, who is Munsun's mentor. Of course, to be more precise, Hanyu used to be his mentor. And it all started when Hanyu, honing his sword skills, planned to become the Ilman clan's successor. And just at that moment, his teacher brought an apostle who was a boy much younger than Han. Yes, the boy in front of Hanyu was an exceptionally young child. And as the teacher's health gradually deteriorated, Hanyu took custody of the child and accepted him as a sibling. However, when teaching a child martial arts, Hanyu couldn't even guess. I don't even know what thoughts were in the mind of the seemingly quiet apostle, and also what the patronizing spirit tiger trapped in hardship thought of the White Tiger clan, which based on the name Huju, is a deity who thrives on chaos and fear. And hence, based on their choice of clan, peace is considered shameful to them. Naturally, Tiger, trapped in the trap of hardship, could have chosen a different apostle. But the problem is that the clan, unlike the others, best handled the Huju doctrine, which means that no matter how much Hanyu wants to protect his student, no matter how hard Han tried to resist it, knowing it was futile, at that moment the deity Tiger appears trapped and deprived, who has no choice but to choose the apostle over the boy. And Tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship, bares his teeth at Han and his apprentice. Thus, Huju's strength was not only drastically reduced, but was also deliberately sealed. But then the question arises, why the god who feeds on chaos did nothing to the Ilman clan to which Gum Chunho belonged. However, it is clear that Hanyu was against bloodshed, and thus Huju preferred him to Gum Chunho. Meanwhile, the man from the White Tiger clan who was sent to follow Li Changxiang is just pissed off that he's trying to look smart by reading a book like that. Munsun's betrayal was probably not planned on short notice, but has been in the works for years. Gradually, Gum Chunho poisoned his mentor, which lasted for a very long time. And the betrayal came from somewhere Munsun didn't expect from his blood brother. But apparently just the homage alone didn't make Gum Chunho take his mentor's life. In addition to Gum Chunho blocking his breath and blocking Munsun's magical powers, luring him into the Ilman clan's cave. Unfortunately, the sacred spirit had also stripped Minsun of her protection, and Munsun is left to watch the Gum Chunho clan thrive, where he is now a priest in the place where the Ilman clan was. The reason for this is that Munsun once disobeyed his teacher and went to another world, where he can do nothing but watch the chaos. If one day Munsun hadn't heard a voice that caught his attention, and Li Changxiang can't wait to find out what that voice is that Munsun heard. Is that what Li Changxiang is thinking or guessing? Who is eager for the story to continue, so you need to find the hidden part. So Li Chansung turns to the system window, and sure enough, he finds the hidden part. Thus, increasing your skill combination progression, which is 51%. And that stuns Li Chansung, who thinks that the progress of the Huju combination is quite long, but it increases by another 12%. However, he he is not happy at the wrong time as he needs to find more hidden parts and put them together. And as Lee Chang-sung continues to read, he realizes that what is described in the book is beyond the power of an ordinary mortal. It's more likely that there's divine intervention going on, and it's probably just the voice that Hanu heard. In the meantime, Lee Chang-sion's allotted time is coming to an end, and we still need to find the rest of the pieces. But considering that Munsoon didn't want Gum Chunho's followers to know his secret will, Lee Chang-sung has to try harder in his search. Most likely Munsoon assumed that whoever found one part would find the others that might be in the 7th level section. However, the search for Lee Chang-sung is already just pissing off the man assigned to watch it. And Tiger, trapped in hardship and hoping to see Lee Chang-sung as his priest, doesn't ask too many questions. While the snake deity wrapped around the world looks at Lee Chang-sung with understanding. Finally, the endless search succeeds for Lee Chang-sung. He finds what he is looking for. It is known that the voice that Hanu heard says that he was once also betrayed by a priest and sent to Hanu's location, because he was able to be devoured by his own child, and so he wandered the underworld for a long time as if he were a demon. And as it turns out, Hanyu and the voice the man wielded had the same enemy. So this is getting interesting, and Lee Chang-sung puts the puzzle together and decides that the child is Huju, which means Huju's weakness has been exposed. It's a secret no one would reveal. And toward the end, another epiphany begins to reach Lee Chang-sung. That is, to become the deity tiger trapped in hardship, he had to become a demon that consumed his entire family. And Hanyu keeps hearing that voice wanting to see the destruction of this demon, only so that man may finally rest in peace. And for that, the man showed Han how to destroy the tiger deity trapped in hardship. However, Hanyu was able to regain his strength and energy thanks to the knowledge he had gained, but he began to avoid everyone around him, but continuing to train harder and harder to fully recover and concentrate on his skills. And the hour has come to choose when he learns that the wandering priest has finally returned, and take revenge in the same way he once betrayed Hanyu. But even that wasn't enough for Hanyu. He planned to take the priest's life, and to do so, Han had to use his sword again to take revenge on Tiger, who was trapped in a trap of hardship. Still, Hanyu wasn't sure if he could actually lynch the traitor. And that thought wouldn't leave him alone. Hanyu kept asking himself about it. Will Hanyu raise his hand to Munsun, whom he took as his own child? And so Hanyu decided to leave his will and resentment in the form of an obituary, hoping someone would be able to pass it on. For example, this someone could be the new descendant who will fulfill Hanyu's will. That's where the story ends, with Lee Chang-sung finding all the hidden parts, and gains the achievement and skill, Claw of the Black Mountain Ruler. But the strong will of a man whose name is unknown to Lee Chang-sung begins to burn in his heart. After all, as you know, there is no scarier beast on Earth than a wild beast with all its claws. And the resulting skill involves instantly taking the life of an opponent through endless bleeding. Also a chain attack skill that can be activated without any delay. And the effect of accumulating damage, that is, the strength of the attack will increase from the sequence of use of skills. And combining the skills learned will help them hide in each other or be used to increase strength. And Hanyu, looking at his ward, calls out to him, but not showing him any respect. Meanwhile, Munsun looks at his teacher, mentor, and once close friend. At one time, Lee Chang-sung, absorbed in his thoughts, realizes that the Black Mountain Ruler's claw skill is like a kind of counter. But it's even possible that this skill is better, since it takes its foundation from the same basics that are common to the skills of the White Tiger himself. But unfortunately, because of the weakness of the modern generation, no one remembers the skill of the ancient god. However, Lee Chang-sung, realizing that this skill takes away a lot of magic power he needs to try his best to get one claw. Considering the fact that the more elixirs Lee Chang-sung has, it's better for him to go to the training instance. And since there is no time left, Lee Chang-sung decides that he can come back for the offensive steps another time. And Lee Chang-sung left the library with 100 dishes that can be made from monster meat. Moving to the foot of the dungeon, called the Black Red Mountain Range, we must realize that according to the information Lee Chang-sung received, it won't be easy. But that's exactly what Director Oh wanted. And his behavior raises a lot of questions. There's probably some kind of mystery hidden in this place. Meanwhile, the weak wind skill follows Lee Chang-sung on his heels the whole way. And it annoys Lee Chang-sung to decide how to get rid of it. Of course, realizing that he was exposed, the skill Weak Wind asks not to pay any attention to it as it was in the library. However, Lee Chang-sung realizes that he can't catch him right away, so he can return to Sung Yu-jung later. And Lee Chang-sung, leaving his pursuer behind, makes it to the safe zone, where there are already other members sent on the mission and who are extremely surprised to see him here. Yes, among them is the Li Chang Shang that the headlines are talking about. And naturally, none of the members want to be compared to Li Chan Sung. And Li Chang Shang takes a look around and realizes that there are only 3 useful people. And then his eyes slip to the girl who's his fan. It's so awkward and embarrassing to be reacting to Li Chang Xiang like this. But among all the people present, a stranger catches Li Chang Sung's attention, who greatly towers over everyone present, hides his face under a blindfold, leaving only one eye. And his name, according to the name tag around his neck, is Baek Gyevul. According to the above information, Baek Gyevul is a new trainee in the White Tiger clan, and there is some premonition that Baek Gyevul is blessed with a different god, who he really is. But then Li Chang Sung is distracted by the man who was previously selected by his request to pay attention to it. Everyone, including Li Chang Sung and Baek Gyevul, turn to listen, directed at the speaker. Yes, the 26th training of the White Tiger clan's new recruits is starting right now. And the White Tiger training camp is exactly for those who want to create their own new legend. And where is the SSS plus rank? However, the last line begins to raise concerns for Li Chang Sung, believing that the Central Committee is overstepping its bounds. Meanwhile, elsewhere at the head of the Human Resources Department, Woo Young-un has a conversation going on between him and his nephew. And the nephew asks his uncle to get him the photo cards that are no longer on sale, to which he receives an affirmative answer. However, this is not at all what Woo Young-ying asks of his niece Hebben, who is already hanging up the phone in resentment. It's all because of Jamsel's gate that Woo Young-un can't concentrate. But Woo Young-un is madly in love with his niece Heben, even though it looks silly. What can I say? He almost lost his mind when he found out that Heben was at the epicenter of Jamsel's gate, and Woo Yang-ying prayed unceasingly to the patron giant without a name for Heben to stay alive. And his prayer continued until the news came that Heben was alive. This news made Woo Young-ying madly sad, causing tears of joy and relief. And after learning that Hyeben was alive thanks to a man, Woo Young-yun expressed his desire to thank him. And Hyeben told him that this person's name was Jang Song Ajusi, who had disappeared without a trace after closing the dungeon gate. Which means Woo Young-un needs to recruit Li Chang Sun into the clan he runs so that Heben can thank him, to which he receives cheers of joy and a huge compliment on himself. But what was he to say to Heben if they didn't even have a proper conversation? Because the first thing he did when he met Li Chang Xiang was to confront him. Da Woo Young-un's goal was to test Li Chang Xiang in action, and so, without thinking long, he bared his sword in front of the young man, thus challenging. This probably made Li Chang Xiang very angry, but there was still hope that he would at least call back after receiving the card. In order for Woo Ying-ying to personally recruit him into his 5-star sword clan, but still, he made a mistake. After all, no one expected Li Chang Song to be a genius and go straight to the White Tiger clan without deigning to call the Woo-un clan. So Heben calls Woo Young-un day after day to tell him how she feels about him because of his poor efforts. In addition, his older brother's wife and the father of their company are looking at him strangely, who knew Li Jiangxiang would show himself. And the reason for that is the event that happened to the Hayoff clan, and that's why Woo Young-ying isn't focused enough. And how can Woo Young-un claim to be Li Chang Sun if he's already chosen his path? Meanwhile, at the foot of the dungeon, there's a conversation going on about who Oppa looked at, because Li Chang Sung's fans are starting to act really weird. And I don't think Li Chang Shang will like what he sees when he looks at the drooling girl. Who would have thought that even they who had the worst results passed the training test? But something happens that makes a guy who gets bad results wary. And looking at the look on his leader Hen's face, he still tries to ask what's going on with it. But Hen's continued silence is beginning to cause not only surprise, but fear. In reality, however, it turns out that nothing significant is happening. You just have to get close enough to hear the rules of boot camp. And indeed, a member of the White Tiger clan begins to re-announce the training camp's plavilas. So all the trainees present look at the screen where the rules to be followed are spelled out. Also, besides all of the above, any autonomous actions and judgments are possible. After familiarizing themselves with the rules, the clan member moves on to teaching the trainee 3 basic skills. And these skills are as follows: Aura of the Tiger, Step of the Tiger, and Calamity of the Tiger. Apparently, someone is happy to hold skill scrolls because he thinks he is a full member of the clan while voicing their content. But once trainees get their skill scrolls, they need to break them. And after tearing the scrolls with the contents, everyone is thrilled that they were able to do this by getting their skill. At the same time, the clan member, aka instructor, continues to instruct on how to use them to pay attention to the rack. However, his instruction is stopped by a hand raised from the audience. This hand belongs to Li Chang Sung, who claims to already possess these skills. This is something a member of the White Tiger clan, aka the trainee instructor, would never expect to. Then what to speak of those present who are no less shocked by what they've heard? But Lee Chan-sung is also aware that he has the right to leave the safe zone if he knows the skills perfectly. And this further agitates those present who believe that whether Jang Song got the scrolls before the others. Because even if Lee Chang-sung is gifted, he can't know everything just by tearing the scrolls. The same feeling goes for the guy whose face is hidden behind a cloth mask. However, Lee Chang-sung's fan starts to get frantic believing that Tyrant is still alive. However, their leader Hyun is reassured that Lee Chang-sung will fail the test anyway, so there's no reason to be angry. Because Hen has information from his father, the clan's executive director, that Tyrant had not previously received the 3 skills, and Lee Chang-sung is offered to demonstrate them confident that he will fail. And if Lee Chang-seong is embarrassed, what will Shin Yun-so say about him? And now, Lee Chang-seong is beginning his preparations to show off the skills he has mastered. And just at that time, runes begin to appear on Lee Chang-sung's face, which leaves Leader Hen stunned and in disbelief at what he sees. This activates a learned skill called Step of the Tiger. A little later, enveloping himself in a fiery aura, Lee Chang-sung activates the next skill, Aura of the Tiger. And Lee Chan-sung not only releases aura and makes it in the shape of a tiger, which is impossible. At least Leader Hyung doesn't understand how a brat like Jang Seong can do it. But what would Leader Hyeon say at the sight of Lee Chang-seong moving on to activate the next skill? And indeed, Lee Chang-song, enveloping himself in a fiery black aura with sword in hand, activates the last skill Calamity of the Tiger. And what Lee Chang-song is showing is shocking to all the trainees present. Even someone who covers their face with a cloth mask is no exception. But even more shocked is Leader Hyung, who is sure that Lee Chang-sung will be disgraced. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung continues to make circular movements with his sword forming a circle of fire, which practically reaches the trainee instructor in the training arena, and barely touching him continues to move on past him, scorching him with its light. Until, under Lee Chang-sung's leadership, it devolves into a fountain of fire, causing destruction and forming fiery lava flows, eventually causing the monsters to start coming out. Naturally, the clan member and part-time instructor still can't come to his senses from what he's seen. However, Lee Chang-sung explains that by deciding to just try the idea, it was successful. His answer seems to the instructor like some unfunny joke he still can't get away from. The same is felt by the other trainees, who are simply numbed by the show that Tyrant has so skillfully demonstrated. Yes, and as a classic, the surprise of the audience begins to turn to anger and aggression towards Lee Chang-seong. However, Lee Chang-sun hears another disgruntled cry coming from behind the bushes. That's probably the reason why Lee Chang-sung was in the library. After all, Lee Chang-sung was able to master the skills that had defied the guy for 10 years. It turns out Lee Chang-sung works hard in places where he can't be disturbed. And after finally realizing it, the guy apologizes for thinking badly of Lee Chang-seong. After all, Lee Chan-sung is an amazing player genius who deserves respect. Of course, Lee Chang-seong couldn't have expected to be treated like this, because now it's unlikely that anyone can catch up with him since he's not only a genius, but a hard worker. And his female fan will be blown away by what she's hearing. She can't see anyone but Lee Chang-seong. Just as Tiger is trapped in the midst of hardship, Lee Chang-sung's personality becomes even more respectful. While Hooju cheers him up, Paebulsug is all disgruntled and resentful. In this way, Lee Chang-sung was able to prove that he was capable of fighting on his own. And after receiving permission from the trainee instructor, Lee Chang-sung leaves the trainees present. Thus, Lee Chan-sung single-handedly exits the safe zone, leaving the rest of the players behind. However, not everyone is happy about it. At least 3 people were not happy about it. And one man in particular among the trio is sharply distinguished by his hatred for Lee Chang-sung. Meanwhile, after coming out of the safe zone, Lee Chang-sung is already on the approach to the dungeon, and he's just starting to make inroads into the lands leading up to the Black Red Ridge, as he suddenly sees the ground creatures fleeing in the opposite direction of him. So Lee Chang-seong is being watched all the time by Tiger, who is trapped in a trap of hardship even when he was having a conversation with the director waiting for confirmation of his words. But upon entering the land of the Black Red Ridge, Lee Chang-sung notices that the air is thick and impossible to breathe due to the changing ecosystem. And Lee Chang-sung attempts to purify the air with the flames of the 8 trigrams, realizing that a novice would not be able to survive here. So Lee Chang-sung activates the stillness to try and diffuse the thick air. Also, Lee Chang-sung needs to activate his inner calm and resort to weapons to successfully accomplish his plan. At this time, the snake wrapped around the world is watching Li Changxiang with interest, waiting for his next move. And Li Changsung, having taken all the necessary steps to prepare, decides to move on to the next stage. Yeah, he's sure to hit that spot that contributes to such a tough environment around here, which means the next thing he has to do is activate the Tiger Step, which helps activate the Earthquake and starts adding the path record. In this way, Li Changxiang used his spear to release a stream of fiery energy. It's going to the place where Li Changxiang thinks evil is concentrated. A blow and a monster is revealed, struck by a spear thrust. It's just like Li Changxiang suggests, it's a monster habitat. And no either-or but one-legged ghosts scattering from the blow. And since that's the case, the thing Li Changsun is looking for is a mass of fleeing one-legged ghosts. 100% is right here in this place, and he can't be wrong. Which means you have to work hard to find this thing. And this resolute attitude of Li Changxiang is confirmed by a gaze with an inhuman glow. However, before proceeding, Li Changsung must try out one thing. And Li Changsung starts activating a skill called First Claw of the Black Mountain Ruler, thus fully immersing yourself in the process being activated, drawing out in a circle with his spear streams of pink energy that circularly form a funnel, which begins its effect on the dense streams of one-legged ghosts, each time clearing the space around him and chasing the creatures away, until the dense shroud of darkness begins to move aside, releasing the occupied land. Yes, as Li Changsung suggests, this skill requires a large amount of magical energy, but Huju doesn't realize it yet. And since that's the case, you have to work hard to increase your magical power. And anyway, the thing that Li Changsung needs just has to be in the lair of the one-legged ghost. But as soon as Li Changsung thinks about it, he is attacked by one of the one-legged ghosts. And not having time to accomplish what he had planned, he receives a striking blow with the released, which is a bracelet placed on Li Chansung's arm. Next, Li Chansung makes the decision to activate the Eye of the Viper, which brings admiration to Hunt Time, while the Snake of the Coiling World recognizes that his path of knowledge is his gift. As a result, Li Changsung successfully cleans up a colony of one-legged ghosts and is rewarded with a knee joint and one-legged ghost's baton. And Li Chansung activates the soul-sucking skill after completing the job. Suddenly, something starts to catch Li Changxiang's attention, which is an unknown creature resembling a flower with eyes on a multi-branched berry. But either Li Changxiang is imagining it or not, but the flower that was just looking at him now appears motionless, and Li Changxiang is starting to realize that this is the very thing he needs. This item is the very flower he is looking for in the former settlement of one-legged monsters. So Li Changxiang needs to get it, and Li Changxiang grabs it and starts dragging it, while the flower starts squealing. Thus, Li Changsung becomes the owner of a squealing flower. The shrieking flower is known to grow in the place between life and death, and its property is the presence of a potent poison that leads to death. However, the purpose of its use by Li Changsung is different and departs from the boundaries of its use. He wants to try to transform the fire of the 8 trigrams, so he turns to the deity. But one of the arrow gods is shocked that Li Changsung has gotten hold of the flames of the 8 trigrams and the power of the Tao and wants to get his hands on them. However, Li Changsung is not satisfied with Arrow's moralizing and asks him to tell him the way to get them. It turns out that in fact, everything is much simpler in the process of building up Li Changxiang's strength, not fuel, but fire. But in order for the flame not to be consumed, it must be vicious and violent. However, Li Changxiang doesn't understand what kind of flame we're talking about. And Iroh gives another clue for Li Changsung to get the end-of-the-world flame he needs to find the monsters Ijuk or Jigwi. I see, so the next thing Li Changsung has to do is find Jigwi. Li Changsung remembers standing on a cliff and looking up at the mountain and seeing a creature flying out of it. And this bird-like creature is heading away from the mountain in an unknown direction. Finally, Li Changsung is beginning to realize what this creature is, and his name is Jigwi. So he doesn't need it to smolder, but to become a raging fire. And the only way Li Changsung can do that is with a flower to feed on. However, ingestion of the flower is accompanied by the spread of death poison throughout the body. This begins to activate immunity to the 10 poison. And the fire of the 8 trigrams, flaring brighter and brighter, begins to cleanse the body, increasing the magical power. And now Li Changxiang can make fire, thus increasing his magic power. So, you can continue the path in parallel by clearing the settlement of one-legged ghosts and getting the skull and heart of a one-legged ghost as a reward. Along the way, Li Chansung mops up a settlement of red-bearded ghosts by uncovering a family of battle-ready flowers and mopping up a group of dark ghosts. Thus, by his adventure tiring the deities of hunting time and the owl piercing the dim light. Finally, after a long journey, Li Changsung comes close to the foot of the dungeon mountain, and after climbing one of the peaks, Changxiang starts to look around, until he discovers a nest-like hollow of twigs. That's right. There's a nest of Jigui here, where Li Changxiang finds him. As we know, Jigui is a rather strange monster with no set body. And if it's like Iroh says, then this monster is probably lifeless. But you can't say that either. Probably Jigui is more like a pack of spirits. That display, something consistent with flame and death. And since they're spirits, there's no way Jigui's venom would come from anything resembling it. It is known that Jigui's right eye is the bile of tens of thousands of ghosts, which under the influence of high temperature turned into a jewel. And if you use this jewel, Li Changxiang will be able to change the fire of the 8 trigram. Remembering what Iroh said, and taking advantage of Jigui Li's absence, Chansung decides to set up a trap in her nest. And at this time, the clan members are reviewing the past ones, which is 40% in 10 days. That's the best result ever. Among the surrendered are 3 players who follow in Li Changsung's footsteps and harbor hatred for him. And as they follow Li Changsung's path, they are once again convinced that this is so, because only Li Changsung could have left behind what they see. And deciding to stop the idle chatter, they start wondering how they'll torture Li Changsung when they get to him. On the flight, continuing to speculate about how Li Changsung represents nothing and only seems cool. They believe that the White Tiger endowed Li Changsung with something that allows him to surpass everyone else since he mastered the skills in less than a day. But what happens to them if the clan overseers find out about their scheme? However, as we know, what is hidden behind the veil of justice is a lie, and the White Tiger clan is no different from the Hayoff clan. After all, in addition to the direct meaning of the word murderer, there is a reverse side of this personality capable of doing anything for money and entertainment. You also have to consider that Li Chansung has amassed quite a bit of capital being a pro gamer, and plus, he comes from a wealthy family. But still among the intruders, there is one who doubts the correctness of the plan, because Li Changsung just fell into their hands, for which he receives disapproving looks in his direction from his comrade. But then the guy starts to realize the consequences for which they will have to answer in case it becomes known to the White Tiger clan. After all, if they fail to successfully implement the plan, they will get a lot of problems, since they not only need to take part in the training of the White Tiger, but also to steal the Sphere of Illusion. But you have to consider that it was the White Tiger that cornered the Hayoff clan, which means they need to get the sphere at any cost. Hearing this makes the rest of the gang furious, because there are doubts that they may not be able to cope. And it's not just condemnation, it's threats against the guy who dared to question their plan. So if he does anything else like that, he's gonna end up being mauled by a one-legged ghost. And his buddies continue on their way in search of Li Changsung, leaving the guy to ponder. Naturally, whatever the doubts and contradictions, the fear of being headless is above all else. And therefore, the guy has nothing to do but to activate the ability to move and go after the allies. Meanwhile, somewhere in the mountains of the Black Red Ridge to the approach to the dungeon, as a bright fiery colored explosion occurs at the very spot where Li Changxiang is. This unmasked evil spirit is trapped by Li Changxiang. Activating the explosion rune and penetration rune causes the spirit to become paralyzed. In doing so, Li Chansung defeats the 2-headed python, the fire dog, and the striped bird. But unfortunately, among those caught, only fire-type monsters and no fire ghosts. However, the explosions make the deity of hunt time happy. But Li Changsung, after 10 days, still hasn't gotten to the nest, save that the level has risen to 32nd, which only tells me that the fire ghost is already gone. And that creates a new problem, because we may have to go down the river again. However, before he can do that, Li Changxiang has something very important to settle. Suddenly, there is an explosion inside the nest where Li Changsung is jumping, releasing a fiery beam of light. And Li Changsung, considering that one meets eyes with someone who also stares at him intently. And this someone is a man with a burnt face wrapped in a mask of rags, who earlier drew attention to himself at the selection. Who would have thought that Li Changxiang would be confronted by a man named Baek Gewul, a man he didn't expect to. It's likely that Baek Gewul is intentionally stalking Li Changxiang. But even if it is, it doesn't matter since Baek Gewul sees everything Li Changxiang does. If that's the case, Li Changxiang will have to send Baek Gewul to the afterlife. And without hesitation, Li Changsung puts the tip of his spear to Baek Gewul's face, which is being countered by Baek Gewul, which means there will be a confrontation. And the battle between the two sides of Li Changsung and Baek Gewul begins. But in order to win Li Changsung, must realize that Baek Gawul uses a spear that exceeds 3 meters in length, and he will be a level higher. But nevertheless, the confrontation does not stop, and each side assesses the capabilities of the other. Where in turn Baek Gawul notes that he is dealing with an opponent characterized by speed and accuracy, because he is aiming at his neck with such precision. And Lee Chan-sung makes another lunge, and his spear practically touches Baek Gawul. Therefore, Baek Gawul must be extremely careful not to take his life prematurely. And to do so, he decides to show a move against Lee Chang-seong, thus catching Lee Chang-sung by surprise, who is unprepared for this. However, Lee Chan-sung still manages to react in time to Baek Gawul's lunge, and he successfully dodges a punch from his opponent, who in turn realizes that Lee Chan-sung has managed to avoid being hit. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung takes out a rusty sword that he acquired from the Blind Master's forge, and with a swinging motion, Lee Chang-seong strikes his opponent. To Baek Gawul's surprise, the sword slid, touching his face, and shattering into pieces, the mask flew off Baek Gawul's face. However, Lee Chang-sung does not finish what he started, stopping his sword at Baek Gawul's neck and striking the latter. But it seems that Lee Chang-sung is being stopped by something that made a strong impression on him. And that something is Baek Gawul's ability to use the secret art of shadow. But Baek Gawul also wonders how Lee Chang-sung knows that name. And Lee Chang-sung explains that back then, when his life consisted of feuds and wars, he could only rely on them. However, they left him due to his insanity and took away relationships and memories that were dear to him. Among them is a goddess who patronizes slaughter and destruction. Also on that list is a dragon who slept for 1,000 years. And along with these deities, an iron-blooded lion is glimpsed. Rounding out the list is Xerxes, who is also called Wandering Shadow, who, unlike the other gods, has one unique power called the secret art of shadow. Yes, the one god with only one power is Xerxes. It is known that the secret art of shadow was known only to Xerxes' comrades, in that case, who he is Baek Gawul. But there is a big difference between Xerxes' power and the secret art of shadow that is developed by ordinary people, and this is what Lee Chang-sung is interested in. And after interrupting Baek Gawul's question, Lee Chan-sung insists that his opponent answer first. But that doesn't please Baek Gawul, who will use force to make Lee Chang-sung speak first. And without waiting for a response, Baek Gawul attempts to attack Lee Chang-seong, to which Lee Chang-seong is at the ready waiting with his rusty sword. And the deity tiger trapped in the ordeal is insanely pleased with such a fierce clash between two people preparing to become his servants. Meanwhile, Baek Gawul's answer-crazed Baek Gawul attempts to attack Lee Chan-sung again. However, Lee Chang-sung has no plans to take his life until he learns about the secret art of shadow, and throws his spear against Baek Gawul's battle inventory. This results in a collision with the formation of a bright flash of light. I guess Baek Gawul didn't expect Lee Chang-sung to have a spear in his arsenal. Nudging, which Lee Chan-sung leaps straight towards Baek Gawul, which is just in time to defend himself with a block with his spear. Apparently, Baek Gawul doesn't count on that kind of power. In the meantime, Lee Chan-sung begins activating the skills he's learned. And first of all, Lee Chang-sung uses the skill Calamity of the Tiger and Step of the Tiger, the simultaneous application of which causes them to fuse. Next in line is the activation of the aura of the Tiger skill. The one that follows the first two merges with them, increasing in strength. And it is the simultaneous activation of all skills that eventually reaches its ideal state. Therefore, having achieved reinforcement, Lee Chang-sung is even more focused on leading the confrontation, and so with renewed vigor, he launches an offensive against his adversary Baek Gawul, who is already beginning to fail to cope with such an onslaught and is facing defeat. He ends up being forcefully thrown in the opposite direction from Lee Chang-sung, leading directly to the stone wall where Baek Gawul flies off, forming clouds of dust around him and causing him pain from the impact. But before Baek Gawul knows it, Lee Chang-sung's spearhead is headed for his face, which brings to mind the deity of hunting time, who enjoys such a showy game. And the defeated Baek Gawul still wants to find out who Lee Chang-sung is, who is once again marked by Tiger trapped in a trap of temptation. At one time, Lee Chang-sung realizes that Baek Gawul is a half-ghost, which is why he has that appearance and special ability. But this hunch terrifies Baek Gawul, as he doesn't understand how Lee Chang-sung will find out. However, does it really matter anymore, at least to Lee Chang-sung? So the secret art of shadow is his innate skill, and the burn scars are the result of a human ghost bond. So it appears that the traces of divinity that Lee Chang-sung senses come from Xerxes, and why Xerxes' life force is greatly diminished at the same time, why he abandons his son in the mortal realm. And since that's the case, Lee Chan-sung will be forced to take Baek Jawulu with him, who probably knows nothing about his father. And then Lee Chang-sung begins to guess that Baek Gawul wants to heal his curse with Jigwee's eye, but he fails. Because Lee Chan-sung is much more illuminating on many issues than Baek Gawula, who in turn is curious to know what exactly Lee Chang-seong knows. However, Lee Chan-sung again stuns Baek Gawulu by saying that after exchanging a couple of punches, it should be obvious, because Jigwee's eye won't heal the burns that Baek Gawula believes he got from his fire ghost parents. And all because Baek Gawul's parents aren't fire parents, in which case he wouldn't be able to use the attribute of darkness. And Jigwee is closer to death, plus he has an aura much stronger than ordinary ghosts. In that case, it's likely that Baek Gawula plans to eat Jigwee's eye. This knowledge commands the respect of the serpent that coils the world. And since that's the case, what's even more likely is that Baek Gawula expects to become an evil spirit or a ghost altogether. And this fact deeply disappoints Baek Gawulu, who counts on his healing. But the thirst to cleanse his face of the scars gave Baek Gawul hope that he might still succeed. Eventually, the realization comes to Baek Gawul that he is very wrong and is stumped by helplessness. Suddenly, what he hears from Lee Chang-sung brings him abruptly to consciousness. And Lee Chan-sung, in turn, offers Baek Gawul's help in healing, but only if a deal is struck between them. And this sentence further puts Baek Gawula in a stupor. However, in exchange for healing, Lee Chang-sung asks Baek Gawulu to share knowledge regarding Jigwee, plus help in the case. After all, Baek Gawula has studied them in great detail, so he must know something Lee Chang-sung doesn't know. And so, as not to sow doubt in Baek Gawula's mind, Lee Chan-sung wants to confirm his words about healing indeed. Now that's something you definitely don't expect to hear and see Baek Gawula at the end. And so that Lee Chang-sung doesn't have to wait, he asks Baek Gawulu to reach out to him. However, Baek Gawula still doesn't trust Lee Chang-sung, cautiously prepares to lend a hand. But it doesn't matter much because for Baek, Gawula risks nothing in the event of failure on Lee Chang-sung's part. So still not believing Lee Chang-sung, Baek Gawula nevertheless reaches out to his enemy. And Lee Chang-sung meets her with his hand tenaciously grabbing her wrist, while cautioning that there may be discomfort from being a little hot and therefore Baek Gawul needs to be patient. Immediately, a stream of fiery lava begins to erupt, directed toward Baek Gawula, while brightly lighting up his face and grasping the hand that he had given to Lee Chang-sung to heal. From the resulting pain, Baek Gawula opens his mouth and begins to capture some of the flame. At the same time, Lee Chan-sung warns that by doing so, Baek Gawula with a sigh may interfere with the circulation of magical power. Soon a muffled moan begins to erupt from Baek Gawula, which indicates that his semi-transparent state is beginning to change. And finally, everything comes to a point where the curse leaves Baek Gawula. In doing so, Baek Gawula feels his ghostly features begin to disappear, taking his bad luck with them. But all this is quite possible, only the fire needs to reach the heart of Baek Gawula, where the center of his ghostly features are concentrated. It takes a little more time for the fire to reach the heart, and then anything is possible. But then the lights start to go out, and he's just a little short of reaching it. And just at that moment, not realizing what's going on, Lee Chang-sung's shout brings him to his senses, who realizes exactly where Baek Gawula is going and brings him out of his trance, and also asks Baek Gawula to try to look at his face for starters. However, Baek Gawula begins to look at his hand first. After all, the result is quite obvious, and not only Baek Gawula, but also Hunt Time are surprised by the new transformation. And the snake, who wraps the world, is sure that it is necessary to better master the effects of the flame trigrams, and the tiger, trapped in a trap of deprivation, mocks his subordinate. But for now, that's all Lee Chang-sung can do, and Baek Gawul needs constant treatment, which doesn't guarantee anything either. However, there is a way out, and it is to work together to defeat Jigwee and increase the fire powers that will be useful to the two of them. And if there is such a need, Lee Chang-sung is willing to make a mana pact. But there's no need whatsoever for what Lee Chan-sung has done for Baek Gawula is enough to trust him. However, such a statement folds Lee Chang-sung's opinion of Baek Gawula's naivete. In addition, his reaction when Baek Gawula learns of the help that will be required of him will be unknown. Well, that means it's time to start listing where Baek Gawula will be needed. And first of all, Lee Chan asks for respectful respect, as he can't allow familiarity from his friend's son, which causes a sense of bewilderment on the part of Baek Gawula and mockery on the part of the deity of the serpent encircling the world. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung keeps talking about how to defeat Jigwee by learning her habits. And for what it's worth, Jigwee's appearance mostly resembles that of a crow. So Baek Gawula suggests searching Jigwee's nest first. Lee Chang-sung and Baek Gawula begin to carry out the agreed-upon action. As a result, stumbling upon untold treasures hidden in the nest. So it turns out that Jiggy collects trophies from her victim. Considering that they are all precious things, they are worthless to Jigwee, and soon Jigwee forgets about them altogether. And it should also be noted that the collected trinkets can tell them what route her future path will take. And while scrutinizing the precious items, Lee Chan-sung and Baek Gawula stumble upon a bow, which is named White Dove and has the ability to launch 5 arrows in succession and the ability to pierce anything. And Lee Chang-sung decides to pick out something worthwhile for himself and get a sum of money for the others. But then, amongst all the jewelry, a special piece catches his eye, which resembles a sphere with black and pink waves of glow coming from it. Also, among other things, this thing emits the odor of death that Lee Chang-seong is no stranger to. And it is a pearl of illusions that is made of the flowers of death destruction. And what else emitting the odor of resentment that have lost their lives to smallpox? And considering the fact that smallpox is a disease of the past, perhaps the pearl of illusion has something to do with the white tiger. And then Baek Gawula informs Lee Chang-sung that he knows where Jigwee is now. Since based on the fact that Jigwee was focused on food for a long time, her strength is at its limit. And from this, it follows that she has settled deep in the mountains populated by magical creatures and monsters who possess powerful souls. And to Lee Chang-sung's surprise, it's worth recognizing that Baek Gawula's naivete is very useful, which means it's not worth procrastinating. So without wasting a moment, Lee Chan-sung and Baek Gawula decide to send Jigwee on a search. Their journey deep into the mountains has been going on for 4 whole days. Finally, it seems that they reach Jigwee's new grounding place, because along the way, they encounter the gnawed bones and skeletons of her victim. And then Lee Chang-sung recalls Iroh's words that Jigwee has a great appetite, which literally confirms her greed and lack of a sense of complete satiation. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sung and Baek Gawul's movement is disturbed by something that catches their attention. And to find out what's wrong, they go to the cliffs looking down, where the Jigwee class contributes to the formation of drought. At the same time, the size of this bird strikes the deity of hunting time, and Lee Chang-sung, seeing the disaster, starts activating the Eye of the Viper. In doing so, Jigwee's staggering size continues the work he started. At this time, Lee Chang-sun takes out a bow from Jigwee's arsenal and tucks the arrows into it. And Deity Tiger, trapped in the ordeal, feeling a sense of pride for his family members, decides to give them gifts. While realizing that everything turns out to be much simpler, happy that the range of his vision has increased. It's not just his eyesight, but all of his senses to a new level. Meanwhile, Jigwee continues his meal trying to satisfy his hunger. However, Lee Chang-sung tries to shoot arrows and wonders if the ruler of the abyss can bestow something to enhance his feeling. But this causes excitement for Hunt Time, who feeling uncomfortable with the fact that the gods bestow Lee Chang-sung with their power at the end. Da Pabelsag, making his move, gives Lee Chang-sung his power, and it comes at just the right time as the gift and power of the deity helps Lee Chang-sung to accurately hit the chosen target. So confident in his plan, Lee Chang-sung releases the bowstring and lets the arrows in, which, after traveling a considerable distance, must hit the intended target, Jigwee. And so it is, in fact, the arrows reach Jigwee and wound her through and through. What causes great damage to Jigwee, in addition to the skills of explosive lightning and lightning network, contributes to the temporary formation of a thunderstorm. In turn, the sight scene is admired and approved by Baek Gawul, and all thanks to a gift that was given by the ruler of the abyss himself. Thus, Lee Chang-sung is now the possessor of the fighting senses that he had been missing. Now, the acquired Beast Senses skill directs all of Lee Chang-sung's senses to Jigwee only. And this plays a big role for Lee Chang-sung as he starts guessing Jigwee's moves better, thereby making Tiger, who was trapped in a hardship trap, proud that Lee Chang-sung was using his gift. Meanwhile, Baek Gawula comes to realize that defeating Jigwee seems crazy to him. But as it is, they just have to beat Jigwee. Suddenly, Lee Chang-seong's attention is attracted by a foreign sound. Turns out there's a trespasser who has no right to join the raid. And at that moment, 2 people appear in Lee Chang-sung and Baek Gawula's field of vision. As it turns out, this is a security zone accessible only to clan members and not to trainees. Meanwhile, a series of punches continue to land for Jigwee, until eventually another critical blow is struck. And this strike increases the skill level of Lightning Blast and Lightning Net. And with that said, no one here is going to back down despite the warning about interns being in the area. And so one of the clan members reiterates that the territory where Lee Chang-seong and Baek Gawula are located is protected. Suddenly, Baek Gawula can't stand it and declares that Jigwee is their target, which they have been pursuing for 4 days now. However, in response, he receives a warning to immediately retreat from the closed area, and if they disobey, the clan members are not responsible for the consequences. Yes, not in a favorable position for themselves are Lee Chan-sung and Baek Jawula. But while there is a dispute between Lee Chan-sung, Baek Jawula, and members of the White Tiger clan, Jigwi makes some sort of attempt that attracts their attention. That means Jigwi wants to fly away from where they are trying to attack her, and Baek Jawula realizes that if they lose her now, they'll never catch up. But at that very minute, receive a threat against them from members of the White Tiger clan. Meanwhile, Jigwi begins to rise up, leaving his pursuers behind. This shows that the hope of Baek Jawula is leaving him along with Jigwi. However, Lee Chang-sung, unlike his partner, is beginning to realize what these guys are here for. But no matter how the director says it, some intervention is still required, and Lee Chang-sung's stalker disappearing leaves him with his own thoughts, which means the CEO is hiding something using the guise. And most likely the Pearl of Illusion found in Jigwi's nest had something to do with it. It's even possible that Jigwi took the life of someone who had something to do with the mystery. If so, the clan members want to either capture or destroy the Gem of Illusions so all involved can hunt Jigwi. It's likely that Lee Chang-sung needs to delve more into this topic to get more valuable information. And back to the clan members, Lee Chang-sung knows they're allowed to do anything outside of this area. Since they had received confirmation of their words, the members of the White Tiger clan had nothing to worry about. However, just at that time, being right above the heads of the Jigwi clan members starts to fall down. Naturally, this was not expected by the representatives who came to eliminate the violators of the safe zone. And so, flying off to the sides, they are hit by a torrent of rock blocks formed by the Jigwi crash. And Jigwi, consumed by the fire, continues her downward plunge. And at this moment, Lee Chang-sung begins to activate a newly acquired skill, which is a black veil heading towards the stricken Jigwi bird. Immediately after that, Lee Chang-sung activates another skill of his related to the 8 trigrams flame, which begins its action due to the new energy source discovered. Thus, Lee Chang-sung, activating 2 skills, is exalted to accomplish the mission. As a result, the flame of the 8 trigrams, finding a new source of fire, tries to swiftly consume it, resulting in a monster that could conceivably leave a chick behind. After all, it is likely that Jigwi left the nest to search for food for the baby, considering that consuming her fire could have serious consequences. And if you use the knowledge you have gained wisely, it will be very useful and you will need a very serious preparation. However, Lee Chang-sung and Baek Jawula have no clear ideas on how to do this, because there is no certainty that even what Baek Jawula proposes will work. But Lee Chang-sung decides ahead of him that he needs to get to the location of Jigwi's food source earlier in order to make a trap. And Lee Chang-sung starts activating another skill related to soul absorption, presenting a spectacular spectacle as the soul-sucking powerhouse begins to eat the spirit that is Jigwi, thereby spreading the fire to other spirits that are connected to Jigwi, eventually consuming the monster entirely. In doing so, the fire of purgatory for all becomes palpably stronger, which suggests that the monster is devouring everything in its path. This is because Jigwi is addicted to hunting due to hunger, which leaves him no way out, so the corpse can be used as bait. And Lee Chang-sung suggests smearing it with a poison that has an icy and paralyzing effect, against which Jigwi can do nothing. She's powerless here. That's exactly what Lee Chang-sung has in mind for this plan of action. And Jigwi continues to absorb the souls of his victims, to use it as fuel to keep the flames of death alive. However, Lee Chan-sung hides from Baek Jawula that after taking the monster's life, he did not extract its spirit. As he enters Jigwi's body, he will become part of her flesh, which plays a significant role. Because when Jigwi tries to escape again, Lee Chang-sung using soul-sucking will bring her back. And given that Jigwi is a cluster of spirits, she will not escape the flames of the 8 trigram. And the ashes from Jigwi's burning will be next to Lee Chang-sung, representing Jigwi's natural enemy, with whom she is not only incompatible, but who consumes her, while causing the uncontrolled absorption of the lights to produce a poison that is destructive to Lee Chang-sung, which ultimately affects the violation of the 8 trigrams flame control and the frantic growth of the magic circuit already exceeding the permissible threshold, which results in no more items being able to be added, and therefore a new change will be attempted. But still, Lee Chang-sung gets a new award called the One Who Absorbed the Sun, which increases the skill level of the soul-sucking power skill, which means souls will now be extracted faster. Jigwi, however, begins to make attempts at resistance, which confuses and frightens the clan members for lack of thinking what they should do. And Lee Chang-sung, watching, thinks that this is the moment Jigwi will expose it. And Lee Chang-sung exposing his sword to the flames of the 8 trigrams adds destructive properties. As a result, the eternal flame first slowly peeks out, then it burns in a sword made of fish guts, then awakens and blood is formed, thereby successfully fulfilling the hidden requirements of the divine artifact and causing Li Changsung to cry exactly what Li Changsung expects. And the sword ransomed from the blind smith of grief in the fiery flames continues its rebirth. And Li Changsung realizes there's only one way to track down Jigui, and it's to remove the entire seal from a sword made of fish guts. And to do that, you need to take all devouring flame, and a lot of them, for the sword is seen to consume the all-consuming flames with great greed. Oh, and by the way, Li Changsung has something else to do for the case, and that something is the blood he draws by running his hand over the tip of the spear. For only flame and blood will free the sword from the fish scales that have rested in it for a millennium. And all because the sword was always near the frying pan, and before it got to Yezi, it absorbed a huge amount of blood called the Sword of Death. Thus, awakening the fire and forming blood, Li Changsung fulfills the hidden requirements of the divine artifact. And it's also worth keeping in mind that the sword that absorbed Li Changsung's blood and fire now belongs to him alone. Now, Li Changsung is the only full master of the sword who must obey him. Since that's the case, Li Changsung is now ordering the sword to tremble before him. Now, the certificate that Li Changsung is the owner of the fishgut sword will be inscribed on his blade. Yes, finally Li Changsung finally gets what he wants. Suddenly, spirits start coming out of the sword talking to Li Changsung, each of them saying that Li Changsung releasing them should take them. However, Li Changsung staunchly responds to these remarks without being influenced by them, and the spirits keep coming out of the sword shouting for Li Changsung to take them rather. And this show brings Baek Gavul and 2 members of the White Tiger clan into awe and amazement. Meanwhile, the spirits begin to engulf Li Changsung, wrapping him in the vortex of their presence, and kept whispering to him that by freeing them, he should make a choice in favor of one of them. But Li Changsung pulls himself together in time and orders the spirits to shut up. And it works as the resulting glow begins to drive away the spirits from Li Changsung, until it finally frees him from the spirit's influence for good. And now, Li Changsung becomes the sole and only full owner of the fishgut sword. Now Li Changsung and the sword become one, complementing each other. And to be sure, Li Changsung decides to test the sword in action. Taking the sword in his hands, Li Changsung began to spin it around, forming a circle of fire around him, until it turns into a single circle of fire around Li Changsung. And that's what it takes to deliver a powerful critical blow to Jigui, which leads to Jigui blowing himself up to leave the place. Meanwhile, Li Changsung continues to test the sword by applying other skills to it, which contributes to the tiger's flame bursting out. And once again reaching Jigui strikes her with a powerful blow. Li Changsung then begins activating the next skill, which is known as the Black Mountain Monarch's Fang, and which reaches its peak through the unity of Li Changsung and the fishgut sword, striking a decisive and at the same time final blow to Jigui, tearing her to shreds. In the end, Li Changsung reaches out and takes possession of Jigui X1's right crystal eye, which allows you to observe the changes that occur both in the human world and in the afterlife. This raises the high-level dagger skill to the highest level, and the low-level longsword skill appears, leading to the merging of categories and the creation of swordsmanship, which shocks all the gods who are watching Li Changsung. And Li Changsung, having partially satisfied the conditions of the fishgut sword, can now use its hidden abilities. But to unlock all of the sword's abilities, Li Changsung gets a hidden task, which is to find the remaining 8 swords. So Li Changsung not only needs to find the remaining swords that complement each other, but also protect the fishgut sword. And Li Changsung, having been given a hidden assignment, exposes his right hand with hieroglyphics on it. With that, he begins to feel his arm getting heavier than before. However, Li Changsung realizes that the sword has not shown any reaction at all until recently. After all, it almost triples what he had at level 30, so he feels like a great river is flowing through him. And while Li Changsung commits his actions, Baek Gavul and the members of the White Tiger clan continue to watch him. And the latter are stunned that Jiggy has been stolen from them and don't know what to do. Maybe they can pretend it's not happening. But in fact, they can't do that. They need to do something about Li Changsung, who possesses the illusory pearl. And to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, Li Changsung must be beaten, because this is the right time to do it, because Li Changsung only absorbed Jigui's flame, not put it out. And even if Li Changsung is consumed by the all-consuming flames, he's exhausted enough to resist like Baek Gavul. Therefore, you need to immediately defeat him and get information about the illusory pearl, otherwise feed him to the beasts. Even though the executive director thinks Li Changsung is capable for them, it won't be much of a problem. And just as they're thinking about it, someone shows up to disrupt their plan. Equally surprised by the new arrivals are Lee Chang-sung and Baek Gawula, and that someone is a member of the Haeof clan who happens to be a member of the Gathering. Nevertheless, the members of the White Tiger clan are curious about how they managed to get here, and get an insulting taunt from one of them in return. Apparently, that White Tiger clan's member check has a flaw since it was able to allow members of the Haeof clan to appear. Because in one of the new arrivals, they recognize Yang Xinghae, known as the Iron Mace Demon. In the second guy who arrives, they recognize Park GP, known as Jigsaw. And the third guy from the Haeof clan is Pei Wu Jen, or Crimson Target. Also, added to the first problem, is the fact that the guys from Haeof, somehow having learned about this place, appeared here and not another dungeon. And so it can only mean and say one thing. The guys from the Haeof clan already know about the research centers that are located in these places, so the conversation can't be avoided. Yang Xinghae had already taken out his mace and began to swing it furiously. Seeing this, the members of the White Tiger clan are well aware of what the consequences will be when they clash, which means while one distracts, the other has to call for backup. And so whoever's stretching the clock starts attacking one of Haeof's guys. However, he absolutely does not expect to meet such swift resistance. At the same time, Park GP pulled out his sword to ward off the White Tiger clan's representative. At the same time, seeing the surprise of his opponent says that he is just starting to have fun. Meanwhile, the mace released by Yang Xinghae comes into action, who, seeing another member of the White Tiger clan heading for help, releases a mace in his direction. At this time, a member of the White Tiger clan sees the danger coming from Yang Xinghae, and so in time to react, he deflects the mace with his sword. However, his sword, unable to withstand the blow of the mace, shatters into small pieces. Seeing this, Yang Xinghae once again released his mace to see if the clan member would be able to repel the blow this time. But this time luck does not favor the White Tiger clan member, and the mace injures him. Meanwhile, Yang Xinghae did not hesitate to use his mace once again, and the mace flies straight into the head of the White Tiger clan member, knocking it off and sending him to the other world in a flash. At this, Yang Xin, he is gleefully enjoying what he has done, but gets reprimanded by his partner for being wasteful. However, the accomplice has nothing to worry about, as there is another who can serve him well. But that doesn't please Park Junhye, who thinks that Yang Xinhye is once again causing him trouble. Meanwhile, Bae Wugen is heading towards Lee Chang-sung and Baek Gawul, who don't understand what the members of the Haeof clan want from them. However, he replies that no matter how much Bae Wugen wants it, it is by his hand that they will lose their lives here and now. But Lee Chang-sung has other plans, because he's not going to give up so easily. And apparently Baek Gawula is also in solidarity with Lee Chang-seong. But Bae Wugen absolutely doesn't care what they think about it, and prepares to strike. Seeing this, Lee Chang-sung raises his hand in the air and prepares to strike back. And Lee Chang-sung will also see if Bae Wugen can dodge him. Yang Xinhai realized what was going on, and looked towards Lee Chang-sung. Also, a member of the White Tiger clan and Park DP who are horrified by what they... Naturally, no exception is Pei Wu-jen, who is equally shocked by what he sees. And it's no surprise, because that's when monster boss Jigwi shows up behind Lee Chang-sung. Plus, it will be interesting to see how the female reacts when she realizes her partner is dead. And Jigwi, seeing this, starts screaming and showering those present with fire lightning, which are already turning into a whole shower of fire lightning. And soon the fire lightnings begin to turn into a storm raging with great force. And Jigwi continues to circle above them without ceasing his attack, which causes members of the Haeof clan to start scattering in all directions. With that, Park Ji-pei desperately asks Yang Shin-hye to rather chase Jigwi away to that side and blow the whistle. But he doesn't have time, because at that very moment, Jigwi looms over the White Tiger clan representative and the members of the Haeof clan, which comes down on them as a massive blow to their victim. And in the puffs of fire, only heard shouts and rude cries indicating that among the arrivals there are wounded. With all this spectacle, Lee Chan-sung gives Baek Gawul the explanation that the female protecting the chicks has arrived because her partner is in danger. And Baek Gawula, listening to Lee Chang-sung, realizes he doesn't know who he's dealing with. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung decides to get another crystal eye of Jigwi, even though Baek Gawula reminds Lee Chan-sung of his condition. However, Lee Chan-sung is already feeling much better as his stamina has recovered. Therefore, Baek Gawul should not worry about Lee Chang-sung's life and health. That's because Lee Chang-sun decides to use the crystal eye he got from Jigwi. Besides, Lee Chang-seong has his own methods of fighting back, and it begins to consume Jigwi's left crystal eye. Remembering the words that Jigwi's absorbed eye after absorbing her lights would move him from added attributes to core transformation. Besides, Li Changxiang needs to know one more thing when he absorbs Jigwee's eye. Then he can become a Jigwee himself, thereby adding the attributes of destruction and ghost to the fire of the 8 trigrams. But Li Changsung will feel the change when all the attributes unite and the fire of the 8 trigrams becomes the all-consuming flame of the 8 trigram. Thus, Li Chansung becomes Jigwee by increasing strength by 2 and agility by 4, and gaining Jigwee's features. These changes also lead to the mastery of spirit flames and all-consuming flames and the comprehension of poltergeist and pyrokinesis. And now Li Chansung has transformed into Jigwee in front of Baek Gawula and is able to use the first form of all-consuming flame. And joining the previously summoned Jigwee, Li Chansung begins to pursue the fugitives, who are not only in fear, but already panicked by what they see in front of them. In the meantime, Li Changsung activates a skill called Black Mountain Monarch Fang, and taking them by surprise with the force of Jigwee, descends on the escapees. However, upon landing on the ground, Li Changsung takes on his usual human appearance, and approaching Yang Xin, he sees that he is not in a favorable position to say the least. So in order to torture him no more, she fulfills his last wish. And by activating Li Changsung's skill, they absorb Yang Xinhei's soul. Next, Li Chansung turns his attention to the summoned monster and turns his power against Jigwee to get what he came for. Eventually, Li Chansung absorbs Jigwee's right crystal eye as well, thereby enhancing the magical power of the all-devouring flame of the 8 trigram spirits, poltergeist, and the first form of the all-devouring flame. And Li Changsung also realizes that after gaining 60 points of magic power, he starts to see the limits, albeit from the second time. In addition, Li Changsung gets the new achievement Hunter, who caught the legendary bird pair, and the ability to use the Jigwee vessel. This leads to a ranking update and the realization that destroying the 2 Jigwee recognized rulers of the Black-Red Mountain Range will cause chaos. However, at that moment, Li Changsung's gaze falls on the fuming man who is asking to be taken away from his life. The man is Bei Wugen, who asks for it, but Li Changsung doesn't hurry to relieve his suffering, instead talking about causalgia, and Bei Wugen realizes that the worst pain in the world is waiting for him now. But Li Changsung offers him the chance to go to the other side of the world if Bei Wugen tells him everything he knows. This picture is being watched by Baek Gawula, who is standing off to the side, who amidst the whole picture of what is happening, sees a fireball forming. This creates the illusion as if Li Changsung was able to pull the solar core towards him. And at this very moment, Li Changsung makes sure that the White Tiger has hired members of the Hayoff clan to open the Black-Red Fire Ridge, and his words find confirmation in the voiced response of Bei Wugen. In addition, Li Changsung asks for clarification of information about the growth of the White Tiger about 13 to 14 years ago. As we know, the White Tiger had once unearthed divine artifacts, and finding only 3 out of 20 had gained universal fame among the clan. But unfortunately, Bei Wugen doesn't have that information, and is willing to tell everything he knows, just so Li Changsung can put him out of his misery. However, Li Chansung reminds him that he is the only one who can decide whether or not he will listen to Bei Wugen's pleas, so he should continue. And Bei Wugen, knowing that he is still powerless, continues his story. That each of the scrolls that belong to the 7 mysterious writings of Han teaches how to summon the power of ancient constellations that have long been forgotten. And then Li Changsung begins to realize the meaning of what Bei Wugen said about ancient constellations and forgotten stars. It was when light was first created at the beginning of space that there were not yet so many constellations in the sky. And they were weak, though they possessed great holy power in further finding their place according to the laws of this world. And the proof of their existence are the traces that dot the cosmos and the world. That's why they're called forgotten stars. But I wonder if there's a way to borrow their power. And thinking about this, and the fact that the Abyss ruler may have kept it a secret, Li Changsung turns to Bei Wugen, which in turn says that among the 3 scrolls found, the White Tiger revealed only 2, leaving the most important one. And then Li Changsung realizes that it's about Peter's key that has yet to be revealed by the White Tiger clan. And Peter's key can open a scripture that can't be opened by the White Tiger. But if that's the case, it's only fair to find out why the Hayoff members came to the dungeon, unlikely for revenge or terror. Bei Wugen explains that their main goal was to find the illusory pearl. And upon hearing this, Li Changsung recalls having a deep dislike for smallpox that he felt, and it makes him suspicious. However, it is worth continuing the interrogation from which Li Changsung learns that from the first scroll, White Tiger gets the way to create an unrivaled warrior, who are knights devoid of soul and ego and faithfully follow the orders given to them by the stars. But to create such knights, you need weeping, laughing, and wild flowers from Sochone, with which to get an illusionary pearl. And now Li Changxiang can see why this particular place was chosen to set up a training camp. Because the Black-Red Mountain Range is geographically similar to Sochona, and ideal for selecting new members into powerful warriors. And you can pretend that the missing people were victimized by monsters outside the safe zone. And whoever is in charge and monitoring this is probably the second in command of the White Tiger, namely the executive director, O. However, the disappearance of Besla's tomb and Peter's key drastically worsens their current situation. And if so, it is likely that the White Tiger wanted to show his true colors with the illusory pearl and other evidence. And his words and conjecture find confirmation in Pei Wugen's reply. Now that many secrets have been revealed to Li Changsung, but there are probably also a lot of things that Pei Wugen doesn't know yet, so we can say goodbye to him. And having finished with Pei Wu Genome, Li Chansung turns his attention to the surviving member of the White Tiger clan. If that's the case, why doesn't Li Changxian interrogate him too? So Li Changsung is heading over to him, saying that he must already know what he's going to be asked. And rather touching his face with his hand, Li Changxiang once again wants to make sure that he understands what Li Changxiang means. However, a member of the White Tiger clan still asks Li Changsung if he is afraid of the wrath of their patron god. In turn, Li Chansung asks him about his confidence that their patron god is still on his side. Since the tiger trapped in a trap of deprivation has long since lost interest in a believer who has failed to accomplish anything, he should realize that a tiger trapped in hardship needs a more resilient and stronger believer. And the patron god is no longer interested in the one whose life hangs in the balance, causing him only disgusting laughter. Now done with White Tiger clan member Li Chansung decides to switch to Baek Gawul. And after tearing Li Changxiang's clothes off, he orders him to sit in the lotus pose. Li Chansung is doing all of this to heal Baek Gawulu, who's getting excited that it's finally coming to him. But Li Changsung warns that the process will take some time because of the study of the residual energy of the Ghostborn, and it is easy to get confused. So for Baek Gawul, it would amount to several weeks or even months versus 1 hour or 2 hours in the real world. In addition, the result of subduing an energy like Baek Gawul's would be his exhaustion. But sooner or later it will still end, but if Baek Gawula decides to back down, he will be demonized. However, if Baek Gawula does take a step back, he will turn into either a monster or a ghost. And that's exactly what Li Chansung is trying to say by warning Baek Gawul of the possible consequence. Also, if Li Changxiang finds out about these thoughts, he will immediately get rid of Baek Gawul. Because Li Chansung realizes that walking around broken Xerxes will lead to imminent disaster. But in turn, Baek Gawula reassures Li Changxiang not to worry. After all, Xerxes' will is very strong despite the fact that he lacks a sense of self, which means it's time to start the process. And Li Chansung rolls up the sleeve of his right hand with hieroglyphics and begins its activation. And the fire of the first form of the flame of the end of the world begins to envelop the body, covering the flames of Baek Gawul. The fire is so strong that a scream begins to erupt from the Ghostborn. But even in such a position, Baek Gawula should by no means lose himself, much less give up. In the meantime, the flames completely engulf the Ghostborn, so much so that he goes to a place he doesn't know. And Baek Gawula wonders what he sees before him, where a certain man wanders alone through a deserted area, reflecting on what he'd rather be doing differently than being here again. And then this certain man who resembles Baek Gawul starts falling face down. Just at this very moment, someone runs to the lying Baek Gawul, who is ready to help him. And standing aside, Baek Gawula sees himself being dragged by the one who came to help him. Here, Baek Gawula begins to realize that this is his memory, and he is now in his subconscious. He hardly wants to remember the time he ran away from the orphanage because everyone thinks he's a monster. And because of Baek Gawul's hunger, he had to find food in garbage cans. He also sleeps on cardboard, where a cardboard box also serves as a blanket, but even here he is found. And they keep chasing you away, but they keep kicking you. That's when Baek Gawula realizes what would have happened if he hadn't been rescued. If he had lost his life then, he wouldn't be revisiting those horrible memories now. But then Baek Gawul is called out by someone who cares about him, and that someone turns out to be looking for Baek Gawul and is now approaching him and talking to him, inviting you to leave this place until winter becomes even harsher than before. And then Bekjavula realizes that he doesn't want to be alone anymore. So seeing the hand extended to him, decides to accept his companion's invitation, holding out his hand so he wouldn't be so lonely anymore. Apparently, that's what his companion wants because he insists that Bekjavula take his hand. Suddenly, Bekjavula hears a voice remind him not to dare lose himself, and also did not even think of giving up, and hearing this Bekjavula pulls his hand away from the hand extended towards him. But then his companion, seeing this and being puzzled, tries to find out why Bekjavula is doing this. So turning away from his companion, Bekjavula makes the decision to leave him and turns to flee, because he realizes that Bekjavula should be somewhere else right now, but not here. At this time, Owl, piercing the dim light, looking at Lee Chang-sung, approves of the fact that he has such a righteous heart. And Lee Chang-sung, looking at Bekjavula, realizes that they are successfully overcoming a key moment. After all, Bekjavula is persistent, which is admirable, as Lee Chang-sung would hardly have been able to win, even with all of Jigwee's vessel. And that should be obvious, considering Xerxes is the father of Bekjavula, who is now trying to catch his breath. Therefore, Lee Chang-sung activates the rune to disappear everything from outside observers while creating a rune engraving for those who continue on. And it's just about time to take a look at the Pearl of Illusion Research Center that belongs to the White Tiger clan. But first, Lee Chang-sung activates a skill called Beast Sense in order to eliminate the useless witness who has been watching Lee Chang-seong since the library, who realizes what's going on and tries to run away to tell everything to the General Director O at any cost, just deciding to take advantage of Lee Chang-seong's full concentration on treating Bekjavula. But just as White Tiger's member was about to flee, Lee Chang-sung catches up with him, and he realizes that he's not doing well because Lee Chang-seong is getting close enough to see his angry face very close to her own. And then there's a sharp jolt accompanied by a fall. This White Tiger clan member, rushing to tell all to Director O, finds himself lying on the ground with his invisibility revealed. Da, a member of the White Tiger clan, is caught off guard by Lee Chang-sung standing over him, which in turn, by activating Jigwee's right eye, begins to anticipate what will happen next. And just at this moment, a member of the White Tiger clan grasps the blade of the entire sword. But before he can even finish his plan, he is struck by Lee Chang-sung's sword, which drives the sword into the shoulder of a White Tiger clan member up to its hilt, thereby nailing him to the trunk of the standing tree. Finally, their meeting took place again. However, what plans does Lee Chang-sung have for the sixth CEO? Oh, and Lee Chang-sung, realizing that he doesn't want to be a suspect in General Manager O's field, decides not to take the Six's life right away. Hearing this, the White Tiger clan member is horrified. He didn't expect to hear such a response. However, Lee Chang-sung holds out the Pearl of Illusion to him, parrying the fact that he has the power to mend relationship. And without thinking long enough to protest, he makes Sona Eugene swallow the Pearl of Illusion, thereby paralyzing his thoughts, detaching his ego, and driving Sona Eugene into a hypnotic trance. And after doing all this, Lee Chang-sung releases Sung Eugene, who falls to his knees in front of him. But then Lee Chang-sung orders Sun Eugene to his feet, and Sung Eugene, following his orders, starts to rise from his knees. And Lee Chang-sung, looking at the whole picture, realizes that it looks very pitiful when a man loses his soul, but still decides to poke a little fun at Sung Eugene. So he orders him to sit first, then ride, and then bark, finishing by ordering Sung Eugene to take his own life, who immediately reaches up to his neck to begin strangling him. Then Lee Chang-sung realizes it's overkill and orders Shan Eugene to stop it. And as if by magic, Sung Eugene takes his hand away from his neck while running an errand. And Lee Chang-sung is convinced that the White Tiger clan has really succeeded in doing something amazing, like the power of others. And as he approaches Sung Eugene, he orders him to tell the CEO that Lee Chang-seong has no abnormalities and is behaving as usual. And also, making sure that Seon Eugene understood him, elicits mockery from the snake encircling the world, and interest from the tiger trapped in hardship. After everything, Lee Chang-sung orders Sun Eugene to go to fulfill his assigned tasks, who in turn expresses his gratitude to Lee Chang-sung and begins the activation for removal. However, at the very last moment, Lee Chang-sung decides to stop Sung Eugene, who starts asking if Lee Chang-sung has any more errands for him. And Lee Chang-sung asks permission to study Sung Eugene's technique because it's more useful than he thought and could be useful to Bekjavula. Here, Sung Eugene explains that the Flying Tiger's lagging storm is a technique of using the wind to zing invisibility and camouflage. And Lee Chang-sung asks him to teach him this technique, but due to the lack of a skill book, it may take a long time. But Lee Chang-seong assures Sung Yujin that he can figure out how to possess her himself, and Sung Yujin starts showing the movements to activate the lagging storm flying tiger technique, showing Lee Chang-seong her various metamorphoses to work properly. But what was the surprise of Sung Yujin, who finished showing his eyes to Lee Chang-seong, which one by one begins to repeat the movements previously shown by Sung Yujin, and again asks to repeat them Sona Yujin for exact fixing. Finally, Lee Chang-sung learns a new one using Tiger's footstep as a basis and creating a flying tiger's lagging storm skill. And Sung Yujin, looking at Lee Chang-seong's progress, is surprised that after seeing Lee Chang-seong a couple times, he was able to master it. This can't help but admire the persona of Lee Chang-sung, who orders it to stop sending it to CEO O. And Sung Yujin, leaving Lee Chang-seong behind, begins to carry out the order that was given to him earlier. And Lee Chang-seong's mastery of Jingong raises his skill level by an order of magnitude. Also following the Jingong, Lee Chang-sung is mastering invisibility and disguise, and this brings laughter to the deity tiger, trapped in a trap of deprivation, as he is shocked at what is happening. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung, leaving the farewell place with Sung Yujin, once again confirms that his actions are excellent for hunting skills. And to speed up his movement, Lee Chang-sung uses a skill called Flying Tiger's Lagging Storm, which takes Lee Chang-seong to an area filled with jigwee. He also knows that a pair of jigwee can only lay eggs once every 100 years, and he just happens to be lucky enough to stumble upon jigwee's nest. However, it will take much longer for them to hatch than Lee Chang-sung expects. Also, Lee Chang-sung knows that jigwee are a clot of spirits without physical bodies, but also have 3 forms. But even though their ancestors take the form of birds, they can change it depending on their surrounding. And also, there is a possibility not only to change their nature, but also to increase their intelligence. Because of the fact that the egg is underdeveloped, everything in it is perfect. And Lee Chang-sung, realizing that it would be better for the egg as a spirit bird, begins the process of forcing it to hatch. That being said, the tiger deity trapped in hardship is very interested in how Lee Chang-sung will try to hatch the egg, and gives advice that instead of a brute-winged animal, Lee Chang-sung should opt for a rare animal such as a tiger. To which Lee Chang-sung, as he continues the hatching process, is thinking of listening. However, Hunting Time is of a different opinion, and suggests choosing what is best suited for hunting, and that is either a hunting dog, either a juvenile falcon, or a tengu. But it really aggravates the relationship between the two deities, who start an argument over Lee Chang-sung's choice. And in doing so, Lee Chang-seong is directing his inner flame at the egg to make it grow. And while the process is set up here, Lee Chang-sung makes the decision to head to the research center. In order to do so, activating the skill Lee Chang-sung received, he leaves the nest jigwee discovered. Meanwhile, somewhere in a pothole in the mountain, among the trees, where the research center is located. It's about the executive director's mandate that people wait for a decision. However, this answer does not satisfy one of the employees of the research center at all. After all, he was the one using the illusionary pearl to create divine warrior star coordinates, divine ornaments, and artifacts. Even with all the merits and achievements to the white tiger send the inspection department to him, is this all because he let a small part of the budget go to waste? But it is the CEO, despite his instruction to get everything ready first, who is now telling him to just wait. And that's considering how much he does for the white tiger. But since the 3rd rank inspection is coming today, he should give the order to destroy all documents that might arouse suspicion. And among this, there is some project called JITA commissioned by CEO O himself. Thus, for a worker preparing to obtain the rank of white tiger, this association is a danger. And upon reflection, the research center worker begins to calm down and come to his senses. After all, he could very well profit from the influential bigwigs who represent the White Tiger clan, and so he needs to make sure he has a couple of aces. Even though it would be an embarrassment to bake Lee Chang-sung, he's not the least bit interested in. So it would be interesting to find out where they disappeared to, because it would be perfect if he had a chance to not only examine them, but to take them with him. And until that chance is gone, he can use the guy submerged in the liquid of the vessel. But of course, he can't help but remember another thing far more important. It's still not clear where the people he sent in search of the illusory pill disappeared to, because if they find out about it, they will not be happy. And having accepted his order in execution, the workers of the research center are sent to find out all the circumstances. Meanwhile, All along Li Changsung's journey, the dispute between the tiger trapped in hardship and the hunting time continued. And it's not just a verbal altercation, but the rather belligerent attitude of the two sides that Li Changsung is getting tired of. Finally arriving at the location, Li Changsun discovers what he's been going for all along. Could it be that he had reached the White Tiger Clan's research center? And to get inside, Li Changsun activates the stealth skill, and all the sounds in the air begin to dissipate, moving Li Changsheng from his seat in front of the research center to the entrance to it, moving past the guards guarding the entrance leading inside. In doing so, they begin to suspect something amiss that causes them to have doubts. Because when Li Changsung was moving around, one of them had the feeling that someone had rushed past, but didn't feel supported and doubted. And it is understandable because everyone is waiting for the inspection department, which can't help but cause a sense of nervousness. Meanwhile, Li Changsung uses his beast sense skill to bypass the 12th trap that doesn't detect him. In addition, Li Changsung, activating the snake, snake eye, and the flying tiger's lagging storm skill, passes the 27th trap while remaining undetected. And this skill and the use of skills delights the deity snake, coiling the entire world. But then his attention begins to be attracted by the picture that is taking place. Probably something happened, since everyone around here is starting to rush around hauling boxes. And to clarify the situation, Li Changsung activates the beast sense skill to amplify his hearing to pick up sounds all around him. Then, he receives an order that they should put everything in order as soon as possible, because the exposure threatens their end. And how is it possible that they as testers now act as test subject? And what do those who went to look for Jigwee's egg and the illusory pearl do? But Jigwee's corpse was discovered, and it makes matters worse. I don't know how that's even possible, but there were unconscious guys found on the training ground. But even so, every effort should be made to clean it up before the inspection department arrives. And Li Changsung, listening to the conversation, realizes that he has found what he needs and moves into the illusionary pearl factory. But once inside the room, Li Changsung smells a strong odor of poisonous herbs, including the poison of a weeping flower. And the laughing flower begins to provoke seizures, causing the head of the tiger scourge to take an interest in Li Changsung's personality. And Li Changsung activates immunity to 10 poisons that successfully levels all traces of poison. However, the door Li Changsung seeks to enter is securely locked and requires proof of identity to open. To do this, you need to enter either a pattern or the required code word. However, Li Changsung, not knowing the answer, decides to kick it out, but realizes that it's too early to make a noise and starts thinking about the code word. But all he can think of instead of a code word is Peter's key, which at this very moment is hanging around his neck. But why him? After all, they can't shine their light right now since the ruler of the abyss is watching Li Changsung. Maybe there is another combination option that comes to mind for Li Changsung. And deciding to try his luck, Li Changsung touches the door. As suddenly the identity of the lord or master is confirmed, thus disengaging the locking mechanism and unlocking the door. Li Changsung is surprised at how powerful Peter's key must be if he can unlock such a mechanism instantly. In addition, it causes a new dispute between the deities, but Li Changsun hopes that the ruler of the abyss doesn't realize that Peter's key has been used. And opening the door of the room, Li Changsung steps inside it, the bodies of people immersed in the liquid and vessel. This is the warrior who became a ghost and the one who is sent down by God, causing rage at the tiger's calamity and laughter at the tiger trapped in hardship. But for Li Changsung, it only evokes feelings of sheer disgust. The same sentiment is shared by the owl, piercing the dim light, who peers at tiger, trapped in hardship, calling for justice. This creates the sudden quest owl's plea, calling for the elimination of all warriors and the destruction of the production of illusionary pearls. But Li Changsung still doubts that the owl piercing the dim light, even though it was angry, could give Li Changsung such a quest. After all, her promised blessing corresponding to Li Changsung's results could mean that he will be empowered by her. However, if Li Changsung accepts the challenge, then the ruler of the abyss will turn his back on him. Otherwise, the owl, piercing the dim light, will disown him. Li Changsung's situation is not an enviable one, and it was already Li Changsung's decision to press the button leading to rejection. Suddenly, a beautiful thought comes to Li Changsung's mind. And this thought that arises is so beautiful that it makes Li Changsung chuckle, which is to ask something of tiger trapped in a trap of deprivation. Naturally, the deity tiger trapped in the hardship already knows the reason why Li Changsung is in the clan's research center. And realizing that Li Changsung is interested in both deities, decides that he can give them a vague explanation, voicing that he wants everything here. Because Li Changsung is not going to share what he doesn't have with others, and I wonder what Tiger's opinion is on this matter when he is trapped in hardship. Li Changsung also realizes that so much of the deities are interested in him that it's unlikely they'll disown him. And as Li Changsung expects Tiger trapped in a trap of deprivation bites, creating the quest Tiger Heist, but if he fails, he will be punished. But nevertheless, Li Changsung decided to ask the opinion of the owl, piercing the dim light. Who is delighted with the way out of the situation Li Changsung is going to find in turn satisfied that he was able to bypass her too. And Li Changsung makes the choice to agree, expanding his range of motion thanks to 2 established quests. Also, believing that he is spending too much time on this, he decides to proceed with the execution of the destruction of the warriors and related objects. Only after activating his disguise does Li Changsung hear one of the warriors of the research center call him away, which provokes the activation of the raging flames of the end of the world of the urn of the 8 trigram, thus contributing to Jigwee's vessel beginning to equip, turning Li Changsung into Jigwee himself and enveloping everything around him in flame. However, no one present understands where Jigwee's flame came from in this place, and Li Changsung, who is the direct culprit of the celebration, smirks gloatingly. And not long after, he starts summoning a hurricane of flame, which takes over everything around it, including objects and people, and instantly turns them to ash, sending them straight to the afterlife, also simultaneously causing an explosion with subsequent fire spread. And so now a fire is already raging in the research center, bringing people in to suppress it. But don't let it get close as explosion follows explosion, throwing aside the men from the research center who arrive to extinguish it. And soon people begin to realize that it's out of their hands, they couldn't put it out. Therefore, it is impossible to get close to the fire, and it is better to apply the magic of Luda being far away from. But immediately there is another more powerful explosion that strikes the people who arrive to eliminate it. Meanwhile, the professor outside the research center looks at what is happening inside with incomprehension. After all, he's generally in shock at what's going on in the research center, and actually how such an incident is allowed by the security service and what they are doing. But before he could speak, another wave of explosion throws him aside. And coming to his senses, the boss starts asking how many people from the research center lost their lives in that fire. But without waiting for an answer, he's already starting to lose his temper. Meanwhile, a building engulfed in smoke and flames is already collapsing, and amidst all this chaos, the voices of survivors can be heard trying to get out from under the rubble. But as it turns out, the survivors get a burn infection. Therefore, to avoid making the situation worse, people need to quickly leave the area where the burn infection is spreading. However, those who are in the epicenter asking for help and not waiting for it are sent to the other world. And seeing what's going on and also receiving a warning, the boss hurries to escape from the scene of defeat. However, his path of travel is blocked by Li Changsung's sword and himself. And the boss, seeing a stranger in front of him, is at a guess as to how he can control Jigwee's end-of-the-world flame and who his masters are. The survivors of the White Tiger clan are beginning to wonder the same thing. And without hesitation, Li Changsung reveals his identity and calls his name. But no one can believe it's the same Li Changsung in front of them right now. Someone who should be somewhere else, not standing here in front of the boss. And then the boss gets the brilliant idea that he should make someone like Li Changsung. He is already looking forward to getting rich on the fact that in 5 years, he will create a clan like the White Tiger. And while in his wet dreams, the boss notices his target about to leave. So he pulls out his sword and tries to stop Li Changsung, who doesn't expect anyone to see him right now. Thus, Li Changsung's stealth is now revealed, and the Flying Tiger's lagging storm skill is forcibly deactivated. And then the boss's sword comes down on Li Changsung, who manages to block the blow with his sword. Looking at all that is happening, Li Changsung is beginning to realize who is standing in front of him. That this is no ordinary boss, but a warrior sent from God. And if so, then it is likely that not only ordinary soldiers, but all the leaders of the White Tiger are God sent. So this can only play into Li Changsung's hands, who wants to test the capabilities of warriors that are sent down by God. However, the built-in magical powers began to fail, leading to the violent blaze of Jigwee's end-of-the-world flame. And Li Changsung distributing the extra 30 stats into strength makes a throw towards the boss, as well as allocating an extra 30 stats to dexterity, tries to strike the boss with his sword. However, their confrontation continues by activating Li Changsung's new powers and abilities. Seeing this, the boss wonders if the newcomer is really standing in front of him, who, assuming a fighting stance and drawing his sword, prepares to strike. But at this very moment, the boss sword acquires a ghostly energy sealing. The tiger's death is the heavens came to his rescue. If that's the situation, then Li Changxian needs to be very careful. And the boss starts frantically throwing punches that Li Changsung deflects with his sword. All this is like a tiger stalking its human prey, and this is its majesty tiger scourge. Looking at what is happening, the surviving warriors of the research center decide to help their boss. And they're rushing to Li Changxian's side to support and protect the director. Li Changsung realizes that they are not ordinary people either, but warriors who are sent by God. So Li Chansung decides to use blood poison and create a fire barrier of the end of the world, which will keep him safe from the warriors of the gods sent down who rush to the aid of their principal. However, the swords of the warriors passing through the barrier created almost touched Li Changsung. And seeing this, Li Changxiang realizes that if he continues like this, he's going to die before his time. So Li Changxiang decides to use a strategy called divide and conquer. Thus, being in the middle of a battle, Li Changsung activates an indomitable spirit by strengthening mental strength and assessing the situation objectively. And seeing that Li Changxiang is in a dead end, the warriors sent by God are happy to have caught him, without being able to figure out Li Changxiang's real intentions at all. Only the director of the research center understands what Li Changxiang is up to, who specifically brought them here to fight them alone. So the director of the research center orders his subordinates to duck. At this time, Li Changsun is using his whip to whip the nearby God-sent warrior. And in front of the director of the research center, he slashes the warrior's body into shreds. But Li Changsung doesn't stop there and resumes wielding the whip, which one by one defeats the God-sent warriors, striking them down, while Li Changsung's power has an effect. That being said, the effective use of the power of the deity of hunting time's power allows you to crush her head. But then Li Changxiang sees a hand reaching out to him, and not having time to react allows her to grab Li Changxiang by the neck. It's the director of the research center who catches Li Changxiang, starting to rejoice at his good fortune, and pairing the fact that he is far superior to Li Changsung in all levels and stats suggests that he surrendered without resistance. However, Li Chansung is not so simple and doesn't think that catching him will allow him to do whatever the director wants with. But what Li Changsung says is not quite clear to the boss of the research center. And then Li Changxiang reveals his hand with hieroglyphics on it, thus contributing to the appearance of a sword made of fish guts from his hand. The appearance of the fish gut sword provokes a piercing shriek. This suggests that the paired sword sounds awakening the crooked tooth of the evil dragon. If we touch on history, the famous divine blacksmith Wu Yezi is known for creating several masterpieces, earning him fame, while the demonic blacksmith Tao Te has created a huge number of ingenious items to bestow the title of blacksmith to himself alone. And despite the fact that each of them is characterized by their own era and places in which they worked, now comes the moment to decide which of them is better. So having fulfilled some of the qualifications, the lock is removed from the evil dragon's crooked tooth and it begins to sparkle. Finally, only now is the evil dragon's crooked tooth showing its true value. And the director of the research center sees the blade changing, which is starting to get bigger before the eyes of those present. And by raising his hand up, Li Changsung demonstrates the full power of the new sword, which refers to divine artifacts with immeasurable power and the effect of prolonged bleeding. Thus, Li Changsung becomes the owner of not one, but two paired swords, thereby activating a skill called swordsmanship. Finally, Li Changsung is doing well and can breathe a sigh of relief. And that means it's time to put them into action, showing off all your skills. And this leads to the admiration and amazement of the deities who have no idea of Li Changxiang's ability. The director of the research center is equally surprised. Using his animal sense from his patron god, he tells him to avoid Li Changxiang. Otherwise, however, looking at Li Changxiang's swordsmanship, he would be in danger of losing his life. Meanwhile, Li Changsung is wielding two swords and heading towards the director of the research center. And the boss of the research center is only able to fend off Li Changxiang's blows until he starts to realize he's about to lose. So he starts crying, complaining that he doesn't want it to end this way. While looking at the sword in his left hand, Li Changsung doesn't understand what's happening to him, telling Li Changsung to let the evil dragon's crooked tooth demonstrate its abilities, while directing all his power towards the director of the research center, who feels the full force of the swords trying to resist them. But in doing so, his sword fails to withstand the onslaught and shatters into pieces. Then the director realizes that if he wants to live, he has to get out of here. And Li Changsung, holding his swords, realizes that both of them are very proud and eager to win. At the same time, the director is taking advantage of the situation and is already fleeing from the scene of the confrontation with Jang Song, who in turn, noticing this, decides not to let him go. And Crossing Swords activates a skill called Black Mountain Monarch's Paw, which catches up with the director of a research center trying to get away. In turn, the director of the research center realizes that Lee Chang-sung is stepping on his heels and his end is in sight. Suddenly, there are explosions where the director of the research center is, creating an enormous, tearing, burning pit where it was found, from which the director of the research center crawls out in despair. Filling the neighborhood with bad thoughts and annoyance, the director doesn't want to take his life. While the fire of the end of the world is fueled by evil, Lee Chang-sung catches up with his victim, trying to figure out where he's trying to crawl off to in his condition, and in parallel realizing that only for the sake of the Ghostborn, he went for it. So he decides to follow the boss for the time being, rapidly creeping somewhere. But the director of the research center is killed before reaching his goal along the way, so the player Ya-sang-won is no more. He never made it to the door he was longing for, but all he had to do was raise his hand for the door to open. So Lee Chang-sung withdrew the fishgut sword, sealing the evil dragon's crooked tooth. Now, Lee Chang-sung is standing in front of the locked door, wondering if it will open again like last time. And deciding to try it, touches the screen with his hand to unlock the door. And what was his surprise at what he saw before him? This time, Mr. Lee Chang-sung's AD is confirmed. This means that the key is not only suitable for opening doors, but also other mechanisms. And this amazes the tiger trapped in a trap of deprivation. But upon opening the door, Lee Chang-sung sees the silhouette of a girl with tubes leading to her. And these tubes are embedded in the girl's skin all over the surface. So Lee Chang-sung decides to go straight to her. Thus, stepping on the surface of the mechanism where the girl is located, Lee Chang-sung notices that she has no signs of life. And looking at her, Lee Chang-sung starts to remember the name of the girl he sees in front of him. As he suddenly remembers meeting her at the White Tiger Clan's training field back then, she was still a fan of him. Her name is probably Shin Yunseo. So, has she also been turned into a warrior sent by God? Lee Chang-sung takes her hand and starts to analyze it. The result reveals an anomaly that makes him wary. No, she's not a warrior. There's something much stronger and more fundamental at work here. And Lee Chang-sung starts going over in his mind what it could be. They can be demonic beasts and monsters and goblins and even Jigwe. It turns out this is what Executive Director Oh is really hiding. So the warriors sent down by the gods are just an intermediate step leading to the perfection called Gildal. This is the name of the leader of the goblin, and to help recognize it helps Lee Chang-sung's skill, Beast Sense, allowing a detailed assessment of the state of the object, which is about halfway through the process to completion. However, it's not enough to be a warrior or goblin, but as it is, it's ready to devour most players. And she's lucky she hasn't been hypnotized and brainwashed. Looking at this, Owl piercing the dim light asks Lee Chang-sung to help the girl, while Tiger, trapped in hardship, watches with interest. So Lee Chang-sung, making what he thinks is the right decision, removes the glass pipe to stop the gildalification that infuriates Tiger Calamity. And Owl, piercing the dim light, asks Lee Chang-sung to hurry to help by moving the girl to safety and administer first aid there. And Lee Chang-sung triggers the destruction by removing poisonous elements and foreign substances by colliding the Tiger Scourge and the first form of the End of the World Flame. But Lee Chang-sung needs to remove not only his majestic Tiger Scourge, but also everything about gildalification, leaving only the positive. However, the result, just like with Bait Gevel, depends only on the girl's persistence, so you have to. But this action does not find favor with Tiger, who is trapped in a trap of hardship, and reminds Lee Chang-sung of his desire to take everything back. Lee Chang-sung replies that he will not use the girl for his own purposes, confusing Tiger, who is trapped in a trap of hardship, and begins activating the soul compulsion power, absorbing all the ashes of lives that Lee Chang-sung has collected in the past 24 hours, thus increasing his strength and agility and purifying his majesty. The Tiger Scourge uses him as material for the flames of the end of the world, which brings unrestrained laughter to the tiger deity trapped in a trap of hardship. And this hilarity causes an acute misunderstanding on Lee Chang-sung's part towards the ruler of the abyss. But then Lee Chang-sung recalls a conversation regarding the arrival of the inspection department and the unconscious people at the training ground. That means Lee Chang-sung needs to hurry up and cover his tracks before the inspection department arrives. It's also possible that the ruler of the abyss was laughing at the fact that Director Oh was planning to take out his opponent Kwan Hehe this way. And it seems that Lee Chang-sung has solved Director Oh's riddle, so there's no time to lose. So after equipping Jigwee's vessel and activating the Flying Tiger's lagging storm skill, Lee Chang-sung takes the girl and leaves the place. Meanwhile, the warriors outside the research center watching the blaze are waiting for the leader to appear. However, instead of what they expect, they see something that leaves them confused. And the explosion sounded throws them aside with a pile of rocks. And no one understands what's going on here. In the meantime, Lee Chan-sung leaves the research center with his girlfriend in his arms, leaving behind a huge explosion. Just standing in the boulder, a certain man is watching this picture, which is none other than Kwon Henai, the third commander of the Old Tiger Fang from the White Tiger clan. He is in utter amazement at the mess that has been made here. He's also quite interested in what happened at the research center site. However, trusted people report to him that the reason for everything is explosives in huge quantities stored underground. In addition, there were traces of skills such as Flame Area of Effect, Forest of Fire Demons, and Lightning Bullet. But also, the attorneys have learned that the cause of the fire is the flames of the end of Jigwee's world. And Kwon Henny realizes that this whole situation was planned by someone. And if that's the case, why didn't they wait for Kwon Henai to enter the research lab is not typical of Executive Director Oh. So he has to assume there's some other factor that doesn't occur to Kwon Henai. But no matter what, Kwon Henai gives the order to keep scouting the area for something interesting. Besides, Kwon Hanoi knows someone escaped. And this statement from a superior puts his subordinates in a stupor, who begin to assure Kwon Hanoi that they will immediately correct such an oversight on their part. And Kwon Hanoi leaving his subordinates behind. At this time, the scoreboard offers the option of logging out. Who is sure that Tiger, trapped in a trap of deprivation content with the chaos he has created, will never give a clue to Kwon Hanoi. Therefore, Kwon Hanoi is left with no other choice regarding Executive Director Oh, and he'll have to deal with it himself. At least he's sure it's their mutual desire with God. Meanwhile, at the place where Lee Chang-sung left Baek Gawul, he finally regains consciousness and begins to open his eyes, not realizing where he is. Then he sees Lee Chang-seong with a girl in his arms, who is leaning against Lee Chang-seong's chest while still unconscious. This picture raises misunderstandings and quite a few questions for Lee Chan-sung. One of which is the question regarding whether the girl is Lee Chang-sung's wife, but just at that moment gets hit on the head with a mirror, causing a yelp of surprise. Thus, Lee Chan-sung suggests that Baek Gawul take a look in the mirror and stop talking nonsense. And just in time for Baek Gawula to catch the mirror Lee Chang-sun threw to him, and holding it up to his face, he begins to examine his reflection in the mirror. At the same time, Lee Chang-sung notes that Baek Gawula did a good job to get this result. But just at that moment, the girl in Lee Chang-sung's arms begins to show signs of life. And seeing her eyes open, Lee Chang-sung wonders if Shin Yun-so is awake. But as soon as Shin Yun-so hears Lee Chang-seong's voice, she snaps out of his arms and falls to the ground. Still not believing that she had just been held in her arms by the tyrant himself, she must be dreaming. However, this behavior and reaction of Shin Yun-so is puzzling to Lee Chan-sung and Baek Gawula. And the girl, continuing to question her behavior in the dream, apparently remembers nothing at all about her abduction. But Shin Yun-seo's strange questioning suggests that she needs psychological help after all. And making sure that Shin Yun-seo is already much better, says that they need to leave this place as it is not safe. Meanwhile, Shin Yun-seo starts asking Lee Chang-seon about his blood type. And Lee Chang-sung, caught off guard by such a question, replies that he has type 3 blood. But Shin Yun-seo keeps finding out that Lee Chang-seong's birthday is January 30th, and his favorite dish is stewed kimchi. However, Lee Chan-sung doesn't understand what it has gotten into Shin Yun-seo, who in turn, when announcing the exact date of the game in San Francisco, reminds Lee Chang-sung that his favorite dish is kimbap with kimchi. And by attacking Lee Chang-sung, Shin Yun-seo demands to prove her right about his favorite dish. After all, she knows that Lee Chang-sung is the epitome of rudeness, which means he's not a real tyrant if he's being kind to her. However, Lee Chang-sung is fed up with this verbal diarrhea and decides to leave Shin Yun-seo here, who in turn, realizing where this is leading, takes back her words, but still wondering since when Lee Chang-sun likes stewed kimchi, which causes Baek Gawula to wonder why she changed her mind. However, she should have looked at the expression on his face, which said he might have given her up because she pissed him off with her chatter. And since that's the case before Lee Chang-sung changes his mind, Shin Yun-seo wonders where they're going now. By doing so, Lee Chang-seong closes 2 quests and receives the promised rewards and gifts from the gods. Shin Yun-seo's brother is looking for her and doesn't understand where she could have gone, because they were with her too. Suddenly, while looking for Shin Yun-seo, he is attacked by a group of young men who, armed with swords, start threatening Shin's brother Yunseo, who is in their territory, who in turn pulls himself together and politely asks them to let him through. To what he receives no less polite answer from the chief of Mr. Lim Im Yohan that the territory is closed for outsiders because it's very dangerous and they'll look for his sister Shin Yunseo themselves. Meanwhile, Im Yohan was running through his head the name of Lee Chang-soon, who was at the 2nd rank while he was at the 121st rank. And Im Yohan needs to hurry up to catch up with Lee Chang-soon and take Shin Yunseo, who's just getting in his way. After all, he must realize the truth that the world of players is a jungle where the inexperienced are more likely to be pigs than gnats. And while Im Yohan is thinking about it, Shin Yunseo's brother manages to slip past him. This is exactly the turn of events Im Yohan didn't expect. How can Shin Yunseo's brother so carelessly violate someone else's hunting ground? And by not following the rules, and this brings out Im Yohan's tiger aura. And snatching the sword, Im Yohan is furious and goes after Shin Yunseo's brother in an attempt to retrieve it, who in turn looks back at Im Yohan and tries to oppose him. But Im Yohan is already taking a swing at Shin Yunseo's brother and yells at him that he is a hindrance in his path. Suddenly, Shin Yunseo herself flies at Im Yohan from above, ordering him to get away from her brother. And Shin Yunseo collapses to the ground, getting between his brother and Im Yohan, thereby covering his brother, who is at a loss as to what Shin Yunseo sees in front of him, who's freaked out that Im Yohan is trying to raise his hand on her brother without permission. But hearing just now from Shin Yunseo doesn't suit Im Yohan and his company at all, and Shin Yunseo repeats once again to Im Yohan not to dare go near her brother. However, that's not what Im Yohan wants Shin Yunseo to say, so he asks her to repeat it again. And what Shin Yunseo is asking Im Yohan to repeat is getting to Shin Yunseo. So she repeats that Im Yohan looks more like a dried and twisted anemone rather than a gnawed squid. No offense to the latter. And it is this comparison that offends not only Im Yohan, but his entire team. However, Shin Yunseo continues to parry that it was Im Yohan and his company who first started threatening her brother and how it is now to be judged. But this behavior is not to the liking of Im Yohan and his friends, so they draw their swords and threaten to kill Shin Yunseo. Of course, it's not according to Shin Yunseo's rules that only cowards attack one person with their whole group. And this begins to provoke a fierce outbreak of Shin Yunseo's tiger aura. And watching the whole thing are Lee Chan-sung and Baek Gawula, who pitches the idea of helping Shin Yunseo. But Lee Chan-sung is in no hurry and asks Baek Gawulu to wait, who thinks something is wrong with this case. Therefore, one must not enter periphery as long as Shin Yunseo's tiger aura exceeds Jita's fury and is filled with royal tiger calamity at this moment. Even though Shin Yunseo isn't familiar with it yet, she skillfully uses it, which means it belongs to her from the beginning. And to understand what Jita is and what Lee Chan's negative effects are in it, he decides to continue watching Shin Yunseo for now. Just as suddenly, everything around is covered in sword shards in Im Yohan's company. And what's going on is not at all in the minds of Im Yohan and his friends. Does a shield tower appear in Shin Yunseo's hands, which is the reason for such antics? In addition, Shin Yunseo is skillful with it, using it against his opponents. And the use of the shield tower contributes to the progression of Tiger Step, increasing Shin Yunseo's strength. In addition, the shield turret provokes, among other things, an increase in Shin Yunseo's speed. And Shin Yunseo, wielding his shield turret, continues to move towards Im Yohan and his team. And releasing the shield strike skill outwardly strikes Shin Yunseo's opponent, which, under the onslaught of the shield turret, fly far away from the strike. But while Shin Yunseo was fending off some of Im Yohan's teammates, someone sneaks up on her with an insult and tries to strike her. And the way one of Im Yohan's company addresses her is not at all to her liking. Therefore, a tigerish calamity bursts out of Shin Yunseo, throwing his offender far aside. And this blow strikes Baek Gawulu, still standing back and watching. But then Im Yohan sees a battle tool in front of him that he can't help but recognize. In front of him is none other than the very real halberd, which is in the hands of Shin Yunseo, trying to find out what Im Yohan's plans were for her tongue. And this reminder is not only perplexing, but frightening to Im Yohan. And Shin Yunseo, citing his bad memory, asks to repeat the threat, for which he receives support from the owl deity piercing the dim light. At this time, Shin Yunseo's brother sees Shin Yunseo and asks what happened to her, but gets nothing in return. And just at that moment, Lee Chan-sung and Baek Gawula approach them, and Shin Yunseo's brother recognizes Lee Chan-sung. Indeed, before Shin's brother Yunseo appears none other than Lee Chan-sung himself, and Shin Yunseo explains to her brother that it is Lee Chan-sung who is her savior. However, Shin Yunseo's brother's attention is attracted by the second person next to Lee Changxiang, who doesn't look like an instructor. Maybe it's a student. And then Lee Changsung receives a question from Baekgewula regarding his next move. But it seems that this question is not quite clear to Lee Changsung, no matter how much the people around him expect the answer. After all, they went into the dungeon? Doesn't that mean the answer is self-evident? But does Lee Changsung really have plans to clean up the dungeon? Doesn't Lee Changxiang know that White Tiger uses the land belonging to the Black-Red Mountain Range for training because of its multiple levels? In addition, they only have 100 days at their disposal, but Lee Changsung is supported by the deity of hunting time who believes in his success. The snake that coils around the world is angry at those who dare to doubt Lee Changsung because he has already shown how cunning he is. And realizing that Lee Changsung is planning to bake Gawul, he asks how much time he's willing to spend to clean up the dungeon. After all, the cleanup is time-consuming and they need to prepare for it, but Lee Changsung doesn't quite understand what kind of preparation we're talking about, because Lee Changxiang intends to complete the task by the end of the day, which brings both delight and amazement to his comrade. And they leave the place to embark on a mission. And somewhere in the mountains, where Shin Yunseo confronts his brother's enemies, beaten and with bumps on his face, one of Shin Yunseo's abusers lies on the ground, to whom she had dealt a cruel blow for her insult, and which her abuser and adversary in no way expects to receive. Remaining motionless at the very spot where Shin Yunseo and his team left, and humiliated, he's left alone and can't understand how Shin Yunseo dared to fight him in the first place. After all, it's actually impossible, which means it's either a trick or she's a half-demon since she defeated such an experienced warrior, capable of defeating even Lee Changxiang. And so, he asks for some time to finally expose Shin Yunseo's identity. Plus, he'll do his best to make sure Shin Yunseo can never go out at a daytime set again. In the meantime, his teammates are starting to call him out, and it's starting to put him into some thoughts about them. Since seeing them lying on the ground, he doesn't understand how he's going to give an explanation about it. After all, his reputation must remain intact for this, either to destroy witnesses, or to invent a story with an ambush and go in pursuit. And deciding to lie, he will make up a story about a student defeating a half-demon intruder during a fight in the training complex. And he also gets the idea that Lee Changsung is also a half-demon, since he has such outstanding results. And Lee Changsung is next in line after Shin Yunseo's reveal. And since everything is so ingeniously designed, you can respond to the call of your team without fear. As suddenly he becomes aware of the completion of the dungeon mission and the counting of votes that will be reflected in the final ranking. Speaking of which, Lee Changsung's rating is already 810,320 points, and according to the results, awards will be given out. Meanwhile, members of the White Tiger clan receive information about the dungeon cleanup and demand to check on the man who is watching Lee Changxiang. But before they can even recover from the previously received information about the clearing of the dungeon, as the members of the clan learn about its closure. Meanwhile, Lee Changsung and his team watch the completion of the dungeon mission and the countdown. Perched on the ridge tops and seeing the dungeon gates close, and the deity tiger trapped in hardship enjoys the environment caused by chaos. Also, watching the closing of the dungeon from outside are other members who are trainees in the White Tiger clan, and in front of which you can also see the doors that lead to closing and completing the dungeon mission. But in addition to all of them, there is one other person who is also an observer of this process. And in the end, the flash that appears indicates that the dungeon is closed and all participants are thanked. However, only this outsider continues to keep an eye on the closed dungeon gate. And maybe he's only thinking of one thing, which is the sword of the celestial tiger. In the meantime, the news feeds flash the name of Lee Changsung, who in a short time was able to clean up the dungeon 20 years belonging to the clan. But Lee Changsung doesn't like it at all. He's getting tired of the constant rapturous stares, especially the fangirls who are starting to discourage him. And Lee Changsung and his team meet with members of the White Tiger clan, who are shocked by this appearance and warn them that they will take action if Lee Changsung challenges them. But before he can speak, one of the clan members gets punched in the face, and Lee Changsung turns around to see who the hand that's striking him belongs to. That person is Quan Hanoi, whose tiger aura is furiously tearing up for daring to raise his voice to Lee Changsung. And Quan Hanoi is the commander of the second squad and is recognized by the members of the White Tiger clan, who received a slap from him. However, this treatment does not suit Quan Hanoi, and his subordinates do not understand what made him come all this way. And the reason is that Quan Hanoi wants Lee Changsung, and he doesn't care about the investigation his subordinates are conducting. And if anyone dares to contradict Quan Hanoi, they'll be in trouble as his tiger aura continues to lash out. To which he receives no response from the subordinates of the White Tiger clan. And since everyone is silent, we can assume the answer is no, and Kwan Hanoi orders him to follow. But it seems that Lee Chang-sung expects a different outcome from Shin Yun-so, who is excited about what is happening. After all, she is still an ardent fan of Lee Chang-sung and thinks he's cool, which her brother can't help but agree. Who thought Lee Chang-sung's decision to clear the dungeon in one day was a bluff until he saw it with his own eyes. In addition, Shin's brother Yoon-seo was following Lee Chang-sung around at that time, and he couldn't imagine that Lee Chang-sung would finish the dungeon mission in just half a day, thus once again making his sister proud of Oppa. And while Shin Yoon-seo and brother talk about Lee Chang-seong's awesomeness, Kwan Hanoi instructs Lee Chang-seong to follow him the rest of his team. And taking Lee Chang-seong with him, Kwan Hanoi takes him away from everyone. While fixing his mustache, trying to find out who Lee Chang-seong is, to Lee Chang-sung, those he came with are probably his team gathered at the training center. And it's pretty obvious that Lee Chang-sung is the smart one, who is at the center of the getting along people called the team. However, at that very moment, Lee Chang-sung realizes that they are not heading to Executive Director Oh's room, but where Kwan Hanoi is taking. Kwan Hanoi realizes that he didn't inform Lee Chang-sung that they are going to the meeting room where the head of the White Tiger clan is waiting for them for a private conversation. And Lee Chang-sung knows who he's about to meet, and that someone is Shem Jung-ho Moon-sung, who meets Lee Chang-sung by saying that he is currently looking better than last time. And Shem Chung-ho Moon-sung's eyes, which are the eyes of a fierce tiger, begin to gaze at Lee Chang-sung, who's sure the head of the clan is interested in everything from closing the dungeon to blowing up the research center, but suspicion must be averted. However, Lee Chang-sung, showing decorum, thanks Shem Chung-ho Moon-sung for the compliment by referring to the executive director. But he doesn't expect to hear that his merit is his abilities, thanks to which he causes a lot of problems for the White Tiger clan. And that's a true statement, because in reality, all of the team heads from the raid department oppose each other even just for talking to Lee Chang-sung. In addition, a question arose regarding the reward Lee Chang-sung received for the sweep, thus provoking a couple of calls from the council members. And Shem Chung-ho Moon-sung starts asking Lee Chang-sung if he has changed his mind. Lee Chang-sung is trying to find out from the clan head, while Hunting Time is sure that he doesn't know where he belongs. After all, if Lee Chang-sung doesn't get into the unit he was invited to, he can ask for his resignation at any time. The company will not allow Lee Chang-sung to leave, and the clan leader wants to talk to him personally. And suggesting to forget about his clan having little interest in worldly matters, invites Lee Chang-sung to follow to greet the head. After going to meet the clan head, Lee Chang-sung realizes that this time he has met someone who is really dangerous based on his premonition. So Lee Chang-sung walks from the elevator to the room and enters Azura's flower garden, where the clan head's meeting room is located and which is connected through another dungeon. And Tiger, trapped in a trap of deprivation, becomes interested in people who are in his territory. And then Shem Chung-ho Moon-sung turns to someone sitting on the rooftop to say that Lee Chang-sung has arrived on orders, to which in turn, Lee Chang-sung looks intently at whoever is the head of the clan, which in turn clarifies the fact that Lee Chang-sung is the child who goes by the nickname Tyrant. Naturally, Lee Chang-sung doesn't expect to hear such a thing from the clan head, who goes on to say that Lee Chang-sung has been getting their god's interest lately, to which Owl Piercing the Dim Light advises Lee Chang-sung to be on his guard as this is serious, and Lee Chang-sung realizes it's a warning. At the same time, the tiger aura emanating from the head of the clan begins to put Lee Chang-sung in great danger, who from the very beginning gave himself the attitude to attract the attention of many stars and gods. Besides, Lee Chang-sung knows what he's going to face, and is sure that God can also trick to get hold of him, and it reminds him of Arcadia. Lee Chang-sung tells the clan leader his real name, thus disproving the notion that he is a bad man. And Lee Chang-sung goes on to talk about the amusing situation he finds himself in when he welcomes the 9th generation Swordmaster. After all, a couple of months ago, he had never dreamed that he would be in the meeting room of the head of the White Tiger clan, and it was funny. At the same time, Lee Chang-sung's popularity might be a blow to the clan leader's ego, even assuming that he doesn't know about the underworld. And the clan leader, addressing Moon-sung, wants to know his actions regarding Lee Chang-sung, who is a high-level ranker, who will probably be supported by the concerned gods and stars. Otherwise, Lee Chang-sung will find a way to escape. Still, I wonder how the head of the White Tiger will do now, who, After listening to Li Changsung's explanation of the funny situation, agrees with him, at the same time making Li Changsung tense up as he waited for the clan head's decision. He in turn tells Li Changsung about the gift their patron is giving him, which he must pick up on his way back from Shiwan. And the clan head escorts Li Changsung to the exit of the meeting room. However, Li Changsung doesn't realize what is in front of him right now. But one thing Li Changsung is sure of for sure is that Moonsung doesn't think that the King of the Void is abandoning Li Changsung in this way. It only strengthens the bond. Or maybe in front of Li Changxiang are Huxiang's 7 cryptic writing. But since that's the case, Moonxiang creates something that expands his community, and it's likely that he has the shrine antidote given to him by the ruler of the abyss. And Li Changsung activates the Snake Eye skill in addition to receiving the approval of the snake wrapping world, giving him strength, in order to see if the oppressive scourge of the royal tiger is really swarming around the head of the clan. Yes, he is probably well above Jida. Even that can be said more confident. And noticing how Li Changsung looks at the surroundings around him, and the clan head makes a remark asking him to stop gazing like that, thus catching Li Changsung off guard, who was sure it would go unnoticed. Meanwhile, the clan head turned away from Li Changsung and continued to immerse himself in his thoughts and stare in front of him. Soon seeing the clan head leaving Li Changsung through the open gate, Li Changsung apologizes for the inconvenience. Finally, the gate in front of Li Changsung begins to close, leaving him alone in front of the painting where the exit had just been, and forcing Li Changsung to once again make sure that the clan head is not one level above Jida and creates those God-sent ones who are beneath him, which only means that the clan leader seeks to monopolize that power. Thus, testing Li Changsung's reaction, and Moonsung is playing along with the Abyss ruler. And it's even possible that the ruler of the Abyss finds his weapon through Moonsung. Now, however, Li Changsung, accompanied by Quan Hanoi, is now following Moonsung down the corridor. Who notes that the head of their clan is a difficult man regarding many relationships, and Li Changsung, while continuing to speculate about Moonsung's plans, agrees with him that the clan leader seems to be from another reality. And Moonsung also sometimes has trouble understanding the clan leader's innermost thoughts. Meanwhile, Quan Hanoi, citing the discomfort he feels from being in the meeting room, asks not to take him there anymore. But just at that moment, Li Changsung recalls the gift given to him from the clan's patron, thereby angering Hunting Time. And Moonxiang, remembering the gift, talks about the possibility of choosing between the two, arsenal or library, but both are already available to the second rank. However, Quan Hanoi, hearing about such a gift, asks to share one thing with him, but he is especially interested in the arsenal. And Moonsung looks at Li Changsung and realizes that he's already decided on a gift. Hu says he's shocked by the proposal, and his calmness inspires disbelief in Moonsung. However, Li Changsung is surprised that Tiger trapped in the hardship trap would give him anything else considering the dungeon raid is complete. But even despite this explanation, Moonsung waits to hear back from Li Changsung about his choice. And Li Changsung, knowing that he doesn't know the explanations of the second rank, decides to learn more abilities at the second rank, pleasing Quan Hanoi. And naturally, this answer regarding the gift that Li Changsung chooses was anticipated by Moonsung. However, Moonsung wants to check with Li Changsung to see if it's true that Li Changsung didn't choose their clan's patron. And that really surprises Quan Hanoi, who is sure that without a patron, no one can make it this far. So as he continues to interrogate Moonsung, Quan Hanoi doesn't understand how Li Changsung can be so strong without a patron. And without getting a response from Moonsung, Quan Hanoi asks Li Changsung to confirm that Jung Moonam is talking nonsense. However, Li Changsung continues to remain silent, looking at Moonsung. And Quan Hanoi is still hoping to hear that it is not, since in his mind, such a thing is impossible. Or maybe what Moonsung says about Li Changsung is true, and that's the truth that Quan Hanoi doesn't want to believe. After all, if Li Changsung is so brilliant without a patron, what would happen if he had a patron? I mean, even geniuses have their limits. At that moment, Li Changsung turns to Moonsung and realizes that not only Tiger, who is trapped in a hardship trap, but all the gods need him. However, Li Changsung has already turned down many people's offer to become their apostle, in which case, Moonsung will offer. Who has a different opinion and thinks that Li Changsung's refusal of such an offer is very unreasonable. But Li Changsung is willing to sign a letter of resignation if his reward is just to become an apostle because he has enough privileges as it is. After listening to Li Changsung's explanation, Moonsung once again makes sure that there really is no one like Li Changsung. And the deities are starting to take issue with their wishes for their favorite Li Changsung. However, Moonsung notes that greed and ambition are characteristic of you, but Lee Chang-seong needs to keep in mind that someday they'll turn against him. And deciding that this conversation is over, Moonsung tells Lee Chang-sung that Yejun is waiting for him on the first floor. Besides, Lee Chang-sung needs to remember that their god is not very patient, and if he doesn't get Lee Chang-sung, no one else will get him. And turning around, Moonsung continues on his way, leaving Lee Chang-sung and Kwan Hanoi behind, who encourages Lee Chang-sung to say that if he joins their team, he will be able to do a lot of interesting things. And after saying that, Kwan Hanoi left Lee Chang-seong and went after Moonsung. But looking at all of this, Lee Chang-sung is still of the opinion that it all looks very pathetic. Now, after saying goodbye to Moonsung and Kwan Hanoi, Lee Chang-sung meets Yejun and learns that all the cameras on the second floor are categorized. And after receiving the key from him, Lee Chang-sung wonders what category of cameras are available to him, because it would be bad if not all the cameras are open to him. But much to Lee Chang-sung's dismay, Yejun can't answer the question he was asked. The only thing Lee Chang-sung needs to know is that he only has 6 hours to use the room. And leaving Yejun behind, Lee Chang-seong walks to the rooms to choose the paths available to him. Once in the room, Lee Chang-sung sees before him a huge number of paths arranged on different levels, and the clan god begins to tempt the tyrant. Upon approaching one door, Lee Chang-sung learns that this path is called the Ferocious Tiger. And passing onward, he encounters other paths named Half-Blind, Bell Mountain Saint, Divided, and Black Tiger. Also, the Nightmare-Eating Beast, all of these paths originate from the main tiger. This means that Lee Chang-seong is facing 9 paths that change the nature of the key based on the choices he makes, but everything will change if he becomes an apostle. But that doesn't interest Lee Chang-sung, because even without the title of apostle, he plans to take everything from here someday. And left to his own devices, Lee Chang-sung slips the key into the door of his choice, who leads the way of the half-blind tiger, thereby causing misunderstanding in the tiger trapped in hardship. And this is understandable, because although a half-blind tiger's powers of observation are poorer, it has a stronger will to live. So after finally making his choice, the stone gates of the cell open in front of Lee Chang-sung. In any case, Lee Chang-sung is confident that with Jigwee's end-of-the-world flame and the claw of the King of the Black Mountain, everything will go well. But no matter how much Lee Chang-sung wants to open the other doors with Peter's key, the ruler of the abyss is unlikely to allow it despite his supposed prostate. That's why Lee Chang-seong will twist it in a way that the ruler of the abyss wouldn't even dream of. And passing into the room of the half-blind tiger, Lee Chang-sung begins to walk the chosen path. Meanwhile, Shin Yun-seo, surrounded by his brother and Baek Gawula, can't find a place to be because Jang Seon is delayed so much. However, Shin's brother Yun-seo is already getting annoyed with his sister's fuss about Tyrant. But when she hears that Lee Chang-seong is called Tyrant, she gets mad because his name is not Tyrant but Sung-gun, and he is so dangerous. And then in their squabble, they realize that the third of them is really the same Baek Gawula, the one whose face reminded them of melted ice cream as opposed to the Mr. Handsome man now standing before them. However, Shin's brother Yun-seo still wants to find out who Lee Chang-sung really is and how he is related to Yun-seo. He also worries that there's a lot he doesn't understand, and no matter how good or bad it is, he has to learn everything, if only to protect his sister who is losing her head to Lee Chang-seong. But behind all this thinking, brother Shin Yun-seo receives a message displayed on the system screen. This snake deity that coils around the world warns him that because he thinks loudly, it causes alarm to the gods. Also, the snake, wrapping the world, says that no matter how hard he tries, a lot of information will still be unavailable to him. And don't let it surprise him that she reads his mind, since it's all written on his face. And since that is the case, the serpent-charging world has an offer for him to act as his priest when the opportunity arises. And while Gyumji is starting to come to his senses from the proposal, he and Yun-seo are called out by someone. This person turns out to be a member of the White Tiger clan who expresses joy that they have already made it through. However, another situation pops up in Gyumji's mind in which he asks the man who appeared to help find Yun-seo. And how could he even show joy in meeting them if he had previously refused Gumga's help in finding his sister? But then Shin Yun-seo starts calling out to Appa with shouts of joy, and it is natural that the arriving person thinks that this appeal applies to him. However, what is his surprise when Shin Yun-seo bypasses him and heads towards his Oppa? Beside him, Mr. Gumunj is equally surprised, as right in front of them, Lee Chang-sung himself appears on the horizon. However, before she can run to Lee Chang-sung, she is caught by the arm by an arriving man. And Shin Yun-seo can't understand what he's doing to let her behave like that. But coming in angry reminds Shin Yun-seo that she never reacted like that when she was with him. In addition, This reaction is also causing misunderstanding from Lee Chang-sung. After learning that Shin Yun-seo used to play harder for a new arrival and then disappeared because she had a new boyfriend. But that's not the kind of treatment Shin Yun-seo is going to tolerate. Then she remembers the object of her adoration, Lee Chang-seong, is back. And forgetting everything, Shin Yun-seo is in tears as she rejoices at his return. However, Lee Chang-sung doesn't understand what's even going on and looks at the arriving man, who is still in a rage trying to figure out why Lee Chang-sung is looking at him like that. And then, to everyone's surprise, Lee Chang-sung lunges at the new arrival, grabbing him by the neck. So much so that Lee Chang-sung lifts him off the ground with his outstretched arm in front of everyone. At the same time, the newcomer trying to get away tries to argue that he is not the last person in the clan. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to something that starts to terrify him, and it's Lee Chang-sung's eyes that are glowing with a fiery light that are piercing into him. Yes, there's no mistaking that behind Lee Chang-sung is a half-blind tiger, and the half-blind tiger is not just looking at him, but drilling him with its gaze, releasing its claws. It means that he is caught by the eye of a half-blind tiger that has only the desire to take life and at the owner's command instills fear. And it will only lead to the fact that the mental state of the arriving person may be irretrievably lost if he does not leave the area. But then a foul odor begins to emanate from the new arrival, and no one understands what Lee Chang-seong did to him since the new arrival crapped his pants. In the meantime, Lee Chang-sung lets go of the arrival, who falls on the floor, and his pants are very dirty. But Lee Chang-sung, not paying attention to him anymore, suggests that his companions leave the place. And that makes Shin Yun-seo, who agrees to whatever Oppa says. And the one who arrived continues to lie on the floor in shock at what has happened, while Lee Chang-sung's Shin Yun-seo, her brother, and Baek Gawula leave the scene of the altercation, leaving the arrival's cronies to deal with him. And since Lee Chang-seong's training is over, Shin Yun-seo suggests he go out to eat, which he refuses because Lee Chang-seong isn't going to eat lunch right now. As he exits the White Tiger building, he is met by reporters with questions regarding the dungeon sweep in such a short time. They are also curious to know if Lee Chang-sung knows about the grand plans for him, and if they have already had a conversation. And now that she understands why Lee Chang-seong refused to keep Shin Yun-seo company, she remembers that Lee Chang-seong is always the same. Meanwhile, reporters are pouncing on Lee Chang-sung and his company with numerous questions regarding his choices and offers. But after getting past the journalists, Lee Chang-sung and company are surrounded by his fans who can't believe that Lee Chang-sung himself is in front of them. And Lee Chang-seung's fans are shouting at Shin Yun-seo, who doesn't understand what they're doing here. However, Lee Chang-sung, being in an unshakable state of mind, suggests Baek Gawul to get in the car. And it's not just a car, but a limousine with a personal driver that CEO Oh gave him at his disposal. And jumping into it, the whole company drives away from the White Tiger clan building, leaving journalists and fans behind. Now sitting in the car, Lee Chang-sung wants to ask Geumge what he wanted to tell Lee Chang-sung earlier. But that's not the kind of question Mr. Geumge expects to hear right now. And Lee Chang-sung reminds him that the conversation started the moment they left the lobby, if he's not mistaken. After all, Geumge was something that was very troubling at that moment, and it couldn't go unnoticed by Lee Chang-seong. But naturally, Geumge understands what this is about, and he sees no point in hiding it. So he asks Lee Chang-sung if he knows the deity snake that coils around the world, who was frightened when he heard his name. And Lee Chang-sung explains that this is one of the deities that he is interested in. And Geumge admits that this deity asked not only to watch Lee Chang-sung's every action, but also to report anything of interest. However, this news did not shock Lee Chang-seong at all, most likely because he had expected this turn of events. And Geumge continues to give away details of his conversation with the snake of the accusing world. And this was not to Shin Yun-seo's liking at all, who didn't understand why he had been silent all this time, not minding that not much time had passed since then. However, this response still doesn't satisfy Shin Yun-seo, who continues to lash out at her brother. But this confession and the conspiracy of the snake deity behind his back do not bother Lee Chang-seong at all. And the brother and sister looking at Lee Chang-sung want to ask why he's not angry when he finds out. After all, Geumge had conflicting feelings about it. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung wants to know if Geumge was able to find out anything about him, to which he receives a negative response from Shin's brother Yun-seo. And this fact, voiced by Mr. Geumge, is quite satisfying to Lee Chang-seong, who believes that there is nothing wrong with what Mr. Geumge did and he has no reason to feel guilty. But this answer and Lee Chang-sung's reaction to what he just heard are not at all clear to Geumge. And Lee Chang-sung continues that more importantly, what the snake coiling the world offers Geumge in return for the information provided. And without hesitation, Mr. Goomj reveals that in return, the deity is offering him training in black magic. But that's exactly what Lee Chang-sung seems to be getting at. And skipping further explanation to Goomga regarding his abilities suggests that he continue to watch him. Goomj can't seem to believe it after all that has just been said to him. And Lee Chang-sung continues to insist that Mr. Goomge continue to monitor him with a follow-up report on anything of interest. Now, not only Goomge is still reeling from what he has heard, but also the snake deity that coils around the world flaps his eyes in incomprehension. But only Lee Chang-sung knows that this black magic is one of the best, and its name is Urobos Formula, which means it must be mastered. And since deity is offering Goomga such a thing, she's definitely interested in him. But Goomje can't believe he has the talent, while the deity warns him that the number of people willing to be trained is huge. However, Lee Chan-sung keeps telling Goomga not to dare to stop and do what is required of him. And leaving his brother and sister behind, the limo with Lee Chang-sung and Baek Gawula continues on its intended path. Gyeomji looks at the car as it drives away and confesses to his sister that he is now a Lee Chang-sun fan too. And this news makes Shin Yoon-seo madly happy, who offers her help in case Goomje wants to find out about Lee Chang-seon. But before he can say anything, Mr. Goomj gets kicked in the leg by his sister, Shin Yoon-seo. Meanwhile, in the limousine, the snake of the world is trying to find out from Lee Chang-sung how he got the information, but he also has a secret. But since rune magic was difficult for him, he gave up on learning the Ouroboros formula. However, Shin Gumyu can help him with that. And distracted from his conversation with the snake deity that coils around the world, Lee Chang-sun asks Baek Gawula where he lives in Noryangjin. But after receiving a reply from Baek Gawula, Lee Chang-sun realizes that something's wrong. It's more likely that Baek Gawula is trying to trick Lee Jang-seong. And after realizing that Lee Chang-sun has figured him out, Baek Gawula admits that he lied and lives in Goshiwon even though it's cramped. However, the fact that someone is trying to deceive Lee Chang-sung makes him mad, and if Baek Gawula deceives him this time too, he will be in trouble. And Baek Gawul realizes that Lee Chang-sung doesn't believe it either and admits that he doesn't have a home, thus causing the tyrant to misunderstand how Xerxes allows his son to lead such a life, and he is obligated to help him understand the Ghostborn. If that's the way things are going, then Baek Gawula will stay at Lee Jang-seong's house for now. But before they get to Baek Gawula's home, they need to get some clothes. And they switch to the house where Lee Chang-seong's apartment, where he walks in and tells his mom he's home. But mom doesn't expect to see Lee Chang-seong so soon, who warned that he won't be around for more than 3 months. However, Lee Chang-sung talks about how the training session ended earlier than expected, and he will order food if it wasn't cooked for him. But the main thing is that he has some requests that relates to his mom. After all, he didn't come alone, so he must introduce Baek Gawulu as his friend, who, feeling uncomfortable, begins to apologize for such a sudden visit. However, he doesn't expect to hear such a happy reaction from Lee Chang-sung's mom, who finds out that her son has a friend. And since that's the case, Baek Gawul needs to relax and start making himself at home. And after accepting Baek Gawula's invitation, he follows Lee Chang-seong and his mom to admire the spacious house that actually exists. Also, Lee Chang-seong's apartment is in a place where the Han River is visible from the window. Naturally, that's the kind of place Lee Chang-seong should live in, and it can't be any other way. However, Lee Chan-sung and Baek Gawula's movement is hindered by a broadcast going on TV that Lee Chan-sung and his team have cleared the dungeon. But Baek Gawula is getting uncomfortable watching from the sidelines a report on their own. In addition, Baek Gawula is even more at a loss as to who is watching the coverage of Tyrant and his team. And that person turns out to be Lee Chang-seong's sister, who is sitting on the couch in front of the TV with a snack. But it seems that Baek Gawulu is not the only one who is taken by surprise by this encounter. Lee Chang-sung's sister is also surprised to see a guest in the house. And skipping the greeting, Lee Chang-sung's sister asks the guest who he is. Lee Chang-sung reacts by pointing to the TV screen, where Lee Chang-sung and his team are reporting. When Lee Chang-sung's sister is seen watching this channel, she starts to make up her mind, talking about how she accidentally stopped at this news, dumbly flipping through channels, but Lee Chang-sung absolutely doesn't care about her explanation. However, this reaction from his brother infuriates Lee Chang-sung's sister, who runs off to her room, ignoring her mom's offer of dinner. At that moment, mom notes that Lee Chang-sung's sister has a very bad temper. And right now, it couldn't even be said that she was worried about Lee Chang-sung since she was reviewing the tape from his entrance exam every day. Meanwhile, while the mother-sister squabble continues, Lee Chang-sung suggests that Baek Gawul stay in his room until dinner. And after walking into Li Changxiang's room, Baek Gawula not only continues to marvel at its size, but also gets a suggestion to call Li Changxiang brother. However, this treatment is a little embarrassing to Baek Gawulu, but he still accepts Li Changsung being his brother-in-law. And yet Baek Gawula is amazed at her size, saying she is bigger than his house. What would happen if Xerxes heard that now? In addition, before the eyes of Baek Gawula appears a huge collection of all sorts of awards in the form of cups, and a great gaming space where there are 3 large monitors in addition to the gaming seat. On top of that, Baek Gawula's attention is drawn to a video game console also owned by Li Changxiang. And Tyrant realizes that Baek Gawula is seeing this for the first time since he can't afford to buy one, considering it's a limited edition. So suggests Baek Gawulu to play it because it's really cool. But before they go down for dinner, they need to take a shower. Here also, Baek Gawula notes the size of the bathtub belonging to Li Changsung, and also he has hot water. And Baek Gawula realizes how different he and Li Changsung are as they live in completely different worlds. Besides, dinner for him seems so fancy where the table is overflowing with food, even though Li Changsung's mom says otherwise. It's also worth noting that Li Changsung's mom cooks insanely delicious, and Baek Gawula doesn't understand how such a thing could not be to his liking. And from those words, Li Changsung's mom is thrilled, as she has put a lot of effort into preparing dinner. And Baek Gawula, with his mouth full, admits that he's never eaten anything more delicious in his life and suggests that Li Changsung's mom open her own restaurant. Unlike Li Changsung, who tastes the food his mom cooked and only gives it a normal rating. So, if there's such a reaction, there's no point in cooking. And Li Changxiang's mom is checking the guest's name one more time, only to offer him to be his foster mom, since she believes that Baek Gawula will make a younger son better than her current one. However, it was just a joke, and trying to get off the subject, Li Changsung's mom offers Baek Gawula some more soup, to which he agrees. And leaving Baek Gawula at the table, Li Changxiang's mom takes his plate and leaves to bring him a refill. And Baek Gawula, at this point, begins to recall the faint sound of laughter that appears in his memories, but he doesn't know who it belongs to. But of course, how could he forget that this laugh and the woman's affectionate address to him belonged to Baek Gawula's mother? However, Baek Gawula, who is in his thoughts, doesn't notice that Li Changsung is staring at him with incomprehension. After the dinner was over, Li Changsung and Baek Gawula went up to his room and went to their own beds. But neither Li Changsung nor Baek Gawula had any sleep in either eye, so Li Changsung inquires about it from his calling brother, to which he gets an affirmative answer from Baek Gawula, who also can't sleep. But it's likely that Baek Gawula is uncomfortable and should tell Li Changsung and actually renders things differently. And if so, then why Baek Gawula can't sleep? Maybe it's all the fault of the thoughts that fill his head, and it can't be unnoticed. However, Baek Gawula, of all the things, says only that this is how it is. Li Changxiang doesn't understand what Baek Gawula is trying to say. Who is trying to express his thoughts to Li Changxiang about whether Baek Gawula has the right to feel comfortable at all? However, Li Changsung is of a completely different opinion and believes that no one but Baek Gawula can decide this and no one has the right to do so. But Baek Gawula can't believe that it's up to him to figure out for himself who he really is. After all, if he considers himself pathetic, then others will think the same. He should start valuing himself, and then others will do the same. And such a statement by Li Changsung makes you wonder at his words. Who goes on to explain that Baek Gawula sets his own boundaries as to what he can and cannot do. After all, Li Changsung tells his brother that now he reminds him of himself as he was in the past. At the time when Li Changsung was a ghost, he was obsessed with the fights that devalued him, but only the loss of everything made him rethink everything. And Li Changxiang doesn't want Baek Gawula to repeat his mistakes. Besides, isn't a father supposed to have these conversations with his son? And where is Xerxes? Li Changxiang's musings like this are shocking to some deity. Meanwhile, Li Changsung's sister is looking at the plate of food and asking her mom what the hell this is. However, it's not about the food, it's about Li Changsung, who has been acting really weird lately. But mom doesn't understand what Li Changxiang's sister is trying to say about her brother. And the sister continues to speculate that Li Changsung has changed after passing through the gate, Jamshil doesn't drink with restraint, and ignores his sister's bullying. And then Li Changsung's mom realizes that his sister is just checking up on her brother, who despite his remaining rudeness has suddenly grown up. However, that's not the strangest thing Li Changsung's sister has to say about the changes in him, and how mom doesn't see what Li Changxiang used to be like and what he's like now. After all, Li Changsung had never made friends before. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sung appears on the doorstep with someone else who is also cute. And for all these thoughts, Lee Chang-sung's sister doesn't notice how her mother starts to beat her, telling her off for thinking such thoughts about her younger brother. So while trying her best to stop Mom, Lee Chang-seon's sister has something more important to say. But Mom thinks Lee Chang-sung's sister is about to say another stupid thing about her youngest son. However, she switches to Baek Ji-vul with looks that are to her liking, and apparently a great character asking to know his status. But this also pisses off Lee Chang-sung's mom, who's already starting to yell. While not noticing that Lee Chan-sung and Baek Ji-wul appear in their field of vision and witness the conflict. To ease the situation, Lee Chang-seong's mom asks where they're going, to which she gets the answer that they are going to practice and eat at a restaurant, which means Mom can mind her own business. And the sister takes advantage of the moment to tell Lee Chang-san not to overdo it. And Lee Chang-sung turns away and tells them not to worry, to which Baek Ji-wul assures them that they'll be back soon. Thus leaving Lee Chang-soon's apartment. When asked by Baek Ji-wul about their purpose, he says that they need to change weapons. But Baek Ji-wul has no money at all to afford to buy a new piece of clothing in exchange for a worn-out old one, to which Lee Chan-sung again reminds him that only Baek Ji-wul can determine his true worth. After all, the weapon is needed for its protection and destruction of monsters, and if its possession causes discomfort, it is only half of success in its realization. Also, this would also apply to armor and amulet and stones as well. So Lee Chan-sung asks Baek Ji-wul not to say anything and let him handle his outfit on his own. After all, Lee Chang-sung knows that it is Baek Ji-wul who just agreed with him that connects him to the two turning points. And somewhere in the blind blacksmith's forge, Lee Chang-sung, who keeps adding to his account, asks him to make a weapon for him while receiving objection. At the same time, what Baek Ji-wul hears about how much Lee Chang-sung is splurging on weapons horrifies him. Probably Lee Chang-sung, who at this point reminds me to call him boss, is incredibly cool for giving away 2 times 100 million. And the blacksmith, having received such a generous reward, now wants to know what Lee Chang-sung needs him to do. At this, Lee Chang-sung asks the blacksmith to make a medium-level spear, but not as advanced as his. And answering the question about his weight and mass, Lee Chang-sung starts gesticulating, thus pissing off the blind blacksmith. So for clarity, Lee Chan-sung asks Baek Ji-wul to lend his spear for a few minutes. And having handed the spear into the hands of a blindsmith, the latter is still interested in information regarding its type of weight. And to get the answer to his question, the blind blacksmith asks for the hand of Baek Ji-wul, by which he learns that Baek Ji-wul's working hand is not his right hand, but his left, as he uses it more often. Also, the blindsmith notes that Baek Ji-wul uses the spear as a strike also need to find out if speed is important to him. And this appeal, as well as the remark that Baek Ji-wul uses both feet, causes the latter to note that this smith is different from the former boaster. Apparently, he's a real master of his craft, and it's not surprising at all that Lee Chan-sung's weapons are significantly different. And a blindsmith, refining by rank, is tasked with making a spear that is comparable to black or cold metal refined at least 100 times. However, such a statement pisses off the blind blacksmith, who still wonders what Lee Chan-sung is really preparing for, to which he replies that Lee Chang-seong is preparing for a global confrontation, at the same time giving the blind blacksmith not 15 days to do the work as the latter asks, but only 10. Who can't figure out how he'll get the job done in such a short period of time, even working non-stop? So he tries to beg for a 12-day minimum, for which he gets approval from Lee Chang-sung. And not daring to find any more words to say to Lee Chang-sung, the blind blacksmith stays to his thoughts. And Baek Ji-wul is thinking about the fact that he finally has his own battle weapon. But his thoughts are interrupted by Lee Chang-sung, who thinks that this is not a good time to be distracted by extraneous things. After all, this and nervousness can prevent Baek Ji-wul from starting to train properly. And this sparring is of interest to the deities, except for Tiger, who is trapped in a trap of deprivation and finds this type of confrontation boring. And Lee Chan-sung wants to find out from Baek Ji-wul how much spiritual energy he uses before he starts training. However, upon hearing Lee Chang-sung's response, he summarizes that it doesn't quite work out for Baek Ji-wul. And naturally, the reason for that is quite clear to Lee Chang-seon. However, it is not at all clear to Baek Ji-wul, who also wants to recognize. To which Lee Chan-sung makes it clear that Baek Ji-wul must use magical power, otherwise ordinary power, considering that one who is born as a ghost must have demonic and evil energy. But the fact is that Baek Ji-wul is no more. It would also be very strange if the energies moved according to Baek Ji-wul's wishes. This means that the shadow energy of Baek Ji-wul must become his talent or his skill. In other words, he must become like his father. So to begin with, Baek Gawula should try to shadow Lee Chang-seong. It wasn't until Lee Chan-sung said it as they are transported to another place with the subsequent modification of Baek Gawula, which reminds Lee Chang-sung that he already knows that Baek Gawula's form cannot maintain a certain look. After all, he cannot exist as a ghost since his existence resembles the non-existent god that Tyrant was able to sense. However, Lee Chang-sung can't understand what Baek Gawula is trying to say, so a sequel is required. Who goes on to say that he needed to pull the energy out of Lee Chang-sung's body to save his own to appear in the material world. Yes, of course, Lee Chang-sung is interested in the discovery. Who does want to clarify that Baek Gawula is in other words parasitizing? To what he gets the answer that no matter how much his opponent dislikes the words, they are very close to the truth. And Lee Chang-sung returns to Baek Gawula and hears that he wants to know what his job is. Lee Chang-sung explains that Baek Gawula needs to learn how to control the shadow energy he possesses first, and it needs to be handled differently than other forms of energy. In other words, Baek Gawula needs to open a passage for its circulation. But Baek Gawula still wants to clarify with Lee Chang-sung what he means by passage. And Lee Chang-sung continues to explain that Baek Gawula needs to think about attracting his shadow to herself by putting her feelings into it. And realizing what Baek Gawula is talking about, he tries to focus on what Lee Chan-sung is saying, who proceeds to admonish him, correcting Baek Gawula's mistakes and pulling his shadow by force rather than sloppily pulling it towards him. Once again, Baek Gawula begins to make an attempt to draw Lee Chang-sung's shadow to himself. Now, it seems that Baek Gawula is starting to have it, and Lee Chang-sung's shadow is slowly crossing over to him. However, at some point in the training, Lee Chang-sung's shadow begins to recede from Baek Gawula, who in turn is at a loss as to why this is happening. To which Lee Chan-sung tells Baek Gawula to focus and not lose concentration, thereby taking control of herself. Once again, Baek Gawula repeats his attempt to pull Lee Chan-sung's shadow over his own. And now we can see that Lee Chang-sung's shadow is starting to cross over to Baek Gawula's side, getting closer and closer to the latter. So much so that it looks like it's about to swallow Gawula's bajek whole. However, seeing this, Lee Chan-sung shouts to Baek Gawula to try every possible way to suppress her to prevent the takeover. But Baek Gawula has it tough despite the fact that he's trying to influence shadow energy and his existence is in no danger. And so Baek Gawula admits to Lee Chang-sung that it's actually hard no matter how hard he tries. In addition, Baek Gawula also wants to point out that he doesn't like it at all. After all, this is the first shadow he's captured, and he can't even imagine what it means. Also, Baek Gawula realizes that he can't do anything right now, even though he should try. Once again, Baek Gawula returns to make another attempt to defeat this shadow. Finally, Baek Gawula succeeds because the shadows begin to unite, indicating that he has managed to gain the upper hand over her. Meanwhile, a voice tells Baek Gawula that he should take responsibility for what will happen since he has neglected her. And Baek Gawula is trying to control Lee Chan-sung's shadow again and again, until finally he meets her face to face and she starts talking to him. However, Baek Gawula, looking at her, says that there is nothing to worry about. And then the process of reuniting Baek Gawula and Lee Chan-sung's shadow begins. This creates a skill called shadow puppet creation that requires analyzing the shadow that was stolen using shadow energy, from which follows the receipt of temporary skills, abilities, and talent, but because of the large amount of secret information, the skill was not complete. Still, however, the shadow puppet skill is eventually created and the summoning begins. Now, as for Baek Gawula, who has the nickname Jigwi Vessel and belongs to the Runekeeper class named 28th level. At this, the shadow energy tells Baek Gawula to find out as much information as possible about Lee Chang-sung to better imitate. And Lee Chang-sung, knowing that shadow energy tends to imitate, suggests creating an object to imitate. And that's when Baek Gawula realized why Lee Chang-sung suggested taking his shadow. To which Lee Chang-sung smugly gives an affirmative answer. Since the more Baek Gawula understood the object of imitation, the better he would be able to handle shadow energy. Thus, Baek Gawula, realizing Lee Chan-sung is preparing to continue training. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung picks up a spear and starts spinning it, for the sole purpose of having Baek Gawula try to mimic his action. But in trying it, Baek Gawula admits that the spear is heavy. However, Lee Chang-sung, continuing his training, arouses the interest of the deity, who not only want to see his technique, but also to master it. And after realizing what's required of him, Lee Chang-sung begins to demonstrate his abilities, starting with the technique of moving your feet smoothly, transitioning to the technique of wielding a spear. And the deity tiger, trapped in hardship, watching Lee Chang-sung, enjoys his accomplishment. But Baek Gawula, looking at Lee Chang-sung, realizes with horror that he will have to do it again, knowing that the difference in levels with him is too great. And Lee Chang-sung, looking at Baek Gawul, doesn't understand why he stopped and doesn't raise his spear. And Baek Gawul, once again obeying Lee Chang-sung, raises his spear to follow him. While Tiger is trapped in hardship, he wishes Lee Chang-sung had visited more of the stone rooms in his time, which would have been helpful. But still, Lee Chang-sung, ignoring Tiger's remark of being trapped in a trap of deprivation, decides to start further exercise. And by manipulating his spear, Lee Chang-sung releases the half-blind tiger, thereby raising doubts in the tiger trapped in a trap of hardship. But seeing what Lee Chang-sung does when he releases a half-blind tiger trapped in a hardship trap is shocking. And the half-blind tiger released by Lee Chang-sung changes status to a ferocious tiger, starts roaring, and then explodes, thus raising a question for Tiger, who is trapped in hardship and wants to understand what Lee Chang-sung was doing in the library. Meanwhile, the action unfolds in the building where the main office of the White Tiger clan is located. There at the table headed by Moonsong, the issue regarding the pariahs of the standard bearers and how they should be dealt with is on the agenda. Also keep in mind that the news is actually getting worse by the day, considering that past cases are still unresolved. Among all this, it is worth considering that so many problems could have been avoided if some of the training had already been completed. And most likely, you need to propose a new method of training that would be much more effective than the previous one. And this remark just can't escape Director Oh, which makes him think, as was his faithful assistant Kwan Hanoi, present at the same meeting, who despite the current situation is in a state of calm and poise. And to continue his thought, Kim Young-song, the current director of the White Tiger clan, proposes a merger with Hayoff. And this idea interests Moonsong, who demands clarification on the details of the merger. And Kim Young-song informs that he knows that the future strategy unit knows the location of the Phantom. And if they join the standard bearers who had already completed their basic training, they could gain experience in a real confrontation. In addition, there is no need to worry about challenging the decision, as the students will not be dealing with the Hayoff management, but with the lowlifes. It is also unlikely that anyone will believe those who are capable of unforgivable acts against gods and men. And it seems that this proposal is to the liking of Chief Moonsung, which turns its eyes towards Supervisor Park to seek his opinion on the proposal, while getting a response from Pak that he is in solidarity with Director Kim because he thinks the idea is very reasonable. After all, if students can't handle even that, they don't deserve to consider themselves tigers. And Director Kim's idea of replacing the rest of the training with an extermination operation finds approval from Moonsung. Also, everyone should know that Lee Chang-sung being separated from the disciples will be transferred to a future strategic unit. And just like that, this statement tells Kwan Hanoi that this is how Moonsung plans to get out of the game. At this point, the executive meeting ends and they leave the office, leaving Moonsung alone, who, after waiting for everyone to leave, calls Director Kim over to him, since he thinks Kim should stay and give some clarifications to Moonsung, who in turn wants to check with Director Kim to see if he has any plans to destabilize the situation. And after receiving a negative answer, Moonsung wants to see if Director Kim can be trusted, to which he receives a positive answer. But Director Kim should know that Moonsung doesn't value his subordinate, but treats them as tools to be used and discarded. This time, however, Moonsung has discovered a discovery in the form of a weapon that, if unsuccessful, could contribute to his ill health. And Moonsung wants to find out from Director Kim if it's true, thus bringing cold sweat to the latter. And unable to bear the pressure any longer, Director Kim falls to her knees in front of Moonsung. Trying it all costs not to let Moonsung down by making all the necessary preparations to ensure that the weapon's blade would not deteriorate. And so, swearing his loyalty to Moonsung, Director Kim asks him to believe that he is eternally loyal to him. Meanwhile, the action is unfolding in Director Kim Young-song's office, where a dialogue is brewing between Principal Kim and his son, who looks at his father and yells at him to tell him that Principal Kim has blood all over his face. And Director Kim, in turn, demands that his son destroy someone no matter what it takes. After all, his son first had to take revenge on someone for Director Kim's son being humiliated in public. But now Director Kim's son must destroy someone who will forever stand in his way, thus overshadowing. And in an attempt to provide clarification to the director, Kim tells his son that the latter should take preventive measures to protect himself in the future. After listening to Director Kim, his son affirmatively agrees with him, taking everything that is said into consideration. After all, a real man must be tough. And by destroying Lee Chang-seong first, he can get to the next. Also, Principal Kim should know that not only his son, but another man was subjected to humiliation. And that someone is Im Joo-han, who is the creator of a team called Mr. Lim. Meanwhile, Li Chang-sung holding his weapon attracts the interest of the tiger deity trapped in a trap of hardship who gazes at him, who tries to ask Li Chang-sung what he was doing at the White Tiger Library, thus causing an argument with the other deity. And this endless bickering is starting to annoy Li Chang-san. However, Li Chang-seon should recognize that no matter what, you can't help but agree that they are wrong. And since Tiger is now even more obsessed with Li Chang-song, he won't let him go no matter what. Meanwhile, a player who goes by the name Baek Gwul starts impersonating the divided tiger Li Chang-sung, thus realizing the shadow walk and causing the shadow play that once again confirms that Baek Gwul exceeds Li Chang-sung's expectation. And getting an unknown scroll from the research center, Li Chang-sung thinks to test it. For the unknown scroll is an object made of human skin that contains many unknown curses. And by activating his beast sensibility, Li Chang-sung concludes that the scroll is somehow connected to Xiang's 7 mysterious writing. But this knowledge is not enough. Li Chang-sung needs to check the contents of the unknown scroll. And upon unsealing the unknown scroll, Li Chang-sung discovers the incredible power of the king's tiger scourge. However, Li Chang-sung can't believe that the tiger's calamity is sealed in this item, and the tiger deity, trapped in a hardship trap, is already in anticipation of how Chang-sung plans to overcome the king's tiger calamity. And while Li Chang-sung is bewildered by what Director Oh has done, the royal tiger scourge opens its jaws and devours Li Chang-sung, who in turn is trying to find a way out of the situation. And then Li Chang-seong begins to think of the golden key. But Li Chang-sung's premature discovery of Li Chang-sung as the ruler of the abyss isn't in his plans just yet. And Tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship, seeing the golden key in Li Chang-soon's hands, at first confused and laughing at the realization of what he saw. While leaning against an unknown scroll, Li Chang-sung discovers that Peter's key manages to find a keyhole in it. This is how Li Chang-sung manages to crack the keyhole of the unknown scroll. This causes the King Tiger action to begin to pause, and this surprises Li Chang-sung, since at this time, the contents that were hidden inside the unknown scroll appear. And the sentences in the unknown scroll are in a twitchy state and constantly trying to disappear from it. And all this means is that Li Chang-sung becomes the owner of the 4th scripture of the 7 mysterious Shun scriptures. Meanwhile, Baek Gwul looks at Li Chang-sung and asks him about his condition. But all he gets in response is silence, and a gesture indicating that Baek Gwul should not ask any questions. Better yet, Baek Gwul shouldn't try to get close to Li Chang-sung, since what is happening could be dangerous for Baek Gwul, and he should stay away. Because San's 4th and final scripture, which Li Chang-sung becomes the owner of, represents the power of the Forgotten Stars. And being already the owner of 3 fragments of writing received by Li Chang-sung from the White Tiger clan, he begins to realize what he is missing. It is most likely that Director Oh has already found the 4th fragment and is hiding it somewhere. But doesn't that mean that's the reason why Jeet is forgotten, and how Li Chang-sung should even understand it? After all, it is the deity who is the creator of the King's Tiger calamity, and the ruler will not tell, and Li Chang-sung should not keep this thing a secret. But just then, the great demon running behind the abyss reminds Li Chang-sung that he's still waiting for an answer from his training days. And the great demon running abyss is willing to make significant concessions while giving Li Chang-sung valuable items. And by utilizing the advantage effect, Li Chang-sung is able to understand the sentences that are written on the unknown scroll, which causes negative emotions in the tiger trapped in a trap of deprivation and interest in the snake encircling the world, who also wants to know the contents of the scroll, which states that he who wishes to be reborn with the help of the forces of the unknown and is willing to follow him must listen carefully to his guide. And Li Chang-sung realizes that he can't fully understand the content due to the lack of a beginning, but he has an idea. At the same time, the conditions of deciphering the feature and searching for information have already been fulfilled, and a new fragment detection task is created for Li Chang-sung. But Li Chang-sung should keep in mind that if he fails, his mind will be polluted, and if he succeeds, he will receive the light of the Forgotten Stars. And then Li Chang-sung's memory flashes back to his meeting with the leader of the White Tiger, as well as his gaze and the conversation that took place between them. So Li Chang-seong begins to realize what kind of power Jum Junho has, so he just needs to complete the task, while knowing that Director Oh was only using it very superficially. And the Lord of the Abyss, seeing that Director Oh is useless here, hands the unknown scroll to Li Chang-sung, but something must be done about Baek Gwul. Therefore, Li Chang-sung asks Baek Gwul not to interfere or let anyone in under any pretext at all costs, thereby arousing Baek-Gewul's genuine interest in Lee Chan-sung's action. But ignoring Baek-Gewul's question, Lee Chang-sung wants to make sure he can be trusted and is up to the task, to which he gets an affirmative answer from Baek-Gewul, who believes that Lee Chang-sung is keeping mysteries, and now it's about one of them. And Baek-Gewul's role is to follow Lee Chang-seong like his shadow without question. And after making sure Baek-Gewul can be trusted, Lee Chang-seong accepts the assignment. By doing so, Lee Chan-sung gets an invitation to a random dungeon to fulfill the task of causing Tiger chaos, and uniting unyielding spirit and inner calm, while promising to return, receives rewards from the owl, piercing the dim light. This is how power is created, which means the start of the task, which finds its origin in a random dungeon called the Reckless Demon's Cave. Lee Chang-sung thinks that things might have been different if he had a chance to come back. It's when a bright beam of light suddenly pierces the sky, opening it up. When Lee Chang-sun, who was just on the street, suddenly finds himself in the middle of an ongoing confrontation, where in order to survive, you have to constantly fight, and to be more specific, you have to fight to keep fighting. But before Lee Chang-sung realizes it, he defeats many constellations, for which he is nicknamed the God of Battle, or otherwise the Abominable God. But since Lee Chang-sun's goal was to confront for the sake of confrontation, he is the only one of his comrades who is not broken, also including his girlfriend, who sacrificed her life for her lover Lee Chang-sung. And so Lee Chang-sung, who becomes possessed by rage, challenges the 12 constellations. But even after everything that happens to Lee Chang-sung, he continues to destroy himself with this vile poison. However, things could have been very different if Lee Chang-sung could have gone back there. Just at the very moment when a light appears in the sky, then Lee Chang-sung would have already been thoroughly prepared for it, to destroy all those who stand in his way. And then Lee Chang-sung would destroy them in the most sophisticated way without sparing anyone. In the meantime, Lee Chan-sung starts a dungeon mission called Survival and Battle, and now he is cursed with the King's Tiger Scourge, who every 24 hours invites Lee Chang-sung to the Ghost's Lair, which is a maze of 9 floors. And to break the curse, Lee Chang-seong needs to capture all 9 floors, starting from the first floor of the first district. And as Lee Chang-seong is required to survive for the next 6 hours, he realizes that the curse is triggered every day. And it represents that if Lee Chang-sung is caught by the Royal Tiger Scourge, his soul will be a traveling ghost. And Lee Chang-sung's body, if infected, will become either a Dakini or a goblin. And at that very moment, Lee Chang-seong realized how Jem Chen-ho's power had been acquired. At the same time, Lee Chan-sung realizes that he will be exhausted by the daily battles that will last several hours. However, despite this, Lee Chang-sung is content with what Minerva has bestowed upon him. At this moment, Lee Chang-sung is being attacked by a vile creature that the deity of hunting time advises him to get rid of as soon as possible. However, this does not scare Lee Chang-sung at all. Rather, he is surprised that only one creature has appeared in front of him, because the first thing Minerva gave Lee Chang-sung was power. However, previously Lee Chang-sung had not seen the usefulness in the discerning eyes of the Blade and Blade Goddess. But it turns out that they have value, because in case the fight drags on, Lee Chang-sung's body will be heavy with fatigue, but the Kalokagacha will relieve him of that. And just as the abominable creature moves closer and closer to Lee Chang-sung, he tries to try out his ability. And the disgusting creature is already preparing to attack Lee Chang-seong for the sole purpose of eating him. But Lee Chang-sung, already ready to repel the attack, exposes the blade of his weapon. However, the abominable creature is not frightened by this at all, and it still intends to devour Lee Chang-seong without thinking of retreating. Because it's certain that even though Lee Chang-sung was able to block the nasty monster's blow, he will still be weakened by the monster's poison. Because the poison that is supposed to destroy Lee Chang-seong will first cause his body to become paralyzed, and then Lee Chang-seong will fall. Next thing you know, Lee Chan-sung will turn into a guiding ghost and become just like this vile creature. However, why does the guiding ghost not work out why Lee Chang-sung is unaffected by its poison? And at the same time as Lee Chang-sung thrusts the blade of his weapon into the vile creature, his immunity against the 10 poisons begins to purify the blood. In addition, Lee Chang-sung wonders what the inhabitants of the dungeon are like, and whether they are like the guiding ghost that is being destroyed. Apparently, that's exactly the kind of question the vile monster didn't expect to, which causes genuine disappointment on Lee Chang-sung's part, who no longer hesitates in his decision to deliver the final striking blow, without letting the monster get a word in edgewise. In this way, Li Changxiang was destroyed by the low-level Sa dungeon ghost, and the royal tiger scourge he absorbed causes Li Changsung's physical changes, but it takes more destruction for it to. But if Li Changsung loses, he will become a Daka or a goblin, and if he wins, Li Changsung will not stop there, but will adapt. Now for now, the first form of the end-of-the-world flame is awakening and beginning to combine with the royal tiger scourge, causing it to resist, which causes the first form of the end of the world to violently ignite, thereby suppressing the king's tiger action and forming a new king. By doing so, Li Changsung gains a new accomplishment as the king who absorbed the king's tiger scourge, which causes the deity to be shocked. And the summoned modifications make for a confusing time of hunting, while the snake-wrapped world watches enthusiastic. All that said, Li Changxiang has managed to absorb the newly purified, causing his magical power to begin to evolve from Jigui to Bivi, and this contributes to finding the forgotten light of the star. And since the Bihui are a race that devours the souls of tigers, Li Changsun automatically becomes the enemy of the Abyss ruler by moving to another area. And now, on the first floor of the 12th district, Li Changsun, in a new form, scares the creatures who are there to stop him. And Li Changsung continues his offensive, hitting one ghost after another, coming to the point where he destroys the first floor boss of District 12, with the subsequent destruction of the remaining creatures in its current location, causing the deity of hunting time to rapture, and activating the state of a ferocious tiger that roars and eventually comes out of its hole and starts to rage. By doing so, Li Changsung gets a new achievement called Ghoul Eater and is rewarded with a +5 strength Sage Bivy. In this way, Li Changsung completely captures the first floor and climbs to the next floor to continue the mission, where he is greeted by new inhabitants armed with weapons and mesmerized by the creature he has seen. And gradually the fear from misunderstanding begins to spread, infecting Li Changsung's enemies with chaos. After all, according to their perception before them, appears not a man, but a monster. But Li Changsun does not rush to attack them, but gives time for his enemies to escape. However, the allotted time to complete the task runs out, and Li Changsung returns to reality while being rewarded according to his achievement. And as soon as Li Changsung returns to the real world, the first thing that calls out to him is Bek Gawula. Considering that 6 hours had already passed, Li Changsung didn't noticeably fly by as it was quite fun. However, for Bek Gawula, it was like a single moment since he doesn't understand why Li Changsung asks how long he was in a bivy state, which makes Li Changsung interested. After all, from Bek Gawula's words, after his last words, Li Changsung's aura suddenly changed. This means that the time in the real world has barely moved even though a full 6 hours have passed, and this phenomenon can play into Li Changsung's hand. In addition, Li Changsung is curious about the curses of the remaining 6 scrolls and what the next tasks will be. After all, Guillaume Changho has only found 3 cryptic scriptures so far, and finding the other 3 is a top priority for Li Changsung. And it's most likely that it's the heads of Hayoff who have some information regarding their whereabouts. Suddenly, Li Changsung's deep thoughts are interrupted by a call from Director O, who is sitting at the Nanhongdong bar, where he has arranged a meeting with Li Changsun and is pleased to see him and invites him to see Director O. And Li Changsung, leaving Bek Gawul with a request to wait, accepts Director O's invitation. He notices a young man who came with Li Changsun and learns that he is Bek Gawul, who was at the clan's last training session. However, Director O still wants to clarify whether he can be trusted, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he is satisfied with the addition to the clan. But still, Director O makes a recommendation to Li Changsung that he should use people as tools that can be thrown away at any time. And in an attempt to let the topic go, Director O informs Li Changsung that he's now in the Future Strategy Department under O Shiwan's tutelage. In addition, a training session will be announced tomorrow for new employees who, unlike Li Changxiang, haven't even taken the first step, and their mission is to find the remaining Hayoff forces in order to visit them. And just like that, it plays into Li Changsung's hands again, who will try to find information about the 7 mysterious Shang scriptures. But don't worry about the danger, because the trainee's task is to destroy the remaining members of Hayoff, given that the clans support them. And Li Changsung has been assigned the role of a striker in this assignment. In addition, despite the board's doubts, O Shivhan has full confidence in Li Changxiang as he has already shown what he can do. Plus, Director O attached information regarding Hayoff's whereabouts to the contract. And since the operation is scheduled in 5 days, Li Changsung needs to finalize all the preparations and further find out the details of the case. And already at the parting stage, Li Changsung makes a request to Director O, which makes Oh Shivhan stop and find out what she is all about. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung finishes his meeting with director Oh and Baek Gawula by a hot dog at a trailer outside. While familiarizing myself with the location of the Hayoff clan that occupies Bigfoot Hill, once owned by Bigfoot. And then Lee Chang-sun, under the pretext that he and Baek Gawul have a long way to go, suggests that he not stop there, to which he receives an affirmative answer from his brother, attracting the attention of people passing by them. Meanwhile, 4 days before the training session, Lee Chan-sung reappears in the dungeon and strikes fear into the inhabitants. 3 days before training, Lee Chan-sung returns to the dungeon and strikes the next level boss. And 2 days before the training begins, Lee Chan-sung destroys another dungeon boss. And the day before training, Lee Chan-sung stands on the defeated creature and has 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds to complete the mission. However, Lee Chang-seong needs to make sure that there are no other bosses left in the dungeon. At the same time, he is not interested in secondary creatures of no value, as Lee Chan-sung is eager to fight with real opponents who can fight back. And by releasing the arrow, Lee Chang-sung activates the lightning blast ability, which causes the arrow to explode, as well as injuring the Dungeon King by hooking his cheek. And the fact that Lee Chang-sung is able to find the king is a thrill for the latter. And since that's the case, the king asks his subjects to bring him tools for fighting and armor. Also, the king is calling everyone back since Lee Chang-seong is now his headache. For even though the king is demoted to Scarlet Murderer by the curse of the 7 arcane writings of San, his anger is still great. And he is able to defeat everyone in Ghoul's lair and will return home with victory. And after all, the king will gather all the starlight from the scripture and achieve becoming a deity again. After all, he knows that Lee Chang-seong is the culprit behind the king's great plan. And so looking at Lee Chang-sung now, for the first time in a long time, the king's blood begins to rage with anticipation of the approaching confrontation, which means the end for Lee Chang-sung is inevitable and he should accept it. After all, in front of Lee Chang-sung is Jin himself, a follower of Frisia and a blood relative of a famous family in the Demon Kingdom. And Jin, after leaving his throne, begins to realize his plan to destroy Lee Chang-seong. And whoever defeats Lee Chang-seong will become the new king of the Ghoul's lair. And after climbing to the roof of the building, Jin starts calling out to his trusty sidekick, Hoon. And turning to the Force, Jin begins preparations for the upcoming confrontation with her enemy. While absorbing all the strength and power of Jin awaits his faithful sidekick, the appearance of which means that Jin is fully prepared to confront Lee Chang-sung, and the fact that Hoon is with him confirms it. Thus, in front of Lee Chang-sung appears the second-floor boss himself, who is called the Scarlet King of the Life-Depriving, who Lee Chang-sung seemed to expect to meet Lee Chang-sung as a worthy opponent for him. Jin, however, is also looking at his opponent appraisingly. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sung's weapon and Jin's weapon start to meet in a fight, forming a fiery flash. And their spectacular confrontation is watched by Jin's creatures and subject, who are also touched by the shockwave. Meanwhile, Tiger, trapped in a hardship trap, is excited for an exciting confrontation, and Hunting Time asks Tyrant to defeat Jin. And Lee Chang-sun, who manages to repel Jin's blow, is thrown into the vortex formed as a result of the confrontation. And having landed on Earth, Lee Chang-sun, in a pile of rocks and destruction, tries to discern his adversary. However, the single divided tiger eye that Lee Chang-sung uses can only observe one area, until eventually Jin reappears in front of Lee Chang-sun riding his assistant Hoon. Jin is surprised that Lee Chang-seong manages to deflect his blow by blocking the blade, given that it contains Hoon's spirit. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung changes from being a divided tiger to a fierce tiger, who, when he comes out of his hole, is rather anxious to get ahead. And Jin, looking at Lee Chang-seong, concludes that he is a ghost who is disturbed by the process of confrontation. Jin reads on top of Hoon and rushes towards Lee Chang-sun, who is also ready to strike back. And the people of the dungeon watching their confrontation are surprised to realize that Lee Chang-sung is not inferior to their king Jin. With that, Lee Chang-sung extended his arm forward and flew at his opponent, pointing her and himself in a furious rush at the dungeon king Jin, who, looking at the scene, spurs his faithful assistant Hoon, preparing to strike back at Lee Chang-seong's lunge. And with his mouth open, he rushes towards his brogue Lee Chang-seong, not knowing what awaits him. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung is already preparing to face Hoon with his weapon drawn. And without thinking long, he strikes one blow after another at the oncoming foe, until finally picking the right moment and concentrating on the fight, he launches his weapon, which stabs into Hong's body, thus contributing to the activation of the lightning net skill, and bursts out. And as it turns out, the blow reaches its target, marked by a scream of terror coming from Hoon. And Jin, without his trusty sidekick, immediately lunges at Li Changxiang, who, seeing Jin's weapon pointed at him, deftly dodges the blow, thus leaving Jin bewildered at what was happening but still capable of confrontation. Since an ability called Monster Sense warns Li Changxiang of impending danger should he decide to take out a block. Therefore, Tyrant decides to activate the Flying Tiger's Aiming Storm ability and trigger the body relief technique, leaving Jin behind, and climbing up the cliff, thus gaining a significant advantage over his opponent, who is upset that Li Changxiang manages to slip away since he was almost in Jin's hand. However, despite this, Li Changxiang's stamina drops below 15%, and there are only 3 minutes left to complete the mission. But Li Changxiang doesn't want to finish what he started, even though he realizes he can't subdue Scarlet King Jin. So Li Changxiang decides to make the most of the time he has left. Because looking at Jin, Li Changxiang realizes that he's getting pissed off by the whole situation, and Jin makes Li Changxiang use him. And taking his weapons in his hand, Li Changxiang had a brilliant idea, which makes Jin wonder what Li Changxiang intends to do. The Tyrant, in turn, keeping his curiosity piqued and piquing Jin's interest, thrusts the weapon into the palm of his hand. At the same time, the drops of blood sprinkling all around were replaced by a bright glow coming from the cut on Li Changxiang's arm. Suddenly, a weapon appears from there, shining its blue light all around, and complementing its brother in direct purpose and functionality. And now with 2 complementary weapons in his hands, Li Changxiang is an order of magnitude above Jin, who must tremble before him. After all, in front of him is not just Li Changxiang, but a warrior with 2 powerful weapons, which touch each other to form a twin weapon response, and the fierce tiger begins to bare its fang. And Jin realizes from looking at this picture that there's not just something funny going on between them, but something exciting. In addition, the twin weapons of the evil dragon's crooked tooth and fish guts are beginning to resonate. Meanwhile, Li Changxiang begins to bear the clicks of a fierce tiger, and rushes to meet his adversary Jin, each time coming closer and closer to him, preparing to deliver a crushing blow, while being in maximum concentration assessing his position relative to the Bloody King, who is also preparing to confront Li Changxiang, until eventually they begin to twirl again in their dance of resistance. But at the same time, Jin also bare his blade, ready to meet Li Changxiang with a retaliatory strike. And Li Changxiang's status changes from Fierce Tiger to Wild Tiger, causing the Wild Tiger's chaotic lunges to rage. And just a little bit more, and each of them will reach their goal, where Li Changxiang as the attacker and Jin as the waiting strike, until the weapon protecting the Fierce King begins to reflect the light coming from Li Changxiang's approach, which is marked by Li Changxiang finally catching up with his worst enemy by confronting him. And his status from a wild tiger begins to change to that of a blind tiger, giving Li Changxiang some advantages. While behind his opponent's back, Li Changxiang's blind tiger begins to rage with renewed vigor. Suddenly defending his master, Li Changxiang is attacked by Hun, as Jin looks on in horror, trying to save him from imminent defeat. But the strength and decision regarding the Blood King's favorite pet is unwavering, and he switches to Hun, striking a blow that becomes decisive and final for loyal sidekick Jin. Thus, Li Changxiang is defeated by the named monster Hun, and the result of his victory is Hun's Rib X3 and the leash of the Scarlet King of forfeiting life plus 10 points of Royal Tiger Calamity. In addition, Li Changxiang believes that destroying Hun's favorite pet will have a greater impact on the king than it actually has. But Jin is kind of disappointing with his reaction to Li Changxiang, since the king didn't even flinch at the loss. However, the expression on his face and the light coming from his eye begins to tell otherwise, and this is a warning sign for Li Changxiang, who realizes where this is going, since it is now and at this very moment that a big strike is planned on Li Changxiang. And this is further proven by the look on Jin's face, who is as focused as possible on his opponent. While Li Changxiang, having bared his weapons, is also already ready to face the fierce Dungeon King. Once again, Jin and Li Changxiang come together in battle, forming a huge flash of light where their battle weapons meet, causing tension and concentration on Dungeon King Jin's face, and the satisfied smile of Li Changxiang, enjoying the confrontation and the impending outcome. The outcome is near as the battle between the two opposing sides resumes, and the bright flash from the impact blows everything around, causing a series of explosions, dragging with it the blood spatter that spattered Jin's face and body, who evaluates his performance by scrutinizing his opponent. As Gina leaned victoriously on her weapon, Li Changxiang realized that he was seriously injured and his stamina had dropped significantly. In addition, the time allotted for fulfillment has already expired, and Li Changxiang will be given a reward according to his score. And momentarily, Li Changsun, having taken on human form, begins to return back to reality, where Li Chansung is approached by Baek Gawul, who doesn't understand where all that blood on his brother came from. In order not to make things worse, Baek Gawul suggests that Li Chansung go to the hospital without wasting time. But Li Chansung rejects Baek Gawul's offer by pulling out a large elixir of cure, thinking that it will be enough for healing. And Baek Gawul doesn't even hesitate to rush to his brother's aid. And after opening the lid of the elixir, Baek Gawul applies its contents to Li Changsun's wound, causing unbearable pain. However, the increase in stamina to 50% and the improvement in condition indicate that Li Changxiang is escaping trouble. And interrupting Baek Gawula's further questioning, Li Changsun confirms that he's fine and what he sees is nothing. At the same time, realizing that Li Changsun is in a losing position against the Scarlet King, who takes the life of Li Changsung. And if this level is given to him with difficulty, what is ahead of him in addition to the fact that for further success, he needs a blood spring or reinforced bone? Since the unicorn was out of Li Changsung's reach now, he would not be able to get the blood spring, which left him with the reinforced bone. And it would be to Li Changxiang's advantage if he can achieve indestructibility with it. However, it is worth keeping in mind that Jin Li Chansung will be meeting with Jin in 24 hours, which means that he needs to look for a way out. Which may be that the mountain of the abominable snowman, where Li Changsung will be heading, is in the snowy region. And that's exactly what Li Changxian should be focusing on, who also receives a message from Director O reminding him of the upcoming training camp. On top of that, Li Changsung also receives a messenger message from the blacksmith saying that the weapon is ready. So Li Chansung and Baek Gawula leave the place of their training and meet a reporter who wants to interview him, since Kim Sushin needs to justify the bribe he received from a large corporation. However, Li Changsung's gaze, from where the blue glow is coming from, touches Kim Sushin and the camera lens pointed at him, which causes the reporter's camera to explode and fall apart. And Li Changsung, together with Baek Gawula, leaves the scene, leaving reporter Kim Suchin with a smoking camera in his hands, who with fear and horror, looking at the removing tyrant, can't figure out what kind of man he is. Coming to the conclusion that players are not people, and if it weren't for the monsters, the government would have long ago decided to exterminate these backstabbers. And a little later, Baek Gawul examines his weapon and asks the blacksmith if it really belongs to him now. Since out of the stipulated 10 days, the blacksmith manages faster, and the weapon, despite its simplicity in construction, makes Baek Gawula excited. Li Changsung, on the other hand, suggests engraving something on the weapon to dilute its monotony. But without getting the blacksmith's support, he throws 100 million won into his account, and Li Changsung comes to see him again tomorrow. In addition, Li Changsung wants to hear what the blacksmith has to say to him about his battle equipment. Since Li Changsung is surprised that there's still a month to spare, and the blacksmith is already raising the issue of extending the deadline to make it. And all because the blacksmith ran out of the materials needed to complete the order. And these are not simple materials, but cold steel, and even it is not any suitable. After all, what Li Changsung ordered will use a lot of ice steel that has been frozen in ice for decades and can withstand the most intense heat. And the Hayoff clan has contributed to this by using up even the smallest supply of steel. In addition, the blacksmith knows that Li Changsung is going to go to Bigfoot Mountain to get materials to strengthen the bone. And since the conversation has turned to this topic, the blacksmith has someone who wants to talk to Li Changxiang. And this information makes Li Changxiang tense up at who is about to appear in front of him. And that person is Choi Hengil, who is the CEO of Luck Trading Company and has heard of Li Changsung. And looking at Choi Hengil's hands that are holding the visage, Li Changsung notices that his hands are all calloused. And doesn't that mean he's a blacksmith too? But putting these thoughts aside, Li Changsung is aware that Luck is a pretty big company, so how is the visitor connected to Choi Byung? But as we know, Choi Hengil is his younger cousin, and now we know where the rare materials come from. But it's worth getting down to business, which is a request to Li Changxian from Choi Hyungil. And as Li Changsung accurately points out, Choi Hengil needs to get something from Bigfoot Mountain. Choi Hyungil does not deny the guess, but goes to the point of asking Li Changsung if he knows the reason for the Haiyuf's grounding in those places, to which he receives a negative response from Li Changxiang. But as it turns out, the reason is that those places are home to the king's icy breath. However, this is the first time Li Changsung hears about it, and Choi Hengil keeps saying that it contains the best crystals available, and some people call them infinity ice crystal. And this information causes Li Changxiang to exclaim, thus attracting the attention of his interlocutor. since that's what Li Changxiang wants, and now he knows their location. After all, Li Changsung had previously been asked about what he knew about the reinforced bones, but at that time, he had little information about them. And after all, its main component is the legendary bones of the gods, such as the dragon skeleton and divine limb. And Li Changxiang needs to know what it takes to get a reinforced bone. After all, he already knows how to start a flame. But now, to keep his body from the flames, he needs to acquire a crest engraved with frost. But first, Li Chansung must get the infinite ice crystal, which serves as a good ingredient for the cross due to the moon's energy. Li Changsung was planning to go to the dungeon in America for it, and since he has such a big role to play, the crystal is really important. And Choi Han-gil confirms Li Changxiang's words by saying that it is the crystal that can greatly increase the levels of ice mages. So the Hayoffs in distress hunt for him because they think it will help them get stronger again. So Choi Han-gil's request is for Li Changsung to bring him the crystal without anyone noticing. However, if we keep in mind that Li Changxiang doesn't need the money, he also has a reciprocal request for Choi Han-gil. And now, after finishing everything, the blacksmith sitting on the balcony and seeing that Choi Hyung-gil has returned notes that he doesn't want to be indebted to Li Changsung, who agreed to take the case, but they made some kind of deal. However, Choi Han-gil is not completely clear why Li Changsung needs Agni Breath Fragment Divine Sun's Moon Records and Flower Dewdrop for. In addition, Li Changsung is curious about the whereabouts of the 9 great weapons, and Choi Hyung-gil doesn't understand what he has in common with his brother. And as they continue to be with the blacksmith, they wonder if Li Changsung will be able to cope with the task set before him. In the meantime, there comes a day called the Day of Conquest, where the issue of the first squad, from which there is still no news, is discussed. And since that's the case, it's more likely that they failed, and that's the only explanation at the moment. But Agent Cha and Agent G's reasoning is disrupted by the offer of a cup of their favorite coffee, over which the conversation continues regarding the missing first squad due to either strong resistance or an overly difficult dungeon. And in parallel with the ongoing conversation, the agent asks his interlocutor about his niece Heben, who rushed to the White Tiger clan. As Heben hopes to meet her savior Li Changsung, and with all her might, Heben runs towards Tyrant, which seems to pop up right here at the first mention of it. However, not only does Heben attract Li Changsung's attention, but the agent also looks in his direction, as well as a huge number of White Tiger clan members who are waiting for something while looking in the same direction, including Li Changsung and his brother Baek Gawul in the squad's crowd, and Li Changsung must concentrate as hard as possible on the task at hand. Since Shim Jinho is the head of the strategic unit, Li Changsung warns him that he won't be happy if their reputation is ruined. And echoing Shim Jinho, his assistants start throwing sneers at Li Changsung, thinking he's a useless rookie. And Li Changsung, missing the remarks, only smirks in response, which angers Shim Jinho's aide, who clings to Li Changsung and thinks it's inappropriate since the situation is really serious. However, Li Changsung is still asking the aide to take his hands off of him in a calm tone, who, once he's gone wild, can't stop and continues his onslaught. And Li Changsung keeps his gaze fixed on the offender. At the same time, Shim Jinho realizes where things are going and the turn the situation is beginning to take. So with all his might, he orders the assistant to move away from Li Changsung, who tosses his abuser aside without much effort. And after doing a somersault, Assistant Shim Jinho finds himself lying on the ground behind Li Chansung, which causes shock and amazement among the people standing and gazing at the conflict. Kang Wuchang, nicknamed the Thunder Fist, jumps up and lashes out at Li Changxiang, who dares to do this to him. However, his actions are stopped by what starts to happen next, because Li Changsung throwing himself towards his abuser activates the split tiger status, and his concentrated gaze settles on Kang Wuchang, who assumes a belligerent pose meets Li Changsung, whose fangs of a divided tiger begin to rage, causing the bones of the thunderous fist's hand to crunch and shatter. And looking at his injured arm, Kang Wuchang is thrown aside, forced to retreat, while still shouting furiously and preparing to deliver another blow to Li Changsung, who also has no intention of backing down and is once again preparing to repel Kang Wuchang's lunge. However, someone else's hand intercepts Li Changsung's arm, which reaches out towards his opponent. And that person is none other than Shim Jinho, who sides with Kang Wuchang to stop the fight. While looking in Li Changsung's direction, he orders Li Changsung to stop the performance. However, Li Changsung recalls that it was Kang Wuchang who first started threatening him. But for some reason, he is told that Kang Wuchang, who is being carried away on a stretcher, is still his senior companion. Apparently for the strategy department, it is not the skills a person possesses, but his age that is of value. And Kwan Hanoi, who is watching, laughingly notes that Lee Chan-sung is just as crazy as he. However, a comrade next to him says that they are completely different, so is Lee Chang-sung faking? After all these antics are a show to dampen talk regarding disbelief in his ability. And Kwan Hanoi, who continues to admire Lee Chang-sun without hearing the arguments, still insists on their similarity. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sung is approached by someone, attracting his attention. And that someone is Woo Haebin, who to her great surprise is remembered by Lee Chang-sung. And Woo Haebin, satisfied that she is not forgotten, is worried that Lee Chang-sung might have forgotten her as she became a player. However, Lee Chang-sung, who really didn't recognize her at first, still hoped that Woo Haebin would live a normal life. But then their conversation is interrupted by the announcement that the head of the department, who is also Haebin's uncle, wants to see her. After saying goodbye to Lee Chang-sun, Woo Haebin leaves Tehran, and Lee Chang-sung, looking at her, remembers that the last name of the five-star band was Woo. In the meantime, Woo Haebin learns that the assistant director of the Haeof clan has been spotted not far from here and starts chasing after him. At the same time, Lee Chang-seong is still looking at her with his gaze, immersed in his own thoughts. After all, what does it matter if Woo Haebin is doing well? The rest doesn't matter. He and Gawul should get ready. And after receiving some orders from Lee Chang-sung, Baek Gawul begins his transformation, fully putting into practice the experience gained earlier in their joint training session. Meanwhile, a crowd of people are heading in the direction where the Scarlet Ghost is found, resenting the fact that it is not in the dungeon, until they catch up with Kwak Da-woon sitting and looking at the buildings. Kwak Da-woon, who is the assistant director of the Haeof clan, appears in the city limits in order to divert as much attention as possible. And standing up from his seat, Kwang Da-woon observes the gathered people who are causing the sad weeping spirit deity to feel pity. However, the Scarlet Ghost asks his patron not to grieve, as this is the path that was chosen by Kwang Da-woon himself. And asking God to just silently watch him, Kwang Da-woon makes the decision to carry out the attack, preparing to strike at the people below. And snapping out of his seat, Kwang Da-woon throws himself down in parallel, wielding his fist at the faces of his pursuers, who, flying apart in horror, exclaims that he's a monster. And Kwang Da-woon scattered his opponents with a thud and landed with a thud, noticing a yellow wave of light coming at him, which indicates the presence of the tiger's form. And doesn't that mean the White Tiger clan has already come here? And without hesitation, Kwan Hanoi makes a leap toward the Scarlet Ghost of Kwang Da-woon. At the same time, Kwan Hanoi is thrilled to be given this opportunity so soon. However, Kwan Hanoi's appearance does not at all thrill the Scarlet Ghost, who thinks he is completely nuts. In addition, the director of one of the clans, seeing the large number of victims, also shows up to deal with the Scarlet Ghost. Because of the large number of people the Scarlet Ghost has taken the lives of, he has no right to stay alive himself. And Kwang Da-woon notes that White Tiger is in conjunction with the 5-star weapons chapter, which has been gaining popularity recently. And this welcome and appearance of the nation's outstanding talents is a delight to the Scarlet Ghost. And since that's the case, now's the time to see what they can do. Meanwhile, also moving towards the opposing side is Lee Chan-sung, with Baek Gawul using a body lightning technique, all the while fully convinced that the Scarlet Ghost was only being used as a distraction. And the real problem is in a very different place to where they should be moving. At the same time, the Scarlet Ghost continues to walk calmly towards the people gathered against him, and his calmness makes the head of the 5-star clan suspicious, while Kwan Hanoi offers him a voluntary surrender. And the Scarlet Ghost is preparing to lead them through the circles of hell that the Haeof clan had to go through, and causing the head of the 5-star weapon clan to be unconcealedly anxious and worried, until eventually the Scarlet Ghost proceeds to activate the trap he has prepared, thereby activating the spiral cloaking ability and a trap called the Seal of the Illusion Labyrinth that begins its absorption. And that's what leads Agent Cha and Ji to speculate that this is actually a trap set by the Haeof clan. They manage to fool everyone and now begin to divert their attention through the Scarlet Ghost. And meanwhile, the ghost begins to embody its action, spreading it to those present. Among them is also the head of Kwan Hanoi, who in spite of everything has to fight against the influence of the ghost, but it does not work out. And the ghost, hypnotizing everyone with his gaze, continues to perform his ritual. In doing so, triggering Kwan Hanoi's worst memories that relate to his past. In the meantime, Lee Chang-sung activates the power of Kaloka Geisha and mind insensitivity to avoid exposure, and the Serpent's Eye ability allows Lee Chang-seong to light his hidden path. In the meantime, the ghost continues the effects of his hypnosis, to which Hebben is also subjected, hearing the voices of people who have passed away for her. And continuing to whisper to her how much they hate her, the ghosts come closer and closer to Hae-bin. After all, she is the cause of their passing, and so she must join them. And it seems that her end is near, as suddenly someone's hand, but already a living person, reaches out towards her, thereby bringing her back to consciousness and driving away the ghosts enveloping her, bringing her back to life and making her look back to see her savior, which is Lee Chang-sung once again coming to her rescue, and who, looking at his brother, asks him to deal with the ghost that frightens the people around him. And without a second thought, Baek Gawul begins the task that Lee Chang-sung assigned to him. While in the form of a shadow, Baek Gawul heads towards the ghost, bypassing Hae-bin, who remains standing in astonishment. It's not clear whether from fear or shock at the spectacle unfolding before her. And Baek Gawul is already flying at the evil sorcerer, who continues his ritual of trapping people into a trance of their own fears. Suddenly his work is interrupted by a shadow falling on him from above. And this is Baek Gawul, who activates an ability called Shadow Binding, thus binding the enemy. And back to Lee Chang-sung, Baek Gawul attracts a sorcerer after him, who doesn't understand how his location was deduced and has no intention of revealing anything under any pretext. However, that doesn't upset Lee Chang-sung, who has a very different opinion. But the sorcerer insists once again that even taking his life will not make him crack. And deciding to see if this is the case, Lee Chang-sung activates the Tiger Aura Pressure ability in an attempt to induce fear in his enemy. At this, the sorcerer widens his eyes in horror and begins to let out a cry of fear. And Lee Chang-sung destroys the first seal of the 9, causing the tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship, to chuckle evilly. Also noting that if Lee Chang-sung hadn't figured out their location beforehand, it would have been much more difficult to enter the dungeon, proud of his ploy. And turning to Hae-bin Lee Chang-sung for safety reasons, he asks her to join him and gets an affirmative answer, since she is in admiration of his person and dreams of someday becoming as strong as Lee Chang-sung. Who doesn't understand why Hae-bin decides he can't see ghosts like everyone else? In fact, they envelop him, and each with either a request or a curse. However, in the midst of all this chaos, Lee Chang-sung notices a man who catches his attention, and who rises above all the ghosts and darkness that envelops Lee Chang-seong, while looking haughtily at his follower Lee Chang-sung, which has grown a lot lately and makes the appearing man proud, and so now his soul can rest in peace. However, this conversation is causing Lee Chang-sung's mind to malfunction for some unknown reason, which means he needs to get his thoughts under control again. And a burst of fiery flame marks the end of this process. Helping to restore the power of the Kalakagati to its original state and picking himself up, Lee Chang-sung proposes to continue the journey. However, neither Baek Gawul nor Hae-bin realize to whom this specifically applies, and Lee Chang-sung begins to laugh at the situation. Meanwhile, Hae-seo looks around the ruins of the city looking for his niece Hae-bin, hoping that nothing bad happened to Hae-bin, without noticing that behind him is someone who's planning an attack. But in time to react, Hae-seo sees that someone huge with blazing eyes is rushing towards him. However, he misses and smashes the place where the head of Seo had just stood to pieces with his fist. And a vicious growl, paralleled with fiery eyes, spreads around the man who is under magic and who is Kwon Hanoi. And the head of Seo, bare arms and ready to resist, makes an attempt to bring Kwon Hanoi to his senses. After all, he does not know what could have provoked such a thing, but Kwon Hanoi is not allowed to be influenced by illusion. Meanwhile, a fierce ghost from above watches the confrontation between two forces once on the same side, who manipulates them like bait using demonic energy, which means he holds the lives of every one of them in his hand. At this, Hae-seo, realizing that he is inferior in strength to Kwon Hanoi, gives him a warning, and the nameless giant begins to stand up. And Kwon Hanoi, still under the influence without realizing what he was doing, let out a belligerent scream, thus forcing Hae-seo to go to extreme measures in self-defense. And then the weapon of Seo's head slammed into the squad leader's body, sprinkling blood all around. And the fierce ghost, seeing what is happening and previously betting on the loser, admits that this time he does not guess, and rushes down to the opposing sides to intervene in their showdown. Suddenly, the picture below changes, and Kwon Hanoi comes to his senses together with Hae-seo and rejoices at the success of the plan. At the same time, the loverly ghost has to admit that he is lost because the scene played out was just a ruse to lure him out. And Kwon Hanoi, rushing to meet his enemy, begins to resent that the head of Seo overdid it by thrusting his weapon into his chest, causing discomfort. And to get something back from his injury, Kwan Hanoi starts to take on a fierce ghost. While striking with tremendous force, however, the fierce ghost manages to put up a block, which throws him a considerable distance away from his opponent. And realizing that there is still no way out, the fierce ghost decides to enter into battle with Kwan Hanoi and the head of Seo. In addition, the fierce ghost learns that all seals, including the labyrinth seal, have been destroyed, and this deals him another blow. But it turns out not only the lustful ghost is in shock, but Kwan Hanoi and head Seo are also surprised who could do it. However, they decide to postpone finding out what happened until later, as the livid ghost is task number 1, who is furious once again that the arrogant members of the clan are in front of him. And even more enraged, he decides to show why he got the nickname Scarlet Ghost and rushes down to meet his abusers with all his might. While Lee Chang-sung stands on the ruins of the building watching, while focusing your gaze in a specific direction. And that's where a huge mountain rises against the backdrop of the ruined city. And somewhere down below, a man's foot treads confidently on the ground. And that leg belongs to Kwan Hanoi, who calls Kwok Dawan, nicknamed the Livid Ghost, by all means. After all, he could not disappear without a trace and is somewhere nearby, so in any case, he must be found. Given that he is wounded and the deity's sadly weeping spirit is no longer at his side while watching the last minutes of his life, and the fierce ghost realizes that in this fight he will not survive, he will do anything to help get what he wants. On top of all that, the fierce ghost himself falls into a mysterious trap, and it throws him even more off balance by demanding that whoever is hiding show his face. And this mysterious man watching from the sidelines can't hold back a satisfied smile. After all, his appearance does not just shock the fierce ghost, but causes him not fake fear. And the mysterious masked man continues to taunt his victim. And then the livid ghost begins to realize what's happening, that this mysterious masked man is the cause of all the problems that happened to him, that this man is the one who orchestrated this scene. And it's none other than the one who now stands and smirks impudently in the face of the livid ghost. After all, everyone, including the subordinates of the fierce ghost of his clan and himself, become a toy in the hands of a stranger in a mask. And the masked man is the one thing that made Hayoff's plans go sideways. And he's the one who dares to challenge a fierce ghost, whose level is 70th versus 40th. And the mysterious masked man, ignoring the spreading of the labyrinth runes, continues to parry the arrogance of the fierce ghost. But such treatment makes the fierce ghost even more furious, and he throws himself at the offender, trying to tear the enemy to pieces. However, not thinking long, the mysterious man takes off his mask and shows his true face to the livid ghost, who can't believe that Lee Chain-sung anticipated all of his actions in advance and is now openly laughing in his face. While deciding not to stop, the fierce ghost collides with Lee Chang-sung's weapon, which cuts the destructive jade fist being a sacred object. In doing so, the wound inflicted on the luteous ghost sprays blood all around, and Lee Chan-sung activating the Jigui vessel helps the flaming storm begin to rage, which causes an aura to form, putting the ghost in a state of shock. And Lee Chang-sung, without wasting a moment, draws his weapon and flies toward the ghost to strike. And since Lee Chang-sung is already close to becoming a high-level ranker, he has no right to give in to the fierce ghost, who has changed his mind about Lee Chang-sung and thinks he's a monster. And if the fierce ghost doesn't put an end to him now, Lee Chang-sung will be the culprit behind many of his daughter's problems in the future. That means you have to try hard, but the livid ghost misses and strikes into the void, while completely losing sight of his opponent Lee Chang-sung, who comes from behind to deliver a decisive blow to the neck of the fierce ghost, causing a scream of horror indicative of a mortal wound. And Lee Chang-sung keeps throwing punches without stopping there. At the same time, the body of the fierce ghost of the weapon, who now sees Lee Chang-sung not as a human being, but as a devil in the flesh. And the last words that the fierce devil utters is Yu Jin. And the metal once belonging to the luteous ghost flies off his body to the side. In doing so, the fierce ghost himself is plunged into the darkness that takes his life to the underworld, while Lee Chang-sung realizes that he has changed since he was able to defeat a high-level ranker. Besides, is he already so strong even though he hasn't read any of Xiang's 7 scriptures? Since that's the case, Lee Chang-sung will do his best to prevent anyone from getting a hold of him. And standing over his defeated foe, Tyrant receives praise from the owl piercing the dim light, who believes that bad people should be punished. However, he is in no hurry to fulfill the ghost's last request to take his life because Lee Chang-sung needs to get some information. But the fierce ghost whose children Lee Chang-sung destroyed overnight has no intention of telling us anything. At the same time, Li Changsung reminds him that the fierce ghost himself once used people for his own benefit and justice is now irrelevant. And yet the fierce ghost reminds him once again that Li Changsung will not get anything out of him no matter what he says now. And Li Changsung, knowing he can't get anything out of him, decides to interrogate someone else, thereby putting the fierce ghost into a state of hopelessness and powerlessness before his enemy. Meanwhile, Li Changsung is in contact with the deputy head of the Hayoff clan, who realizes he's not talking to a livid ghost, but someone who's sure he'll want to save Quack down. And on the parallel line with Li Changsung, a mute silence reigns, and the fierce ghost is asking Yujin to shut down immediately and not dare to listen to Li Changsung, who intercepts the conversation and reminds Yujin that her father's life is in her hands, and if she wants to save him, she has to be responsible, which means Yujin has to tell everything she knows about Xiang's 7 scriptures. That being said, Yujin should just answer without putting guesses as to who is talking to her on the other line. Besides, Yujin should know the whereabouts of Xiang's 5th scripture, and if so, she should be told. However, Yujin realizes that Li Changsung will not take her father's life because he needs information and offers to deal with the ghost. But he doesn't expect Li Changsung to accept her proposal so quickly, and wasting no time in honoring her request, Li Changsung thinks that this is where the conversation should end, thereby putting Yujin in a state of stress that leaves her speechless. And Li Changsung activating the soul extortion power and possessing Kwak Doan's ashes is sure that the clan's followers will now come after him. In addition, Li Changsung defeats a player whose level is higher than his and becomes the owner of a devastating Jade Fist. And this will play to his advantage as his hand-to-hand combat ability is exactly what Li Changsung needs. But at the same time, gets rejected by Lamashtu, who despises Li Changsung for stealing a gift belonging to her supporter. At the same time, Li Changsung realizes that because Lamashtu didn't support the 12 signs in the war, he shouldn't ruin his relationship with. And if there's an opportunity, Li Changsung will definitely apologize to Lamashtu. But somewhere far away in the mountains, Lamashtu is in agony, shedding tears because she has lost her follower. In the meantime, a group of armed men are making their way down the destroyed bridge. And this procession attracts the attention of leader Cha and Ji, seeing that these people are heading towards them. Among them is a conversation concerning Tyrant, who destroyed all the illusionists and saved all the survivors, including Wu Young-eun and his niece. And when asked how he did it, he says that it was just luck, probably, that he is not a man but a monster. In addition, among all the people walking on the bridge is Li Changsung, who is listening to the conversations concerning him. And it catches the eye of a State Department spokesman, who, watching from the sidelines, singles out the person everyone is talking about. At this, the crowd engulfing Li Changsung hides him from view. However, someone approaching Li Changsung reminds him not to be conceited if you are the director's favorite. Besides, no one would be surprised if Li Changsung lost his life if he confronted his elder at arms. And Li Changsung, parrying with the answer and thanking for the remark he made, asks to be given the floor as well, saying that even though he's not so good at confronting weapons, he can blow his assailant's head off, thus pissing off a man recently so sure of his rightness and power. And who is called a little later by his assistant, who shows up with information to the head of the Shim, which is that he knows something about Li Changsung, and this statement is of interest to the head of Shima since it will be about his adversary. Meanwhile, in the domain of the Hayoff clan, she wonders how her father could have lost his life. After all, someone came back when it suited him and left as his father wished. And the hairpin on Yujin's hair starts to play with blue flames, forming a yellow glow. What's going on scares Yujin, who doesn't realize what's going on right now. And the deity, sadly weeping spirit, who appears to her, asks Yujin if she is thirsty for strength. After all, the deity can arrange things and give Yujin that opportunity if she wants it, and after receiving an affirmative answer, Yujin asks the sorrowful weeping spirit what he needs to do. But despite the fact that Yujin's patron Sky hidden behind the northern lights is concerned about her decision, the daughter of a fierce ghost is undeterred. And the deity, Ali Weeping Spirit, ignoring heaven, hidden behind the northern lights, prepares to give Yujin her gift. Meanwhile, Li Changsung and the rest of the clan members enter the dungeon of the abominable Sasquatch Mountain, thus beginning the mission, which is to capture the Winter Palace to become the Master of Winter while avoiding ambush by nefarious snowmen. And the participants of the task, wading through the snowstorm and the cold from which even winter clothes do not protect, purposefully move towards the castle. Their way is also complicated by the fact that because of snowdrifts, they can't see the road to follow. However, Some of the people going under Clan Meng's leadership, completely trusting him, are confident that they will be able to defeat Jun Yujin's ghost. But amongst all, there is one who is not sure of the success of the merger properly. Besides, at this rate, they may fall for the monster's trick. However, their salvation may be Li Changsung, who this time too can demonstrate the improbability of the possible outcome. But it seems that this remark is not at all to Li Changsung's liking, and his view is crossed with who the proposal comes from. And that someone is Mrs. Cha and her loyal assistant Ji, who are not taking their eyes off of Tyrant. And Kwan Hanoi witnesses the scene and says that Li Chansung apparently likes her, which is not his intention at all. Since many men showing interest in her could get a bullet in the forehead, and here the situation unfolds in a different way. And after all, Cha, nicknamed Iron Witch, is not just a player, but an elite scientist in the world of magic whose bullet causes a mess on the field of confrontation. And who has a future as a high-level ranker, and whose opinion is listened to by the big clans due to her influence on the president of the Korean Association. So after putting all the pieces together, Kwan Hanoi concludes that he's right, no matter how much it pisses Li Changsun off, who at this time, after receiving orders from Director O, decides to leave Kwan Hanoi and everyone here. And at breakneck speed, Li Changsun is heading in the direction where Director O's assignment awaits him, while activating an ability called the Flying Tiger's Gliding Storm and making the rest of the mission come to a head. And Kwan Hanoi, realizing that he's getting more and more jealous of Li Changseong every time he sees him, just has to get him before his brother Shi Huan does. Meanwhile, somewhere in the vastness of the Winter Palace, the snowmen are forced to search for the eternal crystal to protect their king. At the same time, one member of the Sasquatch species contemplates from above how the wagons laden with Agni's Yan are moving, and there's a lot of questions going through his mind as he looks at the scene. Since there are wagons in front of him with a huge number of Agni Yans, and he can't believe that this place can disappear. And his aide, also seeing what's going on, wonders to the general if he'll take the thrones to put the snowmen out of their misery and save the species. But the general is of a different opinion, so he's just a pathetic servant of his only king. And since that's the case, the general has only one right, and that's to hope his king returns in one piece. However, one must keep in mind that the people who enslaved their king are well trained, so it is necessary to destroy their allies. And having saddled his horse and bare arms, the general and his retinue set off to realize the announced plan. Meanwhile, Li Changsung activates the search rune, which according to hunting time, will help him with the hunt, but he must be able to read it. Besides, the Sasquatches, whose king is held by Hayoff, are very loyal to their lord and will not obey the clan that uses them. However, Li Changsung has 3 hours at his disposal, and he has to complete a number of tasks without being noticed. And since Li Changsung doesn't have much time, he has to do his best and hurry up. Suddenly, his thoughts are disturbed by the snowmen, led by the general, who begin their attack on Li Changsung. Realizing the man in front of them, they must not let Li Changsung live. And Li Changsung, not wanting to waste his precious time on them, begins to fiercely blaze a flaming storm. And the shockwave throws the snowmen flying off in different directions, and Li Chansung, jumping over them and landing on the ground, continues his movement. But then his attention is drawn to someone whose presence cannot go unnoticed by Li Changseong, and stopping Li Changsung wants to find out, inviting his stalker to come out and show himself, who at this time doesn't realize how Li Changseong is exposing him. And the one who came with him, making the adjustment that Li Changseong is much stronger than stated, is asking to pay him extra, to which he receives a satisfactory answer, only to have Li Changsung wiped off the face of the earth. At the same time noting that Li Changsung has no chance because he is opposed by the Dark Reception Squad and their customer only needs to watch. And Li Changsung's stalker is thinking about how successful they'll be in their job. After all, the guys from the Bloodthirsty Bloodwolf Association are pretty reliable players. Meanwhile, members of the Dark Reception Squad are flying at Li Changseong armed with weapons. While looking at the oncoming mass, Li Changsung activates his beast sense ability to identify all enemies, even out of his sight, while concluding that there are now 30 mercenaries against him and another 50 in reserve. Also, Li Changsung is very surprised that they are willing to give up their lives to destroy Li Changsung, who calls Beck Gawul. And his partner and brother Shadow appears in front of Li Changseong, receiving from him a task which is to find those 50 who are waiting for the signal. And Li Changsung himself, after saying goodbye to Beck Gawula, meets a batch of mercenaries targeting him, one of whom believes that the cold blizzard will make Li Chang-sung's passing painless. However, Li Chang-sung is not ready to give up so quickly and slyly smirks and gets to work. And by activating the ability, Gliding Storm Flying Tiger disappears from the sight of the attackers, while detonating the explosive device on the trap that triggers the explosion, thereby undermining those within Li Chang-seong's range. And his mercenary, looking at the flamethrower and hearing the screams and moans, doesn't understand how this could have happened. Meanwhile, their leader is also at a loss as to how a mob of mercenaries can't handle one man. However, his attention is drawn to a noise coming from somewhere, which was caused by a snow avalanche that comes upon a group of mercenary men scurrying about, while sweeping away everything in its path, leaving no chance for salvation. And Li Chang-sun lands on a cliff and notices that all his enemies have been destroyed, thereby invoking the admiration of a number of deities, like the hunting time of the serpent encircling the world and the tiger trapped in hardship. And satisfied with his work, Li Chang-sun calls out to Gawul, who appears as a shadow in front of him, while delivering as a brother to a couple of people who oppose Li Chang-sung. And now they appear before Li Chang-seong, who towers over them. And realizing their plight, the customers prayerfully ask for their lives in exchange for whatever Li Chang-sung wants, while blaming each other for whose idea it was to hire people from the bloodthirsty Blood Tiger Alliance. And Li Chang-sung witnesses the showdown and silently observes who is the culprit, until he eventually learns that Kim Un-sung and Shim Gen-ho are behind them, who allies with the director to give him a flute. And it's the mention of the strange flute that gets Li Chang-sung interested. After all, this flute is an ancient worm artifact that can control different kinds of worms due to its sound wave. Therefore, doesn't it mean that the purpose of his customers was to destroy Li Chang-seong by using a flute that would control the worms in him? However, it seems that his mercenaries don't quite know what they're talking about now. And Li Chang-sung goes on to say that he knows that the white tiger feeds them worms hidden in their food to control his underling. But his mercenaries need to keep in mind that Li Chang-sung will not be able to do that because he burned everything in him. And that awareness puts his enemies in a bit of a trance. Meanwhile, Li Chang-sung swings his gun and concludes that Kim Yoon-sung and Shim Gen-ho are pissing him off and constantly dragging him down, and everyone gets what they deserve. Besides, this procedure took him too long, and after activating the Flying Tiger's Gliding Storm ability, he leaves the place. Meanwhile, Yujin, waiting for her enemy, learns from the deity of the abominably weeping ghost that her enemy is on his way and she should be ready to meet him. In this case, Li Chang-sung is flying closer and closer to the target each time, until his gaze stumbles upon the Winter Palace, which is already within his reach. However, upon arrival, Li Chang-sung learns that the Curse of the Ghoul Cave will be activated in 40 minutes, which means he must hurry to find the crystal. And somewhere a squad continuing its march toward the goal still complains of the cold that is becoming unbearable. In doing so, the snake, wrapping the world, looking at his family member, reminds him of the magic he can apply to make it warm. While the rest of the movement, not seeing the point of the artifact, understands why the weapon of the 5 stars is out of action. And still in thought, his gaze is directed towards his sister Shin Yoon-so, who, having been freed from the cold, is now no longer an equal to the rest of the traffic. At the same time, her brother is thinking about Li Chang-seong and wondering where he might have gone. And remembering his last admonition that they will surely get through this, he reassures himself that he can. Meanwhile, Shin Yoon-so's gaze is heading in the direction whose appearance catches her attention. There's a man standing on top of a cliff covering himself with a full-length weapon. And Kwan Hanoi also notices this phenomenon and realizes that the sudden silence indicates an ambush. In addition comes the realization that the Sasquatch are now Hayoff's subordinates, and the Men family simply must avenge their comrade. And the Iron Witch, hearing these calls, recommends that the family not be separated to avoid trouble. At the same time, the magical power that spreads everywhere restrains the confrontation field by activating the Curse of Chaos. And the Iron Witch reacts in time to inform everyone that the enemies are on top. And before them appears the great general of winter himself with his troop. And at that very moment, ignoring all warnings, a member of Men's family unloads his weapon and rushes at the general who leaps from his horse and rushes to meet his enemy. And his naked weapon is now ready to meet his opponent's weapon, who, blocking the blow, is about to say that he'll send the general to the grave, but doesn't have time to say it. Since his weapon can't withstand the pressure, it shatters into tiny pieces, and his gaze meets the general's eyes, which begin to emit a blue glow. And a member of Men's family opens his eyes in horror and realizes it's the last thing he sees. After all, his life is cut short, which indicates that he's going to the next world. Meanwhile, the general's gaze is directed to where something that catches his attention is happening. In doing so, he manages to block the weapon in time from the wave of force coming at him, and the general notices who this time becomes his adversary who has attempted to take his life. And it's none other than the Iron Witch who fired a bullet from her striking revolver. At the same time, her gaze assesses the situation created by the trigger of the revolver. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung is already entering the Winter Palace building where the works of art can't help but be admired. And what he sees now is a fragment of a world that met its end after the gods and constellations enslaved the Sasquatch. And the reason for the unbearable cold and snowstorms is the weakness of the gods and constellations who could not bear this end. And you can sympathize with their fate, because now they are soulless puppets. And according to the map that Lee Chang-sung has in his possession, after clearing out the illusionists, there should be a vault under the stairs. But coming to the edge, Lee Chang-sung notices that the snowmen below are carrying a load and are under the command of Hayoff, which forces them to hustle to get the job done while their general massacres the volunteers. And Lee Chang-sun begins to realize that in front of him, in the boxes carried by the snowmen, is a yawning Agni. And then it comes to him that this is how the members of the Hayoff clan want to get the eternal ice crystal while destroying everything here. So he decides to take action at all costs to prevent this from happening. And members of the Hayoff clan, manipulating the Sasquatch into saving their king, orders them to hurry up. At the same time, the enslaved snowmen look hatefully in the direction of their enemies and vow to destroy the entire human race, as suddenly a flash of bright flames of fire causes those present to wake up and look away from their business. Besides, no one understands what's going on and what could have triggered the wave of bright light. And Lee Chang-sung is already on his way to his desired goal after being completely reincarnated, where Yujin is already waiting for him, excited for the upcoming meeting. After all, in the end, she will meet him and finally get even for all the trouble and grief he brought. And the sad weeping ghost deity giving power to Yujin ensures that she will be able to do justice. This is without taking into account that Lee Chang-sung has defeated a great number of evil people, thus bending his predisposition to goodness. To make matters worse, Lee Chang-sung manages to discover a century-old cold iron vault. And on top of that, Lee Chang-sung manages to detect the Ice King's breath. What Lee Chang-sung doesn't expect to find at all, and it causes him some surprise. After all, he could have as many as 8 ice crystals at his disposal, which attract the undisguised interest of the deities, each of whom wants to own one of them, which is not in the plans of the tyrant. And ignoring the hints of his patrons, Lee Chang-sung decides to use them to create divine tools of confrontation. While starting to realize the value of the 5-star weapon, even considering that it is in a weakened state. And after touching the crystal, Lee Chang-sung notes that thanks to the flame of the end of Jigwee's world, he doesn't feel the incredible coldness it creates. And hunting time begins to glisten with his eyes, as the snake coiling the world drools at the resulting effect, looking on in anticipation. But as soon as Lee Chang-sung takes the crystal in his hands, an incredible frosty poison begins to coursing through his entire body, thus indicating that the breath of the Frost King, being the gift of the ancestor of the Snow People, is desperately resisting, until eventually a fireball of light form, indicating that the first form of the end of the world flame is beginning to retaliate, causing the resistance between the first form of the end of the world flame and the Frost King's breath to reach its peak. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sung is approached by a voice wanting to know who is in front of him, and what purpose does Lee Chang-sung have in trying to hold on to his nature? Given that Lee Chang-sung is not his successor, he gets a rude reply about silencing the voice, causing the firestorm to suppress all will to resist, causing the Frost King's breath resistance to collapse. And Lee Chang-sung, finishing the whole action sequence as a reward, gets the Breath of Frost King X8. And by activating the Eye of the Snake, Lee Chang-sung notes that he has about 10 minutes left to finish. At the same time, a man starts to approach him, but still in the form of a blurry object. As he approaches, it becomes clear that Yujin, the daughter of a blood ghost, is in front of him. And Lee Chang-sung realizes that the phantom doesn't take long to arrive, and arrives on the scene as well. However, he is distracted from his thoughts by an offer that has come to him, which is that the Frost King, aka Monster Boss, invites Lee Chang-sung to an unidentified place and waits for his response. Plus, he can read his mind, confirming that he knows what Lee Chang-sung is thinking about taking the founder's life, and reassuring him that he's an old man who doesn't have long to live and asking for time, thus earning Lee Chang-sung's trust, thus contributing to Lee Chang-sung eventually accepting the invitation from the Frost King, and in front of Li Changxiang, the door to the Cold King's lair immediately appears, which he doesn't hesitate to enter right away. Where sitting on the throne, he is met by the Frost King, who is pleased that Li Changxiang agrees to fulfill his request, which shows his virtue. And it should be borne in mind that the boss monster, aka the King of Cold, refers to the 90th level that is also marked by the deity. And it doesn't escape the eyes of the monster boss despite being 1 foot in the grave, at the same time causing Li Changxiang to be astonished that the Frost King can see them. To which he gets the answer that the Frost King knows what is in the messages from the Lords of Heaven, and for the most part, it doesn't make sense, thereby further confirming Li Changxiang's speculation regarding the Frost King's high ranking. Li Changxiang says that the Frost King is deceiving his family and asks for an explanation. That said, Li Changxiang continues to say that the Frost King doesn't seem like someone who would suffer from hallucination, which is a lot of fun for a monster boss, but unfortunately this is where Li Changxiang goes wrong. And how did Li Changxiang, who is so smart, not know where this place was? And that statement is starting to worry Li Changxiang even more. So he decides to activate the ability to sense the beast, thereby sharpening all his senses, which takes Li Changxiang to a different world called the World of the Mind. And the Frost King continues his story about being in turmoil and being victimized by a woman who calls herself a phantom. And as a consequence now, the Frost King's children are suffering, and it's likely that the Phantom Woman was pleased with herself during the monster boss's passing. But back to the topic, Li Changxiang wonders why the Frost King invited him to join him, since he might as well be his enemy. And the Frost King continues to talk about his children who followed their king, and whether there is a chance that Li Changxiang will save them. After all, for the sake of their king, who is 1 foot in the grave, they endure suffering, and the Frost King asks Li Changxiang for help, promising a reward. And to confirm the truth of his words, the boss monster shows Li Changxiang the treasures accumulated since the time of the Ice Crystal owner, at which Hunting Time looks at the treasure with undisguised envy, and the snake that coils the world clicks its tongue in pleasure. However, even this amount of gold does not entice Li Changxiang, and he refuses the offer, thus putting the Monster King into shock and causing genuine fear. And yet the boss monster still wants to know the real reason for refusing his request, which is probably that they are all just fragments of this world and shadows without souls that are abandoned on Earth. And as if by magic, all the gold before his words shimmering in the light disappears, shattering into mirrored pieces. Once again, Li Changxiang questions the monster boss about what he knows this time too. And the Frost King doesn't hesitate to say that the world is actually empty and there are only them in it. However, Li Changxiang is also well aware that the dungeon monsters can't realize that they're nothing, or else the security system would go off. After all, the dungeon is the remnants of a world that once met its end, and the creatures in it represent the remnants of bygone time. And that's a good reason why the dungeon must be destroyed at all costs. So despite the plight of the Frost King and his children, the Hill of the Nefarious Snowman must be closed. And the boss monster continues to bemoan his fate, saying that it's not really reality, but just a sham. And since the real Monster King is no longer alive, what does he represent? And Li Changxiang lets the monster boss's complaints pass his ears and pretends he doesn't know what he's talking about. After all, it's pretty clear that Li Changxiang is the King of Cold. Even though the real king had disappeared, the king standing in front of Li Changxiang was no less real than before. In addition, the boss monster himself says that he is breathing, thinking, and talking now with Li Changxiang, which means he is himself. But Li Changxiang's reasoning doesn't reach Hunting Time, while the snake coiling the world claims they are far from deep understanding. And the Cold King, after listening to Li Changxiang, thinks that he has not developed his mind enough to make such a mistake in reasoning. But still omitting the first topic, Boss Monster wants to ask Li Changxiang for another favor, which is that the Cold King wants to leave life on his own terms, and not as the system dictates, and asks the tyrant for help in doing so. And without waiting any longer, Li Changxiang is going to fulfill the Cold King's last wish. Besides, it's something he can do without putting himself or others at risk. After all, this help is feasible and realistic for Li Changxiang. And the Frost King, having gotten what he wanted, is once again convinced that he was right to invite Li Changxiang to his lair. And the Frost King leaves this world with gratitude in his heart for the favors he has received. At this point, the doors of the Cold King's lair close, leaving his lord alone. And Li Changxiang also gains a huge amount of experience in addition to leveling up. But it doesn't seem to be satisfying for Li Changxiang, and owl piercing the dim light begins to comfort him. And the Sasquatches, who were held back by the king's orders after his passing and the loss of their leader, fall into chaos, while Yujin is accompanied by the deity Vile Weeping Ghost continues to loom over Li Changsung, completely convinced that Li Changxiang is in front of her and there can be no mistake. In the meantime, there's a real mayhem going on in the dungeon of the nefarious Bigfoot. There, the Sasquatch, enraged by the passing of their leader, blow their enslavers to smithereens. After all, the Sasquatches followed all the orders of the Hayoff clan members. Then why did this happen? Suddenly, their rampage is interrupted by the song of hellfire that sounds when Yujin appears, and which avalanches over the raging mass of snow people, who suffer and take their lives from the impending Yujin, under the influence of the sad weeping ghost deity, continues to destroy all the monsters in her path. Who remembered that Yujin is the cause of their king's death and decided to destroy her? But then, their attention is drawn to another beam of light with a shattering force that demolishes blocks of rock. It's Li Changxiang, who's armed with a weapon and reincarnated, and his face is hidden by a mask and his eyes shine with a fiery flame. That being said, the Sasquatches who get exposed to Yujin continue to scream about being hot. Meanwhile, Li Changsung is on his way to meet his enemy Yujin, who is already waiting for him. After all, she's been longing to meet him for so long, and Li Changsung is also wearing a Hawe mask. And the two forces collide to form a huge flash of light. Who has the power to tear apart anything in her path? And Yujin is outraged that Li Changsung dares to appear in front of her after all this time, and threatens him with a swift reprisal. But it seems that Yujin's words have no effect on Li Changsung, because he wants to meet her as much as she does. And to prevent Li Changsung from striking him, he intercepts Yujin's arm. After all, Yujin has finally fallen for him and is now at his mercy. But Yujin doesn't understand what Li Changsung is saying to her and what right he has to live after betraying them. But in order not to delay the inevitable, Li Changsung decides to show Yujin now. And then Yujin learns that the 24 hours have already expired, and the Curse of Ghoul's Cave begins its activation. At the same time, Yujin is transported to Ghoul's Cave, which means that she will have to survive for 24 hours, as suddenly, a powerful blow comes upon her from her opponent's huge weapon. In addition, Jin is not prepared for this turn of events and can't react in time. Therefore, her opponent's weapon falls directly on her arm, while eliciting an unbearable cry of pain and horror at the loss suffered. Meanwhile, in another dimension, news spreads around the mountain that the Cold King has passed away, and the Snow People have fallen into chaos. And this information reaches the members of the squad going to Bigfoot Mountain. And the Iron Witch continues to be pounced upon by the General of the Snowmen, armed with a huge weapon. For now, there is still nothing holding him back since his king has passed away. And the Iron Witch's assistant, seeing the situation his petty officer is in, rushes to her defense and asks her to leave. But in return, she gets orders that the deputy should not even think about approaching her. However, it's too late, and the aide has no time to react, and his whole body falls on the Snowman General's weapon. And the last thing he can mutter is the title of his boss not believing that his life no longer means anything. And the Iron Witch, realizing that Sukta can't be helped, can't believe what's happened. And so will anyone who dares to desecrate Sasquatch land. And now the Snowmen also have the right to massacre the king of the humans who came to conquer them. Suddenly, fireballs accompanied by snowmen warriors start flying at the human squad. And the Iron Witch, realizing it's Agni's yawn, orders the rest of us to dodge them. At the same time, full of hatred and malice herself, is supported by all the deities who patronize her. And pulling out her revolver, the Iron Witch heads for the General of the Snowmen, upon reaching which he puts his weapon to the forehead of the General of the Sasquatch. But it was not to be, and the General of the Snowmen once again reflects with his weapon the bullet fired from the revolver of the Iron Witch. And the Iron Witch keeps going on and on about letting paths out of her weapon, while managing to take his wounded aide and comrade with him. And continuing to retreat, asks Gina Sakti to hang in there and don't dare give up. And at this time, the Snowman General was starting to get increasingly annoyed, noting that he hadn't met people who pissed him off like this in a long time. And realizing that the Iron Witch is overstepping her bounds, he threatens her with personal violence. Meanwhile, fireballs continue to fly in the direction indicated, and Jin, in the midst of all this fiery chaos, manages to dodge their blow, managing to get past them and land on a hard surface, while looking down at his opponents from above and preparing to draw his weapon to strike. Also, one person appearing out of nowhere in the middle of a confrontation field is very strange and mysterious. And looking at Yujin, Jin wonders if she has brought anything useful to him, thus confusing the girl. Which also coming to a head guarantees Jin that she'll make his nasty mouth shut. And having unleashed their tools of confrontation, Jin and Yujin rush towards each other to see who will win. And Li Changsung, after activating the stealth rune, is relieved to realize that Jin and Yujin didn't get along. And taking out the Frost King's breath, Li Changsung realizes with indignation that Lamashtu gave Yujin the Song of Hellfire. Besides, Li Changsung thinks he's bought enough time, and it's time to start completing the bone strength. And opening his mouth, Li Changsung begins to absorb the Frost King's breath. As a result, Li Changsung's entire body is covered in ice, and his body is poisoned by the overabundance of ice. And Li Changsung, having activated the first form of the flame, of the end of the world, and immunity to 10 poisons, disarms poisoning by expanding magic. But because of the conflict between the new properties of magic and the existing detoxification fails, and the conflict escalates, bringing the tyrant to a critical state, contributing to the fact that Li Changxiang's physical strength is beginning to fade at an incredible rate. And the deity that appears to Li Changsun warns him that simply absorbing the Frost King's breath will cause great conflict. And so that his words were not unfounded, the deity mentioned the basics of bone strengthening that he had taught Li Changsung, to which Li Changsung replies that these are the flame implanted in his heart and the top engraved with frost. And the deity, satisfied with his answer, advises Li Changsun to place the flame he finds closer to his heart. But if Li Changsung restored the magic power roaster using his heart as a base, it would simply burn up. However, to prevent this from happening, the deity tells Li Changsun that he needs to find a point of contact that will cool his heart. And such a point will be the place where opposite elements avoiding conflict will harmonize. But it is necessary to know the properties of the flame of the end of the world. But Li Changsun knows that such properties are fire and flame. Further, he must name the property of the eternal crystal of Lud, which is ice and darkness, and given the origin of the eternal ice crystal means that ice and darkness are combined. And this answer, and Li Changsung's hunch, becomes correct. Ice and darkness have a common denominator, and that is darkness. And since Li Changsung is being recognized as the king of the underworld, it means that he is able to gain the highest level of control over the essence of darkness. And without wasting any time, Li Changsung places the core of the magical power roaster in his heart, thereby strengthening the ice magic in his bones and correcting the structure, promoting a body as hard as ice and a heart as active as an open fire, while enhancing its potential and unlocking a new ability. And since Tyrant reconstructs the senses thinking physique and personality, and contains fire and ice, the properties do not lean to one side. And Li Changsung thereby not only gets a new trait of bone strengthening, but also discovers a fiery heart and a cold. When the deities and constellations realized what had happened to Li Changxiang, they would go crazy with shock. And it didn't take long for many gods and constellations to admire Li Changxiang in addition to the deities who patronized him. But a nice bonus is that the Gemini deity begins to take an undisguised interest in one of their faces. Besides, Li Changxiang knows that the Gemini deity is Castor and Pollux. However, still, which one is interested in Li Changsung's personality? Suddenly, Li Changxiang's contented musings are interrupted by the fact that something extraneous begins to attract his attention, at the same time causing not only surprise, but also seeming fear in the tyrant's eyes. And this deity, great demon, stalking the abyss, burning the underworld with his eyes, is trying to reach Li Changsung with his hand, causing the ground beneath Li Changxiang's feet to crack. And the surroundings turned into pieces of broken glass, dragging Li Changsung into the darkness. Thus, the great demon haunting the abyss takes Li Changsung to his divine land, and Li Changsung falls through the abyss and lands in the darkness of space. And determined to find out what this place is, Li Changsung successively activates the Viper's Eye and the Beast's sense of smell, which are deactivated. So it's likely that where Li Changxiang is now is really a divine territory. Then what was the purpose of bringing him here? And having activated the power of Calico Geisha that barely maintains Li Changsung's sanity, he notices Pale's gaze directed at him. He appears in the crevice and begins to have a hypnotic effect on Li Changxiang. And Li Changxiang, seeing that the Calico-Geishan government is struggling to perform its function, realizes that he is in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the eye directed at Li Changsung wants to find out who the person who is now standing in front of him is. And Li Changsung, continuing to stare mesmerized towards the eye directed at him, can't give an explanation of who he is. While the eye continues to say some set of words of what you are, because the abyss that is not at all clear to Li Changxiang. And then a fiery lightning-like beam of light appears in the midst of all that is happening. This deity owl, piercing the dim light, descends into the territory belonging to the deity Pale, which brings Li Changxiang to his senses and brings back his sanity and consciousness. And Li Changsung can't believe that the goddess Minerva herself is standing in front of him, who looking at Li Changsung says that this is the path of a non-mortal who stands in the way of the hero and he has to get out of here. Once again, the surrounding reality around Li Changsung shatters into pieces, carrying him away from the evil place. And Li Changsung, who doesn't know what's happening to him, sees a picture where Minerva, looming over Constellation Pale, says that Li Changsung has nothing to do with what Pale is after. On that note, Li Changsung's connection to Pale Space is cut off for unknown reason, recovering lost data and reconnecting the game. And Li Changsung, listening to the regrets of the deities who patronize him, begins to realize what a disgusting situation he could be in. And still in thought about his position, begins activating Jigwee's vessel, and what shame he would have suffered if he had completed the bone strengthening process. Otherwise, he is so weak that he could not resist Mephistopheles, which means he must surpass his former strength. And the first thing Li Changxiang has to start with is absorbing everything in front of him. Therefore, Li Changsung activates the Eye of the Viper, and the detected target doesn't take long to arrive. In the meantime, Yujin continues to confront his enemy Jin, and it seems that Yujin is having a hard time with this fight since she is just a mage, while Jin is a martial artist. And knowing this, Li Changsun realizes that he can't let her give up her life until he learns all about Shan's 7 mysterious writing. And in doing so, Yujin's loss begins to disappoint the sad weeping ghost deity, who doubts that she is the daughter of her follower. But Yujin, ignoring his deity's comments, decides to defeat Jin first and then take care of the Hawei mask. However, Jin doesn't think of backing down and keeps guessing Yujin's attacks and successfully deflects them. Plus, Jin represents the player who is trying to defeat the boss monster. And rounding Yujin appeared from behind her back, Jin prepares to deliver his decisive blow. At the same time, sensing his clear victory, Jin thanks Yujin for making their confrontation entertaining, thus confusing her. And as his reward as the winner, Jin will make Yujin a new vessel when she loses her life. And apparently this is not the outcome Yujin expects for himself, not realizing what Jin is up to, who without wasting any more time, strikes with his powerful weapon on Yujin's body, throwing her aside, and forcefully hitting the stone wall, causing Yujin considerable damage but not taking her life. However, Yujin is not willing to give up and tries to use magic to defend himself, while the deity's sadly weeping ghost, also witnessing their confrontation, begins to rise from his seat. But Yujin can't handle it, and she sees Jin bare his weapon and fly towards her to hit her with his weapon. And each time Jin's silhouette becomes clearer, indicating that he's getting closer to his goal. But Yujin can also clearly see that Jin's punch is being obstructed by the appearance of a black shadow, which successfully deflects Jin's punch. That would be the last thing Yujin sees in this world. And Jin, unable to believe his eyes, meets his worst enemy Li Changsung again, who claims that Yujin is his. Once again, the confrontation between Jin and Li Changsung continues, and each of them skillfully handling their combat equipment is not inferior to the other. However, Jin notices the changes that have happened to Li Changxiang since their last meeting. Li Changxiang is stronger than before, and Li Changsung doesn't hide his superiority, noting that he's much more than just stronger this time. And to prove it, Jang Sun demonstrates a trick to confuse Jin. At the same time, the blast wave threw Jin to the opposite side of Li Changxiang. Jin doesn't understand what just happened to him and tries to find out from Li Changsun how he did it, who in turn, avoiding a direct answer, continues to parry by mocking Jin. At the same time, Jin realizes that Li Changsung has come from outside, thus making him think about what he said. And Li Changsung asks about Gulya's cave and learns that Jin, as well as Li Changsung, had once suffered a curse from that place. However, if Li Changsung came out of there, then in reality, one cannot stay there for more than one day, and no one could become stronger like Li Changsung. And since that's the case, Jin decides to make Li Changxiang a member of his family at all costs. And with all his might, Jin unleashes his weapon on Li Changxiang. The result is a huge explosion of two forces visible at a great distance, and Jin's subjects watching the process of confrontation from below don't understand what's happening now. Is their King Jin defeated by the monster Li Changsung who appeared? And Jin, finding pleasure in the process, can't believe he's going to have so much fun in Ghoul's cave. After all, he was once human too, and he remembers it well. And it was Jin who belonged to the Frisia family and was its heir, while experiencing the same feelings as now being in the confrontation. And it was very exciting, and now Jin felt really bad that most of his energy had to be spent on Yujin. But not wanting to show Li Changsun his weakness, Jin asks him what he will do to entertain him this time. And Li Changsung towers over Jin and bares his two weapons as he ponders his next move. And deciding not to waste any more of his time, which at this point there is not much time left, Li Changsung begins to activate his ability. Having achieved that, a huge tiger with its mouth open appears behind Li Changsung and prepares to strike. With this, the ability called the First Claw of the Black Mountain Lord's First Claw was already starting to burst forth. And snapping down, Li Changsung throws himself at his opponent Jin, skipping forward with his activity, which covers Jin trying to resist her with a weapon to defend himself. But the resulting dark matter continues to pressurize Jin, who becomes helpless against it, until eventually it starts to completely overpower Jin. And at this time, Li Changsung, who appeared, activates the ability of the Second Claw of the Black Mountain Lord's Second Claw. And the already defeated Jin is in no way expecting such an appearance by his nemesis Li Changsung, until the dark mass directed at Jin begins to have its destructive effect on him, and Jin, no longer able to resist, succumbs to her influence, until a huge flash of fiery light forms, which ends with the body of the defeated Jin being found amongst the smoke and rubble. But coming to his senses, and at the same time being in a huge shock, Jin wonders what it was just now, and what happened to him. To which Li Changsung explains that he used an ability called Tiger Claw. And hearing this, Jin still continuing to lie on the ground, through laughter notes that this reception comes just in time. While Li Changsung defeating Jin gets a huge amount of properties belonging to Bihwi. And as a result of obtaining all of Bihwi's properties after defeating the last one, Li Changsung is at liberty to choose the next Bihwi. And now, whoever Li Changsung chooses as a candidate will become a member of his family. If that's the case, then Li Changxian has the opportunity to create a loyal slave. But in order for Li Changsung to rise up the hierarchy, he would need the help of an organization that would become a society through the gods and constellation. However, how should Li Changsung, who realizes that Bihwi has become incorporeal due to being completely absorbed by his properties, act? And turning his thoughts to Baek Gawul, Li Changsung thinks that such decisions are not made quickly, and that Gawul may have his own motives. In addition, because Li Changsung still hasn't decided on a deity, his level isn't rising as fast as he would like. And realizing that he certainly has Baek Gawul, he still has to give up his thought. As Li Changsung is faced with a picture of his comrades losing their lives, and the face of his dead girlfriend who sacrificed her life for Li Changsung. So Li Changsung is well aware of his level of experience, as well as where he can get to when he is alone. And so, Li Changsung decides, after weighing it all out, he decides it's not worth thinking about anymore. Which means as Bihwi, Li Changsung makes his choice to be the Scarlet King of taking life. And Bihwi begins to switch to Jin's side, completely focused on his victim, with a gradual transmigration into the body of Jin, who takes on human form. And who came to his senses without even realizing that his awakening would be in such a way that Li Changsung wants to make him a member of his family. And Li Changsung, looking at Jin, notes that he's really strong and whether he can be made his family. Jin explains that in Gulya's cave, the winner sets the rules, and since Li Changsung won, he can have Jin. However, Li Changsung should keep in mind that the right for his Mr. Jin to recognize him is reserved for the latter. And Li Changsung, listening to Jin, realizes that he's not going to do it and apparently wants to rest, but Tyrant doesn't intend to let that happen. And to Jin's surprise, Li Changsung tells him that he's ready to release the Bloody King. After all, it's likely that one of Jin's wishes is to be able to go home. But to Jin's surprise, who doesn't understand what Li Changsung means, he tries to find out what the latter is implying, to which he gets the answer that Li Changsung asks Jin to just follow him, and in the end, his reward will be a house. And to confirm his words, Li Changsung recites the words of the vow against the backdrop of the flames on which he makes the pledge. However, this doesn't convince Jin at all, and he doubts Li Changsung's integrity on this matter. Li Changsung says that he doesn't intend to order Jin out of line, because hopefully there will be less irritation. But those words make Jin laugh, who thinks Li Changsung is some kind of weirdo. However, Jin is of the opinion that it is better to get out of this place than to be imprisoned. Also, Li Changshan needs to be on alert because Jin won't let him be controlled. But these words don't bother Li Changsung, who decides to check things out. And Jin adds that on top of everything else, Li Changsung is interesting in his strangeness, and the further he goes, the more interesting he gets. And deciding not to continue the discussion, Jin kneels down in front of Li Changsung, asking his master, who had granted him his freedom, to give Jin a new name. by which to serve him. Li Changsung decides to name him Gene of Frisius, thereby causing Gene a flood of mixed feelings dominated by incomprehension. For now, he is Gene, the one who is the heir to the illustrious descendant of the powerful Frisia family. And as soon as Jin realizes this, he realizes he is in the service of a strange gentleman. Now the name is Bihhui Gene Frisius, and from now on, it is he who will be Li Changsung's weapon and defense. Since that's the case, what will Li Changsung's first order be? And as if to answer Jin's question, Li Changsung hands him a weapon. This weapon is now in Jin's hands, and he must take it to carry out his orders, which is to destroy the creatures crowded below, who moments ago were Jin's subordinates, and now Li Changsung's order is to take their lives. Most likely this will be enough to be able to check the status of Jin, whose rank will increase upon reaching the 10th level. And it seems that Jin's previously subordinates understand what is being discussed between their master and Li Changsung. Besides, Jin must have already made the final decision for himself. And snapping down, Jin leaps to the dungeon dwellers gathered below to carry out the order given. In doing so, family member Gene Frisius begins to unleash the core art of the Frisius family, through which Gene strikes the underground dwellers one by one, taking their lives. And who can't understand what happened to their king since he commits such an act? Probably that after resurrection he lost his mind. And Li Changsung, watching Gene do his bidding and deciding that he's dealt with him, proceeds to take further action, which is to return to Yujin to learn as much as possible about the 7 scriptures of Xiang. And by activating the tiger's bifurcated eye, Li Changxian becomes the whereabouts of Jun Yujin. And the deity, sadly weeping ghost, looks at Li Changxiang and curses him with dislike. In addition, the sad weeping ghost promises Li Changsung to choose a new successor to deal with him. And Li Changsung, thinking that the sad weeping ghost monologue is ridiculous, approaches the herald to see if he's with him. However, Hunting Time, hearing Li Changsung's question, does not want to believe that this cowardly man is by Li Changsung's side. And Li Changsung, ignoring deity Hunt Time's remark, sure that the herald is watching, asks him to respond. But eventually, Li Changsung's patience runs out, and in case the herald doesn't respond, he will refuse any bids. And it seems these words have had their effect, as a voice appears and begins to talk about direct intervention by the leader. After all, the elders keep picking on the herald, who still has something to gain from his connection to Li Changsung. However, because of the constant stress, Herald overeats, which makes him overweight. But Li Changsung, ignoring deity's remarks about the herald, asks the latter to block such message. Such a brazen request, however, is not within the herald's understanding of what right a mortal has to deal with the messages of the gods in such a manner. To which Li Changsung, willing to even pay some of his achievement points, says he doesn't want to see them. And hearing only laughter from his patron deities, he wants to make sure it can't be done. But learning that this is not the case at all, and without letting the herald finish, Li Changsung asks him to hurry up. And it really pisses off the herald, who doesn't understand who Li Changsung is trying to impress with his act. However, there is an option to lie that it cannot be done, but if it is discovered during the next inspection, the herald will be punished. And at this time, the deity Great Demon Chasing Abyss begins to look down at Li Changsung, who doesn't realize what's delaying the herald's request to address him directly. After all, Li Changsung is beginning to wonder what the plan is for the Great Demon Chasing the Abyss this time, while the deity, sadly weeping ghost, was unable to resist the absolute evil high up his head at his will. With that, the deity Great Demon Pursuing Abyss continues to watch indifferently, while the deity sadly weeping ghost is in a panic trying to hold on to his power. And the deity Great Demon Chasing the Abyss, following the gaze, stretches out his hand, and at this action, the previously unfolding heavens begin to tighten, leaving Li Changsung and the herald standing there looking bewildered. At the same time, the deity of Hunting Time is shocked by what he has seen, while the serpent deity coiling the world is silent without daring to utter a word, just like the deity tiger trapped in the trap of hardship is also silent from what he has seen. And Herald starts to come to fear, then Li Changsung also wants to make sense of the situation, until eventually the heavens completely tighten, leaving the herald and Li Changsung to look up in shock, while the deity Great Stalking Abyss looks down and shakes his hand, saying that getting rid of the parasite supports the tyrant. And the herald realizes it's all over with a sigh of relief. He was in a hurry to bow out and leave the scene, noticing that his encounter with Li Changsung always disturbs his peace of mind. Also following the herald owl, piercing the dim light, sighs deeply, while one of the twins' faces is interested in what is happening. Jean, who also witnessed the incident, throws a barb at Li Changsung about his demonic origin. However, Li Changsung decides to return to Yujin, who is still bleeding to death. Li Changsung looks at Yujin and thinks that she is not herself. And since that's the case, it's irrelevant to torture her further. So deciding to alleviate Yujin's suffering, he releases her from the mundane life, considering that he has taken a lot out of this confrontation. But most importantly, Li Changsun now knows the whereabouts of the 5th of Xiang's 7 secret writings that the White Tiger clan missed. And Jean Frisius, completely taking over the 2nd floor and moving to the 4th level, realizes how weak his subordinates are. At that, Li Changsung, observing the result, says that Jean did it faster than Tyrant thought. And Li Changsung decides to join Jean, but before he does, he wants to finish some things, among which is becoming an activation of power called Soul Extortion. And by collecting the ashes of player Zheng Eugene, Li Changsung discovers a power called the Song of Hellfire that has no owner. But Li Changsung decides to burn the remains of this power, using purifying flames and leveling up to the 1st form of the end-of-the-world flame. And after discovering the new achievement of Jigui, who swallowed the sulfur flame, Li Changsung leaves the scene of the action to go on the road, getting into a place consisting of a large number of houses, and to which he was invited. While hearing the voice that directs Li Changxiang's movement and following him, Li Changsung heads towards the said place. When Li Changxiang lands, he hears that he's already been waited on. However, he doesn't quite understand what's in front of him or what Jean is trying to say, who is surrounded by some creatures, explaining that this is something that was given to him by Li Changsung himself, and it's very exciting. But it would make more sense for Jean to show Li Changxiang than to explain. And reaching forward, Jean commands someone to wake up in a commanding tone, thereby activating an ability called Ghoul's Rebirth. At this time, Jean's once-defeated subordinates begin to revive and reincarnate, and Li Changsun doesn't realize what's happening. However, Jean himself cannot explain this phenomenon, but just decides to give it a try, and it works as in times past. And Li Changsun still doesn't understand and asks for an explanation when he learns that ghoulie are creatures watched by starlight. In addition, those people who enter the cave become one of the ghouls while losing their essence, just like Bihui. However, depending on the limit of the absorbed essence, the effectiveness becomes lower. So in other words, Jean can resurrect those he took the lives of and control them like puppets. However, if Jean forces them to move, the revived ghoulie lose their magical power and cease to exist. To put it another way, the reborn ghoulies are being destroyed. And for Jean to revive one requires absorbing the energy of hundreds of ghouls, like the one Li Changxiang sees in front of him. And these are creatures that are called gourds, which are natural enemies of tigers, since they don't take damage from weapons. And also, there is still a bamboo cow that lives in the bamboo forest, has the amount of strength equal to that of a cow, and is also an enemy of tigers. And there is a creature called a bow, also a natural enemy of tigers, which, thanks to its flexibility, is beginning to wonder if it has bones in it. And Li Changsung, hearing the deity's opinions on the new members of his family, asks to stop talking already. And pondering regarding their having levels from the death of the soul and physical body, Li Changsonu wonders about their suitability, to which Jean replies that they are quite useful and offers to demonstrate it. So waking up Jean invites them to the 3rd floor and warns them that they must do their best or they will be killed. And then lightning fast to his orders, Jean receives unquestioning obedience. So Jean follows his subordinates and invites Li Changsung to join him to see for himself. Thus, the aforementioned creatures, Jean and his master, Li Changsung, get to the 3rd floor. And upon entering the 3rd floor, they immediately begin to break through the 1st apartment. But soon, having already conquered the 2nd division, Jean Frisius announces to his master, Li Changsung, that he will also conquer the 6th division. And without making it long, Jin Frisium Li Changxiang and the low-level guards being at the terminus of the 9th division successfully plant the flag. And Li Changsung, not satisfied with the number of points he got from taking over the entire camp, is satisfied that Jean is now a member of his family. And looking at the building, he asks Jean Frisius if it is true that the Azure King is here to take life. However, it is worth bearing in mind that theoretically, this is the real gateway to the 3rd floor. But due to the presence of scarlet ghosts, the encounter with it can be complicated. Yet, despite all the difficulties, did Jean Frisius succeed in oppressing them? To which Li Changsung gets the response that this is the only difference between Li Changsung's and Jean Frisius's abilities. However, one must still come to the general consensus that the creepers revived by Jean Frisius are quite useful. And Li Changsung, knowing that he has 4.5 hours to spare, realizes that it's much easier to face the two of them together. And given that he is the heir to a Frisian family from Arcadia that is feared by an entire nation, why is he in Ghoul's Cave? It is most likely that Jean Frisius once touched the mysterious sculpture, thus wishing to proclaim victory over the other heirs. Still, as long as Jean is with Li Chang-sung, he shouldn't have to worry about how he would repel the spirits of the soldiers when facing Munseong. With that, Li Chang-sung's Frost King's breath. Li Chang-sung recommends that Jean finish all the preparation, agreeing to the usefulness of the creature's use. And Jean, looking at the Frost King's breath, wonders if the ice crystal in front of him is true. However, Jean is disappointed by the question regarding his knowledge of the item in question, says that thanks to his family, he has seen every treasure in existence. Jean notes that this is the most incredible crystal he has ever seen, and its price is more than 1,000 gold pieces. To which Li Chang-sun holds it out to Jean, saying that Jean is more knowledgeable about how to handle it. And this puzzles Jean Frisius, because he doesn't expect Li Chang-sun to give up the crystal so easily. It's very amusing that the gentleman so easily wants to leave the fish in the cat's clutches. But Li Chang-shung doesn't care what he's called, because if Jigui was here, he wouldn't spare the reinforced bone, considering the ability of the Frisian family. However, Jean Frisius reminds him that it's unlikely that he will ever recognize Li Chang-sun as his master, despite even the gift of the item. However, Li Chang-sung also assures Jean that he's not the kind of fool to want his family's loyalty. Yet Li Chang-sung is determined to give up the crystal unless Jean Frisius voluntarily gives it up. However, Jean still wants to possess him, saying that this action once again emphasizes Li Chang-sung's stupidity. And without wasting another moment, Jean Frisius absorbs the breath of the frost, which causes the cold air to settle in Jean's body and merge cold and danger, thus giving him the element of cold. And one of the twins, having witnessed this action, begins to express interest in what is happening, while the crystal is fully internalized by Jean and blows him away with a new achievement. Bihui absorbed the ice-adding points of coldness and affection, and thus contributing to the evolution of Jean Frisius into an icy lifeless who creates a new ability called Blizzard. In addition, Jean Frisius also creates a new ability called Permafrost at 0 degrees, which opens him up to new possibilities. And without wasting any time, Jean Frisius activates the Permafrost ability at 0 degrees. Who's headed to where the Azure King is hiding to take lives? And the screams coming from the building are evidence that the goal pursued by Jean Frisius has been partially achieved. And it's likely that this incident is having the proper effect on the Azure King taking his life. But nevertheless, it is worth bearing in mind that there are 22 minutes and 13 seconds to go until the end of the stage. And thrusting his weapon in front of the Azure King Jean causes him to fear the arrival of unwanted guests, who can't believe that the Scarlet King who takes life is now in the service of a man. Jean Frisius says that he has no idea how he allowed this to happen, but what will happen next is absolutely clear to him. And seeing that Jean Frisius is bearing his weapons over the Azure King, the latter tries to negotiate with him. However, the Azure King's life deprivation doesn't work out, and without letting him finish his sentence, Jean Frisius deals him a decisive blow, while believing that what the Azure King said would not carry any meaning and defeats the named monster. Meanwhile, Li Chang-sung's name begins to resound throughout the Ghoul Cave, increasing his fame points and adding them to his karma. And seeing the interest of many of the lords of Ghoul Cave in the personality of Li Chang-sung, Jean notes that while one works, the other gathers fruit. And no longer wishing to argue on this topic, Jean Frisius throws himself further on the task. Meanwhile, Li Chang-sung looks up and sees Jean doing well. However, Li Chang-sung's time is up, and he reaches the expert level in a day, but now he has to go back. And in addition to the expert as a reward, Li Chang-sung receives the ability to sense the properties of a fierce dragon. But it's time to come around, and already Bait Ghoul is trying to bring Li Chang-sung back to reality. However, as soon as Li Chang-sung woke up, he saw a crowd consisting of humans and snowmen in front of him, who unanimously demand information about what Li Chang-sung did to the clan leader. However, not wanting to enter into a discussion with them, Li Chang-sung calls out to Jean Frisius, who immediately appears behind the master's back and awaits orders from Li Chang-sung. And learning that he is to get rid of the men below him, Jean Frisius gladly sets about carrying out his orders. And one by one, humans and Sasquatches at the behest of the tyrant begin to take their lives, until Li Chang-sung and Jean Frisius completely take over the Winter Palace. However, Li Chang-sung warns Jean that he has somewhere to look and starts moving first. And leaving behind Jean Frisius, Li Chang-sung enters the guest house of the Winter Palace, where immediately his gaze falls toward the man sitting on the throne. And this man in the shadow of the throne, with his head down, doesn't say a word. Because that person is the king of the snowmen who was taken away by Li Chang-sung at his own request. And seeing the state of appearance of the king of the snowmen, Li Chang-sung remarks that he looks extremely ugly. So, activating the soul extortion power using the purification flame, Li Chang-sung burns the Frost King's body until the Frost King's body becomes nothing but ashes. And Li Chang-sung, collecting the remaining ashes, notes that the Frost King reminds him of him when he fell from Arcadia. And it further confirms that the Frost King is real, not fake. Suddenly, among the ashes, Li Chang-sung finds a letter with a quill lying next to it, and it catches his interest. Meanwhile, somewhere among the snows, the confrontation between the general of the Sasquatch and his subjects and a squad of humans continues. And a monster named Great General of the Frost King starts activating an ability called Tundra, while the player Chae-Yun retaliates by activating an ability called Demon Shrine Creation. And without hesitation, the Iron Witch once again resorts to the power of her revolver, firing bullets towards the General of the Snowmen, until their gazes cross and they become within each other's reach. At the same time, the Sasquatch General notes that Chae-Yun is a strong woman, and he recognizes her because in most cases, uninvited guests are weak. Also, the General of the Snowmen is interested in the rank of the Iron Witch. Outside, it is likely that she is their king. But hearing this, Chae-Yun is very surprised that being a monster, he can distinguish between the dungeon and the rest of the world. However, deciding to put all thoughts aside, the Iron Witch once again fires a bullet from her revolver, which forms a devastating explosion accompanied by a flash of bright lilac light, through which he hears the Snowman General addressing Chae-Yun point out that even that kind of power doesn't make her a king. And in general, this confrontation, and especially in a person without a certain status, is not within the concepts of a Sasquatch general, who thinks only the king can confront him. After all, he is here to avenge his king and is ready to destroy all the people in his lands and those who come after them, as he will continue to destroy all humans, even outside, until their king appears, contributing to the creation of the task of assassinating the king. Thus, the condition of the suddenly created task becomes the device of raiding the Great General and destroying all the Sasquatches. Other than the assignment Chae-Yun received, he doesn't understand how the dungeon breakdown happened. And if so, we must defeat the General of the Snowmen at all costs and in no way let him get away. And Kwan Hanoi, realizing what the problem is already looking forward to the job, which is just right for him because he is currently the strongest. And dishonoring the three commanders who still haven't defeated the middle boss Chae-Yun, agrees to take down the Snow King General. And Kwan Hanoi once again tells the other commanders to do something else since the General of the Sasquatch is now his. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a fall that occurs because the ground beneath them begins to unfold. And Chae-Yun assures them that he will not be able to hold the spell for long, but will support them with magical strikes for their overall victory. And by going down, the squad leaders get into the thick of things to defeat the General of the Sasquatch. In this case, one of the commanders of the squad declares that the confrontation that will take place in the air he leaves to his partners, and he himself will destroy enemies from the ground while applying 10,000 songs. And with a swing of his weapon forming a wave of power, he rushes towards his enemy. However, looking at the endless wave of armed snowmen, he notes that there is no end to their numbers, as there are more and more of them each time they need to come up with something different. But he doesn't have time to say anything, because just at that moment, a Sasquatch is preparing to strike him from behind. And that's when he realizes he's in no position to win. Meanwhile, player Woo Hebben unlocks the Storm Run ability, realizing that the Storm God's Blade will be stronger on impact if acceleration is used. And just as Woo Hebben appears at the very moment when the Sasquatch is already a millimeter away from the squad leader ready to attack. In doing so, Woo Hebben enlists the help of the lightning that arises from the Lightning God's Blade and which flashes violently. In addition to urging his uncle to take control of himself, Woo Hebben doesn't understand how he managed to stay unharmed in the other dungeon. The uncle replies that his father loves his granddaughter more than his son, since he gave Hebben 2 blades and artifacts worth over 100 billion. And the deity of hunting season, looking at Hebben, bestows her with enthusiasm for her talent for hunting, and offers her his training in the use of blades. At the same time asking Hebben if she accepts her offer, as this opportunity may not come up again. And the deity Nameless Giant, hearing the suggestion of hunting season, thinks that Hebben would be overly interested in another god. At this time appears a player who hides his past and goes by the name of Lee Ho-yel, being a mercenary, who takes over his character Granfell to help him. And Woo Hebben remembers a time when being in a dungeon was more than enough to blow zombie heads off, and behind their destruction was none other than her master Lee Chang-song. At the same time, Woo Hebben stood to the side and watched as Lee Chang-song used his weapon to destroy the defeated one by one. And to explain her actions, she says that this is what her Ajasi master Lee Jang-seong did, which means she shouldn't give up and do what she decided to do a long time ago. And having bared his blade, Woo Hebben makes a leap towards his enemy, delighting Hunt Time with his abilities, while at the same time dealing decisive blows to the snowmen and impressing with her abilities Hunt Time, who is also worried about her. However, Woo Hebben still continued to successfully defeat his enemy, which was already making the deity of hunting time's eyes start to glisten. In addition, this reaction does not go unnoticed by Woo Hebben herself, who realizes Hunt Time reacts to her every action, and cherishing the memories of her friends who once also admired her, including a once-bound scarf. At this, Woo Hebben realizes that she misses them very much, and the thunderstorm begins to tear out. And Woo Hebben, with a new power representing a wave of bright pink color, flies towards his enemy, while striking them one by one, including snow pterodactyls that cannot resist due to the lightning form. In addition, due to the severe storm that indicates that Hebben is on a rampage, the snow pterodactyls can't fly and crash to the ground, and the monster Great General of the Frost King, turning his attention to Hebben, orders his warriors to deal with her first. And following their general's orders, the Sasquatches begin to focus their attention on the player Woo Hebben. At the same time, fireballs thrown from above by snowmen riding snow pterodactyls once again flew at the clan unit. However, Shin Jung, the player who pulls out the spellbook, is just in time, thus activating Ouroboros' formula ability and creating a time trap for the snowmen, and forming a wave of explosions walled off Shinjung and Woo Hebben from the oncoming wave of snow people. And Shinjung, whose ability attracts the interest of the snake deity that wraps around the world on the field of confrontation, turns to his sister Yunseo. But she disregards her brother's warning and asks that the matter be left to her. And displaying his weapon in front of him, Shin Yunseo activates the Tower Strike ability. However, she fails to finish what she started due to lack of strength and energy. With that said, Shin Yunseo attributes his blunder, which is that the shield hasn't changed at all, to bad junk. And at this time, the deity Owl, piercing the dim light, expressing his admiration with an unwavering spirit, gives his blessing, and it causes Shin Yunseo's strength and energy to be restored. Furthermore, the Jita effect is activated, for which Shin Yunseo is truly grateful to the deity Owl piercing the dim light. Which means we need to revisit the shield, which by then is starting to change, and significantly increased in size begins its movement directed against the enemies of the squad. So now is the perfect time to start, because the ability called Tower Attack is already bursting forth. And as if by magic, one by one the snow pterodactyls with snow riders sitting on them are struck down. That being said, this process is perplexing in Woo Hebben's eyes, who is brought out of her trance by Shin Jung's voice calling out to her to get her attention. And coming to her senses, Woo Hebben, using the blade weapon, begins the offensive action that she had previously initiated, and the general of the Sasquatch, seeing the mass extermination of his squad, can't understand how they could even let this happen. And at this very time, Kwan Hanoi flies at the general of the snowmen to see where the monster is looking. However, this does not frighten the general of the snow people, because in front of him again is not a human king, and therefore has no right to interfere with him. And leaving behind 3 people hovering in the air, including Kwan Hanoi, the snowman general points his horse in the other direction, until eventually the great general of the Frost King appears in Shin Jungji's sight, which activates the Viper's Curse ability on General Snowman and Snow Pterodactyl under the effects of Curse of Chaos. However, this curse did not last long and was lifted, while Shin Jungge uses the Curse of Blindness, which is also lifted, thus contributing to the monster Great General of the Snowmen overtaking Shin Jung with a blow that throws him aside. And this comes to the attention of Woo Hebben, who was also exerting an attacking action at this very time, but ready to continue resisting while crossing her blades to deflect the blow. However, the monster weapon of the Great General of the Snowmen catches up with her early and strikes her. The impact is of tremendous force that creates an explosion, and throws the wounded Wu Hebben aside with her back against the rocks. And the monster Great General of the Snow People appeared in front of Wu Hebben, hovering over her for the next strike. And seeing that in front of the monster Great General of the Snowmen lies a young player, he does not understand how people like her have any right to anything. And Wu Hebben, looking into the face of his imminent doom, turns to his master. After all, her goal was to save all those people, but could she do it? To what he receives an answer that fire jet from the unfolding sky falls directly into the center of the mountain. In doing so, player Lee Ho-yeol continues to hide his past and becomes possessed by the character he created, Grandfell. And player Lee Chang-sung, getting Wu Heben's call, collapses flames on the ground, and no one can figure out where those flames came from, not realizing that the flame is Lee Chang-sung himself who came to the rescue. But only Wu Hebben, looking at this, realizes that her master has appeared here to assist. Also, the appearance of Lee Chang-sung shrouded in flames does not go unnoticed by the Iron Witch, who can't believe that the person she sees in front of her is Lee Chang-sung. And Lee Chang-sung, still in the embrace of the flames, directs his gaze towards the monster Great General of the Snow People, who, looking at him, doesn't know who's in front of him and who he has to deal with. However, this inappropriate question, in Lee Chang-sung's opinion, is not at all relevant to the question. Suddenly, the monster Great General of the Snowmen begins to realize that in front of him stands the one who took the life of their Frost King. And this realization begins to echo around the area, echoing the words of the Great General of the Sasquatch. In addition, the remaining members of the squad have also heard this confession that it is Lee Chang-sung who is the reason for taking the life of the Frost King. And if so, the monster Great General of the Snow People demands to know if Lee Chang-sung is the king of the people. After all, if it was Lee Chang-sung who killed the king of the snowmen, then their general reserves the right to destroy Lee Chang-sung. However, Lee Chang-sung holds a different belief that their king's passing is not meaningless. But the monster general of the Snow People, not wanting to listen to Lee Chang-sung, demands an answer as to whether Tyrant is the king of the people. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung, parrying with the answer, only says that monarchy is already in the distant past. And since that is the case, Lee Chang-sung is no different from other humans, according to the Snowmen General, and activates an ability called Tundra. In response to which, Lee Chang-sung activates the Wild Tiger status, releasing outward chaotic Wild Tiger punches. And now the confrontation between the two forces of Lee Chang-sung on one side and the General of the Sasquatch on the other begins to take place. And the people who witness the showdown can't understand what Lee Chang-sung, who is equal in strength to the Iron Witch, is all about. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung strikes the monster Great General of the Snowmen, starting to push him aside. At the same time, the people watching begin to support Lee Chang-sung in every way possible, asking him to show everyone why he got the nickname Tyrant. The Snowman General realizes that he can't defeat Lee Chang-sung on the ground because of his strength and decides to attack from the air. And having gathered all his power, the monster Great General of the Snowmen opens his jaws and begins his attack. And the resulting force is interfering with Lee Chang-sung's visibility. And then the Great General of the Snow People bared his weapons and, riding a snow pterodactyl, takes flight to attack Lee Chang-sung. Witnesses to the confrontation note that the monster has once again climbed on his horse and is begging Lee Chang-sung not to let him go. While Lee Chang-sung soberly assesses the situation, he enlists the help of his brother Gawul, who is echoing his master and using the Shadow Trail ability to prepare to strike at the monster, until he eventually catches up to him in midair, sitting on a snowy pterodactyl. However, the blow is not to the Great General of the Snowmen, but to his snow pterodactyl. At this, the General of the Sasquatch begins to realize the reason why this happened. Suddenly, a faithful helper flies to his aid from the sky on his snowy pterodactyl, and the hand of his faithful aide touches the General's arm and draws him to him on a snowy pterodactyl. Thus, the monster Great General of the Sasquatch finds himself saved and manages to get away from the scene of the confrontation. And a snowy pterodactyl bursts through the clouds and begins to gain altitude, taking the gardeners with it, until eventually he leaves the confrontation field and all the players left there far behind. And his aide, frightened enough by what happened, asks his general who Lee Chang-sung is. But the general, fully confident of his advantage in the air, suddenly hears a familiar voice. And then Lee Chang-sung appears in front of them and continues to lash out at the general and his aide. However, this completely throws the general out of whack, and he can't believe that Lee Chang-sung can fly. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung, looking at his opponent, starts summoning a firestorm. With that, the Wild Tiger status changes to that of a divided tiger, and his wings begin to break out. And in the sky, there is a huge flash of fire appearing before the eyes of the people gathered below, who look up and see something falling out of the sky. And this is Li Chan-sung, having overpowered the great general and standing on top of him, rapidly moving downward, until eventually the opposing ones touch the ground, forming an explosion accompanied by a flash of fiery light. And the great general of the snowmen, realizing that his end is near, still believes he must avenge his king. To which Li Chang-sung can't understand why the general is so obsessed and dependent on his Frost King. And it turns out that the answer is that only by taking the life of the king of the people who destroyed the Frost King will the throne be open to him. And only in this way, and no other, can a general become a king who will lead his people to prosperity. But as soon as Li Chang-sung hears this, he immediately understands why the Frost King did this. And giving an explanation to the snowman, General Li Chang-sung says that the Frost King left a letter. But to keep the intrigue going, Li Chang-sung throws the letter on the ground in front of the Sasquatch general, who learns from it that he is now the leader of the Sasquatch and at liberty to lead them as he sees fit. And just like that, the great general of the snowmen becomes their king and the new dungeon boss. And now the new king is in tears and doesn't understand what it was all for because they're just fakes. But before he could say anything, his head flew off his shoulders with one deft strike of Li Chang-sung's weapon. Thus, the newly minted king of the Sasquatch loses his life. And on that note, having completed all 3 quests and received all the rewards promised to Li Chang-sung, the dungeon closes. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, 2 people are discussing Li Chang-sung and his refusal of the goddess blessing. And the man sitting in the chair and not believing his ears from what he heard decides to go to Korea and see for himself. After all, if refusing their goddess's blessing was in an incompetent and rude manner, then he would punish Li Chang-sung himself, who at this time is in his apartment looking out the window at the view of the city at night. And looking in Baek's direction, Gavula gets a thank you from him for inviting him to visit this time as well. In doing so, both Li Chan-sung and Baek Gawul witness a fight scene, also of 2 relatively invited stalkers. In addition, Shin Yun-seo is overjoyed at the invitation and notes the change in Tyrant's hairstyle and his favorite tea, for which Li Chang-sung looks in her direction and gratefully accepts the milk tea he drank during the Champions League 4 years ago. And Shin Yun-seo realizes that she is now ready to give her life, but her joy is interrupted by her brother regarding who the gift was taken from. However, before Shin Doomj can speak, he is punched in the face by his sister Shin Yun-seo, who orders him to shut up. But it seems that this scene is not to Li Chang-seon's liking, who also notices the presence of another person, who also witnesses a brother and sister quarrel simply lying on the floor. And that person is Woo Hye-bin, who also accepted the invitation to visit Li Chang-seon, who, inviting her in, notes that his apartment still looks a bit dull because of the lack of decoration. But nevertheless, the table is set, and the guests can begin their meal. While Li Chang-sun himself walks away from them and is left alone, he is immersed in his own thoughts. And Woo Hye-bin, sitting at the table, receives a great item as a gift, which is only given to official members, but Hye-bin gets it as an exception, and if he takes a picture with it, he gets more opportunities. And Woo Hye-bin, receiving the badge as a gift, is sincerely thankful for it, but the deity of hunting season is curious about it. And Yun-seo, noting that Hye-bin is awesome after healing, wonders how she became a fan of Tyrant, who is popular for his obnoxious character. But Woo Hye-bin doesn't consider herself his fan, as she is most likely playing the role of his student, and Li Chang-sung is her mentor. And looking at him, Woo Hye-bin goes on to say that he plans to become a kind person like Li Chang-sung in the future. And this does not go unnoticed by Li Chang-seong, who, although he is standing aside, still hears what Woo Hye-bin said, while believing that her desire to emulate him in some way is worthy of admiration. But his opinion is not shared by the great demon trapped in a trap of deprivation, who looks at the situation calmly, while Tiger is bored by it. And Li Chang-sun realizes that he's succeeding in pissing off Tiger, who's trapped in hardship, and asks about his loneliness. And receiving in return that his speeches are nonsense, asks for forgiveness from Tiger trapped in a trap of deprivation, forgiveness if offended. However, Tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship, warns him that next time he will not be forgiven if Tyrant crosses the line. In addition, Li Chang-sung doesn't understand the meaning of his words about the deity having someone with similar energy in the past. And continuing the story, the deity speaks of that naive one who because of his ignorance fell and he became a delight to tired eyes. However, Lee Chang-sung realizes that this story is very familiar to him, and the speech about the fallen ignoramus is his story. And Tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship, continues to narrate their first meeting in a meadow in Arcadia. And Lee Chang-sung remembers that scene from Arcadia and who was there. In addition, Lee Chang-sung's memory recalls their conversation about whether Lee Chang-sung is the god who defeated Antares. And if that's true, what does deity need to do to become as strong as Lee Chang-sung? However, Lee Chang-sung chases him away by calling him an animal. And the deity Tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship without another word, throws up his hood while smiling evilly. And Lee Chang-sung is left alone as Tiger, trapped in a hardship trap, leaves at his request. And then, in another picture, Lee Chang-sung now appears in divine judgment. Now he is no longer a free man, but one who is shackled hand and foot, and who is indicted and then sentenced. And amongst all his judgments is the deity Tiger, trapped in hardship. And now he's looking down at Lee Chang-sung from above, smiling, enjoying the process. Yes, Lee Chang-sung, remembering all this, now realizes that the ruler of the abyss was first in line when Tsu Wei-du made an attempt on his life. Besides, has Lee Chang-sung always been his target on that Tiger, trapped in hardship, is trying his best to support him? However, of all the things said by Tiger, who is trapped in hardship and loneliness in order to shine like a star, this is complete nonsense. Still, what spurred him to raise the twilight of the gods, and, in parallel, Tiger, trapped in hardship, asks him to heed his word. Besides, the likelihood that he knows who Lee Chang-sung is very slim, considering Thanatos' defense system is probably a coincidence. And since that's the case, Lee Chang-sung, giving himself a 1-month deadline, decides to save it for the ruler of the abyss for another time. After all, it is in this allotted time in Lee Chang-sung's plans to become a ranker. And in response to Tiger's question of being trapped in hardship, Lee Chang-sung, realizing that with his current strength, it is unlikely, decides to obtain the 5th scripture. Since it is this power that will help Lee Chang-sung become a ranker, and it might be very easy for him. However, Tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship, is not sure if another curse will be useful to Lee Chang-sung, but the latter changes his mind with his logic. Thus prioritized, Lee Chang-sung receives another boon for his bravery from Tiger, who is trapped in a trap of hardship. Meanwhile, the interior of a car rushing through the city is filled with sobs and anguish, which stems from Wu Hebben ignoring his uncle and joining Lee Chang-sung's team. And he is informed that he is only a nuisance to Wu Hebben, to which the deity of the nameless giant gives his verdict on the independence of the children. Sometime later, Lee Chang-sung appears with the crystal at the blacksmith, not only fulfilling his promise, but also asking him to strengthen his spears with. However, as always, the blacksmith begins to resent his busyness and lack of rest until he receives a retainer from Lee Chang-sung. In addition, the treasury of the Frost King opens up in front of them, filled with gold coins and valuable items. And looking at all these riches, Lee Chang-sung asks the blacksmith if the material will be enough to fulfill the order. But the blacksmith's attention is drawn to 10,000-year-old cold ingots with enough fingernail-sized pieces to create powerful new weapons. Besides, all this is enough to create the rest, as the blacksmith plans to create such a masterpiece that the others can't. If so, Lee Chang-sung wants to know whether the blacksmith will take the job or not, to which he immediately receives an immediate answer with an agreement. However, upon recognizing the blacksmith's decision, Lee Chang-sung reminds him that he is none other than his boss after all. So as not to piss Lee Chang-sung off, the blacksmith echoes him, but he adds his own argument. And 5 days later, the notification of Lee Chang-sung's appointment as the head of the strategy department's team arrives and Director Oh is expecting him. At that, Lee Chang-sung does not take long to arrive at Executive Director Oh's office. And Assistant Executive Director Oh is looking at Lee Chang-sung and thinks that Lee Chang-sung should stop acting like this. And walking out of Director Oh's office, Commander Shim is admonished by him, asking him not to fall flat on his face during the mission. Still, Commander Shima is starting to get stressed by the situation, considering that one thing is now another is coming down on his head. After all, first Lee Chang-sung shows up, and now this business trip to the States and the elders wonder what Director Oh's plans are. Besides, you have to be extremely careful not to lose your head, which means Commander Shim should meet with Director Lee first. And Executive Director Oh looks at the crystal he received from Lee Chang-sung and notes that it's much brighter than he imagined. However, CEO Oh doesn't even bother to estimate his value enough that Constellation covets him, but is there really no question? For example, it may be a question regarding how to use it, but Tyrant is sure to be notified if necessary. And upon hearing Lee Chang-seong's answer, Director Oh notes the sharpness of his mind, but then doesn't he wonder what secret he's hiding? To which Lee Chang-seong admits that this is now getting curious. And Executive Director Oh, not wanting to stall, offers to start demonstrating it. Both Executive Director Oh and Lee Chang-seong are transported to the realm of player Oh Si-won's illusion. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seong notes that Director Oh so simply creating an area of illusion is indicative of his demonic power. However, it's worth noting that there used to be a few more great demonic mages, about 400 and 500 plus traces of the fourth scripture, but did he destroy the Silver Fox Research Center by deciphering the scripture? However, Executive Director Oh interrupts Lee Chang-seong's train of thought with a question about his soldiers who are truly majestic, and that answer thrills CEO Oh, who is once again convinced of their similarity. But still, does Lee Chang-seong know the rank of the White Tiger clan in the world? However, Lee Chang-seong, without giving a definite answer, suggests that the clan is in the top 20. And looking at Director Oh, Lee Chang-seong realizes how well he hides his appearance, but now he is a demonic man in front of him. And since that's the case, and CEO Oh's decision to show Lee Chang-seong his identity confirms his trust in Tyrant. However, Director Oh wants to know what Lee Chang-seong thinks about the clan being ranked 27th because of the clan's work. But Lee Chang-seong doesn't agree with the assigned seat at all, despite the fact that he hasn't been in any other clan before. And this position is to Director Oh's liking, but still, what does Lee Chang-seong think about if the clan's ambition will grow from servility? Since Director Oh's plan is to go beyond the borders of Korea, while rising higher and moving on instilling fear in anyone from their roar. In addition, the Constellation Clan Protector also wants this, and it won't be long before many will fall at the feet of the White Tiger Clan. And Lee Chang-seong hears Director Oh's speech and wants to know if he plans to take his soldiers to the outside world, causing the world to criticize him. But Executive Director Oh thinks that in front of the face of absolute power, everything becomes unimportant, and it's time for Lee Chang-seong to show his strength. And to get a response from Lee Chang-seong, Executive Director Oh holds out a dream pearl to Lee Chang-seong. But Lee Chang-seong doesn't understand at all what this thing Executive Director Oh is giving him. To which he gets the answer that it is the pearl of a lost dream that will transform Lee Chang-seong into a greater warrior than those before him. In addition, Executive Director Oh gives assurance that by accepting the Pearl of Lost Dreams, Lee Chang-seong will become the strongest of their warriors. However, Lee Chang-seong can't come to the right decision on what to do. In the meantime, the created warriors of Executive Director Oh begin to shout frantically, calling for action. However, Lee Chang-seong, deciding to take on a new form of the Dream Pearl upon closer examination, will try to learn the secrets of the tiger's calamity. And still in thought, Lee Chang-seong hears the voice of his Bihui John Frisia, who offers to give the Pearl of Dreams to him. For with her help, Jean Frisius will become even stronger. Besides, in his mind, there is the method of her constellation. And Lee Chang-seong starts to realize that by eating it, he will give the pearl to Jean, who wants to strengthen the Bihui element by purifying it. Thus coming to a common ground with Jean Frisius, Lee Chang-seong swallows the pearl of a lost dream. At this, the royal tiger scourge begins to spread through Lee Chang-seong's body, voluntarily giving up the effects of immunity to the 10 poison. Immediately, Jean Cutter suppresses the tiger's distress and absorbs it instead of Lee Chang-seong, while informing Mr. Lee Chang-seong that as soon as the results come out, he'll know about it. At this point, for Lee Chang-seong, the illusion area is closed by Executive Director Oh, bringing them back to reality. However, still CEO Oh wants to know how Lee Chang-seong feels after the takeover, to which he receives a reply about the superiority of Lee Chang-seong's condition. And since that's the case, Lee Chang-seong wonders if he can get the pearl again, causing Director Oh to laugh uncontrollably. But still, the tyrant will receive it as a reward, and soon, such a chance will fall from the upcoming confrontation where the clan will act as an ally. And it is the clan that will support the Xanax States Association, whose players, in addition to dungeons, learn artifacts and weapons under the guidance of the Golden Monster. However, Lee Chang-seong wants to know what the confrontation is about and what his role is in it. Lee Chang-seong is tasked with using his fame and influence to draw their attention to the White Tiger clan. The more he is in sight, the more his presence will be felt in the White Tiger. Besides, if Lee Chang-seong calculates it right, he'll end up with something great for laying the groundwork. But first he needs to capture the Stone Desert in France and then head to the Apocalypse City of Chicago to become a ranker. And this request once again delights Executive Director Oh, who declares that by taking over those dungeons, Lee Chang-seong will become a star. But since it is Lee Chang-seong's wish, Executive Director O gives his consent but asks for an escort in case of danger. And this received information causes the tiger deity to rejoice, trapped in a trap of hardship as his subordinate is facing difficulty. Meanwhile, touching his body map, Shin Gamgee still can't believe that he is now part of the future planning department, but his euphoria is interrupted by his sister asking him to hurry up Shin Gamgee, while herself continues training with Baek Gawul, leaving Sheena Gamgee out of the picture, who doesn't want to believe that even though the team has just been formed, they already have to practice. And just at that time, he is called by Hen, aka their head, and Shin Gamgee wonders what kind of weapon it is. However, Lee Chan-sung asks him to call him Hen when they are alone, and it's his newly prepared weapon that needs to be tested. And Shin Yun-seo is mesmerized by Lee Chang-sung's appearance and notes that he looks great, and it's clear why his looks are trending right now. But at this time, Hen declares to his comrades that today they must test the teamwork L, and for that, a real confrontation is needed. So in other words, Executive Director O received an assignment regarding one of the clans that collapsed, and it's about rescuing the stranded, which the team will begin after the details have been verified. Meanwhile, the action takes place at Incheon National Airport, where arrivals are near Terminal 2. It is there that the Iron Witch and her assistant with a plaque in hand greet Lokim P. Wolf, congratulating him on his arrival in Korea. And the Iron Witch, looking at the man approaching them, wants to know if it's really Yoon Chua. And as soon as the Blue Wolf approaches them, the Iron Witch asks to accept the task, however he is surprised that she speaks German. In addition, if the Iron Witch who received a blessing from their patron pays attention to him, it promises great luck. But still ignoring the Iron Witch's demand, Blue Wolf asks to organize a meeting with Tyrant. However, the Iron Witch is very puzzled that Lee Chang-seong is known overseas and has to reply that there are some minor difficulties right now. And to top it off, her assistant, whose rescue the Iron Witch already regretted, reports that Tyrant is on a rescue mission in the Hwacheon mine. But still getting out of the unpleasant situation, the Iron Witch asks the guest to follow her. For despite her hurt feelings, the Iron Witch cannot ignore the request of an officer flown in from afar. But every time Iron Witch and Lee Chang-sung's paths cross, she begins to sense danger. And we're not talking about a simple danger here, but one that threatens her life. Meanwhile, in the Hwacheon area of Gangwon, Lee Jang-seong and his team learns that there are about 20 workers in the mine who are being held captive. However, the arrival of the newcomers does not inspire confidence in them among the mine workers who think they are not capable of anything. But looking at Lee Chang-sung, one of the workers recalls that he is on the level of a ranker, but maybe that's a media embellishment. And Lee Chang-sung, having gotten the information he needed, is already entering the dungeon called Bluestone Island. However, the sight that Lee Chang-sung's team catches their eyes is one of undisguised delight. After all, in front of them is the sea, which also looks great. To which Lee Chan-sung asks the team to be more focused, as you can never know what might jump out. That's why Lee Chan-sung turns to Shin Jim-gyu in the first place, who, immediately realizing what is required of him, uses the snake rescue method ability to raise a ball of light. And next up is Yoon Seo, who is using her shithouse to clarify how she should stand. But then, unknown to the assembled team, a fired arrow flies towards them. It's flying straight towards the direction where Shin Jim-kyu is standing, and ends up knocking him off his feet and straight into Shin Jim-gyu's head. And Shin Yoon-seo, who is watching her brother's defeat, can't believe it happened to Shin Jim-gyu. But Lee Chang-sung pulls Shin Yoon-seo aside and tells her to pull herself together to avoid a similar fate. For right now, a huge number of arrows fired by someone from the forest are being aimed at them from the air. And picking himself up, Shin Yoon-seo uses an ability called Shield Augmentation to defend himself, which is applied just in time because the fired arrows bump into the shield, ricocheting off of it and falling to the ground. However, something else causes Shin Yoon-seo to marvel, causing a cry of surprise. And it's a huge fireball that forms spheres around itself and starts to spread out into space. At the same time, the waves of the fireball spread around the circumference, turning it into a kind of web. And already from the drum beat full of zigzagging lines, the cries of defeat are beginning to be heard. In addition, Shin Yoon-seo is forced to turn around by her brother, who is already on his feet after throwing back the arrow. And this disappoints Shin Jim-gyu's patron, who, despite the displeasure of the snake charging the world, is confident that the core will protect him. However, the snake that coils the world still looks at the mistakes made by its ward, Shin Jim-gyu, who is now fully recovered and starts mimicking Shin Yoon-seo as the arrow hits him. And Lee Chang-sung witnesses another sibling squabble and calls for winter to show up. And as if by magic, the shadow of Baek Gavula begins to spread across the land. Until fully formed, it begins to await further orders from its commander. And a little while later, Lee Chan-sung Shin Yun-seo and her brother Shin Gum-gyu are already watching the column of smoke from the explosion deep in the forest. And at that very moment, a shadowy Baekgevel flew out of there carrying someone's body in his arm. And this spectacular flight makes Shin Yun-seo and her brother Shin Gum-gyu excited and amazed. And Baekgevel has traveled the distance and landed just on the sand next to Lee Chan-sung. The one he was carrying with him is the creature they need to interrogate, so Baekgevel caught him and brought him to Lee Chang-sun. And Shin Yun-seo and her brother Shin Gum-gyu, looking at the taken prisoner, assume that the elf in front of them is an elf. However, Lee Chang-sung looks at his eyes and notes that it's not an ordinary elf, but a gray elf, while hunting season is curious to know what the elf is doing here. And Shin Yun-seo and her brother Shin Gum-gyu keep looking at the elf, not understanding what gray means and how it is. And Lee Chang-sung explains that gray elves, although they may resemble ordinary elves, and in some ways may resemble them, but they are not related to this race. And they are created by a monster named Parasite to suck energy from other creatures, and it seems Unseo is familiar with Parasite. However, Shin Gum-gyu still can't understand the purpose of sending the gray elf here. But Lee Chang-sung, continuing the story, says that to create a gray elf, the original must be in the adult state. And looking at the gray elf, Lee Chang-sung noticed that for such a small dungeon, he was considerably full of food. However, it is strange that the parasite has grown so much because there are no monsters in the water, and people from the presence of a cave with Mangacapped on the island are often. And after thinking about it for a while, Lee Chang-sung says he has some idea. But it is true if she is involved and participates in the destruction of the world by creating this very dungeon, otherwise there is something else. And Lee Chang-sung decides to retreat for a while, which causes misunderstanding on the part of the brother and sister, because they have not even seen the trapped people. Lee Chang-sung replies that because of the presence of the gray elf on the island, a parasite has probably taken over and it's dangerous for everyone. And turning to the system window, Lee Chang-sung pressed the button about wanting to exit. However, he receives an answer that shocks him, as he cannot get out of the mission. After all, for some reason the connection with the outside world was lost, and to return, you need to complete a mission to find the demonic core. And if so, Lee Chang-sung announces to his team that they will proceed with their original plan. And first, Lee Chang-sung and his team need to get deep into the forest. At this, Lee Chang-sung applies the Fierce Tiger condition and activates the ability Fierce Tiger comes out of the hole, thereby destroying a couple more gray elves that get in his way. Lee Chang-sung notices that they have blood, but those who are created by the parasite have no blood. However, those whom Lee Chang-sung sees in front of him have flesh muscles, skeleton, and even a little blue blood that is similar to living beings. But more surprisingly, gray elves have fragments of divinity in them. And since that's the case, there's only one parasite capable of such a creation. And Lee Chang-sung's mind goes to the divine tree that grew from a once planted branch of the Tree of Peace. And God alone can grow such a divine tree. In this case, this god is the goddess who takes away life and destruction, and who used to be Lee Chang-sung's comrade. And the name of this goddess Kali, however, it is interesting why on the island Lee Chang-sung finds traces of her presence. But if that's the case, then what's become of Kali now that she's taken that step? Meanwhile, at the site of the destruction, the voices of the trapped people are heard in the dungeon asking for help, and Lee Chang-sung and his team rush to their aid, promising them that the White Tiger clan will not abandon them. At the same time, cries for help continue because people are alive and waiting for help to rescue them from the captivity of stone. And Lee Chang-sung, hearing the pleas for help, orders his team to stop. And the first thing he does is approach the player Shin Gum-gyu. The only request is for Shin Gum-gyu to activate the magic lightning ability, which the latter does, and the ball formed with rays coming from it rises upwards, illuminating the cave. At the same time, the bright rays of the magic ball touch the deepest corners of her, presenting the attention of a huge number of unknown zombie creatures. And then Lee Chang-sung realized that the cries for help were a trap. At the same time, the roots of the divine tree that get stuck in unknown monsters lead to the same place. In the meantime, a huge wave of lifeless creatures comes at Lee Chang-sung and his comrades, promising them retribution. However, Lee Chang-sung realizes that the Jigui can easily kill them with flames, but there is a possibility that there are survivors. And turning to Baekgevel, who now has a new name, Winter asks him to create a passageway. And Baekgevel doesn't take long to shadow Lee Chang-sung again to carry out his order. And swiftly moving forward, Winter scatters the lifeless monsters in different directions, and Lee Chang-sung gazes ahead and begins to consider his next steps. And having made a decision, he throws himself down to the roots of the divine tree, following Baek Givul, who frees the way for him. But once Lee Chang-sung reaches the end, he is very surprised by what he sees in front of him. There's no way that what he sees in front of him is what Lee Chang-sung is thinking, since in front of Lee Chang-sung personified form of a fully grown parasite, however, at the expense of whom its roots are held. And these are not simple roots of the divine tree, but the very real elven root. And upon discovering the boss monster's elven roots, Lee Chan-sung turns his attention to his crown, as this crown is very similar to the crown that was once on the head of his comrade Kaylee. And if you look closely, the crown on the boss monster's head is similar to the crown worn by Kaylee. And while Tiger trapped in the hardship trap is looking around the dungeon with interest, Lee Chan-sung pulls out unknown weapons. After all, there is a possibility that one of the trees that raised Kaylee once lost its way and ended up in a dungeon. And given that the ruler of the abyss is strongly interested, this wild guess has a place. Perhaps it is not coincidental. It's likely that this is where something very sinister is going on. And Lee Chang-sung, moving on the elf tree monster boss, starts the raid on the boss. While using his unknown weapon, Lee Chang-sung deflects the boss's attack, while the boss monster himself is also dodging attacks from Lee Chan-sung, who is already becoming very sure of what he assumed before because the boss monster is emanating Kaylee's energy, and especially strong energy is felt from the crown, which is most likely a copy of the goddess with a high level. And if Lee Chang-sung's guess is correct, the monster is at least a bishop or priest of Kali. In this case, Tiger, trapped in a trap of deprivation, is delighted with the ongoing confrontation, and Gemini also witnesses. However, Lee Chang-sung realizes that this is not a simple interest in confronting a strong guy. There is something else involved that he does not know. Meanwhile, other gray elves join in to help their boss monster. That being said, Tyrant realizes that to find out he needs to defeat the boss at all costs, given the confrontation with the fire of the five-element tree. And his firestorm begins to rage because of the use of the Jigwi servant, who threatens to scorch all creatures. In the meantime, Shin Yun-seo successfully defeats every monster that comes her way with her shithouse. And her brother Shin Jum-kyu, not wanting to fall behind his comrades, activates a fireball, directing it against the lifeless creatures. Whereas player Baek Givul activates his ability called Shadow Tsunami, while successfully destroying the Grey Elves and making it clear that he is not an ordinary player. And for now, having scattered his enemies in different directions, Baek Givul is watching. However, if anyone else still has the desire to attack a Baek Givul player, they are fine with it and are waiting. Until Baek Givul's gaze comes upon the silhouette of a man standing amongst the rocks. And naturally, the appearance of a human among the monsters is very surprising and alarming to Baek Givul. Considering also that this man finds himself on par with Baek Givul, bearing his weapons and attacking Winter, to which Baek Givul shows due resistance but is still curious about who is in front of him. And the man who appears explains that he is Park Hae-sung, a lieutenant under the command of the Military Defense Force, who was captured in an attempt to rescue the worker. And since Pa Hae-sung answered Baek Givul's question, it's his turn to find out if Baek Givul is human. To which he also gets the answer that Baek Givul is someone who is a member of Team L in the White Tiger clan. So Baek Givul means that Team L is a unit run by Lee Chang-sung. And if that's the case, then is he really here? And if that's the case, the injured people are in great need of help. But unfortunately, Lee Chang-sung is not with his team yet. But then, Baek Givul hears a voice that relays Lee Chang-sung's order for his team to go first, as chaos will soon reign. However, Baek Givul hearing the voice seems to recognize it, and if so, how can they trust him? And Jin, looking at Baek Givul, does not understand how he manages to calculate it, because Jin considers Zima a worthless dog who is waiting for praise from his master. But if it is, then Baek Givul has a brain and will of his own, and is free to disbelieve Jin if he doesn't want to. And at these words, Jin disappears, and Baek Givul, not knowing what to do, tries to stop Jin. After all, it's clear that Jin has disappeared, and I wonder if what he said just now is true. And being at a crossroads, Baek Givul begins to consider what he would do if Lee Chang-sung were in his place. And Lieutenant Pa Hae-sung, looking at Baek Givul, doesn't understand why there's a pause and what Winter is thinking of. At this, Baek Givul pulls himself together and asks the lieutenant about the whereabouts of the survivors. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung realizes that the five-element tree always loses to fire. At the same time, the firestorm formed by Lee Chang-sung, due to his use of the Jigwi servant, begins to rage more and more, threatening to destroy him. And the fiery flames that burst out are headed towards the monster boss and his gray elf subject. And the boss monster getting hit starts screaming from the fiery pressure put on him, which gains so much power that it throws a pillar of fire high up from the top of the dungeon. At the same time, Lee Chang-sung sees that one silhouette is beginning to move back inside. And this silhouette is a boss monster who does not want to give up so easily and wants to continue the confrontation. Plus, the boss monster engulfed in fire emits a piercing scream of summoning, which facilitates the return back to the bowels of the dungeon of all the gray elves cast upward by the flame. And Lee Chang-sun realizes that it will be difficult for him to deal with them alone, so he calls his assistant Jin, who immediately appears behind his master's back in full armor. At the same time, Jin notes that he was waiting for the moment when his master Lee Chang-sung would call him to his aid. And pulling out his weapon, Jin starts swinging it from side to side while shattering everything in his path. And Lee Chang-sung, leaving Jin to clear the dungeon of monsters, decides to go up. After all, his target is the monster boss elf tree himself, who also removes himself from the scene of the confrontation, bringing Lee Chang-sung with him. At the same time, Lee Chang-sung begins to realize that the more damage and injuries the boss monster does, the stronger it becomes. Once again, Lee Chang-sung, using his unknown weapon, finds resistance in the boss monster's shield while not realizing what these mysteries are. But if so, it's time to move on to more serious action, and Lee Chang-sun takes up the hilt of his weapon, thereby turning it into a modified form of weapon by activating the Fall Shard mode, which is a fiery arrow that hits the body of the boss monster hovering over Lee Chang-sung. It's also so lucky that it separates his left arm from the left side of his body. But then what the monster's body is made of starts to branch out to form a single piece. And now, Lee Chang-sung sees the monster in front of him unharmed and unharmed, which is reborn in front of him. To make matters worse, the newly revived part strikes Lee Chang-sung, which notes that the monster not only recovers quickly, but also the damaged part is characterized by considerable hardness. Also, Tyrant notes Kaylee's advantages over him in traditional martial arts, plus the monster's fast recovery increases the difference. However, it is likely that in some ways Lee Chang-sung is aided by a superior element, which means we need to do something else that won't eliminate it completely, but at least overpower it a little bit. In other words, Lee Chang-sung must crush the monster with such a huge gap that the monster can't handle it. After all, he'd had to deal with something like this once before, high up in the mountain. But only then was he dealing with Kaylee, who admittedly was honestly hard for Lee Chang-sung to catch up with just by using martial arts. In addition, Lee Chang-sung notes that Kaylee's powers have changed, but he doesn't understand why or if he is allowed to do so. To which Kaylee tells Lee Chang-sung that she has no problem sharing her latest weapon, but it must be used in case of extreme danger. Since among all those who witnessed this hidden part, Lee Chang-sung is the only one who survived. And now, Lee Chang-sung, using a hidden part called Himawata's Breath, decides to overpower the monster before the full-scale explosion of magic. Thus, Lee Chang-sung uses Himawata's Breath, thereby provoking his hidden powers, which cause all of Lee Chang-sung's stats to increase for 5 minutes, namely the Berserk mode of Insanity and Delirium. In addition, Lee Chang-sung activates the ability of Kalokagatia. Thanks to the bark, Lee Chang-sung can use all the magical powers within him. And Lee Chang-sung realizes that 5 minutes is the time limit for him to use all his hidden powers, but in fact, it's 5 seconds. But since he has such a meager maximum in his current state, he should be able to finish off the monster by all means. Meanwhile, the boss monster elf tree is already attempting to attack Lee Chang-sung, bypassing the beams aimed at him. As long as some of them do not start to strike the monster, and so passes a second, you need to catch up before the wounds of the boss did not heal. And Tyrant is already starting to activate an ability called Viper's Eye, which allows you to focus on the target's movement, and it's 2 seconds. With that, Lee Chang-sung's ability to claw the ruler of the Black Mountain begins to rage, talking about the 3 seconds past. And the blows dealt to the boss monster elf tree continue to follow one after another. Thus, 4 seconds mark that the Black Mountain ruler's claw ability was already fiercely rampant, until eventually, the final and decisive blow is dealt to the boss monster elf tree. And at the 5th last second, Lee Chang-sung defeats the boss monster elf root, thus completing the task. And Lee Chang-sung forcibly stopping Himawata's breathing restores all stats, marveling at hunt time with his demonstrated ability. At the same time, the snake accusing the world is interested in the principle of operation, specifying that usually the provocation of hidden power often cripples a person, Li Changsung is surprised to see his defeated foe using Kaylee's technique against her own priest. But the most important thing is to find out what has become of Kaylee, since Li Changsung was sent to the Divine Court for sentencing. However, while Gemini and the ruler of the Abyss are watching Li Changsung, he must be careful in his question of the boss monster. But approaching the boss monster Elvenroot, Li Changsung notices that there are some changes happening to him. And looking at the monster boss Li Changsung, doesn't realize what's happening to him. And the boss monster Elfroot rise up from the ground, starts laughing furiously and without ceasing. In addition, Li Changsung realizes that at this very moment, the defeated guy isn't looking at him, and the boss monster continues to self-destruct, appealing to the gods who opposed him. For soon the apocalypse of which the gods are so afraid will come, and then their bereft god will rise up and destroy them, and he will come with the twilight and wipe them all out. And Li Changsung, witnessing this obscurantism, feels that the ability of the beast's sense of danger and the eye of the viper orders him to flee. Eventually, the boss monster Elfroot left this world. However, he donated divinity and magical extract to the tree parasite. And if you follow the rule, at that very moment, the parasite tree begins to evolve into a new form. And Li Changsung, who is already leaving the scene of the collision, turns around and remembers the divine tree. Meanwhile, on the other side of the quarry, a discussion broke out among the workers as to why the rescue team had not yet left. After all, something bad could have happened, but you have to be careful what you say, as their eyes are open to something that catches their attention. And it is nothing less than the opening of the dungeon gates, which is accompanied by a flash of firelight. So frightened of the dungeon rupture, one of the workers asks Shim Yang to contact the association as soon as possible. And then a car flies up to the dungeon where the terrified workers are standing, causing them to look away from the impending problem. At that, the Iron Witch appears from the interior of the car with her assistant, the arriving guest, and his interpreter, who also witnesses the dungeon breaking while noting the frivolity of the management. And the arriving guest, assessing the strength of the rupture, says that based on the wavelength of the magic, the dungeon is assigned 4 stars or even higher. At the same time, the translator retells the guest's words and learns that this dungeon has 1 star. But it can't be, so there's an open dungeon nearby where the tyrant is. And inside the dungeon, Tyrant enjoys the sight of the parasite tree that has formed, for which he receives a rebuke from one of Gemini's faces. As Li Changsung leisurely contemplates the picture, he notes the large-scale energy depletion that is forming in various places in the dungeon. Still, he is interested in the not insignificant question of whether Baekgevel and the rest of the crew had time to evacuate. And Li Changsung, continuing to look at the tree, recalls the last words the Elvenroot said about their lifeless god. That is, if you decipher the words correctly, it becomes clear that Kaylee is no longer alive and the constellation Gemini is to blame. And in the beginning, it becomes Xerxes, and now Kaylee Li Changsung hopes that others are not hurt because of him after he was brought to trial. Meanwhile, a new boss monster divine parasite is born, going through the final stages, and he decides that the energy in the dungeon is not enough to fulfill his goal, and therefore he needs to explore the surrounding area. Moreover, the new server for the monster becomes the land existing outside the dungeon, and it begins to spread roots. This leads to the dungeon breaking and the creation of a new logging assignment caused by Li Changsung. And to avoid the destruction of the island's ecosystem and the sea and the tree's invasion of the outside world, Li Changsung decides to bring back the priest of Kali. However, this idea is very amusing to Jean, but still Li Changsung needs to get rid of a parasite tree and bring back the elf root. And Li Changsung contradicting the constellation, Gemini suggests that the parasite tree aspires to the heavens where the stars and gods are. And turning to Jean, he asks him to find the elven root. However, seeing that Jean does not take his request seriously, finding it somewhat ridiculous, says that it is an order. Jin Frisia is getting pissed off at everything Li Changsung says, but it should be noted that his words have a weight to them. And not daring to contradict Li Changsung any longer, Jin Frisius leaves to do his bidding. And Li Changsung himself, looking at the tree parasite spreading its roots, decides to go to the tree. And equipping a white dipping bow, Li Changsung activates the Viper's Eye ability that finds the target he wants. With that, after finishing all the preparation, Li Changsung releases the bow arrow, which, after traveling a considerable distance, reaches the tree of the parasite. And there is an explosion indicating that the target is activated, and the arrow pierces the intended target. In this case, the ability of the lightning explosion and the lightning network contribute to the creation of a large-scale explosion through a chain reaction. And Li Changsung looks at the tree engulfed in flames and notes that the parasite stops growing. Li Changsun hears the two deities arguing about the power given to him, and thinks about which gods are still children. As the boss monster, Divine Parasite Tree, from the blow dealt to him, suddenly goes into a rage. Once again, Li Changsung, who was not caught off guard by this event, releases an arrow towards the parasite tree, thus partially destroying the Divine Tree parasite, with just 2 arrows, upgrading the bow control ability to Bowmaster. And the Flying Tiger's Tailwind ability that Li Chansung uses allows him to run through the air towards the unbeliever bearing his fangs. Meanwhile, Tiger, who is trapped in a trap of hardship, is watching Li Changsung enjoying the great view that appears before his eyes. Finally, Li Changsung reaches the top of the parasite tree and enters the well of the Divine Tree. But suddenly, Li Changsung notices that there's someone in the well of the Divine Tree, and it's a creature whose silhouette with wings looms on the horizon. The creature bared its teeth in a smile, surprised that it could meet a new guest here. And Gemini Divinity illuminates the entire sky, while Li Changsung's beast sensibility warns Li Changsung of danger. And it seems the creature witnesses Li Changsung's conversation with the patron while noting that it demands respect, while Li Changsung himself assigns a high level to the creature, probably even a priest or archbishop if not an apostle. And the creature, looking at Li Changsung, promises him to feel the consequences of blaspheming his patron and spread his teachings in his world. Since the creature is not at all understandable as a ghost, god, and spirit, those who are not divine went against his patron. For this, he will destroy everyone. In doing so, the head priest of the twin sun wishes to restore the divinity of the god of deprived life. And Li Changsun realizes that he is facing a strong opponent, and it is unlikely that he will defeat him in his current state. And isn't there any other way to defeat a harpy creature to get the elven root back? And then to help Li Changsun comes Jean Frisius, saying that such a method exists and first need to extract the pure demonic core. In addition, Li Changsung realizes that it may not be easy, but you have to take every chance, and activates the collocation. This leads to an increase in strength and dexterity, and temporary replenishment of stats that are currently lacking. And it seems that Li Changsung's manipulations are making the harpy think. And Li Changsung continues to use the Himawat breath, which provokes hidden powers and helps achieve the berserk state. At this, the harpy's surprise begins to increase as the creature doesn't have time to speak, seeing that Li Changxiang was coming at him with his 2 weapons, thus renewing the interest of the tiger trapped in hardship and attracting the attention of one of the faces of the Gemini constellation. Once again, the harpy, seeing Li Changsung getting closer and closer to him each time, couldn't understand what was wrong. And also, in addition to the harpy, the arriving guest, along with the Iron Witch looking at the blazing tree parasite, don't understand what's going on. After all, isn't what the arriving guest sees all monsters? To which the Iron Witch gives the answer that the dungeon rift in front of them is not simple. Plus, the tree parasite continues to grow, and who knows what will happen, it will cross the earth through this rift. However, what will happen is not even imaginable, as it is clear that something terrible will happen. So you need to take action, and first of all, figure out which direction to go in order to catch this monster. Just as suddenly, there is a huge explosion of wood in front of the Iron Witch and the arriving guest. And the arriving guest, looking at the new picture, doesn't understand what's going on now. At the same time, the Iron Witch looks at the system window's notification of Li Changsung's rampage and realizes that he is also involved. And echoing her words, the arriving guest also witnesses Li Changsung's handiwork. After all, based on the guest's initial plans, he has no plans to join the raid, but now he needs to deal with the dungeon. So the guest, aka player, Joachim Wolf, starts using an ability called Werewolf Transformation, which causes Joachim Wolf's appearance to change into that of a wolf. And the Iron Witch, taking on the form of Joachim Wolf, climbs on his neck. In this case, the two receive the blessing of the saints, which is much more powerful than that of the high priests. And in addition, it comes from all the gods of Olympus. And the Iron Witch, also fully concentrating on the work at hand, activates the ability of visual acuity. What helps her see is that amidst the chaos ahead, there are survivors heading 32 degrees northwest. And Joachim Wolf, having received the necessary information, warns the Iron Witch to be careful when driving. And at this time, Li Changsung's abilities of the Black Mountain Ruler's first claw and second claw cross. And despite being warned by a Gemini constellation person about the danger to a member of his family, Li Changsung doesn't stop. In doing so, Li Changsung's power overtakes the unsuspecting creature Harpy, who feels the damaging effects of Li Changsung's ability. Thus, the son of the high priest of the twins was sent to the other world, and followed by the destruction of the boss monster, Divine Parasite. And Li Changsung, for this, having gained a great deal of experience and merit, analyzes the work that was done by him using the claws. After all, Lee Chang-sung gave up everything he had at his disposal to do so, including his hidden powers, which one of the Gemini's faces said was impossible. In addition, right now, Lee Chang-sung is not even able to represent the Black Strike, so he is so exhausted. And at this point, the dungeon task ends and begins to count Lee Chang-sung's reward, promising him popularity among the gods and stars. A countdown begins, and in 10 seconds, the dungeon will be closed, and everyone should prepare for a shock. And Lee Chang-sung keeps falling while his hands are still touching his wing, and his eyes look up exactly where he's just fallen from. But suddenly, Lee Chang-sung sees a man in front of him in the shadows, talking about a certain person who fell after losing his wing. And at that, Lee Chang-sung's eyes start to close, and the last thing he hears is the man saying that he's not interested in this kind of thing. However, Lee Chang-seong is now lying on the bed, but his eyes are still closed. But through the veil of his eyes, he sees the girl's silhouette and also feels warmth. Her body odor is so soft yet pungent, and her voice, though grumbling, is full of concern. And then Lee Chang-sung starts to open his eyes as the creature returns to him, bringing with it a feeling. And this feeling, for some unknown reason, tapped into a certain familiar sense of longing. Just as suddenly, the silhouette of the girl is replaced by the voiced head of Baek Gewul, who is looking at Lee Chang-sung with excitement, who is equally shocked that the picture has changed so quickly and he sees his brother in front of him. At the same time, the action takes place already in the real world in the hospital building, where Lee Chang-sung is sitting on the couch with Baek Gewul talking about Lieutenant Park Ha-sung. After all, no doubt he is familiar to Lee Chang-sung. This is the second lieutenant during his training, and most likely, he has been promoted. And Baek Gewul goes on to tell of when the parasite tree grew so large that its spreading vines could sweep them away. However, a werewolf wolf with a gardener around its neck then appeared in front of them. It was he who saved them at the very moment when they were in the middle of a disaster and their fate seemed sealed. And Lee Chang-shan needs to know that the wolf riding the wolf was the Iron Witch, aka Agent Cha Ye-yoon. Among other things, her appearance is most likely related to the dungeon rift, and she was the first to help Lee Chang-sung while he was unconscious. And Lee Chang-sung, listening to his brother, still couldn't understand how the Iron Witch was able to detect mana waves at such a distance. However, that's not all Lee Chang-sung. After all, it's worth remembering that after exchanging brief greetings with the Iron Witch on the hill, Lee Chang-sung felt blessed by her gods. But there is another hidden face that was looking at Lee Chang-sung, and for now, he should thank Agent Cha Ye-yoon and study her better. In the meantime, we can put these matters aside and give ourselves a chance to rest, as regaining our strength is of paramount importance to Lee Chang-sung. However, another thought keeps Lee Chang-sung in suspense, and it concerns the Gemini constellation's reaction to the loss of a highly ranked family member. And at the same time, somewhere on the expanse of the night city on the highway, rushes a yellow car, where it's about Lee Chang-sung and Agent Cha Ye-yoon, who for some unknown reason didn't stay at the hospital when Tyrant regained consciousness. After all, it's worth it to hear Tyrant's words of gratitude. Besides, did Cha Ye-yoon know that they dedicated part of the show to that day? Or is it because Cha Ye-yoon is uncomfortable hearing words of gratitude, especially from the Tyrant? Not wanting to hear another word, Cha Ye-yoon punches the assistant who keeps throwing barbs at her. In addition, Cha Ye-yoon is sure that the guy present at that place witnessed the whole thing. And who and what is Lee Chang-sung anyway? Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung begins to have a curse at Ghoul's lair, where he meets his Bihui Jean Frisia. However, even though he is not feeling well, Lee Chang-sung has no other choice but to begin with. He needs to clarify about the pure demonic core. And as if anticipating this question, Jean says he was ready for the answer, and it took him a lot of effort to track it down. However, Lee Chang-sung, asking to bypass the chatter, asks to get to the heart of the conversation. But the answer, as it turns out, is simple. Lee Chang-sung needs to feed a pure demonic core to one of the creatures. Lee Chang-sung doesn't understand how this is possible, but Jean asks him to tell him how he created everyone here, including himself. And after all the discussions, Lee Chang-sung begins to realize that he has used the purification of the starlight of the forgotten god. That's the right answer, because all the family members in Ghoul's lair are made of purified starlight. Also, to be specific, Tiger Calamity doesn't wave elements or characteristics. Without an element, it's an empty vessel. To which Jean is pleased to announce that he is a master at creating strong vessels, and that this once again confirms the correctness of his choice. And so a member of Jin's family named Zabek begins to absorb a pure demonic core. which leads to the merging of Xebec and the pure demonic core reconstructing and altering its stats. Xebec now begins to be issued an item followed by an ability issue, and the nature of the elven root begins to slowly rise up through Xebec, bringing the personality memories from his past life. Now, a family member with a new characteristic born is heading towards Li Chang-sung, planning to strike. However, Li Chang-sung realizes that in his past life, the new family member was a high priest and also wants revenge. And Jin, getting a provocative question from Li Chang-sung about what he plans to do about it, stops the new family member. At the same time, not understanding how the new member of the family dares to oppose his master, otherwise the end will be sad. After all, Zabeg is a family member who was resurrected by Jin, and the body for his rebirth was borrowed to help redistribute his stats, which means now he has to be given a new name, and Li Chan-sung names Xebec the Elf Root. Thus, a new name is established for a member of the family whose duty it will be to protect his lord by speaking with his weapon. And realizing that the root elf could now speak, Li Chang-sung wondered the reason why the elf lost his life. But the elf root also wants to know from Li Chang-sung why this particular question is of interest to Li Chang-sung. Li Chang-sung replies that because he has no specific patron, his strength is less than it would be under other circumstances. At the same time, the elf root, hearing this answer, can't believe that Li Chang-sung still doesn't have a patron. And if this circumstance has nothing to do with horoscope or jiwei doshu, then there is a chance to find light on a path full of darkness. And since that's the case, you can tell everything that happened in the past before it was ruined. And in the beginning, before all this, there was a star called the Twilight of the Gods, and this star confronted several stars and zodiacs, and then got to the divine judgment, where many agreed with the verdict. However, some stars were against it, and among them was a patron who had the current elf root in his favor, and that was Kaylee. Which, referring to the current elf root, spoke of a certain friend who had abandoned her, but yet the friend should not have left. But still there is a huge, but that at the time greatly alarmed the current root elf. After all, Kaylee chased away the final thought that this battle is hers, because it all started back in the 12 signs of the zodiac. And that's why Finn has to go, because Kaylee's firing all his priests, including him. And leaving Finn alone without further explanation, Kaylee left him. That being said, remembering all of this, now the root elf doesn't know, or rather isn't quite sure if it was luck for him. However, in her decision and choice, Goddess Kaylee was not alone, as there were those who made the choice to stick to her side. But the Goddess Kali never told Finn about her comrades, and so he does not know what became of her and her supporters. However, Finn knows that her act angered several stars in the sky, and as a result, Goddess Kaylee had to say goodbye to her life. And it is likely that those gods who followed Kaylee also suffered the pains of. And Finn had been mingling with the fragments of the ruined world ever since, until he wandered into a place filled with magic. At the same time, Li Chang-sung also realizes that all the failures that Kali and Xerxes have suffered are the work of the 12 signs. And no matter how strong Kali was, she couldn't resist the 12 signs of the zodiac to save Li Chang-sung's life. But still going back to the original topic, Li Chang-sung wants to know what the purpose of the elf root staying in this place is. Probably revenge. However, there is no doubt that the goal of revenge is part of the root elf's plans, but initially, he wants to bring his goddess back to life. And after hearing this, Li Chang-sung can't believe that this possibility exists. But even if it is not so, the root elf believes and wishes it, for it is the duty of a true priest. And as long as there are believers who gather divinity, then rebirth is possible. In other words, divine creation is deprived of its status. But still coming back to the divinity of God, Li Chang-sung, I wonder if it is true that the more one gathers, the stronger one becomes. To which she receives an affirmative answer from the root elf, who will try to reach the level of an apostle at her expense. And so the elf root, knowing that there are several stars interested in Li Chang-sung, asks him to stay out of the way by offering a deal, which is fine with Li Chang-sung, who undertakes to help the elf root in exchange for loyalty. Besides, the elf root couldn't escape Li Chang-sung anyway, and it wasn't free to do whatever it wanted without its master's permission. Therefore, wouldn't it be better for the elf root to completely rely on Li Chang-sung, thereby gaining a chance for the future? And this statement of his master not only interests, but even frightens the root elf. After all, when he looks at Li Chang-sung, he sees a resemblance to his patron with the goddess Kaylee, and that realization touches the root elf to the core, who can no longer hold back the tears, which means the choice has already been made by him, and now the one who is the 26th branch of the goddess of life, depriving and destruction is the current root of the... Looking at Li Changsheng kneeling before him, he is ready to recognize him as his new master. And now a member of the Root Elf family swears loyalty to Li Changsun, thus strengthening the relationship in the status of Mr. Servant. Therefore, by increasing loyalty by 15 points and dependence by 10 points, Li Chansung gains the absolute right to command. However, Li Chansung also realizes that this right cannot prevent the elf from taking his life or rebelling against his master. And Li Changxiang is obliged to help the elf root with his desires, and he is also interested in the reaction of the twins to such an addition, one of whose faces begins to smile slyly at the fact of how accepted the traitor who dared cross his path is. Soon, Li Changsun and Jin see the information in the system window that they are given a new task from the twins, which is to choose a patron, and the reason is to harm a high priest and bring a heretic to his side. However, for the moment until the assignment takes effect, the constellation Gemini wishes Li Changsung to propose. And it's about Li Changsung becoming the apostle of Gemini, much to the displeasure of Jean Frisia. Because if he refuses, Li Changsung will face serious punishment from Gemini for harming the high priest. And this sentence begins to spread throughout the firmament, where there are 12 signs closest to the emperor. And Li Changsheng, who knew that the 12 zodiacs would someday be interested in him, didn't think that they would ask him to become an apostle. And in case Li Changsheng accepts the offer, he will not only become an apostle, but also a demigod who is greater than a low-level god. So realizing this very well, Li Changsung is thrilled with such a stunning offer. And the root elf, with a hard time realizing this, also realizes that everyone will be under their control even after the resurrection of the goddess. In addition, the other gods, hearing such a proposal, begin to be indignant, to put it mildly, for which they were turned off by their younger brother Pollux. However, whoever he really is will not affect the decision of Li Changsung, who doesn't know his answer yet. But something distracts Li Changsung from thinking, and he plunges his hand into the system window, while pulling out an item that at first glance Li Changsung's post-recovery looks not bad. And this thing is a replica of the crown of the goddess, whose rank is elevated from sacred object to holy relic due to the appropriation of the twins' divinity, which contains the divinity of two incompatible enemies, and in this case, it is Kali and Gemini. After all, when Li Chansung was honored with the attention of Gemini, it was Mephistopheles who was the first to react violently, which means you have to try. And putting the crown on his head, with the words that Li Changsung was taken from the great demon, he shocks one of Gemini's faces. Now that the pale shrine is open, the deity Great Demon chasing the abyss raises its head at Li Changsung, which further proves Li Changsung right about Mephistopheles' interest in Tirana for some as yet unknown reason. And the deity Great Demon chasing the abyss begins to quietly observe a certain star that puzzles Gemini. In this case, none of the 12 zodiacs, considering the power of Mephistopheles, will not mess with him thoughtlessly. One of the Gemini faces realizes the predicament the other face is in and declares a battle to Li Changsun. And the shining light of the completed constellation begins the destruction of the world, thereby creating a violent clash of darkness and light. And Li Changsung notes that even a simple collision of the energies of two stars can cause the entire body to tremble. In the meantime, the channels temporarily disabled are restored, and Hunting Season begins aiming his bow at a particular constellation. And hearing Hunting Season screaming about how she was dared to be humiliated, Li Changsung can't believe it's Pabalsag. This situation plays into the hands of Li Changsung, who is glad that the primordial dragon Tiamat is involved in the case. To which one of Gemini's faces frowns, receiving a warning to be careful. After all, Tiamat, technically being the enemy of Gemini, is preparing for a confrontation with Taurus, the current head of the 12 zodiac. And the snake enveloping the world tiredly sharpens its scales at what the owl, piercing the dim light, learns from the horoscope about smoothing out irreverence. Meanwhile, other deities like Blue Dragon and Red Phoenix are still standing around without actively participating. And even the Supreme Palace Fence, one of their 3 stars, Ziwei Doshu, is here and begins to squint. In addition, despite Ziwei Doshu's conflict with the horoscope for controlling the celestial realm, he would not show such a reaction. To which one of the Gemini faces, numb with rage at the advice of the other face, and the tiger trapped in the hardship trap begins to retreat in another direction. And on that note, Li Changsung removes the crown from his head, returning to reality. He is very disappointed with this outcome, because it could have turned into a battle between Horoscope and Zhu Weidushu. However, one of Gemini's faces pauses for a moment to show his dislike for the man who humiliated him. Yet deciding to turn around to Li Changsung, one of the Gemini's faces begins to reach out to him, the one that crossed the celestial space and touched Li Changsung's shoulder, which in turn, without having time to react, turns around in fear at the resulting touch. Thus, one of Gemini's faces reaches Li Changsung, spreading his divine power over the tyrant's body like a cold. And at this very moment, Li Changsung realizes that it's not good. As the divine heat spreads through Li Changsung's body, it causes him to be in great pain. At the same time, Li Changsung realizes that even if he is immune to the 10 poisons, he will not be able to master the divine power of the 12 signs. And one of the faces of Gemini, in answer to a question from Tiger trapped in a trap of hardship, says that he is honoring the tyrant in this way, while Li Changsung begins to wear down such honor by sizzling him with flame. And the other face of the Gemini disappears and remarks that if Li Changsung can handle it, he will gain talent, otherwise the heat will melt his soul. With that, the great demon chasing the abyss looks down as Li Changsung's body burns, while at the end of the day, the great demon chasing the abyss grants the suffering Li Changsung a new privilege. And Li Changsung suddenly starts to realize the changes that are happening in him, while noting that he suddenly has a stigma imprinted on him, and this stigma represents a shining open eye, the one on Li Changsung's left shoulder, causing him to feel inexplicable excitement. The great demon chasing the abyss looks at Li Changsung and says that it will be easier for him to follow him. And on that note, the pale shrine fades away, leaving Li Changsung, Jean Frisia, and Elven Root in contemplation. And Jean Frisius comes to his senses and looks at his master, wondering if he's all right. In doing so, Li Changsung realizes that he is saved from the tug-of-war by cosmic beings beyond his imagination by the goddess crown, which Li Changsung decides to give to the branch of the goddess of life and destruction. In other words, the elf root becomes the new owner. Since Li Changsung has no plans to become a tree parasite, nor does he wish to control trees due to the stigma he has received. However, for Li Changsung to use it properly would require something. With that, the deity owl piercing the dim light observes Li Changsung with pity on his face, but what does that mean? Until it becomes clear that the owl piercing the dim light under the pretense of helping him is inviting Li Changsung to dinner. And Jean Frisius, having witnessed this proposal, makes a comment on the respect he now deserves. After all, Li Changsung was invited by the goddess of battle herself, is only known for her rumors, which speaks to the greatness of the tyrant. And accepting Li Changsung's invitation with a promise to return, he instructs the elf to help Jin with raids on Ghoul's lair. And Jin continues to make fun of Li Changsung and asks him to pick up some ice cream for him on the way back. At the same time, Li Changsung isn't quite sure if he can fulfill Jin's request due to his absence, and not wanting to stay any longer, Li Changsung leaves his family and enters the owl's nest, still trying to figure out why the goddess, who is known for blessing heroes going through hardships, invited tyrant. After all, Li Changsung is quite aware that the gods will try to pursue him, but he doesn't expect it to happen so quickly. It is also quite obvious that Mephistopheles does not object to this invitation, which confirms the greatness of the deity's gesture. And looking at the owl's dwelling piercing the dim light, Li Changsung recognizes that he is in a daze from what he sees, though he was prepared for such a thing. While standing at the entrance with the huge gate, Li Changsung begins to wonder if he should go inside himself. And before he could finish this thought, a huge gate begins to open its doors in front of him. The butler meets Li Changsung and informs him that the goddess is already waiting for him and asks him to pass. And Li Changsung, accepting the invitation, follows behind the butler, leading him to the goddess owl piercing the dim light. At the same time noting that this sanctuary is the best he has ever seen, as it combines austerity and freedom. And approaching the next door, the butler, without opening it yet, alerts the owl, piercing the dim light of her guest's arrival. At the same time, immediately receiving a backlash from the goddess asking to go to her. But as soon as Li Changsung enters the room, he notices that there are a huge number of other creatures besides him. And Minerva, with a glass in hand, greets Li Changsung kindly, saying that she is happy to see them, thereby arousing the interest and suspicion of the other creatures in the hall besides him. At the same time, no one hides their hostility and suspicion towards the newly arrived persona of Li Changsung, who notes that the gathered creatures are perhaps heroes who have received Minerva's blessing, since the presence of the army of victory is felt. And Minerva asks Li Changsung to take a seat and hurry up and start eating before the food gets cold, to which Li Changsung, showing signs of decency and respect, thanks for the invitation, At the same time, Li Changsung notices that all the people present continue to keep their eyes on him. In addition, he witnesses an argument between two guests regarding the use of mana. And this argument is beginning to turn into a serious altercation, threatening to escalate much more. Until a woman addressing her opponent begins to turn to insults, calling him a brainless mountain of muscle, who in turn calling her a nerd threatens to blow her head off her shoulders with just one punch. And Li Chansung continues to watch all of this with food in his hands. As he does so, he begins to think of intervening in their conversation to clarify some of the circumstances. But after eating meat with the swordsman's blessing, Li Changsung notes that it's a delicious meal, and it also increases his strength, thus causing his stats to be irreversible, completely restoring Li Changsung's health and mana. In addition, Tyrant notices that all of his wounds have disappeared, both those he received on the island of Bluestones and those he received after the fight with the twins. Apparently it's a gesture of Minerva's concern for Li Changsung, and she's happy that her treats are to his liking. And Li Changsung, continuing to devour the meat with the swordsman's blessing, can't help but agree that it's a delicious meal. However, their dialogue is interrupted by a creature named Batu, who thinks this is overkill and reminds them of his request. Minerva replies that since she has organized this meeting, Batu has the opportunity to ask about everything himself, who casually says that's exactly what he's going to do now. And turning to Li Changsun, Batu says he has a question for the Tyrant, at the same time noting that the Tyrant dares to speak to him without respect, but first we must find out how he became aware of the thing he owned, and thus causing Li Changxiang to be confused because he doesn't know what he's talking about, thus finally pissing off Batu, who thinks the issue of his sword having fish guts is obvious. After all, not everyone knows what a sword is, given its unremarkable garbage-like appearance. And Li Changsung, looking at Batu, also wants to know why this particular issue is becoming so interesting to which Batu immediately replies that they also have one sword at their disposal, and name it, the guiding sword. However, Li Changsung is first interested in why Batu speaks of himself in the plural, and then the question of the guiding sword. In addition, Li Changsung notices that the Sword of Fish Intestines is beginning to react, which confirms the truth of Batu's word, thereby getting a clue for a hidden mission in which Li Changsung must track down the guiding sword and retrieve it. And Minerva realizes that Li Changsung is unaware of the Owl's Nest, where the arsenal and family members share and borrow weapons as needed. And Batu made a great contribution to the family by finding the guiding sword, along with rewards from raids of ward items and byproduct, which again speaks to Minerva's status and reputation, and would be odd not to have her wielding a guiding sword. Besides, Li Changsung should know that Batu got the sword through hardship, while Li Changsung got the fish intestine sword easily, and it's likely that Batu is getting a competitive spirit, and it's irritating Batu even more. Minerva suggests stopping this unpleasant conversation because it might make Batu less sharp-eyed. Batu still wants to know what talent, ability, secret privilege, or skill helped Li Changxiang learn the Sword of Fish Intestine. But hearing that Li Changsun had just seen him, Batu becomes even more furious. And Li Chansung doesn't hesitate to say that he was just lucky to see him because he won't reveal all the secrets. At the same time, Batu can no longer stand to openly admit that he is pissed off at Li Changsung, not only for his talent, but also for the response he received. Minerva asks Li Changsun if he remembers the recent argument he witnessed, and Li Changsung, proving that he was listening carefully, talks about the use of mana and the effectiveness of the cut ability used in battle, to which Batu puts in a word, insisting on spreading the magic away from the shield, concentrating on defense, and the ultimate use of the cut. Batu's opponent, however, has a different opinion about twisting the shape of the cut into a spiral, thereby enlarging the affected area. And Li Changsung realizes that this topic is relevant to him, since the cut is similar to the tiger scourge and the claw of the ruler of the Black Mountain. And Minerva continues to look at Li Changsung, asking for his opinion on the matter. Once again, Batu intervenes in the conversation between Minerva and Li Changsung, angered that they want to consider the opinion of a mortal. The tyrant realizes that by stirring up the spirit of rivalry among the family members, Minerva is thus testing him, but he must equally repay. And deciding to stick to the neutral side, Li Changsung declares that both arguing sides are wrong. After all, it is known that the basic shape of the cut lies in the aura, and all you have to do is shape it to hit the enemy at range. Batu objects because it's easier said than done, but Minerva nevertheless asks Li Changsung to demonstrate it. And without wasting any time, Li Changsung uses a sword made of fish intestines to make a clear demonstration. And the arguing parties, seeing the sword starting to come out of Li Changxiang's palm, can't figure out what it is. After all, it took someone 3 years to master this skill, for which he was called a genius, while Li Chansung had only been a player for a couple months. At this, Li Chansung continues the demonstration to prove the validity of his words, while proceeding to convert mana by clenching his rook into a fist and releasing it outward, until the mana beam appearing from the palm of his hand begins to envelop everything around Li Changsong, further transforming into a shield shockwave directed in the opposite direction of Li Changxiang, who continues to control mana using only 2 fingers of his hand, thereby shocking all the guests and family members present in the room. After all, they had never seen mana used in such a form before. Clearly this was not an ability here, a different principle was used. And Minerva, having enjoyed the spectacle, is sure that this answers Batu's question about the fishgut sword, who in turn doesn't want to accept defeat at the hands of a pissed-off little mortal. And a little while later, Minerva leads Li Changsung to the door of yet another room, introducing him to the armory of the nest, where she asks him to take a good look around to make his choice of divine relics. And if Li Changxiang has already made a choice, he can take whatever he likes. At the same time, Minerva shows Li Changsung the web she received after winning the dispute with Arachne, and a shield called the Aegis, which Minerva used in her confrontation with Medusa. In addition, it's worth noting that any of the treasures in the armory can blind the beholder, and then the shield in Minerva's hands begins to call out for Li Changsung to take it as the one standing him up. At that, each of the treasures enveloping Li Changsung starts begging to be taken, and Li Changsung realizes that the ability to sense the thoughts of divine relics is related to understanding from the mastery of weapons. Suddenly, Li Changsung hears something call out to him, and it sparks his interest. And that something is nothing but a sword shrouded in a black haze. With that, the sword of fish intestines begins to react acutely to the object Li Changsung called out, who in turn continues his appeal, beckoning Li Changxiang to join him. And that means Li Changsung discovers a guiding sword, asking him to get closer to him. That said, the guiding sword doesn't understand what makes Li Changsung idle while he should be taking it. And Li Changsung, knowing that it's a legendary sword that turns its wielder into a king, realizes that he's rushing it. Just as suddenly, Minerva intervenes in Li Changsung's thoughts with an offer to give the guiding sword to Tyrant if that's what he wants. However, it is worth noting that it is impossible to give away the guiding sword permanently, but it is possible to borrow it for a while. But to Minerva's surprise, Li Changsung declines her offer, which leads to a misunderstanding on Minerva's part because either of them would have been greatly helped by Li Changsung. At the same time, Li Changsung also believes that despite the temptation of gifts, there is nothing in the world that should not be paid for. And Minerva, in turn, also notes that with this refusal, Li Changsung is bypassing the obvious trap she has set. At the same time, Li Changsung is sure that as long as Minerva is interested in him, he can always take the guiding sword. However, Li Changsung has one question for Minerva that she will try to answer. And that question is about Mephistopheles' obsession with Li Changsung and what Minerva has to say to him about it. But it seems that Minerva is expecting to hear this question, and the main reason why Li Changsung was invited to see her is because of this topic. After all, Li Changsung reminds her a lot of someone he has similarities, and this is the man Mephistopheles has been looking for a very long time. However, who is this person that Li Changsung looks like? And Minerva starts talking about someone who plays freely with fire and is directly familiar with death while being dark as night and has a talent for battle. And Li Changsung realizes that Minerva is talking about him at the time when he was the Dusk of the Gods. However, then he did not interact with Mephistopheles. And Minerva goes on to say that Li Changsung is very reminiscent of Abyss, and that's why he attracts Mephistopheles' gaze. But what Abyss is Minerva talking about? Because if we proceed from the definition of Mephistopheles' divine name, Abyss is a man. And if that's the case, Li Changsung wants to know who this man named Abyss is. However, Minerva stops halfway through, hesitating to finish, and any attempt to tell her who the man who bears the name Abyss is unsuccessful. So realizing it would be censored only says that such a person once existed. And Li Changsung, knowing that there are almost no cases of the system being implemented in awareness, decides to take the clue into his own hands. Given that he knows that the Abyss is a fragment of the universe before the beginning of time, in the deepest places, but what does it have to do with him? That means we need to reconstruct Li Changsung's channel with the underworld and ask his king to have a general idea. However, Minerva asks Li Changsung not to worry too much and just follow his path, but there is something she can do for him. And for starters, Li Changsung should know that he's very different from Abyss. At that, Hearing from Minerva makes Li Chang-sung even more interested, which can't help but catch Minerva's eye and find out what's wrong with what was said. However, what Li Chang-sung was interested in was not what he said, but how he was feeling right now. Suddenly, a passageway begins to open in front of Li Chang-sung and Minerva, shocking those present. While in front of them, Minerva's butler appears, informing them that an enemy has appeared. And so, something unpleasant begins to happen outside, however, who dared to do it? After all, the Owl's Nest is Minerva's territory of great divine status in Olympus. And at this time, the heavenly forbidden territory is invaded by someone, and no one can even enter this land by mistake. And as Eris comes to an end, Nox begins to awaken and cover the sky, contributing to the shining of the stars, previously screaming in the darkness. At this very time, a certain constellation resembling the Gemini constellation appears in the sky. And this constellation, Gemini, is attempting to enter a sanctuary called the Owl's Nest. At the same time, the constellation Gemini is very determined, fully focused on achieving its goal. In the meantime, the members of Minerva's family, having learned that the enemy is on the territory, arm themselves and wait for him at the gates of the building. And at their head, as it should be, stands their deity Minerva, who also longs to see her enemy. And Constellation Gemini, still trying to get into the Owl's Nest hideout, is starting to get down to breaking and entering. At the same time, each time achieving more and more success until finally he reaches his goal. And Minerva is furious and demands an explanation as to how the Gemini constellation dares to allow themselves such a thing. The most likely reason is that the Gemini constellation wants to unleash its fury in an attempt to steal Minerva's guests. And revealing the shield of Polius Minerva, demands an explanation as to how the twins dare to despise her, who is the great deity of Olympus. This starts a dispute over territory between Minerva and the Gemini deity, activating the defense mechanism, followed by a clash between two divine forces that is accompanied by a series of explosions. And Minerva's butler asks to take position, because when the barrier falls, then members of Castor's family will appear, and Bellerophon must help the goddess. This requires sending Li Chang-sung back to the lower realm, and teleportation must be ready to do so. But as of now, teleportation is blocked by starlight, and it will take some time to enter the new coordinate. Minerva notes that because of the absence of the master deity, no one would dare to do such a thing. It was all pre-planned. And turning to Castor, who grovels before the pale star Minerva, doesn't understand how he dares to go against her. To which Castor in turn tells Minerva that she is too weak to be considered the goddess of battle. However, this is not the end, and Minerva will see when his end comes, and next in line is Pale Star. And Castor has a very different opinion and believes that the right to shine in the great night should belong to them. And after trying to go down the Gemini constellation, advises Minerva to go to sleep and give way, since she is a star of the old era. However, to everyone's surprise and relief, the Gemini constellation does not succeed. For the Gemini deity has almost succeeded in descending and has partially succeeded in its reincarnation. With that said, the Iron Divine Punisher is already starting to descend, and the blackness begins to envelop everything around, making its way to the family members in anticipation of the upcoming confrontation. And looking through the resulting hole in the barrier, the Punisher summons his army of Devo Nafar. And Minerva, in turn, addressing this army Artriton, also orders to engage in battle with the enemy. And at this point, the great confrontation between the two forces begins, each of whom bear their weapons in defense of their land and on the side of their lord. One of the faces of the Gemini deity bumps into Li Chang-sung, who witnesses the battle without taking part. At the same time, Li Chang-sung notes that everything going on around him is very strange from his point of view. And after activating the beast sensibility, Li Chang-sung starts scanning the surroundings. And Minerva realizes that if the twins weren't sure of their victory, then they would never have started this battle. In addition, Gemini's involvement in an incident that could contribute to the formation of a full-scale war between Olympus and the horoscope is not without reason. And it's probably not just about anger or retaliation. And Pollux is nowhere to be seen, considering Gemini's always together when it comes to something important. And Minerva, who continues to lead her army, calls on her children to help, sending them forward to defend the territory. At the same time, she herself is fully dressed in combat gear and preparing to enter the confrontation. And Li Chang-sung, seeing what's going on, asks Minerva to take him with her. Suddenly, Li Chang-sung sees something that shouldn't be there considering the present situation. A huge sword begins to swing at Li Chang-sung, threatening to kill him. Li Chang-sung can't believe that Batu is standing in front of him with a gun in his hand. The one who brought it over Li Chang-sung, planning to take his life. and the blow hits the spot where Li Chang-sun was standing, shattering the rock into pieces. And Li Chang-sung is already addressing Minerva, asking her to get out of his way. And that shouting makes Minerva turn around, distracted by the call of her guest, Li Chang-sung, who by activating the tiger's commandment status, and thus increasing his speed, will attempt to block the blow that is intended for Minerva. But in order for this endeavor to succeed, Li Chang-seong will need to draw in a different force from the outside. And Batu, still raging and unwilling to back down from Li Chang-sun even one step, commands him to get out of the way. However, at this very time, Li Chang-sung begins to address the stigma that was given to him by Gemini and Mephistopheles. And Li Chang-sung is doing this to use their divinity to try to balance that power. And Li Chang-sun begins to form a ball of light that begins to spread its effects everywhere. In doing so, its rays have an effect on the spreading black mantle, and Li Chang-seong decides to release her by using a cut to do so. Besides, after Li Chang-seong releases her, then he will repel her. And an ability called the First Claw of the Ruler of the Black Mountain begins to explode. But again, Batu appears in Li Chang-seong's path, standing just in front of the tyrant, and who is furious with Li Chang-seong, thereby contributing to the decline of his magical power, causing dizziness and lethargy, requiring replenishment of magical power. And so Li Chang-seong decides to resort to a trick he'll never use again. And Minerva doesn't understand what Batu is doing at the moment, who's already on fire and starting to move on Li Chang-seong. While realizing that Li Chang-sun resorting to the stigma was able to neutralize his divine strike and offset the rest of the star's divinity. One of the Gemini constellation witnesses the scene and notes that Li Chang-sung uses the two divine powers very skillfully. And that's why the Gemini constellation wants to know immediately who Li Chang-sung contracted with. And Li Chang-sung begins to guess that it was Pollux who was disguised as one of Minerva's family members. And the second face of the twins, coming down in full force, recognizing his brother's foolish prank as correct, recognizes Tyrant's advantageous position. In addition, Minerva is also starting to get the full gist of what's going on, while Pollux turns to Li Chang-sung and orders him to approach him. And extending his arm forward, he wrapped his arm around Li Chang-seong's body and clasped it in his fist. At the same time, Li Chang-sung realizes that his case is very bad at the moment. Minerva suddenly draws her weapon and rushes at Pollux, aiming to strike at the arm holding Li Chang-sung. And the blow of Minerva falls just on the intended target, namely on the hand of one of the persons of the constellation Gemini. At this, Minerva demands an explanation as to how long her humiliation will continue, and to how long ago one of the faces of the Gemini constellation had been lurking among her family. However, the latter begins to dodge the answer as he feels he doesn't have to explain himself to Minerva, who in turn decides to find out the answer herself with all her power, to which the constellation Gemini gives Minerva a chance to try her luck. Once again, the confrontation between the two deities begins with renewed vigor. At that, Minerva's surprised look meets the laughing face of one of the Gemini constellation. The result is a huge explosion of shock water hitting Li Chang-seong. He's getting so strong that Li Chang-seong can barely stand on his feet with his hand over his face, since their draining energy is affecting Li Chang-sung's ability to stay upright. And just at that time, a green shield formed in front of Li Chang-seong, shielding him from the fire wave. This is how Li Chang-seong receives the blessing of the goddess. One of the members of Minerva's family is interested in Li Chang-seong's fortune while continuing to conjure, immediately assuring him that the situation was not his fault, but those who came to the lands of Minerva, at the same time creating lawlessness. And saying goodbye to Li Chang-seong in hopes of meeting again, a member of Minerva's family tries to bring him down to the lower realm. However, because of the distance, it would take 5 seconds for Li Chang-seong to leave the owl's nest, so the countdown began. But one of the faces of the Gemini constellation is still watching Li Chang-seong. In addition, by extending his arm, one of the faces of the Gemini constellation tries to catch the player, Li Chang-sung, who can't believe that everything that happens has to do with wanting to catch him. And to avoid this, Li Chang-sung decides to deceive them through the use of pitch darkness. Besides, considering that the blow had used up all of Li Chang-seong's energy, he still had a lot of darkness left. And it's exactly the ability that the twins fear the most. And on this one, Li Chang-sung applies collocation. After all, Minerva had told him that the man Mephistopheles wanted was like Li Chang-sung, and therefore the pitch blackness must be to match. And Li Chang-sung unlocks the advantage given to him by the tiger trapped in the trap of hardship, and the sense of the beast transforms into the way of the demonic beast. Thus, Li Chang-sung manages to awaken a new use of the stigma by unlocking pitch blackness. In addition, The result of all of Li Chansung's actions is the discovery of the Inferno Gate. And one of the faces of the Gemini constellation, seeing what is happening, cannot understand how an inferior mortal man manages to unlock the darkness. The second person of the Gemini constellation also can't believe what happened, and it's unlikely that Pale Star is helping Li Changxiang. Meanwhile, Minerva, seeing her opponent daring to be distracted, echoed her words about how pathetic he looked. As suddenly a trident flare is released, aimed at the Gemini constellation, and thereby dealing a significant blow to Minerva's opponent, who realizes that he is defeated in this battle and cries out to Minerva. And the sword in his hands falls to where Li Changsung is in the swirling darkness. At this, Li Changsung, still in the power of his activated ability, turns to Elfin. And behind Li Changsung's back, a tree begins to grow, spreading its branches in different directions. In addition, one of the branches manages to grab his sword and pulls it towards Li Changsung, who notes that Elfin not only saw him off, but gave him such a valuable gift. At this point, time is up, and Li Chansung returns to Ghoul's lair with the guiding sword, putting the Gemini constellation aside to scream with helplessness and the resulting sense of loss. And once outside the Owl's lair, Li Chansung learns from Jean that he has accomplished a ridiculously impossible feat. At the same time, Li Changsung is pleased that he made the Gemini constellation screw up so badly. After all, Li Changsung didn't just humiliate the Gemini constellation, he robbed them of something that was sacred to the Gemini. That being said, Jean summarizes that Li Changsung literally made the 12 zodiac signs his enemy. However, this does not frighten Li Changxiang, who believes that they do not see him as an enemy, but rather as a person of interest, which is proved by the fact that 241 constellations of the horoscope intend to become Li Changsung's patron, and another part offers him an apostle. But it's not just that Jean finds these suggestions hard to believe, it's more that he finds it hard to accept. And Li Changsung turns to Elfin and asks about the sword's whereabouts. And seeing that the sword is in Elfin's possession, Li Changsung notes his well-done work. At the same time, Elfin begins to think about following Li Changsung. After all, now he had a hope that Li Changsung could really help him revive the goddess. And seeing Li Changsung carefully inspecting the sword, Elfin decides to follow the new master without any objection. Besides, Li Changsung's bravery is incomparable to that of other people, but is that possible? On the other hand, what difference does it make seeing Li Changsung celebrating the convenience of his newfound sword? However, it seems that Li Changsung can't use it yet, because while in Pollux's hands, the sword was noisy, and now it's silent. It is likely that in this way, the guiding sword checks its new owner, and it is very prudent. And while Li Changxiang was able to partially unlock the hidden abilities of the fishgut sword, the guiding sword cannot be confirmed. As suddenly, a new opportunity is added to the sword of the fishgut Bloodstorm, and if only being able to hold it pumps up Li Changsung's skills, what happens if the guiding sword ever recognizes him as the master? Meanwhile, the guiding sword begins to vibrate, confirming Li Changsung's correct thinking. Who thinks that a guiding sword can be lonely because only the number of divine swords has increased? In order for the guiding sword to recognize Li Changxiang as its master, it would need to demonstrate its abilities in the remaining 3 hours. And Jean reports to Li Changsung about the work done with Elfin to conquer the 4th floor and move to the 5th floor, where difficulties will arise as it begins the territory of the leader of the Ghoul, who to evolve into a higher Ghoul used magic on blood. And while the Scarlet King only manifested himself in the case of physical abilities, the leader of the Ghoul has innate abilities. Therefore, what Jean says is understandable to Li Changxiang, and there are many blood clans that use blood magic. But Li Changxiang wants to know a little more about the blood clan. And Jean begins to explain that these are the clans that are created by the leader of the Ghoul. They have their own specialization and require an individual approach. At the same time, Li Changsung notes that Jean is quite knowledgeable on the subject, probably that he himself has tried to become the leader of the Ghoul. However, Jean is sure that someday he would have to go up against them, and he didn't just build up his strength. Besides, Jean doesn't know the location and forces of the 5th floor, and all the information he has is useless. And Li Changsung, listening to the conclusions and arguments of Jean, realizes that he just cannot stand to be in a place where there are constant battles. All the more reason for Jean to feel much more confident now than when he stood up to the life-depriving king. But first we need to catch someone who can be interrogated and also see a target from the army of an inglorious blood clan known for maneuverability. And this target of winged hussars is heading straight towards Li Chang, Xiang, Jean, and Elfin. At that, Li Changsung interjects once more about Jean's rightness and rushes down to them. After all, if Jean knows them, then they are not small fry and have a lot to say given their considerable numbers. And now is the time to test not only Jin and Elfin's ability, but also the effects of the guiding sword. Meanwhile, in the hospital building where Li Changsheng is recovering, Mr. Wolf is in the waiting room. And while reading the book, he finally learns that Li Changsung has shown a desire to meet him. Since Mr. Wolf has been on hold for 4 days, and there is no telling how much longer it would have taken. But on his way to the ward, Mr. Wolf bumps into a nurse who asks for his autograph. Of course, if it's not too much trouble for Wolf. On what the nurse gets the consent, because for Mr. Wolf, it is an honor to serve such a beautiful girl. And seeing the condition Mr. Wolf left the nurse in, he asks the Iron Witch what he did wrong. After all, Mr. Wolf grew up in an old-fashioned home, and it will be very difficult for him to correct his habit of expressing himself in a different way. However, Mr. Wolf asks to drop this topic and move on to Li Chansung, who should be worth his weight. While realizing that he has seen Li Chansung on one hand, Mr. Wolf hopes that Li Chansung will still live up to their expectation. To which Iron Witch echoed Mr. Wolf's words, and confirmed that Li Chansung is awesome, even though she's seen him from afar. For before their eyes, he had torn apart the tree of the parasite and the priest of the twins, reminding them of the messenger of God from the old fairy tale. And that's considering that Li Changxiang isn't even a rancher yet, which means that despite this will of the goddess, the Iron Witch should be able to cheer him up. Meanwhile, Mr. Wolf and the Iron Witch are already approaching Li Changsung's VIP room at Wuju College Hospital. And upon entering the room, Mr. Wolf begins the conversation with a greeting and self-presentation, saying he is from the Illuminati. That said, Mr. Wolf asks Li Changsung not to worry about their long wait time, considering the wounds he received are understandable. And looking at Li Changsung, Mr. Wolf notes that he not only speaks good English, but also fully lives up to the image of himself. In addition, Li Changsung's voice is weighty, and his gaze is full of power. He is the embodiment of Kalakagacha, which is just what the Illuminati need. And seeing that Li Changsheng has already prepared for his discharge, Mr. Wolf finds out that the latter has plans overseas. It's understandable, because you can't expect anything else from the rising star of the White Tiger clan. Enough pleasantries, however, and it's time to get down to business and the purpose of Mr. Wolf's visit to Li Changxiang. And the first place to start is to say that the goddess made a prophecy. That means Li Chansung must think carefully and choose to lead the Illuminati clan. And now, 4 days later, in a car speeding toward the airport, Baek Gevel wants to make sure the plane is safe. Plus, Li Changsung, knowing that Baek Gewul will be traveling outside of Korea for the first time, doesn't understand how anyone risking their life could fear such a thing. And in parallel to the conversation, Li Changsung, rubbing the sword in his hands, begins to realize that he now has access to some of the thoughts inside the sword. And the sword showed good skill in Gul's cave, but the consciousness of nobility and increased ruling is also very good. In addition, the addition of magical energy helped put pressure on the enemy. But unfortunately, that's where his opportunity ends. Maybe it's because of the legend of the king's symbol. However, since the proximity has increased, it is necessary to try to guide the mana once more, but once again, the guiding sword, once again, refuses Li Changxiang. And Jin suggests that Li Chansung just break the guiding sword, but Li Chansung is no longer the twilight of the gods. It's likely to wait until the sword recognizes Li Changsung as its owner. Otherwise Li Changxiang will break it, or throw it into the lava, or remake it, and yet Minerva is marvelous for giving the sword to Tyrant. But still going back to the prophecy Mr. Wolf is talking about, Li Changsung wants to know more details. After all, up until some point the prophecies were blurred and it was hard to know what they were about, but now it clearly points to Li Changsung. And it sounds like the goddess Minerva wants to be not just by Li Changsung's side, but to be his ally. And it is the tyrant who must become their apostle and spread not only her will and the gospel on earth, but also become the head of those who will follow. In addition, when Minerva called Li Changsung a friend, she was probably referring to a friend of his who had messed with the twins who had desecrated the asylum. However, it is more likely that Mr. Wolf completely misunderstood the words of his deity. And looking at Mr. Wolf, Li Changsung realizes that he's not going to back down, holding fast to his idea despite any argument. Li Changsung wonders if Mr. Wolf has the right to make such decisions, since Li Changsung isn't even in the clan yet. Since the Illuminators don't have a separate chapter and are all under the management of the Council of Elders, the old members won't give Li Changsung a hard time. Even if God came down from above, the Illuminati must have their own rules and regulations, and it is obvious that Li Changsung will not be welcome there. But Mr. Wolf, having understood what Li Changsung is talking about, explains that this divine answer was not received by him, but by the Parthenon itself. Besides, the will of the goddess will not allow any of the council members to harm Li Changxiang despite all the talk. And realizing that Li Changsung is satisfied with his current position, he is forced to give up, although it is not unreasonable to unite with such forces. In addition, despite being given time to respond, Li Changsung insists on his choice even though he is interested in the proposal. And on top of that, the guidance and will of the goddess is very important to Li Changsung, and the transition needs to be addressed as naturally as possible. If the goddess considers Li Changsung to be his friend, then the other Illuminati will become Li Changsung's friends, including Mr. Wolf. In other words, Li Changsung wants to offer to join forces with his Ale team and the Illuminati, avoiding the White Tiger clan. Meanwhile, the action unfolds at the airport where the arrival of the flight is announced, and Li Changsung, walking next to Baek Gawul, discusses his alliance with the Illuminati and the possible reaction of the White Tiger. Remembering Baek Gawul, Li Changsung warns that he must remove his shoes when boarding the airplane. And Constellation Hunting Season, watching Li Changsung silently shakes his head. At the same time, Shin Yunsho and Shin Gyumgyu's brother Shin Yunso are seated in the waiting room and see an article containing information about them, which suggests that the Ale team led by Tyrion is going to Europe to not only shake it up, but also to promote national prestige. At this, Shin Yunseo, without seeing what it says, takes the tablet away from her brother as hers is charging. And after reading the article, Shin Yunseo falls in panic adoration of his idol Li Changsung, who is on top of his game in every situation. Plus, she doesn't care how she looks at the moment from the outside as long as her brother doesn't talk about Li Changsung's approach. But it was just a joke towards Shin Yunseo by Shin Jumgyu, who asks for his tablet back. At that, Shin Gyumgyu gets a nice kick from Shin Yunseo instead of the required item. Li Changsung witnesses the brother and sister fighting again and wonders what they are doing in this place. Shin Yunseo sees Li Changsung and starts asking about his health, which must have been affected by overexertion. But once again, she warns her brother of the consequences if he continues to be stupid, because she is sitting next door to him. And then Li Changsung's student Wu Hebin appears, accompanied by her uncle, to which Shin Yunseo immediately throws Shin Yunseo with shouts of welcome. And Wu's uncle Haibin is upset that she's leaving and asks her to take care of his dear niece. After all, uncle is unable to resist Wu Hebin's desire to follow Li Changsung, since she wants to learn from Tyrion. And having received the desired answer, Uncle Wu Hebin gratefully bows to discuss the nameless giant constellation. So if Li Changsung's team is all assembled, we should move out. And the members of the White Tiger clan, looking at the approaching group, were not happy that the juniors and newcomers always delayed everyone. At the same time, Kang Wu-chan's Stormfist looks at Li Changsung and swears to himself that he will take revenge on him this time, but in front of witnesses. As he passes by Kang Wu-chang's Storm Li Changsung, he can't help but notice the look that the latter is giving him. And turning to face Bori Kang Wu-chang, Li Changsung prepares to receive a portion of insult. Suddenly, Mr. Wolf appears among those present and is happy to see Li Changsung after a long search. And Buri Kang Wu-chan cut off the sentence halfway through, looking at Mr. Wolf, can't believe that the Duke of Blue Wave himself is in front of him, who postponed his departure home and rebooked his ticket to spend time with Li Changsung on the way back. And Buri Kang Wu-chan, not understanding anything that was said, clearly heard the word friend, which confirms the rumors previously spread. And watching Li Changsung having a friendly conversation with Mr. Wolf Buri, Kang Wu-chan and his colleague realize that he has miscalculated. Besides, despite Mr. Wolf's high ranking, he has no right to ignore him. Meanwhile, CEO O and his entourage are also approaching the group of people waiting to depart. At this, Li Changsung's gaze darts to those who are accompanied by Executive Director O. Are these the monster first-generation players who laid the foundation of the White Tiger clan, along with Moon Sung and Gong Jong-ho? And the Divine Skull Demon Bu Yun-jin, looking at Li Changsung's team, is already anticipating adding them to his army of bereft humans. At that, the Red Goliath Jae-hoon Gak, hearing Bu Yun-jin's musing, warns him not to throw around such words. And the evil monarchist warrior Jaegul Hyun Ryun, who has unwittingly witnessed the conversation between the two comrades, notes that they resemble women at the market. However, Li Changsung continued his musings on the arrivals that if the strategic department is the brain and spine, then these claws and fangs. And if they are in fact traveling, then Executive Director O has put a lot of effort into getting the 5th scripture of the 7 editions of San. Meanwhile, the old monster who took the lives of thousands of people after impregnating them with demonic energy, extends a hand to Tyrant to greet him. And Li Changsung accepts the gesture of greeting and says that he has only heard of the old monster, the first of the ward elder. And echoing old monster about his notoriety, Li Changsung notes that it must be a very entertaining life for such rumor. However, all the old monster can say in response to Li Changyesung's words is just you. After all, the old monster sees a huge similarity between him and Li Changxiang, who must beware of repeating his fate. And just at this very moment, the royal tiger scourge tries to enter Li Changsung's body, who, realizing what is happening, activates the ability Kolokagatsia, which sets up a wall of fire against the invasion. At this, the royal tiger tribulation begins to mix with the mana of Li Changsung, who is a sent-down god of battle. And for his part, Li Changsung notes the high level of Old Monster he's encountered, but Old Monster continues to evaluate Li Changsung, noting that he is superior to Jita, being a demonic man. Meanwhile, Li Changsung realizes that their guys do not deserve mercy, as a huge number of people have died to form them. Suddenly, the mental dialogue between Li Changsung and Old Monster is interrupted by Executive Director Oh, who wants to give some explanation. However, the old monster is disappointed that Li Changsung repelled his tiger scourge, while the tyrant believes he has no right to live. And Executive Director O continues to offer explanations as to the purpose of the trip to America and the impossibility of getting it wrong. And to summarize, CEO O harbors hopes of seeing all the band's names in the tabloids upon arrival in America. And one of the group members looks at the executive director and realizes he's not on his radar because of Li Changsung. And it reaffirms that there is nowhere else to put off, and showing Storm's envelopes, Kang Wuchan asks him to remember what he said. At the same time, Bori Kang Wuchan took the envelopes in his hands to be handed over to him on arrival, and asked what was in them, to which he gets the answer that one is for the Illuminati, who are not very happy with Li Changsun, the other is for the king taking the life of Tsunalu. And Bori Kang Wuchan, hearing about the latter, can't believe that he has to interact with a life-depriving king. Besides, Bori Kang Wuchan has no right to make a mistake, and as soon as he hands over the envelope, regardless of what he receives back, must burn it. For despite Li Changsung's success on the mountain of the nefarious Sasquatch, he will not be able to escape the wrath of the greatest living deprivator. It should be kept in mind that fire must be fought with fire, and if Li Changsung avoids the Tsunaluki, he will not survive the fatal wound. Meanwhile, Principal O looks at the conspirator and realizes what he is thinking, and knows by what efforts he got the acting position. And apparently what CEO O is guessing is very unpleasant for him. And at this time, Air France Incheon Parik, AEF 0267, on the runway in the Air France Incheon Parik, AEF 0267. On board which enters Baekgevel beforehand, taking off his shoes, gets a request from the stewardess to put the shoes back on, which amuses Hunting Time. And this situation not only amuses Deity Hunt Time, but Li Changsung also laughs quietly at his joke. As suddenly, a familiar voice coming from the old monster regarding the neighborhood sweeps away all traces of mirth from Li Changsung's face. Did Baekgevel change his seat because of incoming threats from the old man monster? But then the plane starts its takeoff. Li Changsung realizes that when he arrives in France, he must find out all of the old man's strengths and weaknesses and find the fifth scripture. And it's quite obvious that Li Changsung's confrontation with Old Monster's Tiger Scourge has awakened the latter's interest in the tyrant's identity. In addition, Li Changsung notes the level of observers, which means you should hurry up with the secret map while speeding up the process. And in the first place, Li Changsung should move on like Artrayton from Minerva's Owl's Nest. Plus, Li Changsung has to gain the absolute loyalty of his family at the expense of Ghoul's Cave and the increase in his power. And for that, Li Changsung needs to master the use of pitch darkness that he didn't get as the Dusk of the Gods. After all, pitch blackness is the second power that Li Changsung needs along with blood lightning, tripling his strength. Plus, Li Changsung has to reconnect with Mephistopheles again. And on this train of thought, the curse of the Ghoul Cave begins for Li Changsung, in which Li Changsung has to survive for 72 hours on the 5th floor in Zone 1. That being said, Li Changsung is confident that if he doesn't recognize the personal pale star of Mephistopheles' interest, he will at least take possession of the method. And Li Changsung notes that getting 3 days in Ghoul's Cave will not only allow him to strengthen his family members, but also to make a contract with Mephistopheles, which means it's time for Li Changsung to turn to his Bihui Jin for help, who seems to be expecting a similar outcome and promises to deliver an interesting spectacle upon Li Changsung's return. However, Li Changsung doesn't understand what Jin means when he talks about the interesting. In doing so, Jin is reminded of the ghostly winged gusser horse he has learned to control that will allow them to succeed tactically. And Li Changsung imagines himself riding a ghost horse and notes that it's a great idea. But learning how to control the ghost horse can be postponed. And first, we need to organize a meeting between Li Changsung and Mephistopheles. And after Li Changsung has gone into his own, he is admonished by Tiger, who is trapped in a trap of hardship, not to make too much noise. At the same time, Hunting Time and the snake that coils around the world, having guessed Li Changsung's meeting with Mephistopheles, try to stop him. And Li Changsung notes that he has the power of pitch darkness that even the gods and constellations fear. And if even this power has made Tiamat and Bel Marduk wary, then Li Changsung is acting in the right direction. However, Tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship, sees Li Changsung activating the stigma and doesn't understand why he disobeyed him. Meanwhile, Li Changsung is already successfully destroying the look of hell using the darkness. And now having fully entered the state of meditation, Li Changsung is mastering the realm of serene mind and earning achievement points towards karma. While in a state of complete anabiosis, Li Changsung gains access to the world of the unconscious. And considering that Mephistopheles handed Li Changsung the pitch-black darkness by provoking the stigma, he will meet him. And in a state of realized nirvana, Li Changsung once again makes sure that Mephistopheles has been watching him all along. For even now, Mephistopheles' pale gaze continues to watch Li Changsung, who asks him to take him on as an apprentice. However, Mephistopheles continues to look at Li Changsung and doesn't understand why he would take Tyrant as his apprentice. And Li Changsung realizes that it doesn't mean anything, so he needs to convince Mephistopheles. After all, it was Li Changsung, the ordinary mortal, who found the infernal gaze and was able to escape from the twins, and that proves his worth. In addition, Li Changsung knows from the owl piercing the dim light that Mephistopheles is looking for someone, and Tyrant can help him with that. And realizing that Li Changsung must do everything he can to keep Mephistopheles away, he says that without direct intervention, the abyss cannot be found. In addition, Li Changsung continues to grow and will be useful in the future in a broader sense, needing only a word from Mephistopheles. And after fully listening to Li Changsung, Mephistopheles offers him to become his apostle. But that's not Li Changsung's plan, because he doesn't want to become someone's subordinate. And that makes Mephistopheles very sad, who knows that Li Changsung did the same thing to the ruler of the abyss. However, this is actually not so bad in Mephistopheles, who may be attracted to the fact that Li Changsung does the same thing to him as the ruler of the abyss. But mastering the pitch blackness depends directly on the tyrant. Mephistopheles decides that there's no more time to waste and offers Li Changsung to demonstrate his talent, and so creates a task for Li Changsung called Getting Qualified in the Pitch Darkness. That being said, Li Changsung realizes that the assignment created doesn't fit the definition of a master-apprentice or a deal. It's more than that. And it's what will allow Li Changsung to earn trust and affection as a disciple, otherwise disqualification will occur. However, Li Changsung had hoped for a different outcome, namely a more emotional relationship based on a mutually beneficial exchange. And it is at this point that the first test of gaining the trust of Mephistopheles' messenger begins. And Mephistopheles continues to stare at Li Changsung as he completes the test, asking him to come back to him again. And Li Changsung begins his exit from the Pale Sanctuary, leaving Mephistopheles behind. Suddenly, Li Changsung's eyes open and he comes to his senses, realizing that something not according to his plan has happened. After all, the old monster sitting next door is looking at Li Changsung intently, wondering about his condition by talking about what the tyrant was saying in his sleep. Meanwhile, Li Changsung can't understand whether it's real or not, as he was sure he was in Ghoul's lair. And after receiving the achievement award, the great demon's follower, Li Changsung, can't believe that 3 days have passed since the sweep has already been completed. However, it is already clear that the passage of time in the sanctuary is drastically different, but this could also mean how high Mephistopheles' level is. Meanwhile, a number of constellations and gods watching the tyrant are amazed that he was able to leave the House of the Pale, and the evil community takes an interest in him. But if this is the kind of thing that the evil community would be interested in, Li Changsung knew one thing, and that was that as Mephistopheles started passing the Mephistopheles proficiency test, his stigma became much clearer than it had been before. After all, whereas before Tyrant made an effort to unlock it, and now it's closer to sentience that will allow him to fill the gap. Suddenly, the old monster's attention starts to be drawn to what's going on in Li Changsung's hands, who also stares at the spherical object forming around him without realizing anything, and what could have caused the inventory to start forcibly unlocking. While looking at the resulting egg in Tyrant's hands, an attempt to hatch Jigwee's egg appears. The one that has been silent for so long despite Li Changsung's many attempts to feed it, and now it's starting to respond, and so suddenly. And then the egg begins to crack, and the limb of the embryo emerges from the resulting cleft, which most likely resembles a tail, thus misleading Li Changsung into thinking it's a bird. After all, according to the idea, should have appeared divine bird, giving its owner and his comrades courage and buff. Suddenly, the face of Mephistopheles reappears in front of Li Changsung, who is floating in weightlessness, which may say that the egg embryo is a messenger. And then finally, Jigwee's egg that holds the darkness in its mouth has fully hatched, showing Li Changsung a small black flame dragon inside the darkness. And Li Changsung, looking at the creature that appeared, can't string together a single word out of shock, while a small black flame dragon in pitch blackness stares with interest at the man who awakened it. And looking at the hatched baby constellation Hunt Time, notes its cuteness and disposition, and the snake that wraps the world sees the dragon and digs in the book depository, while the tiger trapped in hardship favors snake. A small black flame dragon inside the pitch blackness begins to sway, alerting everyone to its existence. And this attracts the attention of all the people sitting around, and also the concern of Li Changsung's personality. And Wu Habin sees the dragon, and can't believe how cute he is, and wants to know what kind of baby the tyrant is holding. To which Li Changsung replies that for a while he carried the beast's egg with him until it presently hatched. At the same time, the little black flame dragon inside the pitch blackness was making sounds of joy and rubbing against its master, thus arousing the interest of the stewardess, who asks Li Changsung to be quiet so as not to disturb other passengers. But Li Changsung, with the dragon on his head, looked at the stewardess and regretted it 1,000 times. As the stewardess recognizes him as her idol, she asks to take a photo with Li Changsung, promising to settle the problem with the other passenger. And Li Changsung is given a new task to satisfy the hunger of a newly hatched dragon, thus increasing your intimacy. But where can Li Changsung get the dragon's prey? Because there is nothing suitable for it on the airplane. And Shin Yunsho, seeing that the newly hatched dragon is alive due to hunger, offers him cookie, but fails. However, despite the fact that the snack is quite expensive, such food is clearly not suitable for kids. After all, it's a dragon and a small one, and it's unlikely that such food will be digested properly, looking at the way it sprawled on Li Changsung's arm. At the same time, the little black flame dragon inside the pitch blackness still looks hungry, and is already starting to protest. However, such high-ranking dragons are hard to come by, so nothing is known about. And the little black flame dragon is getting worse and worse by the second, until eventually he reclines in the palm of Li Changsung's hand, who is already in no-nonsense worry. After all, he needs to do something immediately to avoid a sad end. Given that Li Changsung is a bit aware of the great ancient dragon that the new dragon resembles, but with a different aura. And if this black palm dragon was sent by Mephistopheles himself, he must be different. What if the little black flame dragon has divine therianthropy at the highest level? At the same time, Mr. Wolf, seeing how puzzled Li Changsung is, promises to help as much as he can to land. However, it's still 8 hours before landing, and the little black flame dragon is in bad shape from starvation. In addition, this situation bodes well for Li Changsung's deteriorating relationship with the dragon, and will lead to the failure of the sectional assignment. But suddenly, Li Changsung has a realization that the clue may lie in the darkness. Plus, one of the group's attendants looks at the small black flame dragon and assumes it's a demon dragon. And getting even a small clue, Li Changsung inquires from the man what he knows about demonic dragons, to which he gets the answer that some time ago, this man was breeding similar creatures, who make contracts with demons, and can become vicious for some unknown reason while feuding with regular dragon. And given that the dragon is imbued with demonic energy, in all likelihood, it is centered on the value of the material. And after putting all the puzzles together, Li Changsung takes out the sword he was given as a gift, and realizes that this is what he needs right now. While holding out the sword to the small black flame dragon in the pitch blackness, Li Changsung waits for a reaction. However, the newfound dragon turns away from the artifact given to him, thereby causing the hunting season to be released. And the leading sword, soaked in pitch blackness, begins to exude pitch blackness at an increasing rate. Suddenly, the newfound dragon, sensing this very pitch blackness, begins to absorb the leading sword. In doing so, the dragon doesn't just consume the lead sword, it shreds it to pieces, causing fear and terror to the hunting season constellation. While Li Changsung is pleased with the dragon's appearance, he realizes that he has used it for its intended purpose. And the little black flame dragon, euphoric from the delicious food, recognizes Li Changsung as his partner. At the same time, Li Changsung, seeing that the message about the failure of the task of Oyuzu's secret has not arrived, thinks that he can still use the lead sword. And when asked about a name for the little black flame dragon, Li Changsung opts for dragonfish. What causes a sense of shame in the snake constellation of the snake, which encircles the world and covers its face with its tail, and understanding in the tiger, which is trapped in a trap of deprivation. And Li Changsung, looking at the reaction of the people around him, and Shin Yunseo's face, realizes that the choice is not a good one and suggests a new growler, which causes a new wave of misunderstanding, and especially from Shin Yunseo, who believes Li Changsung is joking. After all, there's no way that such a newly minted high-ranking dragon would carry such names. Probably Li Changsung isn't serious. Because if it's hilarious now, it will sound silly later on when the dragon acquires a bravura body. It's likely that Li Changsung's family has a dog, and after receiving a satisfactory answer, Shin Yunseo learns that his name is Laika. And when Shin Yunseo hears this, even though he recognizes the name as cute and appropriate for a dog, he hopes it wasn't Li Changsung who came up with it. In addition, the reaction of the little black flame dragon inside the pitch blackness also suggests that it doesn't like the names it came up with. And seeing that the dragon's attitude toward Li Changsung has become hostile, Shin Yunseo suggests that Li Changsung change his name sooner rather than later. After all, a high-ranking dragon turns out to be very picky than what name would be appropriate for him. And then Li Changsung has an epiphany as another name comes to his mind, which will sound like Cadmos and what the people around him now think of. And seeing that the name made a good impression on everyone, Shin Yunseo still wants to hear that Li Changsung was just joking before. In addition, this name is to the liking of a small black flame dragon inside the darkness, which means that the relationship is restored. And this outcome in choosing a cool and majestic name also suits Li Changsung. After all, Cadmos now becomes a member of Li Changsung's family, which helps create a spiritual bond, one end of which is in the stigma, and the other end of which is connected to the heart of Cadmos, whose mind reading increases the mastery of pitch darkness. In doing so, a number of abilities are created for Cadmos as a new member of Li Changsung's family, such as mana, heart breathing, and thought expansion. And Li Changsung, due to the pitch darkness formed in Cadmos' heart, could not only gain some of it, but also increase his ability. Considering the stigma scar left on Li Changsung requires mastering and taking control to avoid an explosion. Suddenly, Li Changsung hears a familiar voice addressing him by name. However, the harshness in his voice, according to Li Changsung, does not suit the old man who is trying to make it his highlight. But despite the arguments, Li Changsung insists that such harshness is not good for the old man, who doesn't understand why Li Changsung is getting more serious every time, considering he's more and more prone to loneliness. Li Changsung doesn't understand what the old man is trying to say, as he is suffocating next to him. However, Li Changsung knows that the old man has no family here, so he's not going anywhere, and will accompany the tyrant. On top of that, Li Changsung doesn't know what the old man is talking about, and he's throwing all kinds of nasty words at him. At the same time, the old man is saying all sorts of things about Li Changsung to convey that Tyrant doesn't need to look up to him, and this confession brings shock and some surprise from Li Changsung. And the old man summarizing wants Li Changsung to live up to his name, which the old man failed to do. However, this conversation is not to the liking of Li Changsung, who doesn't understand what's wrong with his name. And only sometime later it became known about the man bearing the name of Cadmos, and in the future becoming king of the nation He from the seed laid Sparta. And Li Changsung realizes that the name Cadmos doesn't suit him at all because he's not willing to sacrifice himself for others, so he calls the dragon by it. And at this point, the first sectional assignment ends, and the second sectional assignment opens. By the time the flight comes to an end, landing at Charles de Gaulle. At that, Wu Hiebin, seeing Shin Yunseo, wondering about the presence of glasses on her face to avoid publicity. However, this gesture is not clear to Wu Hiebin and what Shin Yunseo has to do with it, who in turn advises Wu Hiebin to clean herself up if she wants to look good in the picture. And as soon as the doors start to open, the group is greeted by a bunch of journalists pointing their cameras in the direction of the new arrival. But the main target of journalists becomes none other than the tyrant who appeared in the passage, who, accompanied by Shin Yunseo and Shin Gumgyu, is comprehensively instructed to look into a particular camera. But it seems that such an influx is in no way expected to see Wu Hebben, who is amazed by such pandemonium. Meanwhile, Adrian Nadal, aiming to get as much information as possible from Lee Chang-sung, gets to delegate all questions to the red-headed girl. However, Anna from AIM appears next with a question regarding the French rivals, but Tyrant is confident that he is the best of the newcomers. That said, unknown to Lee Chan-sung, Henry Blank expresses his desire to have a match with him, and now Tyrant's response to the challenge is interesting. But the fact that Lee Chang-sung has no idea who Henry Blank is, because he has never heard of him, shocked the reporters. After all, Henry Blank is the best rookie in all of France, chosen by the future king himself. He is the one who not only cleared the unoccupied dungeon called Skeleton Dragon Colony, but also obtained a bone wyvern. However, even this information doesn't tell Lee Chang-sung anything. But everyone still wants to know Tyrant's response to the challenge. And Lee Chan-sung, reiterating that he's not interested, advises Henry Blank to just do it and not stir up a news agenda, thus defying the whole of France. But back to the point, journalists want to know if Tyrant has a plan for the Stone Desert. After all, it is known that the leading rankers of the country have repeatedly failed the raid, and naturally, everyone is interested in the course of action of the foreigner. And no sooner had Lee Chang-sung and his team left the airport than all the news outlets quoted Tyrant. And Henry Blank, the rising star of France, who has respected Lee Chang-sung since his youth, will still try his luck against him. The reigning king Jacques Valentine decides to do his best to attract the attention of the junior, and Mr. Wolf, wishing to alleviate the misunderstanding between the nations, stands up in defense of Lee Chang-sung, considering him not a tyrant, but a wise man. But some people looking at the printed article in the newspaper think that it was a pre-planned action. After all, Joachim Wolf has probably arrived with Lee Chang-sung to take over the Illuminati, but Constantine Bruning won't let that happen. Since Constantine Bruning knows the goddess better than anyone else, they don't need anyone, including the Tyrant and Mr. Wolf. And wondering if a certain Lewis is here, he asks him to come over now, since they need to get the writing ready as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the action is taking place in the French capital of Paris. A man who hates Lee Chang-sung with a hood on his head is walking down one of the streets. However, the council has already been convened, and nothing can be changed. And now all he has to do is cross the Rubicon River. The 2 envelopes he was given to deliver are already in the mailbox. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung is looking at his new family member Cadmos, and can't decide if he likes what he sees or not. Whereas Cadmos himself is incredibly satisfied with a huge supply of food and enthusiastically devours the royal treasure. At the same time, the satiety level of Cadmos, who had been sleeping for a long time after eating the sword, not only increases, but the closeness with Lee Chang-sung increases. And seeing Cadmos take apart the ice helmet, sending it into Lee Chang-sung's stomach, he doesn't understand how it makes such a sound. However, this is not enough for Cadmos, and he directs his appetite towards another artifact, at the same time contributing to the fact that King Yeti's cherished treasures are beginning to turn into a tasty appetizer. But it's also worth noting that Cadmos is already using breath, indicating that the high-ranking dragon has mastered the element of his own free will. And even though Cadmos' breath power is lower than that of high-ranking dragon races, it cannot be underestimated if darkness is involved. So doesn't this mean that the power capable of dissolving an element by burning and eliminating it, regardless of characteristics, is in the dragon's hands, which, after absorbing another artifact, becomes much larger, considering that not even a day has passed since Cadmos woke up. And Cadmos, having fully absorbed the ice helmet and 0-degree sword, triggers the digestion process, while contributing to making Heart of Mana and Fire Heart stronger due to the heart-sharing effect. And seeing Cadmos' satisfied face, Lee Chang-sung thinks he ate too much but shouldn't regret it considering the consequences. Also, Lee Chang-sung should not forget the effect of 2 things creating pitch blackness and dividing the heart, which is akin to divinity and will allow you to use techniques like Mephistopheles, which is a prerequisite to becoming his disciple. Meanwhile, Jean shows up and can't believe that Lee Chang-sung has a dragon this time. When Lee Chang-sung asks what caused Jean's appearance, the latter reminds him of the ghost horse and his promise. However, after hearing from Lee Chang-sung that the time has already come, Jean does not try to hold back his laughter and asks for his opinion of it. After all, upon Lee Chang-sung's return to Ghoul's lair, Jean had promised to show him something unusual in the face of the cold horse of death, who now appears to be looking in the direction where Lee Chang-sung is standing. But at the sight of Lee Chang-sung, the cold horse of death rears up and begins to roar shrilly. And Jean, not remembering what could provoke such behavior of the ice horse, asks Lee Chang-sung to cancel his summon. Who knows that catching the ice horse of death is not difficult? However, careless use of the ability will cause havoc. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sung notices that Cosmos is on the defense, covering Lee Chang-sung's face with his wings, who also stares at the Ice Horse of Death with a crazed stare and no less a grin, who, to the surprise of everyone present, begins to calm down and become humble. While succumbing to Cadmos's constant pressure, the Ice Horse of Death bows its muzzle to Lee Chang-sung. And Jean, having witnessed this scene, cannot believe that the newly minted dragon is so successfully applying dragon fear at the expense of pressure. After all, it is worth recognizing that Jean has made a lot of effort to subdue the ghost of the king's arms and the head of the family, unlike Cadmos, who is clearly a demonic dragon, and Jean realizes that he has a long way to go to equal the tyrant. But Lee Chang-seong is not interested in this conversation. He is more interested in knowing which family members are skilled in stealth techniques. And showing Jean a card with a picture of Mireille Aliano, asks BV to test her on her way out of the ballroom without giving herself away. To which Jin talks about what caused Lee Chang-sung to get even with her, but even so, following her is wrong. However, Lee Chang-sung asks Jin to stop talking nonsense and he needs Mireille Aliano since she has the 5th mystery scripture. Meanwhile, at one point in Paris, Henry Blanc is wondering about the arrival of the tyrant, but his entourage, trying to grovel, says that Tyrant didn't come here because he knew he'd meet Henry Blanc. But apparently Henry Blanc takes a very different view of this action, as suddenly the hooves of the famous Ice Horse of Death appear in the midst of the hall. And the rider of the Ice Horse of Death is none other than Lee Chang-seong himself. And before Lee Chang-sung's appearance, there was a serene atmosphere in the room, where conversations regarding Korea and its president were taking place. And in the midst of the small talk, a horse with Lee Chang-sung sitting on it appears in front of everyone present, who spurs the Ice Horse of Death and stops for all to see. And those present with envy and incomprehension think it's just an unnecessary show to attract attention. And only Mireille Aliano, turning her gaze not on Tyrant but on the horse, notes its superiority and is interested in the breed. But how come Mireille Aliano isn't familiar with this breed, which emanates an energy more powerful than many dungeon bosses? And to switch gears, Mireille Aliano turns to Henry Blanc, who is standing next to her, who looks at Mireille Aliano in anticipation of the question. But then there is another surprise in the form of a dragon, which again attracts the attention of those present in the hall. And by demonstrating his flawless appearance to the standing mortals below, Cadmos elicits exclamations of admiration and desire to possess him. However, it can't be that this little dragon is also Lee Chang-sung's pet who summons him, which once again proves that Lee Chang-sung is not only a hand-to-hand combat expert with the ability to master any weapon. Besides, there is no such thing as a person having 2 outstanding abilities in 2 different fields at the same time. Meanwhile, Shin Yun-seo runs up to Lee Chang-sung to directly address Cadmo. That said, Shin Yun-seo is very curious if Mos aka Cadmos missed her, which makes Lee Chang-sung surprised. But switching his gaze to the Ice Horse of Death, Shin Yun-seo wants to know where Lee Chang-sung got it from, who, avoiding a direct answer to the question posed, snaps his fingers, and the horse dissolves into thin air. The scene is also witnessed by Mireille Aliano, who is not far from Lee Chang-sung at the time, and gets into his field of vision. At the same time, Lee Chang-sung realizes that now is the time to take that chance and decides to get Mireille's attention. A slightly noticeable shadow begins to dissipate behind Mireille Aliano's back, who has a mid-level expert ability and uses the close-up observation ability to follow Mireille Aliano. And Lee Chang-sung notes that his distraction worked well and the girl is being followed. Considering Mireille Aliano is now on the hook, that's not bad either. Plus, she's Henry Blanc's fiancé, who is similar to Lee Chang-sung in some respects, who successfully used the opportunity to provoke him and his fiancé through a reporter. Meanwhile, Shin Yun-seo can't believe that Lee Chang-sung has the art of summoning in his arsenal as well, since his beast looks like a ghostly beast. However, after hearing that Lee Chang-sung did it just so Cadmos wouldn't be lonely, Shin Yun-seo starts to take it out on Tyrant, who is trying to get away with saying that his original class was not a fighter, but a rune sorcerer. But this fact doesn't convince Shin Yun-seo, who doesn't believe that a mage can stand up better than most fighters. A man in a hat approaches Lee Chang-sung and asks how Lee Chang-sung manages to cope with the ever-hungry dragon. At this, the man in the hat, noting that they are surrounded by strange faces, invites Lee Chang-sung to meet some of them. And following the man, Lee Chang-sung wonders who is in front of him, because he has such knowledge about dragons that even Arcadia is unknown. Meanwhile, approaching a group of faces, Lee Chang-sung meets Nicolas Fouquet from Rebel Grisman Adli from Fountain of Youth and Ludovic. And Tyrant knows that this trio are representatives of the best French clans capable of giving a head start to the White Tiger clan and the 5-star Blood. At this, the Man at the Hat bypasses the group of people and suggests that Li Changxian also meet the newcomer. And that makes Li Changsung suspicious, who decides to wait and watch the Man in the Hat for now. When at that very moment, Henry Blank walks up to Li Changsung and extends his hand in greeting. However, something is troubling Li Changsung looking at his opponent, and the Man in the Hat standing behind Li Changsung doesn't have time to say anything but you. Because at this very moment, Henry Blank, behind the screen of hospitality, begins to spread the rotten energy of a lifeless dragon. And Li Changsung realizes that Henry Blank is humiliating him in this way because Tyrant provoked him into an interview, and it's obvious. In addition, Henry Blank is a low-level race, even though he controls a bone dragon. The people around him who witness the scene do not approve of Henry Blank trying to provoke Li Changxiang in this way, which in turn activates the Collocatia ability that gives Li Changsung psychic immunity. And that can't go unnoticed by Henry Blank, who starts to sense something that's resisting his abilities. And the people watching are thinking about what the difference in potential will be between those who will be called the rivals of the century. That being said, the silent struggle between Li Chansung and his rival Henry Blank continues. And it's at this very moment that Henry Blanc doesn't understand how this can happen, because he is supposed to be the next king of his country. In addition, Henry Blanc's efforts and his lifeless dragon spirit and lifeless dragon roar are nullified. And Li Changsung, using a combination of tiger aura and ability, begins to dominate the battlefield and asks for an explanation from what he has heard. And it becomes known to all who are in the vicinity of the opposing cause, undisguised fear. And Li Changsung, sharing some of Cosmos' strength through a heart of fire, keeps saying he won't allow himself and his team to be humiliated. A bystander suddenly intervenes in the conflict, trying to dissuade Li Changxiang. But Li Changsung, with just one look, makes a person stand still and not even dare to make any attempt. After all, this is Henry Blank and his friends we're talking about here, so it's not worth getting involved. In the meantime, a fear of deprivation begins to lurk in Henry Blank that prevents him from escaping. At the same time, Li Chansung is already losing his temper and demands an immediate answer from Henry Blank to his question, who can't say a word because he's stuck in a panic attack. And in order to defuse the situation, Henry Blank begins to say that Li Changsung misunderstood what he said about him and his comrades, which leads to Li Changsung starting to come around saying he's glad to hear he was wrong. And to back up his words, Henry Blank barely audibly tries to echo Li Changsung, who on a positive note is trying to end such an unusual encounter with Henry Blank, while wanting everyone to enjoy the rest of the evening. And Henry Blank, unable to bear the public humiliation, decides to withdraw from the event. In addition, he doesn't understand how Li Changsung dares to do such a thing to the future king of his country, which means that the reprisal will be brutal. And the comrades following him also believe that anyone in Henry Blank's shoes would be afraid of this demon in the flesh. And that doesn't sit well with Henry Blank, who will watch them talk when Li Changsung is defeated by him. In addition, it should be borne in mind that there are 2 days left until the opening of the dungeon, and Li Chansung will not be able to repeat his stunt like today. And then Henry Blanc's gloomy thoughts are interrupted by his fiancée, Mireille Aliano, who also followed him out of the hall. However, Henry Blank has no intention of having a conversation with anyone right now, and the abruptness of his response stops Mireille Aliano, who stands frozen in place, hesitant to speak further with Henry Blanc, and who, like everyone else around her, witnesses a disagreement between Li Changsun and her fiancé, Henry Blank. Suddenly, in the midst of all this, a voice emerges from somewhere and urges Mireille Aliano, flee. And not just leave, but as soon as possible, Mireille Aliano must leave this place. But Mireille Aliano doesn't understand what the voice is saying and what it has to do with Li Changxiang. And the voice, to prove his words, asks Mireille Aliano to look at Li Changsung's look that can destroy everything and everyone around him. However, Mireille Aliano, looking for an excuse for herself, believes that it was her patron's fear that was running through her because of the contract. Meanwhile, behind Henry Blank's back, the very man who tried to stop the conflict from escalating appears. And this man is none other than Henry Blank's mentor, and he is very disappointed in his student's behavior. At the same time, Henry Blank, realizing his teacher's displeasure, explains that it was not his best condition. However, even if this is true, Henry Blank must never forget the efforts of the rebel clan to obtain his position. And if Henry Blank doesn't live up to the clan, he'll lose everything he has now, including his popularity and everything he's built. And that's reason enough for Henry Blank to take note. Meanwhile, a group of people standing in the middle of the desert can't believe they're going to have to go through this again for glory. At the same time, Henry Blank and his entourage believe that foreigners should not have interfered in the affairs of his state to avoid humiliation. Meanwhile, the task is about to begin, and its purpose is to protect the train from hazards, with the ability for participants to access the inventory. And among all those present, Lee Chang-sung stands out as the leader of his team. And Henry Blank looks at him and thinks that even Lee Chang-sung's talents won't be enough to cross the desert alone. At the same time, Lee Chang-sung, listening to the advice of the deities, notes that this place is the opposite of the mountain of the nefarious snowman. And because of the day and night climate, Lee Chang-sung and his team are in for a rough. Lee Chang-sun begins his conversation with Thanatos, who asks if Lee Chang-sun knows Searcher, the ruler of Muspelheim. However, Lee Chang-sung knows this person, but believes that Searcher is long gone from the world of the living. And Thanatos, confirming Lee Chang-sung's words, reminds him that although Searcher is not on Earth, the apocalyptic world still exists. After all, once Searcher, who is at the head of the Fire World, used it to destroy a huge number of universes. However, at some point, Searcher was found without signs of life, and the reason for this is unknown, and Muspelheim fell after him. And the desert where Lee Chang-sung is now is a remnant of a long-dead world, and the divine sword Searcher wielded would be useful now. In addition, Lee Chang-sung knows that the divine sword Levitine, which Searcher wielded, can only be reached by train. And to begin with, Lee Chang-sung needs to collect all the fragments to get the Levitane, and then use Jigwee's End of the World flame to raise the power of fire. And also, Lee Chang-sung needs to know what Mireille's current status is, and immediately gets the answer that everything is unchanged. After receiving all the necessary information, Lee Chang-sung instructs a family member to continue monitoring Mireille Aliano. So after completing all the necessary preparations, Lee Chang-sung and his team need to leave. But the weather in the desert is so impossible that Shin Yun-seo asks Lee Chang-sung to at least take off his armor. However, Lee Chang-sung, having been warned of danger from the power way of the demonic beast, advises her to leave. Suddenly, there's a huge explosion that scorches everyone near him. And doesn't that mean that the outsiders were attacked? And if so, the volunteers who are at the epicenter of the explosion need help. It turns out that this is the work of the Tsernoluca clan, whose members start an ambush attack. And raising his head up, Lee Chang-sung, as a group of people appeared from the fire, takes flight through the sky. And among the attackers is the pinky leader of the Little Saint Kudagunda, who must receive confirmation of his next action. And Cerna clan member, Luca Ring Fingerless Finger Leader Deathring, Kinesio asks his partner not to forget the strict orders given to them. After all, kidnapping the child of the prophecy he's responsible for is a lot more fun than what they're about to do now. Besides, none of the attackers have any desire to lose their lives in their sleep, which means decisions against the leadership are not even discussed. And with this in mind, the members of the Tsernoluca clan begin the task anticipating the true fun. In doing so, a power called the Way of the Demonic Beast warns Lee Chang-sung of the impending danger. As the mysterious ambush of the Tsernoluca clan begins, there is a quick scan of the number of possible opponents, and the ice cloak personally sewn by the skillful master Oh Yezi, and formerly the cloak of the Snow Monarch, and now Lee Chang-sung blows the hot wind off him. In addition, Lee Chang-sung is also searching for players who also use an ability called Viper's Eye. And Baekgewulu manages to avoid damage from Shin Yun-seo's shield lock, nullifies the damage from this ability, and the other two players are stable. But an attempt to harm his eye enrages Hunt Time, while the serpent that coils the world worries about his priest. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sun hears the voice of one of his family members, who warns of the danger looming over Mireille. But they do not have time to do anything, as the defeated Mireille is already lying at the feet of her enemy. And this someone is not just contemplating what he has done, he is smirking at the fact that everything is going so well for him. However, this is not in Lee Chang-sun's plans, who decides to catch up with his enemy by activating Jigwee's servant ability. But was it Mireille who was the original target of the Tsernoluca clan? And upon realizing this, Lee Chang-sung urges Gewul to follow him, and also that member of Lee Chang-sung's family, who continues to stay in the shadows to report the location of their enemies. However, once again a power called the Path of the Demonic Beast begins to warn Lee Chang-sung of the impending danger. And then Lee Chang-seong's attention was drawn to something that was purposefully flying towards him from below. At the same time, Li Changxiang doesn't hesitate to activate an ability that shatters whatever was used to throw him off the path. And the remnants of the weapon shattered into small pieces, flying in different directions away from Li Changxiang. And seeing what was about to hit him, Li Changxiang doesn't believe it could be a life-destroying weapon. In addition, Li Changxiang is called by a man who is surprised that Li Changxiang has noticed the danger, which means that the rumors about him are true. And an unwanted guest from the Cerna clan, Luca recognizes that Li Changxiang is really good to be part of her collection. The unwanted guest also notes that although Li Changxiang has an Asian appearance, his face is very cute and worthy of attention. Besides, the patron of the Cerna clan, Luca, is interested in Li Changxiang, so we need to warm up for the fun. And at this time, the deity of the primal evil dragon intervenes in the conversation, eagerly awaiting the bread and spectacles of anticipatory pleasure. But still, the uninvited guest leaves Li Changxiang no choice, and he begins to retaliate, starting with building a wall separating him from Cerna clan member Luca. At that, the whip released by Li Changxiang snags the unwanted guest's leg in the snares, and realizing that the unwanted guest is partially immobilized, Li Changxiang leaps towards her, thus towering over her, which causes the Split Tiger state to activate, and the Split Tiger's fangs begin to lash out, and Li Changxiang lunges toward the unwanted guest, but is met with resistance. As the unwelcome guest manages to put up a block with her weapon in response to Li Changxiang's punch. Besides, as the unwanted guest, Li Changxiang thinks it's not bad at all to dare scratch her beautiful skin. And by unleashing her beast, the unwanted guest is determined to add Li Changxiang to her collection. While Tiger is trapped in a trap of deprivation, hostilely looking at his enemy, Huge Bug Madness doesn't understand what right he even has. And Li Changxiang notes that the ruler of the abyss is already mostly aggressive, but now he's especially prone to violence. Once again, the two battle tools of the unwanted guest of the Cerna clan, Luca and Li Changxiang, meet in battle. That being said, Li Changxiang is very strange from the fact that the Huge Madness bug appeared in such a place. Probably it is not a coincidence. However, the behavior of the ruler of the abyss raises even more questions, perhaps, that it has to do with scripture. In addition, Li Changxiang could contribute to the battle between the Abyss ruler and Shui Yang by creating chaos among Ziwei Dushu. And calling for Cadmos' help, Li Changxiang asks for his cover by facilitating the activation of the Flaming Heart and splitting part of the magic. When doing so, a member of the Cadmos family begins immediately using an ability called Blood Mist. Li Changxiang continues to ponder and comes to the conclusion that the Cerna Luca clan was hired to destroy Li Changxiang and needs to find out who is behind the mask, and that someone looking at Cadmos realizes that he's being run by a man who is of ranker status or even higher. In doing so, Cadmos begins to cancel stealth techniques with a blood mist, thereby exposing the players. And since the blood mist contributes to the embodiment of the image of poor visibility and separation of friend to foe, members of the Cerna Luca clan need to be wary. Because at that very moment, Li Changxiang flies down on them from above, revealing his weapon, and it takes them by surprise. And Li Changxiang is followed from above by a herd of ice horses of death who receive orders from him to wipe everyone out. And the exposed members of the Cerna Luca clan, hearing Li Changxiang's orders, can't believe what they've heard and what awaits them. And Jean Frisius, riding one of the ice horses of death, echoing Li Changxiang's words, orders to destroy everything in his path. And as soon as everything stopped, the defeated members of the Cerna Luca clan were left lying where the crowd had been earlier. In doing so, Li Changxiang, accompanied by Jean Frisius and the rest of his squad, emerge victorious from this bout. In addition, Jin is satisfied with his work and is waiting for Li Changxiang's approval on the new family members. But Jean Frisius, seeing the look on Li Changxiang's face, is already hesitant to brag about his accomplishment. However, Li Changxiang reminds Jin of his behavior in Gulai's lair and asks him to make more effort, thereby hurting his feeling. And to Jin's surprise and misunderstanding, Li Changxiang cancels his draft, causing Jean Frisius to disappear, but still wants to know why Li Changxiang has such a hard time praising him. Meanwhile, a voice asking for an unwelcome guest distracts Li Changxiang from his thoughts, and she asks Li Changxiang to help her by easing her suffering, while Tiger, trapped in hardship, rejoices at his family member's victory. However, the Huge Bug of Madness ignores the request of the Tiger trapped in hardship in order to disappear. But the Tiger, trapped in a trap of deprivation and refused, warns that an attempt to invade his domain is considered a declaration of battle, to which the deity Huge Madness Beetle replies with a sneer that a godless man can never become a member of the family. And this becomes the last straw in the patience of Tiger trapped in a trap of deprivation, who begins to be eaten by the huge bug of madness. And Lee Chang-sung witnesses the altercation and notes that the members of Ziwei Dushu never change. After all, they have always treated their subordinates as tools to their wealth and success that can expand their holding. And Lee Chang-sung realizes that Tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship, has taken the bait. In doing so, Lee Chan-sung, along with his thoughts on the rift within Ziwei Doshu, fulfills the request of an unwanted guest. And by activating the power of Soul Stealer, thus obtaining the ashes, player Lee Chang-seong increases his health points by 5%. And after leaving the scene of the confrontation, Lee Chan-sung returns to the man sent to destroy the tyrant and their target. The first goal is to kidnap Morel, and the second is to destroy Lee Chang-seong. In addition, the mercenary was ordered by 2 clients, and one of them could be Kang Woo-chan, who was taking orders from Shim Jen-ho or Tor Kim Yoon-soon. Yes, it requires a lot of thought, but Lee Chang-sung can't let it go, considering what they did to him, and Lee Chang-soon decides to think about it on his return trip. Suddenly, Tyrant's attention is drawn to a circular lake in the middle of the desert. That means Lee Chang-seon manages to open up a vacation area called Oasis. And amidst the lifeless desert, Lee Chan-sung notices a group of men of the Tsurna Luka clan, one of whom is carrying Morel on his shoulder. At the same time, Lee Chang-sung is confident that luck has finally smiled on him and he has found Morel Aliano. And considering Lee Chang-sung's goal is to save Morel Aliano, he should remain undetected for as long as possible. And having activated his stealth skill, Lee Chang-sung continues to follow Morel Aliano's group of kidnappers, until Lee Chan-sung decides to take action. And ahead of the kidnappers, who are members of the Tsurna clan, Luke Lee Chan-sung strikes, which is of interest and surprise to the survivors of the Tsurna Luka conspiracy. While catching up to his target, Lee Chang-sung activates the Split Tiger condition and engages the Split Tiger's fangs. But Morel Aliana's kidnapper isn't ready to give up so easily, and it seems that something similar awaits. Therefore, he performs a maneuver causing Lee Chang-sung to have a look of surprise in his eyes. Since right now, right in front of Lee Chang-sung's eyes, he's disappearing without a trace. However, Lee Chang-sung senses an invisible hand that begins to target Lee Chang-sung. Suddenly, a direct beam of light is directed at Lee Chang-sung from above, which is so strong that when it hits the ground, it causes a huge explosion. And the tiger, trapped in a trap of hardship, seeing what's happening, warns Lee Chang-sung of the danger, while the huge bug of madness awaits action. Suddenly, Lee Chang-sung notices a girl's silhouette hovering at the top of the tree, who looks at Lee Chang-sung with surprise, noting that he's managed to avoid single skirl. And Lee Chang-sung, looking at the guest, begins to feel the danger, as he did with Jung-hoo Moon-sung, including her great aura. The guest, looking at Lee Chang-sung, is pleased to report that he is caught, but is the king himself in front of him. But then there is a flash of light followed by an explosion that engulfs everything around it. It's Morel Aliano's fiancé riding a bone dragon come to rescue his bride. And apparently he's on the verge of a breakdown because he can't figure out where Morel Aliano disappeared to without a trace. Meanwhile, Shin Yoon-seo, not realizing where her enemies are coming from, pushes them away with her shield attack ability, whereas player Woo Hebben begins to make contact by invoking the God of Thunder. And the disappearance of the French medical unit is the work of Naem Tsurna Luka. At this, the Blue Wolf deity begins to growl loudly that Constantine has gone overboard this time. Meanwhile, the Aang train begins to arrive at the station in the desert. And that means that all participants who have the desire to finish the mission in the dungeon must go to the train. At the same time, the king looks at Lee Chang-sung and realizes that he knows who is in front of him, and it is confirmed by the demon's laughing mask, which changes the feeling of anticipation to regret, and in the end, to envy, and Tyrant realizes that in front of him is the Queen of Czestochowa, Black Holy Mother. Moreover, when Lee Chang-sung was Twilight of the Gods, then the demon mask gave him a lot of trouble, and Lee Chang-sung ponders the possibility of confronting the Black Holy Mother using the stigma of divinity, while unlocking the magic of the Fishgut Sword and the evil dragon's Crooked Tooth Sword to summon a member of his family. But still, no matter how much Lee Chang-sung wants to be a loser even in this case, given the ranking of the personality, and Queen Chenstokow, seeing the confusion on Lee Chang-sung's face, hopes that his escape will not spoil her fun. In addition, Lee Chang-sung realizes that revealing the family members will have irreversible consequences and decides to surrender to the queen, who seems to be reading Li Changxiang's mind and assumes that there's someone else here besides him. And deciding to come up trumps, Li Changsung says in his mind the well-known fact that Mirail Agliano possesses a secret scripture. However, this information seems to be unknown to the Queen of Czestochowa, who does not notice the man behind her back, until her gaze is touched by the shadow of someone who is classified to be present during their conversation. And without having time to react, Queen Czestochowa misses the moment when a man bypasses her and drops down next to Li Changsung, who doesn't seem the least bit surprised that there's a third person present besides him and the Queen of Czestochowa. However, this third person turning his gaze to Li Changsung can't understand how he declassified him. But this issue, according to Li Changsung, is so obvious that it seems to require no explanation. It's clear that wherever Li Changxiang goes, there will always be a secret scripture. However, the man in the hat doesn't understand the scripture in question, or how Li Changsung is related to. And it's a lot of fun for the man in the hat who didn't even think he'd get caught on such a small thing, which is a plus for Li Changsung. But now that it's clear, the man in the hat is waiting for an answer on what to do about it. And Li Changsung, realizing that the man in the hat is able to stop the queen while he goes in search of Mirail Aliano. However, the man in the hat feels that he is dancing to Li Changsung's tune, but since he is not disgusted, he agrees to his request. It's also quite obvious that the man in the hat already knows who Li Changsung's patron. Meanwhile, the deity Smooth Golden-Eyed Buddha has already opened his eyes, and this brings satisfaction to the tiger trapped in hardship. In doing so, Li Changsung begins to guess who is patronizing the stranger in the hat and who is even in front of him. And it is none other than the Monkey King. And if you keep in mind that the power of the gods and stars depends on the faith of mortals, then he is one of the significant figures. But of all this, there is one immutable truth that needs no explanation, and it is that some old man in a hat, unfamiliar to the deity, could pose the slightest danger to her. However, one must keep in mind that the rank of the old man in the hat is probably not lower than the rank of a king. And reflecting on this, Li Changsung watches from the sideline as the two divine forces confront each other, where the Monkey King, already in the excitement of battle, tries to hurt the queen in every way possible, who has absolutely no idea what the old man in the hat is talking to her about. And Li Changxiang, realizing that the old man in the hat has succeeded in diverting the queen's attention to himself, and Li Changxiang is forgotten, is worth taking advantage of. Then, as a family member follows on the heels of Mirail Aliano's kidnappers and herself, until he finally follows orders and destroys a kidnapper from the Cerna clan. Eventually, the mid-level Bashka manages to complete the task of getting Mirail Aliano. But unfortunately, as soon as the task was completed, a member of the mid-level Gina Bashka family leaves this world. It is not at all clear to the queen when Li Chansung manages to pull off Mirail Aliano's comeback. Meanwhile, player Baek Javul is lowered to the unconscious Mirail Aliano and begins to unleash an ability called Shadow Trail. But that just pisses off the Queen of Chenstokow, who wants to know who they think she is. And the demon's evil mask begins to come into a state of ferocity, as suddenly pulling forward his battle weapon, exposing himself, the man in the hat appears. And Queen Chenstokowa, seeing that in front of her is neither Li Changsung cursing the man, and orders him to leave immediately. However, the hat man, citing Queen Chenstokowa's poor hearing, reminds her of Li Changsung's request. But not being able to stand this nonsense any longer, the Queen of Chenstokowa proposes to see if the man in the hat will be able to talk nonsense in the other world. Meanwhile, Li Changsung, already carrying Mirail Aliano in his arms, suddenly runs into a crowd of people, who stretched out her hand towards Li Changxiang and began to perform a witchcraft ritual. However, they are unable to finish what they started as Li Chansung successfully deflects the blows aimed at him, while noting that he encounters hellhounds that follow her in the form of a cluster of annoying creatures. And then, as if by magic to help Li Chansung, appears his brother-in-law, Baek Gawul, who successfully defeats Li Changsung's opponents, thus clearing the way for his commander. Because as you know, recently an Aang train arrived at a station called Stone Desert, and you have to make it in time not to wait for the next one, especially according to Levitine, the first stop of the train, in the boiling hell in the dungeon. That said, Li Changsung, now that he has Mirail Aliano in his hands, has a good chance of picking up the 5th secret scripture in no time. But he can't leave Levitine behind, so Li Changxiang has to get on the Aang train at all costs. Meanwhile, a voice at the station announces the departure of the train in 5 minutes and asks everyone to take their seat. However, Li Changsung is terrified and realizes that he has no time at all. And plus, the situation is exacerbated by the fact that members of the Serna clan are following Li Changsung's footsteps, which makes him want to finish them off. But the first thing Li Changsung must do is to get on the Levantine train that's headed for the underground. And Tiger, trapped in hardship seeing Li Changsung's unrest, offers to drop Mireille Aliano and get support from hunting season. However, Li Changsung is convinced that the gods don't care about mortals unless they stand out. In addition, Li Changsung is distracted by the endless chatter of hunting season and her mother's primal evil dragon, where the snake that coils the world interferes. But to some extent, the deities are right, because Li Changsung's actions are all about favors, and by dumping Mireille, Minerva will be disappointed in him. And the moment Li Changsung begins to think about the whereabouts of the secret scripture, Mireille Aliano comes to her senses. However, Mireille Aliano doesn't expect to see Li Changsung the moment she wakes up. But Li Changsung decides to get straight to the point and asks Mireille Aliano why Cernaluca is after. To which Mireille Aliano can't answer anything because she has no idea what goals the members of the Cernaluca clan are pursuing. However, it's impossible for Cernaluca to relentlessly pursue Mireille Aliano simply because they feel like. Li Changsung looks at Mireille Aliano and asks her to think about it, because there must be a reason for it. Suddenly it dawns on Mireille Aliano that it might be all about her father. But apparently that's not what Li Changsung wanted to hear, and that's not what Mireille Aliano's father wanted. Mireille replies that in the past, helping her father, an archaeologist, while exploring ancient ruins, they found a ring, so she has a patron. And if before Mireille Aliano did not stand out in any way, now she is a master of summoning sorcery. But it was made worse by the fact that since then, her father had taken a dislike to Mireille Aliano, who her father thought was a thief who had stolen his treasure and even made an attempt on her life until Henry, her fiancé, saved her. And Li Changsung begins to realize that her father's bad attitude towards his daughter is due to his obsession with the ring. Li Changsung asks Mireille Aliano to get rid of her tail, but she refuses because it ties her to a patron, which causes Li Changsung to activate the inferno gaze that warns her about leaving her. And now Mireille Aliano is faced with the choice of giving the ring to Li Changsung or being abandoned by him to his fate. Mireille Aliano takes the ring off her hand and gives it to Li Changsung, which means she has already made her choice. But just as Mireille Aliano has done so and is ready to give the ring to Tyron, she hears the voice of the protector asking her to come to her senses. At the same time, the voice says that Mireille Aliona should not dare to give Li Changsung the ring under any circumstance. Who manages to react in time and takes the ring out of Mireille Aliano's hand. But as soon as he did, Li Changsung unclenches his hands and Mireille Aliano falls down. He decided that as soon as he got rid of the Cernaluca clan members, he would return the master's ring, but in the meantime, Gavul should be summoned, which is caught on the fly by Mireille Aliano. In the meantime, boarding for the deserted Ong train ends, and the train begins its departure. And realizing that the case may be a failure, Beck turns to Li Changsung, who turns the other way. At this, Li Changsung heads into the crowd of Cernaluca clan members, asking Beck Gavul not to worry about him, and promises to meet him soon. But since that's the case, Beck Gavul decides to fly first with Mireille Aliano in his arms. And the persecuted members of the Cernaluca clan are ordered to deal with Li Changsung as quickly as possible, who looks at the ring and realizes it was really him, but it's too late. At the same time, the tiger deity, who is trapped in a trap of hardship, sees the secret scripture that Li Changsung has gotten his hands on and starts laughing. At the same time, the mysterious ring begins to transmit pitch blackness, and the ring reacts to Peter's key to open the lock mechanism. Thus, Li Changsung becomes the new owner of the 5th secret scripture out of the 7 available. Suddenly, the wind starts to pick up out of nowhere, swirling the members of the Cernaluca clan. And that means Li Changsung manages to enter a temporary dungeon called Hellstorm, which causes the formation of a blinding ball of light that illuminates everything around it. And as soon as the wind passes, the members of the Cernaluca clan find themselves standing alone in the middle of the stone blocks. At the same time, they can't believe that the temporary dungeon appears right out of nowhere, probably that the mystery of the prophet's child is solved. However, this is impossible because a lot of time was spent to decipher the divine oracle and realize that Mireille is a child prophet. In the meantime, we need to report to the boss that Li Changsung rushed to save Mireille despite all the chaos. Maybe he is the White Tiger's secret weapon. In doing so, Li Changsung discovers a forgotten starlight, causing admiration for the huge beetle of madness, watching through the eyes of his family member, which brings them great pain at the expense of intense spiritual pressure. A huge bug of madness looks at the temporary vault. As a sudden wind of apocalypse blows down, that strikes everything in its path, and huge madness beetle begins to become disillusioned with his family member. And then the dungeon master begins to reveal himself by first opening his eyes, until eventually the deity daughter hating storm decides to fully reveal herself, which suggests that Lee Chang-sung is facing a dungeon mission where he must escape as far as possible in the allotted time. However, Lee Chang-sung can't believe that he has to destroy Ye to get rid of the curse, but Lee Chang-sung thinks that this is absolute madness, but decides to activate the Inferno Gaze. And now, Lee Chang-sung had already adopted an opposing stance and was standing in front of deity Yi, preparing to strike. In addition, Lee Chang-sung realizes that unlike the Goulet lair here, if he retreats at the beginning, he will lose. While deity Yi, referring to the presence of the pale star, speaks of the remnants of his former power. But whether the deity Yi is familiar with it, and if so, Yi knows not only pitch darkness, but also Mephistopheles. To which deity Yi assures Lee Chang-sung that the pale star is a pitiful creature to be pursued in the dark. And then Lee Chang-sung begins to realize the meaning of the words he read in the message during the clash between Gemini and Minerva. Meanwhile, deity Ye realizes that even though Pale Star is protecting Lee Chang-sung, he's not protecting him, which will help him get away with it. In doing so, Lee Chang-sung applying the name Companion Jigwi causes a firestorm and calls Jin to him. Who is riding the icy horse of death is in front of the master, wondering what Lee Chang-sung dared to confront Yi at such a time. In addition, Jin senses that deity Yi emits energy like the ghouls, which means that by absorbing it, he'll gain a few levels. However, the deity Yi is not pleased with this, and resorts to the whip of the storm that destroys entire worlds. Meanwhile, Cadmos appears drooling over a very tasty treat that Lee Chang-sung found, and so it didn't take long for Cadmos to open his mouth to begin the takeover. At the same time, the treat to which Cadmos has a disposition begins to cycle into his mouth, and having completely devoured his treat, Cadmos licks his lips with a satisfied muzzle. While doing so, Flaming Heart begins to deactivate the storm and level up due to absorbing a huge amount of magic, and Cadmos opens his mouth again to express his gratitude for the tasty treat. And now a fiery ball of light from Cadmos' mouth illuminates the whole area, surprising the witnesses of this spectacle. In doing so, Cadmos, aka Lee Chang-sung's family member, is in the process of erupting an ability called breathing, which begins to scorch the unsuspecting and uncomprehending deity until the large fireball begins to completely engulf the E-deity, turning her into a blurry dark shadow with no left side of her body. And then realizing that her end was near, deity E let out a piercing scream full of pain. And Lee Chang-seong's family member Cadmos continues to make circles while performing his death ritual. At this, a member of the Cadmos family, once again hungry, starts drooling, looking at the deity daughter of the storm-hating storm, calling it a treat. And deciding not to delay any longer, family member Cadmos sinks his fangs into the flesh of the deity daughter-hating storm. And again there is a piercing cry of the deity, who now loses a part of her body. And a member of the Cadmos family devours the severed body part with gusto. At this, the deity daughter hating storm continues to scream in pain and feeling defeated. But not only the deity daughter who hates the storm is shocked, Lee Chang-sung is also surprised that he has a dragon that eats stars. And considering that in front of Lee Chang-sung is just a shell and not the original, which is a danger to the whole dragon, it is to his liking. So now there is a logical explanation for why Cadmos was so eager to devour the artifacts of the royal treasure. And now the reaction of the deities to such situations is clear, for they live and feed only on their own pride. And at this time, the current level progress is raised to 26 and 9%. Jin, who also witnesses the scene, asks Lee Chang-sung to tell him if there is anything wrong and he will correct it immediately. After all, the ghoulies also come from Starlight, and it's understandable that Jin is scared if Cadmos strikes out on him or family member. But Jin finds nothing funny in Tyrant's words. He just can't imagine how anyone could be given to a dragon. Lee Chang-sung convinces Jin that he has no intention of betraying his family members when so much hard work has been invested. Meanwhile, the deity daughter hating storm, still under Cadmos' attack, continued to scream furiously. Before losing another part of herself, daughter of the hating storm manages to leave the scene of the confrontation. However, Cadmos decides not to let his prey live, believing that such a tidbit should not go to waste. At this, daughter hating storm, realizing that her body is not regenerating, orders the dragon to stay put. And Lee Chang-sung, looking at the pet, begins to assess its strength, while still a child convinced that light is always absorbed by darkness. Meanwhile, the rate of progress continues to rise, reaching already 42.6%. And Li Changsung's family member Cadmos, not hearing the orders of the deity daughter of the hateful storm, continues to catch up with his victim. And now the pitch blackness is attacking the divine power of the deity daughter, hating storm, driving the dragon away from herself. After all, she just needs to get back to Morale, but the pitch blackness is already infecting the deity daughter hating storm. And Jin, enjoying the scene, didn't expect that the day would come so soon when they would confront the deity, even if only in a shell. In doing so, Li Chansung begins to open the royal treasure with the provision of all types of weapons inside. And by choosing to use the snow rapier, Li Changsung is of the opinion that it is shameful to use it in such a way. However, Li Changsung needs a weapon of such a high level that it is compatible with pitch darkness. In addition, Li Changsung also decides to apply the art of blood manipulation that will bring him closer to the divine level. And without delay, the snow rapier begins to take a new shape, contributing to the Demon Destroyer's arrow becoming ready. Which means Li Chansung is already in full armor and ready to make full use of the transformed weapon and releases the arrow. With that, the arrow released by Li Changsung is aimed towards the deity daughter hating storm, and overcoming the distance hits the target as evidenced by 100% hit and defeat of the deity daughter hating storm, who is once again in shock at the blow dealt to her by a mortal man. She doesn't understand how Li Changxiang dares to do this to her, and who gives him the right to raise his hand against the deity. But then the mouth of the deity daughter hating storm begins to braid the twigs of the tree. And that creature is Elfin, who comes in from behind the deity and contributes to the confrontation. At this, Elfin, looking at the deity, asks her to hold her tongue and be quieter. And next in line is Jin, who unleashes his weapon and aims it at the deity daughter who hates the storm. And Jin's weapon is the deity daughter of the storm-hating storm, who now finally realizes her end is imminent. Because right on top of the deity at this very moment, Li Changxiang flies down from the sky with his two weapons, and pitch blackness begins its application to the weapons of the crooked-toothed dragon, which contributes to getting an incredible achievement that enhances the stigma ability and signifies the completion of the end. And Flaming Heart is almost complete with this boss monster, Daughter Hating Storm, taking her life, and more contributions from Li Changsung, who performed a feat that no one has ever done before and gets 50 million karma in the form of experience. In addition, Li Changsung is rewarded with an end-of-the-world storm, and the deity Huge Madness Bug still can't believe what happened. After all, among other things, Li Chansung becomes the wielder of 2 of the 3 swords, contributing to Jigwee's increasing power of fire and delicacy. And the title called Jigwee's Companion evolves into the demonic vessel Jigwee, raising a wind of destruction. In doing so, Li Changsung's status grows, which provides an opportunity to focus on emancipation and excellence for a great player. And on top of that, Li Changsung deciphered San's 5 scriptures, gaining his secrets, and getting a glimpse of a lost ancient secret. In addition, Li Changsung raises his level to 50, which allows him to take the quest to change his second class. And Li Changxiang's family members evolve by changing their form, in addition to leveling up, which gives Li Changxiang a chance to be able to complete the story quest he just created. After all, Tyrant knows that opening the system allowed players to combine different achievements that are categorized according to level. In this case, the levels of mythical and legendary were under the power of only gods or stars, and a folktale for demigods. And as Li Changsung achieves his first outstanding achievement called Possessing the Light of the Stars, things are about to get serious. Besides, those who create fairy tales are called heroes, and the improved version of the hero in old folklore is the rancher. And since Li Changsung achieves one of the 4 accomplishments, then using the storm of the end of the world, he will get the 4th scripture much faster. At this point, the dungeon closes and the desert train sets off. And Bajekjavul, who barely had time for it with Mireille Aliano, admits that it was not easy to do so, as his strength almost deserted him. After all, in order to get on the desert train, Baek Gawul spent all his magic while worrying about Li Changsun, and Mireille Aliano, finally fully recovered, admits that she no longer feels the presence of the goddess. And at that very moment, Mireille Aliano's fiancé rushes in with a shout, surrounded by his men, while immediately pouncing on Baekjavul for an explanation of what he did to Mireille Aliano. However, Baekjavul, not yet fully recovered, is already starting to boil over as he doesn't understand what Mireille Aliano's fiancé wants. And Mireille Aliano's fiancé, without even trying to stop, starts insulting Baek Javul, demanding an immediate response. But on Baek Javul's side are Shin Yunsho and her brother Shin Jungyu, who realize that his presence will not lead to good things, as suddenly the attention of everyone present turns to the man who has arrived. At the same time, the guests don't realize who this person with this intimidating look is, and Shin Yunseo is already getting into the excitement of discord and demanding an answer from him, or else she won't be responsible for herself. Besides, the stranger has no idea where Jigel Henrin is, and the other two elders don't care, so the conflict needs to be resolved. Suddenly, a blue wolf intervenes in the stranger's musings, asking Nicholas to leave everything as it is and not to interfere. And then another person intervenes in the conversation and the conflict that has erupted, and it is Lee Chang-sung, who also demands an explanation. Since Lee Chang-sung put in enough effort to save Mireli Aliano from the hands of the Tsurna Luca clan member. At the same time, all the family members, seeing their leader, are insanely happy to see Lee Chang-sung again. However, Nicholas is of a different opinion because he didn't have time to finish what he started. Especially now that Tyrant has become a ranker, it's impossible. And in order to somehow mitigate the conflict, Nicholas is trying to say that there was some kind of misunderstanding between the two players. But Henry has no intention of stopping and continues to demand an answer to his question, waiting for an explanation. And as Henry's patience runs out of bounds, he begins opening the vault of the lifeless dragon, facilitating its appearance, which comes as something of a shock to Nicholas, who doesn't understand what Henry's up to this time. Meanwhile, Henry begins his metamorphic transformation by changing his shape. And now Lee Chang-sung is not facing Henry in his human form, but his altered form. After all, it's time for Lee Chang-sung to answer for the stunt that made Henry back down and humiliated him. In doing so, Nicholas, anticipating where this will lead, tries to stop his ward Henry. But time is already lost, and Henry's masked face sees Lee Chang-sung's fist raised in front of it. And then it hits, and Henry's mask shatters, revealing his face to his opponent. And then comes another blow that throws Henry far backwards. Bone armor is stronger than diamond. And Lee Chang-sung is in no place to echo Henry's reminder of what he said to his friend Baek Gawul. And Lee Chang-sung continues to punch Henry in the face for the insults he and his friends have inflicted on him. And Henry, unable to react in time, misses the blows flying at him, mercilessly setting his face. Unfortunately, Henry Lee Chang-sung has no plans to stop trying to teach his enemy a lesson. At the same time, Nicholas realizes that Lee Chang-sung has become much stronger. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung's gaze falls on Nicholas, who doesn't understand what's going on and doesn't know what to expect now. And Lee Chang-sung leaves Henry alone and heads toward Nicholas using Jigwee's demonic vessel. However, Nicholas realizing that Lee Chang-sung's keen monster sense couldn't react so violently meant that the tyrant was hiding his true power. With that, Nicholas activates a skill called Crimson Monster Heart in response to Lee Chang-sung's lunge. Finally deciding that he will destroy Lee Chang-seong, even though he's a super rookie, he's just the leader of the team. Besides, Nicholas wants to find out if the vigilante is superior to the White Tiger. And if Nicholas recognizes it, it'll keep him out of trouble in the future, which means he can't escape the humiliation of Chaigalya Hyunjung. And at the time when Nicholas's fist should touch Lee Chang-sung, the latter bypasses the enemy and passes through him. And Nicholas doesn't realize that it just happened to. The same goes for Lee Chang-sung, who is on the opposite side trying to realize what happened. And no one can figure out what's splitting right now, forming a wave of flashing light. With that, one of the pieces touching the ground provokes a fall into Nicholas's lap, who is amazed that this could have happened to him at all. And Lee Chang-sung makes the point that all the top Avengers are so pathetic, and the interplay of Snake Eye and 100% hits helps with that. However, Lee Chang-sung's remark about the Avengers hurt the feelings of the rest of the group who don't want to hear such a thing. Just as suddenly, Lee Chang-sung's gaze slides to the other faces of the vigilantes besides Nicholas, who can't believe what's happening to Lee Chang-seong. Meanwhile, the aura of a tiger that towers over Lee Chang-seong begins to dominate the battlefield. And then, to the surprise and fear of everyone on the train, there is an explosion. In doing so, Lee Chang-sung is reaching out to those who still want to dare to challenge him. But among the crowd of people present, there is no one willing to stand up to Lee Chang-seong. Moreover, one of the people who is likely to be in a leadership position asks Lee Chang-seong to calm down and pull himself together. And Lee Chang-sung recognizes the talking Ludovico as the head of the Orlando clan, who was the one who threatened Tyrant's allies. Lee Chang-sung decides that only taking Ludovico's life can calm him down, and it will be a worthy payment for the insult. However, Ludovico yells at Li Changsung and asks him not to overstep his bounds, to which he gets a very clear challenge to clear it up with Li Changsung face to face. But the members of the Orladno clan, remembering how Li Changsung had dealt with Henry and Nicholas, realize that it is not for them to compete with Li Changsung, and it is humiliating. That said, the sidekicks have a chance if Griezmann, aka Iron Mask, joins them, given his fighting experience. And realizing that Griezmann remains on the sidelines, Ludovico decides to end it there, laying the blame on the Avengers and apologizing to the Tyrant, which Li Jiangxiong must accept, and Ludovico will have time to think of a plan to avenge his public humiliation. But to Ludovico's disappointment, Li Chansung thinks he hasn't even started yet and prepares his fist to strike. Ludovico does not expect such a turn of events at all, and fails to react in time. And Li Changxiang's fist comes right at the face of Ludovico, whose second nickname just popped up in Li Changxiang's mind, which is a bloody thug, and by continuing to swing his fists left and right, Li Chansung strikes his opponents. Meanwhile, the deity standing in the middle of the desert can't stop the unrestrained laughter. Since Divinity was clear from the start that the hunt would not be easy, but she doesn't count on this turn of events. Oh, and one huge sick bug mask is broken, and it takes at least a year to make, and it's a humiliation since the Immortal King. And a huge sick bug is dealing with a young man whom deity can't forgive the humiliation and just leave the task. And the deity puts on a goblin mask that took 10 years to make and was meant for the Immortal King. However, circumstances have changed, and now the deity's purpose is to protect the foundation of the CERN hand. And for that, the deity will do anything, even the extra life of Li Changxiang. At this very time, there is a showdown between Li Changsun and his detractors on the train. Until eventually, Li Changsung's weapon bumps into the bone map, and the man behind it is none other than Griezmann, who is wondering from Li Changsung until when this will continue. After all, Li Changsung has already paid for everything by making his abusers pay for their long tongue. And hearing that it's going to be a time of great chaos, Li Chansung takes the back of the wagons for himself and offers Griezmann the chance to play up front. For which Griezmann, looking at Li Chansung, thanks him for his understanding. But it seems like no one but Griezmann understands what's going on and what was just discussed. To which Griezmann suggests to take care of the injured and quickly move to the front of the train to avoid derailment. However, what happens next is not in the plans of Griezmann, who doesn't expect things to start so soon. Meanwhile, a group of fiery pterodactyls begin circling over the train, who circle the train and let out screams indicating a planned attack. On top of all that, a herd of burnt wildebeests galloping their teeth at the train in the desert. And it's no coincidence, as monsters have appeared in the desert as they have caught the scent of food, and now you need to protect the train in the desert from their threat. In the meantime, the train is already aware of the monster's presence and begins to take action for a line of defense. After all, the monsters are constantly starving due to the harsh conditions in the desert, and the train is the only source of food for them. As suddenly the monsters begin to go berserk, increasing the general abilities of those closest to them by 10%. However, Li Chansung understands this behavior of monsters who will lose their lives either from starvation or hunting, and this explains their madness. And realizing the sadness of the outcome, Li Chansung decides to quickly deal with the monsters to avoid the hopelessness of the situation. With that, lightning strikes immediately above the moving train in the deserts, obscuring everything around it. Until eventually, there is an explosion, which, because of the brightness of the glow, is visible throughout the neighborhood. But after a while, everything subsides, and the train continues on its planned route as if nothing had happened. And Li Changsun, standing with his team on the roof of the train, reaps the fruits of his labors, because the attack of monsters is stopped. That said, Shin Yunxiu and her brother Shin Jumnyu can't believe that it's all over, and they have successfully overcome the first obstacle. Yes, and in the same unstable state as Baek Gawul and Wu Hebi, however, the task is completed, and everyone will be rewarded depending on their level. Only Li Changsun is standing on the roof, staring off into the distance, not realizing that this is what he has contributed the most to. And other train advocates and participants in the trial scoff at the youth because it was just a short run. At the same time, one of them, recalling his youth, says that there was a time when they confronted each other for 3 days and 3 nights. But it really hurt Shin Yunshu, who saw with her own eyes that the one who's performing more now just sat back and watched. At this time, Li Changsung turns toward the arguing people and throws a scroll. However, the elder doesn't realize what Li Chansung is throwing at. But opening the scroll, the player learns that before him is a copy of the secret scripture, namely, that was at Morel. At the same time, The man holding the scroll in his hands can't believe in its truthfulness and doesn't quite trust Li Chang-sun, who for credibility asks to send the document to Korea, otherwise the second man standing will tear Li Chang-sung to pieces. And Jin witnesses this conversation, saying that this is Li Chang-seong's plan to get rid of his pursuers. That being said, Li Chang-sung had completed the deciphering of the scripture and absorbed all of its power when sweeping Hellwind, and now it was only a fake. Besides, Li Chang-seong's goal is close and unnecessary luggage is unnecessary, but where is Lavatine? And answering Jin's question, Li Chang-sung says that he is located at the Boiling Hell Station underground, where Surtur's main artery is laid. However, the elder looking at Li Chang-sung and holding the scroll in his hands does not understand the purpose of Li Chang-sung giving it to him. After all, doesn't that mean Li Chang-sung wants the group's escorts to leave now that they got what they wanted? But Li Chang-sung, to the surprise of the attendants, confirms the authenticity of what he said and does not hide his desire. Meanwhile, the train in the Ang Desert is already starting to arrive at its first station called Boiling Hell, and the passengers of the train should be ready to leave the platform, and the accompanying group will not return to it. However, Li Chang-seong's rude suggestion to leave the train infuriates one of the group's attendants, the members of which, looking at the picture, either with horror or with indifference, await the continuation. And the first of the two attendants, also unable to bear such rudeness, asks Li Sang-song to repeat what he said earlier. The bandages that were wrapped around the body of the attendant began to unwind and headed towards Li Chang-sun. However, for some unknown reason, the bandages do not reach any of Li Chang-sung's team members. Besides, Baek Gevel, seeing the efforts of the first escort, makes sure the trick doesn't work. And now the second chaperone asks for an explanation for what Li Chang-sun said about their whereabouts on the train. But after hearing another insult about his intelligence, he prepares his fist to strike Li Chang-sun. At the same time, a third attendant appears and asks Goliath and Demon to make a fuss and pull themselves together. But Goliath pulls back the evil demon, saying that in this case, it's between the two of them. After all, they know that the evil demon is interested in Li Chang-seong to the point where he is willing to take him on as his apprentice, but it's not worth it right now. And Li Chang-seong, having witnessed this conversation, realizes that such a statement could cause unrest in the clan. However, the evil demon is not hiding his interest in Li Chang-seong and thinks it's a different story. Still, the evil demon now stands up for the pride of his comrades and wants to prevent rash action. After all, Li Chang-sung is capable of defeating Goliath and the demon, and the evil demon feels it is his duty to warn them. However, what he heard from the evil demon does not fit in the minds of his companion. After all, Goliath and demon have been in the player world for decades and are first generation, so would they really lose to a newcomer? But the evil demon reminds of one of the laws of the elders that protects the honor of the white tiger. Otherwise, it is in his power to reveal the violation. Besides standing at the head of the council of elders, he reminds that his existence is tied to the indestructible claw that is thrown out when destroyed. Meanwhile, the 24-hour train stop is announced, and Li Chang-sung calls for his team to get off. Meanwhile, Li Chang-sung says with hope in his voice that there will be no Goliath or demon when he returns. Goliath, not daring to take it any longer, threw his fists at Li Chang-sun with insults and insults. And Demon, seeing what's going on, asks Hungak to stop and not do irreparable thing. But Hongsak doesn't even have time to touch Li Chang-sung with his finger before he flies off to the side. And Li Chang-sung approaches Demon and says that this is their last warning. If they reappear, they will pay for their lives. Suddenly, a man runs up to Elder Hunga, not believing his eyes at what he sees. And much to his dismay, he doesn't notice Li Chang-sun standing behind him, who, not letting him get another word in edgewise, starts resorting to tricks. And now, Elder Hungak, who had already arrived, was flying away from Li Chang-seong's strike. But his fall falls straight onto the tracks of the dripping hell station, and already the fires of a boiling hell are beginning to dominate, turning his flesh into ashes. And Li Chang-sung, without even wanting to turn around, resumes moving in the same direction. Meanwhile, the action is unfolding in the boiling hell subway station, where Henry, clutching his head and coming to his senses, begins to remember what happened. And then his attention is attracted by someone sitting next to him, wondering if he's finally awake. Henry gets to his feet and looks around at the people lying on the floor and asks the director what happened here. At the same time, Morel looks at her ring and can't believe that her patron deity is no longer with her. To which Director Henry says that all of this is a blow from Tyrant's hand, and since he is very powerful at the moment, the director is no match for him. And since that's the case, We need to do something drastic. So the director turns to Henry and proposes something. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung is standing on the edge of the cliff, looking at the rocks of the cliff that are on fire, which is part of a rocky desert that isn't really a desert. A represents the skin of the lifeless searcher, while the dungeon is his body, and the heat is the heat of the searcher emanating from the cracks in his body. And then Lee Chang-sung remembers his conversation with Thanatos and his question about how monsters live here, to which Thanatos gives the answer that Searcher was king of the Titans and ruler of Muspelheim and rightfully deserves the position. And if moving underground means tearing Searcher's muscles and floating through his vessels, however, what is Reincarnation? To which the tyrant gets the answer that Reincarnation is the heart of Searcher, where his abilities are manifested, and traveling through the blood vessels will lead to him. And Lee Chang-sun, looking at the huge dungeon, can't believe it's Searcher's body, where he has to find the heart in 24 hours. Just as suddenly, Lee Chang-sung's characteristic of apocalyptic wind in the branding skill begins to awaken. And this is what Lee Chang-sung has been waiting for, something that brings him relief. At this, something resembling the likeness of a deity begins to form behind L. Chang-sung's back. Who wants to know who Lee Chang-sung is and how he managed to decipher the 7 mysterious writings of Xiang? But beyond that, including Lee Chang-sung and Pale Star's connection, the creature wants to know something else. And that's why Lee Chang-sung is now giving off the scent of Lee Takai, and that's what's even more incomprehensible to the creature watching. And Lee Chang-sung doesn't know why Lee Tak's name comes up again. And then Lee Chang-sun remembers the scene where his old man teacher is standing on the dragon he defeated. At the same time, this old man is wounded with a huge number of weapon spears stuck in his back. But still, the old man finds the strength to turn around and call out Lee Chang-sung's name. All to tell Lee Chang-sung in the final moments that his new name is now Cosmo, which doesn't sit well with Lee Chang-sung, who keeps saying he doesn't need that weird name. The old man is already fainting and can't believe that even in such a situation, Lee Chang-sung can't just thank him. After all, sooner or later Lee Chang-sung will agree anyway, and there's no point in stalling. Besides, you have to hand it to Lee Chang-sung, who started listening to the old man towards the end of his life. The old man is already on his deathbed and reminds Lee Chang-sung that he is now Cosmos and responsible for her. But Lee Chang-sung asks to stop the old man, who should stay with her himself if he's so worried. And seeing that the old man is in a bad way, Lee Chang-sung can't hold back his tears and can't believe that his teacher is coming to an end. Who asks Lee Chang-sung one last time to protect Lee Taku, who is very fragile. But Lee Chang-sung doesn't understand why the worker should protect the protector, because the worker's role is to spread faith in response to the power given to him. And instead of all this, Lee Chang-sung must protect Lee Taku, who has become the first and last patroness on the Arcadia Star. The one Lee Chang-sung served after his old man teacher passed away, and who looks at Lee Chang-sung and confesses her hatred for him because she believes that Cosmos' passing is his fault. But even their mutual hatred for each other was not the reason why Lee Tak did not stop patronizing Lee Chang-sung. In addition, Lee Chang-sung, who became Lee Taki's apostle, had one goal in mind: revenge for taking the old man's life, which protected the starlight of Lee Taki being on the verge of falling until Arcadia was engulfed by the battle that broke out. Lee Chang-sung and Lee Taka went from hatred to love, and being on the brink of life, she begs his forgiveness and confesses her feeling. And Lee Chang-sung realizes that the world has decided that he is not worthy of happiness in the person of Lee Taki and took her away. At the same time, Lee Chang-sung is thankful that the gods didn't hear the voice of the storm-hating daughter, otherwise things would have gotten more complicated. However, going back to Lee Chang-sung's deity, I wonder how he knows Lee Taki's name. To which Lee Chang-sung gets the even more startling response that Lee Taka is her mother. At the same time, the deity hates her because in spite of the life bestowed upon her, she has led her to forfeit her life. And then the puzzles start coming together. Daughter hating the storm, where the storm is Lee Taka in her name. And deity continues to blame Lee Taku for the fact that it's her mother's fault that deity is stuck writing and continues to be tormented. After all, Mom didn't show up when the Divine Court found deity guilty of being the daughter of a bright star. And the more deity tried to escape the windy inferno, the more resentment toward her mother grew. And Lee Chang-sung can't take any more of this conversation and asks to know what the 7 mysterious writings of Shun are. However, the deity cannot answer this question since having awakened was already enclosed in the scripture of Sana. At this, Lee Chang-sung begins to remember that Lee Taka had spoken of avatars she called her children with her powers. And if that's the case, then the 7 mysterious writings of Xiang are the divine seals in which the 7 daughters of Lee Taki are sealed.